Chapter 51. Jinzhou City. Since the death of Wu Chang, Jinzhou City seemed to have returned to its previous tranquility. Li Melin breathed a sigh of relief, as his time to leave this place was getting closer, and it was best for Jinzhou City to have no troubles during his tenure. During this time, Liang Ying became even more low-key. Because of Wu Chang's death, the balance between the Liang and Wu families supported by the county government office was broken. Li Melin even found several reasons to find fault with Liang Ying, but he could only swallow his anger. Seeing this, Li Melin had no choice but to let it go. In fact, Li Melin also understood that people like Liang Ying were the most dangerous, as they could endure great humiliation and eventually achieve great things. But when he thought that his departure from the city and his promotion to the capital was not far away, and he would probably never see Liang Ying again, Li Melin decided to make peace with him for the time being. Seeing this, Liang Ying naturally welcomed the situation. All he was doing now was to create a favorable environment for the Liang family's younger generation, so they could have more time to grow. For a time, the whole Jinzhou city became completely peaceful. Liang Sheng was extremely satisfied with this situation, as no one would disturb his life of wealth and luxury. At this moment in Yushan building, he lay in the arms of a beautiful woman, while another beauty picked grapes and put them into his mouth, making him feel extremely comfortable. In the next room, there were young masters calling friends and having fun, making the situation very lively. They are all young people, it's great to be young. This sentence made the beautiful woman beside him chuckle secretly, as she coquettishly said, "My lord, you are younger and stronger than them." As she spoke, her hand was already drawing circles on Liang Sheng's chest. Liang Sheng could not stand it any longer and enjoyed a night of passion. This kind of life was truly worthwhile. These peaceful days lasted for 3 years. On this day, Liang Sheng did not go to Yushan building again. It was not because he was tired of it, but because he felt that his breakthrough in the health cultivation method was imminent. This was the foundation of Liang Sheng's life, and he could not neglect it. In order to break through to the 9 levels of the postnatal realm, he could retreat to a small town for 10 years, let alone now. However, Liang Sheng faintly felt that this breakthrough would not be ordinary. Of course, he did not doubt his intuition. After thinking about it, he decided to purchase some dry food and ingredients, and directly entered the forest outside the city. For the next 10 days, Liang Sheng closed himself off in the forest for cultivation. Unexpectedly, during this time, there was suddenly a great commotion in Jinzhou City. Early this morning, before Liang Ying had even left to attend his duties, he was urgently summoned to the county government office by Li Melin's men. "County Lord." As Liang Ying looked at the officials who had gathered in the county government office, he noticed that Chen Shiqiang and his men were almost fully armed, and his heart could not help but feel shocked. "Now that Lord Liang is here, everyone is present. Everyone, please follow me to the city gate to welcome the prince. I hope you will not disappoint him with your etiquette." After saying this, Li Melin did not wait for an explanation and took the lead in leaving the county government office, with the others naturally following him. Liang Ying was slightly surprised in his heart. A prince? Which prince? Why had he not received any previous information about this? Sitting in the carriage, he looked at the curtain in front of him with blank eyes. However, a moment later, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. As long as it did not involve the Liang family, it did not matter who the prince was. In the past 6 months, with the help of the cultivation resources accumulated by the Wu family for hundreds of years, Liang Ying had spared no expense to use them on the younger generation of the Liang family. This had already started to show remarkable results. A 16-year-old member of the Liang family had already advanced to the postnatal fourfold realm, which was on par with Liang Ying's own achievements at that age, if not even better. Of course, if it had not been for Xia's Haiqiu's schemes and the entanglements of the secular world, Liang Ying would not have been trapped in the postnatal 8th level for such a long time. He would have progressed much further in his martial arts cultivation. However, it was undeniable that breaking through a martial arts bottleneck was extremely difficult. Even if Liang Ying had wholeheartedly devoted himself to cultivation, he would have had only a 60% or 70% chance of achieving a breakthrough. And now? Since the Liang family already had successors with great potential, Liang Ying decided that he would do everything in his power to protect them, even if it cost him his life. He hoped that the Liang family would produce another strong practitioner at the 9 levels of the postnatal realm. Thinking of this, Liang Ying could not help but look forward to the future. By then, the entire Jinzhou city would only have the Liang family as its martial arts family, and the Liang family would have complete control over the underground order. Liang Ying struggled to calm his excited emotions, and at this time, they had already arrived at the city gate. After Liang got out of the sedan, he stood at the entrance, his expression excited as he looked into the distance, as if the prince would appear in the next moment. They didn't have to wait long before the sound of horse hooves rang out, and a cloud of dust rose on the distant horizon. Before long, they saw the full picture. Dragon Suppression Guard. At this moment, Liang Ying's heart tightened. It was indeed the Dragon Suppression Guard clearing the way and escorting a huge horse carriage that appeared before his eyes. He could see the 4 words written beside the carriage, Prince of Ping'an's Mansion. No wonder Liang was so excited. By then, Liang had already put on a flattering face to welcome the guests. As the carriage stopped, a handsome young man with a graceful manner stepped down. Dressed in white silk brocade clothes, with a jade pendant at his waist, his gestures and demeanor revealed the style of a noble family. A faint smile at the corner of his mouth made people feel a warm spring breeze. It's him. Prince Yan, the son of the Prince of Ping'an. Liang Ying immediately remembered the little novice monk who had been taken away by Princess Ping'an 13 years ago. These two figures gradually merged together, but now the demeanor of this prince showed no hint of his previous identity as a novice monk. County Lord Liang of Jinzhou City pays his respects to His Highness, the Prince. Liang fell to his knees like a jade pillar, and Liang Ying and the others hurriedly knelt down, touching their heads to the ground. After that, they heard the prince's voice. Everyone, please stand up. This time I am returning to my hometown without any official business. There is no need for such formality. Yan then helped everyone up one by one, some of the civil and military officials flushed with excitement, their faces turning red, as if they were willing to die for him. Liang had already prepared a banquet, but now the security arrangements had been taken over by the Dragon Suppression Guard, and a group of people ceremoniously made their way to the county government office. People on both sides of the street watched the procession, exclaiming from time to time. Those who were well informed had already begun to loudly proclaim the origin of the Prince of Ping'an's son. The son of the Prince of Ping'an returned to his hometown. For a time, the entire Jinzhou city was boiling with excitement. Even the local ruffians and hooligans, who were becoming increasingly rare under the crackdown of the county government, did not dare to cause any disturbance. How could they dare to do so under the oppression of the Dragon Suppression Guard? However, the attention of the people shifted to Jinshan Temple, as they were curious about when the prince, who was raised in the temple, would visit the mountain. Jinshan Temple. At this moment, all senior monks of the Xuan generation gathered, and among them were also some showing signs of aging. Birth, aging, sickness, and death were the natural ways of the world. Although they had reached the high level of martial arts, their lifespan was still limited. However, Abbot Xuankong of Jinshan Temple still didn't show up. Xuan Nan, the chief of reception, had a clear understanding of the outside world. Tomorrow, the prince will visit the temple. I have already instructed the novice monks to clean the guest rooms. Everything within the temple should carry on as usual. Saying that, he glanced at Xuanji of the discipline hall. In recent years, the relationship between the temple and the Liang family had grown closer, and they had accepted many members of the Liang family as lay disciples. He had no objection to this, as it was a fair exchange. Senior brother, rest assured. The discipline hall has already sent the lay disciples down the mountain. The situation will be discussed after the prince leaves. That's good. After confirming that there were no problems, the monks finally let out a sigh of relief, but doubts still lingered in their hearts. Is the prince's visit a good thing or a bad thing after all? Both Jinzhou City and Jinshan Temple were lively, but this excitement had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. This time, Liang Sheng was at a critical moment in his cultivation. The breakthrough of the lifespan cultivation technique would probably happen today. Chapter 52, Half Step in 8. Outside Jinzhou City, in the nameless forest. Liang Sheng sat cross-legged in a cave, his clothes already somewhat dirty, indicating that he had been in secluded cultivation for quite some time. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his aura erupted in an instant around his body, causing the wind to rise without any source. An extremely powerful energy burst out. Before Liang Sheng could rejoice in his heart, he instantly got up and took a stride forward. He still lacked experience, otherwise, he would have controlled his inner breath and not let it leak out of his body as it did just now. As Liang Sheng flew out of the cave in an instant, the place where he had been sitting in the cave shook violently, with the cave walls cracking and stones rumbling down. If Liang Sheng had left a little later, he might have been buried alive in the cave, but at this moment he didn't feel any lingering fear, instead, his face was full of smiles. Because he had finally broken through. At this moment, his attribute panel had finally changed again. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 68. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 9th Layer, 10 Methods of Health Cultivation, 13th Layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 4th Layer. Realm, Half-Step Innate. With the help of the Unmoving Ming King Seal, the health cultivation method finally broke through to the 13th layer, an unprecedented feat. This time, each of the 10 methods of health cultivation increased his lifespan by so years, which meant an increase of 800 years in total, making his lifespan a staggering 2,200 years. Perhaps for the world's changing dynasties, he could watch the clouds roll in and out, not to mention that he could continue to break through, increasing his lifespan even more in the future. Even if the legend of immortality in this world was true, with his talent of innocent foolishness, he could outlast even the most powerful immortal cultivators, making the world eternal for him. But the surprises brought by the breakthrough of the health cultivation method were far more than that. Because the 13th layer of health cultivation method broke through the limit, it was unprecedented. The 10 methods of health cultivation's genuine qi nourished his body, producing a unique inner qi to nourish his entire body. This allowed Liang Sheng to break through the postnatal 9 realms in one fell swoop and reach the half-step innate realm. Moreover, there was no progress in this realm, which meant that when the Golden Dragon technique broke through its limit and reached the 10th layer, he would likely step into the innate realm. It should be known that the 7 great sects that led to the downfall of the Dian dynasty were deemed sacred in martial arts because they had innate masters in their sects. Now that Liang Sheng was in the half-step innate realm, he had gained an extra layer of self-protection. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to test his current strength. The next moment, he circulated the Golden Dragon technique within his body, and with a palm strike, under the augmentation of the half-step innate realm's true qi, the palm seemed like a golden dragon. The huge rock in front of him, following a loud noise, collapsed into pieces, and even more so, the surrounding forest was affected by the aftermath of his palm strike, crushing a pit with a radius of 10 meters. Seeing this, even Liang Sheng himself couldn't believe it. He hadn't expected that his experiment would create such a commotion, like a small landslide. The next moment, his ears twitched, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. As expected, his actions had attracted the attention of Jinshan Temple, and he must not be so reckless next time. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng lightly tapped his toes, and his entire body was already tens of meters away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Liang Sheng's experiment with his own power had indeed caused trouble for Jinshan Temple, as at this rhyme, they were still receiving the prince's arrival. After Yan attended Li Mulan's banquet in Jinzhou City, he did not stay in the mansion prepared by Li Mulan, but insisted on going to Jinshan Temple. Li Mulan had no choice but to personally accompany him and, together with the Dragon Suppression Guard, escort Yan up the mountain. When Xiannan and the other high monks received the news, they were also somewhat surprised. They hadn't expected Yan to be so eager to climb the mountain, and they didn't know why he was doing so. However, they quickly gathered at the temple gate to await his arrival. This time, almost all of the high monks from the Xian generation were assembled, making it a rare occurrence in many years. Their feelings were also somewhat complicated since 13 years had passed, and the little novice monk from back then had now become the prince. They couldn't help but wonder what he looked like now. At this moment, several high monks suddenly felt their spirits rise, as being high-level martial arts practitioners, they had sharp senses. Immediately following, a fast horse appeared before them, and then a scene like a mighty army arrived, with the Dragon Suppression Guard making a full appearance. Surrounded by the Dragon Suppression Guard in the middle was a luxurious horse carriage, behind it were the local county Ya constables. Seated in the carriage was Prince Yan. Soon, the horse carriage stopped at the entrance of Jinshan Temple, and County Lord Li Mulan and others were following nearby. As the carriage door opened, Prince Yan finally appeared in front of the high monks like Suanese. What a privileged young master! Suanese couldn't help but praise in his heart. Prince Yan also seemed a bit excited, as he immediately shook hands with Suanese as soon as he got off the carriage. The old monk Suanese pays respects to the prince. Master Chief, it's been a long time since we met. Because Yan held his hand, Suanese could only bow slightly, but he was stopped by the prince. Master Chief, there is no need for this, I am. However, at this point, Suanese and the others were all taken aback, their faces changing dramatically. The Drone Suppression Guard Captain Wu Gang's face also changed. Dragon Suppression Guard, form a line and protect Prince Yan. In an instant, the Dragon Suppression Guard surrounded Yan. The other people did not know what had happened, and after a while, Chen Shiqiang and Liang Yingke finally reacted. A loud bang came from the northwest, followed by an extremely powerful qi. No wonder Wu Gang and the high monks of Jinshan Temple were so panicked just now. At this moment, Wu Gang was naturally a bit nervous, because unlike others, he knew some of the inside stories about Yan's visit to Jinzhou City. It was not only to recall old friendships, but also to seek refuge. Chen team, hurry to the northwest and search within a 5-mile radius area. If there is any situation, send a signal immediately. Yes. Then, a small team of 4 dragon suppression guards set off, and without any hesitation, turned their horses' heads and went straight to the northwest. At this moment, everyone was a little uneasy, especially those with higher martial arts cultivation. They found it even more unbelievable in their hearts. They never thought that such a small city like Jinzhou City would have such a master. It was indeed incredible. Wu Gang looked at Suanese and other high monks standing beside Yan, and breathed a sigh of relief, as they too were at the same level of postnatal 9 realms. But what he didn't know was that Suanese and the high monks were somewhat doubtful in their hearts. Suanese glanced at Xuannian, who shook his head slightly. This made Suanese increasingly puzzled. If it were not for the presence of Yan and others, he would have probably gone to the back mountain of Jinshan Temple to investigate. Because the only one in Jinzhou City who possesses this strength is probably Abbot Xiankong. Yet Suanyan's head shake just now indicated that the abbot hadn't come down the mountain. Then, who else in Jinzhou City had such power? Just as they were puzzled, footsteps suddenly came from behind them. Xuannian turned back, only to see Abbot Xiankong, to his astonishment. In all these years, it was the first time Xiankong had appeared in front of outsiders. What puzzled him even more was the seriousness and pressure on Xuankong's face. Xuankong's appearance also made Wu Gang involuntarily grip the hilt of the knife at his waist, and without realizing it, his palms were already sweaty. Although Xiankong did not look at him, the pressure in his heart was growing rapidly. The same was true for Chen Shiqiang and Liang Ying. At this moment, the two of them were even more unbearable, sweating profusely. Just a slight exposure of the other's qi was enough to exert such a power. It seemed the person must have already broken through the postnatal 9 realms but had not yet broken through the innate realm. Otherwise, he would have probably reacted like Chen Shiqiang and lost the will to resist, directly submitting to the other's qi. That is an innate master, unbearable by thousands. Wu Gang stared at the other party, secretly complaining in his heart. Although the dragon suppression guard was by his side, he didn't feel safe. He unconsciously blocked Yan due to tension. Seeing this, Yan frowned, but he did nor get angry. Spoke softly. Captain Wu. Upon hearing Yan's voice, Wu Gang realized his actions might be crossing a line, but he didn't back down, and instead, carefully explained. Your Highness, please don't be offended. It is for your safety. I cannot see through the cultivation of this great master. Hearing this, Yan was first shocked, then overjoyed. It seemed that his visit to Jinzhou City this time was not in vain. The next moment, Xiankong suddenly tapped the ground with his toes, and Wu Gang was shocked. Not good. Chapter 53, Return Without Success. Jinshan Temple. At this moment, Abbot Xiankong suddenly made a move, startling Wu Gang, who instinctively drew the long knife from his waist and stood in front of Yan. Senior brother. Xiannan was also clueless, but he breathed a sigh of relief the next moment, as Xiankong didn't even glance at Yan and went directly towards the northwest direction. Seeing Xiankong leaving, Wu Gang finally took a deep breath, realizing that his back was covered in cold sweat. If Xiankong really intended to attack the prince, he wouldn't be able to block it. Even if the dragon suppression guard was nearby, it would be of no use. Yan's cultivation level was not high, so he did not realize the danger they were in just now. He was actually immersed in the joy of Suan Kong's unfathomable cultivation. Let's follow. All? Your Highness, this is not quite appropriate. Just as Wu Gang wanted to stop Yan from entering the perilous situation, the sound of horseshoes rang out. Wu Gang looked back and couldn't help but feel relieved. It seemed that it was not the worst-case scenario he had imagined, as the Chen team had safely returned, indicating that they had not encountered danger on the way. Wu Gang breathed a little easier when someone from the Chen team dismounted, knelt on one knee, and bowed with clenched fists. Reporting to the captain, there is a huge pit to the northwest, with broken rocks and trees. Apart from this, there is no sign of anything unusual. Hearing this, Yan couldn't stay put any longer as there was no danger. Captain Wu, by my order, follow up. Yes. At this time, Wu Gang no longer tried to persuade Yan. However, he gave Xian Nan and the other high monks a meaningful glance, and Xian Nan immediately understood Wu Gang's intention. Your Highness, how about all of us go and take a look together? What do you think? Yan would naturally not refuse Xian Nan's kindness. His goal in coming to Jinzhou City was the high monks of Jinshan Temple. Besides, there was now the unexpected surprise of the abbot. Chief, if you want to go, it's certainly fine. Yan didn't hesitate and turned to Wu Gang. Captain Wu, please lead the Dragon Suppression Guard to clear the path. Yes. Then, they surrounded Yan and followed the Dragon Suppression Guard towards the northwest direction in a grand manner. At this moment, Liang Ying, who was following behind, had a flickering gaze. Now, he couldn't help but feel some regret. Jinshan Temple was even stronger than he had imagined. Who could have known that the never-before-seen abbot of Jinshan Temple would have such terrifying cultivation? However, it's not too late to know now. In addition, Jinshan Temple has been quite responsive to his requests over the years, so it's not impossible to further deepen their cooperation. Thinking of this, his heart grew hotter. The thought of several Xian generation high monks in Jinshan Temple being at the postnatal 9 realm, and with the help of an expert like the abbot, would he also have the opportunity to advance further? No one paid attention to what Liang Ying was thinking at this moment, while the Dragon Suppression Guard was extremely vigilant and cautious along the way. In no time, they arrived at the huge pit that the Chen team had mentioned. At this moment, seeing the mess in front of them and the twisted trees, even Yan with his low cultivation was deeply shocked. Wu Gang and the others, who had profound cultivation, were even more shocked. They never thought that there would be such powerful experts hidden in small Jinzhou City. 2 of them. Wu Gang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These nameless and Jinshan Temple masters, even in the capital, were not to be easily offended, as they were considered heroes. After all, that was half-step innate. Innate nation protectors have never been a joke. So, a half-step innate is also considered a half-step nation protector existence. Who would dare to offend them easily? He couldn't help but glance at Yan from the corner of his eye and sigh. The prince was indeed well prepared when he came from the capital. After this, the prince of Ping'an's mansion would probably face another upheaval. However, all of this depended on whether the prince could win over Jinshan Temple first. Bender. At this moment, Yan was indeed thinking as Wu Gang had guessed, so although he was shocked by the destruction here, he still focused on finding Xian Kong. Xian Kong was not far from the huge pit, in front of a collapsed mountain stone, his expression extremely serious at this moment. It seemed that this nameless expert was in closed-door cultivation here, and had just broken through not long ago, which meant that the traces of his breakthrough still remained on his body. Thinking of this, Xian Kong didn't hesitate at all, once again tapping his toes, determined a direction, and leaped away from this place in one bound. Yan wanted to shout a greeting but saw this and hurriedly urged Wu Gang to catch up. However, they could only give up their pursuit after not much time. That's because they simply couldn't catch up with Xian Kong, and they could only watch as Xian Kong disappeared from their sight. Seeing this, Yan naturally felt unwilling in his heart and wanted to continue pursuing. After all, his coming to Jinzhou City was a helpless move, and at this moment, he felt like he was grasping at the last straw. How could he not hold on tightly? Wu Gang didn't dare to say much at this time, so he could only quietly give another signal to Suanese, who didn't want to continue pursuing at this time either. Firstly, they definitely couldn't catch up no matter what. Secondly, their abbot elder brother must have his reasons, so it's better not to disturb him and avoid messing up his plan. So, after receiving Wu Gang's eye signal, he immediately stepped forward, put his hands together, and recited a Buddhist chant. Son of the Crown Prince, it's already late now, let's go back to the temple first. I think the abbot elder brother will naturally come back when he finishes his business. Hearing this, Yan could only sigh in his heart. After the look of disappointment on his face receded, he smiled and said, "Since the chief master said so, then I will listen to the chief. Captain Wu, let's go back." "Yes. Dragon Suppression Guard, heed my command, return to base." Wu Gang was overjoyed, for now, he didn't have to waste his efforts, and then the group headed back to Jinjin Temple in a mighty manner once again. In the forest, Liang Sheng was in high spirits, as he had broken through the half-step innate realm, not just in Jinzhou City, but even throughout the whole Dian dynasty. As long as he didn't court death, he was free to roam the world. At this moment, postnatal nine-realm experts no longer posed any threat to him, but this also made him feel great awe for innate experts. If he was already so powerful in the half-step innate realm, what about the existence of innate national protectors? Moreover, he wondered how strong the founding emperor of the Dian dynasty was to be able to eradicate the 7 great sects, as they were martial saint lands with innate masters, and there were 7 of them. Because of this, he was also wary of the Dian dynasty, fearing that it had its trump card by now, but he didn't need to belittle himself either. With his current strength, as long as he didn't meddle in affairs, he could be carefree. So after leaving the retreat, he was quite leisurely when descending the mountain, even encountering a group of hunters. The hunters saw him and took the initiative to ask which village he was from and whether he had encountered a fierce beast, which was why he had returned empty-handed. Liang Sheng was momentarily stunned, then realizing the reason, looking at his dirty clothes. Didn't his appearance resemble that of a hunter who hadn't returned from the forest for several days? He was about to answer when a figure raced past him from behind, and Liang Sheng's face changed involuntarily. Half-step innate. If it wasn't Xiankong, who else could it be? However, Xiankong only glanced at Liang Sheng and the others, without any pause, continuing to head down the mountain, moving towards the officials' road at the foot of the mountain, and he never noticed any suspicious people. Xuankong's face couldn't help turning ugly, but he had no choice but to return since searching any further would be in vain. However, the anonymous expert that made him uneasy was too close to the Jinjin temple for his liking. If the expert had hostile intentions towards the temple, it could be a big problem. But how could Xiankong imagine that the person he was looking for was actually among the hunters he had just seen, and he wouldn't think that Liang Sheng, thanks to the existence of the attribute panel, had no trace of qi left within. Xiankong eventually returned empty-handed, only to find that the lights in the Great Hall of Jinjin Temple were brightly lit, and Yan had been waiting for him all the time. Seeing Xiankong, Yan's expression was extremely surprised and delighted, and his attitude was extremely humble. "I am Prince Yan, greetings to the Master." Chapter 54, Barrier-Breaking Pill. Jinzhou City. Liang Sheng politely declined the hunter's invitation to visit his home in the mountain, and went straight back to Jinzhou City. Although when he returned the city gates were already closed, for him, sneaking into the city was not a problem at all. It was just that Liang Sheng's passions had surged after his breakthrough to half-step innate, but now they had returned to their calmness once again. Master Xiankong's appearance at the Jinjin temple had sounded the alarm bell in his heart once more. A small temple like Jinjin could harbor impressive talents, but there were even more powerful figures hidden throughout the world. He must not become arrogant and lose sight of himself. However, Liang Sheng would not think less of himself either. It was just that from now on, he would have to be more careful in his actions. Afterward, he organized his emotions and went to Yushun building. Having broken through the half-step innate today, his lifespan had surged to 800 more years, and that was worth celebrating. It was that night when he went to Yushun building and listened to the boasts of the young men there that he learned that Jinjin Temple's crown prince had actually left the capital and arrived in Jinzhou City. Only then did Liang Sheng realize why the security at the city gate of Jinzhou City had been so tight. So, that was the reason. Considering the crown prince's visit to Jinzhou City, there must have been some ulterior motives. But what did that have to do with him? Only someone with a brain problem would provoke such trouble. Moreover, Prince Ping'an was named yet, from the same lineage as the Dian imperial family. The waters there might be as deep as the ocean, and getting involved would only bring trouble. Only these young lordlings still wished to climb into the nobility, to become the fish that leapt over the dragon's gate and fulfill their ambitions. However, they didn't consider the piles of white bones beneath the gates of the nobility. Nevertheless, the peaceful days did not come as Liang Sheng had hoped. After all, wherever there were people, there was Jianghu. Moreover, the sudden arrival of a prince of the royal palace in a small city was bound to have some purpose. Tea house. Zhang Yuntai had become even more steady in demeanor, and the tea house's business was booming. Liang Sheng nodded in admiration at Zhang Yuntai's success. As expected, the Zhang family's wealth and prominence would likely endure for at least 3 generations. Brother Rong truly had a good son. However, the situation in Jinzhou City became tense. During this period, there were sporadic arrivals of martial artists from the outside, and their numbers increased. The inns in the city were almost entirely occupied by these foreign martial artists, and as more and more martial artists entered the city, public order naturally became somewhat unstable. Bender. For a short while, Jinzhou City was rather bleak even during the day, not as bustling as it used to be. Liang Sheng was naturally dissatisfied with this. And all of this was rooted in Prince of Ping'an's mansion's son, Yan. As time passed, more and more powerful figures entered Jinzhou City, and their strength only grew stronger. Originally, Jinzhou City was left with a martial arts family, the Liang family, which had almost lost its reputation. However, during this period, the younger generation of the Liang family had been restrained by their family and were trying their best not to conflict with these foreign martial artists. But martial artists were inherently competitive, seeking to prove their strength and fierceness. The county jail had already detained no fewer than 20 foreign martial artists, and several had even died. At this moment, Liang Sheng was squinting his eyes while pondering in his heart. It seemed that rumors might not be groundless after all. If the rumors were true, he could observe from a distance. If there was no danger. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng made up his mind. He would wait and see how the situation unfolded before making a decision. Jinshan Temple. Damn it! At this moment, Yan was so angry that he slammed the tea bowl in his hand onto the ground. Who leaked the news? Who is spreading rumors in the city? Captain Wu, are the dragon suppression guards, as the state's weapon, really becoming so unreliable? Can't you even keep a lid on things? Wu Gang immediately knelt on one knee, filled with both awe and fear. Your Highness, please calm your anger. It's all due to my inefficiency in handling matters. However, this rumor has spread throughout the entire southwest state, and I'm afraid that more and more martial artists will gather in Jinzhou City in the future. Your Highness, at this moment, it's best for you to set out for the capital as soon as possible. I believe these martial artists would not dare to make a move recklessly. Return to the capital. Yan looked deeply at Wu Gang upon hearing this, his anger immediately dissipated, and he relaxed his tone. I have my own plans for this matter. Captain Wu, it would be better for you to investigate who leaked the information and spread the rumor. Yes. After Wu Gang left, Yan sat down and began to ponder, while a shadow appeared in the corner of the room. Yan seemed unconcerned. Yan-san, have you found the mole? Your Highness, I haven't found the mole yet. This person is hiding extremely well, leaving no trace at all. What a great skill! I didn't expect that my aunt, even far away in the capital, could still cause me trouble. Quite impressive. However, when did she manage to plant a mole among the personal guards handpicked by my mother? The thought of this makes me shiver in fear and lose sleep. Saying this, Yan's fingers clenched until they turned white. How else could he have come all the way to Jinzhou City to win over Jinshan Temple if it wasn't for this reason? Yan-san, although my mother can still hold on for a while, we must hurry nonetheless, otherwise, things will change. Now that the rumors in the city have already spread, there's no need for us to hide anymore. I will meet Master immediately, initially planning to establish a relationship with them first, and then discuss other matters. Time is running out, and I'm afraid there's no more room for delay. This time, Yan-san didn't say anything, and Yan didn't care about him either. He got up and headed straight to the door. Yan-san immediately followed, appearing inconspicuous. In recent days, Xiannan had gradually gotten used to Yan's presence in Jinshan Temple. So, when he heard the report of Yan coming to pay his respects, he hurried out. There's no need for your highness to personally visit me. You just need to give the order, and this old monk will come. Why bother coming yourself? Yan laughed heartily upon hearing this, and after greeting and sitting down, he cut straight to the chase this time. Chief Master, I am originally a novice monk from this temple. Later, by a fortunate coincidence, I entered the capital, and it has been 13 years since I parted ways with you last. But my admiration for you has never changed." Xiannan didn't say anything upon hearing this. Seeing that he was unmoved, Yan didn't get angry and decided to be straightforward. "Chief Master, I won't beat around the bush any longer. Actually, I left the capital this time to avoid misfortune and seek your protection." "Your Highness must be joking. The world is so vast under heaven, who could oppress you?" At this moment, Yan became somewhat agitated. "Some problems have arisen within my mother's family, and my aunt will certainly not let this opportunity slip away. She has long considered me a thorn in her side, and this time, she wants to put me in mortal danger and make my younger brother the sole heir to the mansion." Upon hearing this, Xiannan's face turned bitter. He had previously noticed that Yan was no longer a simple-minded little novice monk, but rather a deep-minded prince from a royal family. However, he did not expect that this time Yan would reveal such significant secrets to him, and there was no benefit in knowing them. How could he meddle in the affairs of the royal family? Not to mention the royal family's struggle for inheritance? That can only be described as a bloody storm. However, the moment he heard those 3 words from Yan's mouth, Xiannan's heart started pounding wildly, and his face was filled with disbelief, while his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Barrier-breaking pill? Chapter 55, The Grand Show Begins, Request for Follow-up. Jinshan Temple. Xiannan remained silent, not caring about Yan's indifference, because he had his own confidence. Who can resist the temptation to own the thing in his hand? "Chief, you must have heard the rumors in the city that I possess the much-coveted breaking barrier pill in the martial arts world, but actually, this is not a rumor." Xiannan never expected Yan to really have the breaking barrier pill. He had previously thought it was just a groundless rumor in the city. After all, even during the period of the 7 great sects, the breaking barrier pill was extremely precious. But who would have thought that this seemingly impossible happenstance would turn out not to be a rumor? When Xiannan heard this, his greed flashed through his heart, but he quickly calmed down and forcefully suppressed his emotions. Since Yan was bold enough to tell him about these things, he had his own confidence, because Xiannan was certain that Jinshan Temple would not do anything to harm him, for he shared the bloodline of the Dian royal family. With this in mind, he stared intently at Yan, wanting to know exactly why he was doing this. "Chief, as long as Jinshan Temple is willing to lend me support, I'll present the breaking barrier pill to you. Master Xian Kong is a half-step innate master, which is nothing short of a pleasant surprise for me. With this breaking barrier pill, Master will surely break through to innate. By then, that wretched woman, the side concubine of the prince, won't stand a chance of forcing me to my death." Upon saying this, Yan's face was full of malice. How dare this vile woman behave like this, for he is the rightful heir to the first inheritor of the royal palace. If it were not for the misfortunes that befell his royal mother, his position as the prince would have otherwise remained unshakable. However, due to the interference of his mother's family, he now had to turn to Jinshan Temple for help. But he could not blame his mother's family, for they had provided the breaking barrier pill. The only one to blame was that wretched woman, whose scheming had truly been unparalleled. Initially, Yan had taken an interest in Jinshan Temple because it had several 9-tiered experts. When Princess Ping'an brought him back to the capital, she had not pursued Jinshan Temple's past faults, wishing to keep them as a backup plan. Little did he know that today, he would actually be using this connection. This time, Yan had originally intended to avoid disaster and use the breaking barrier pill to gain another half-step innate master to protect himself. When consumed by a postnatal 9-realm master, the breaking barrier pill had a 30% chance of breaking through to innate, and would definitely break through to half-step innate. However, the appearance of Master Xian Kong made Yan realize just how lucky he was, giving him an excellent opportunity to turn the tables. He had initially thought that he was merely offering a half-step innate to obtain Jinshan Temple's support, but instead, he now found himself gaining the favor of a true innate nation protector Grand Master. A half-step innate master, upon consuming the breaking barrier pill, would surely become an innate expert. At this point, Xiannan could no longer remain seated, standing up. The breaking barrier pill, should his senior brother consume it, then. At the thought of this, he suppressed the excitement in his heart. "Son of the Crown Prince, could you permit this old monk some time? I need to report this matter in detail to Abbot Elder Brother." "Chief, please feel free to do so, I will be waiting for your good news." Yan was not in a hurry, knowing no martial artist could refuse the barrier-breaking pill. Xiannan didn't stand on ceremony and hurriedly left. This time, he not only sought Xiankong but also gathered all the high-ranking monks of the Xian generation. Breaking barrier pill? Upon hearing Xiannan utter these 3 words, the others reacted in disbelief, just as Xiannan had earlier. Xiannan nodded affirmatively, and at this point, the monks of the Xian generation felt as if they were in a dream, thinking how their senior brother, Master Xiankong, had failed to break through the bottleneck and become an innate grandmaster all these years. Who would have thought that now, the opportunity would suddenly appear before their eyes? With this in mind, everyone turned to Xiankong, curious about his decision. Naturally, Xiankong was also somewhat moved. He even thought to himself, if only Yan wasn't the prince of the palace of Ping'an, then he could have killed him and seized his treasure without consequence. But this was merely wishful thinking, for if he killed Yan, the Dian dynasty's response would be to make Jinshan Temple disappear from the face of the world. By then, even if Xiankong were to become an innate grandmaster, the inheritance of Jinshan Temple would still prevail as the most important matter. After pondering the pros and cons, Xiankong made his final decision: only by breaking through to innate could Jinshan Temple truly rise to prominence. Moreover, with their connection to the Prince of Ping'an's mansion, Jinshan Temple's progress would not be hindered by the Dian dynasty, instead allowing it to flourish and prosper. Once the decision was made, Xiankong didn't hesitate, standing up and proclaimed, "Junior brothers, I have decided to cooperate with the Prince of Ping'an's mansion this time, and everything is for the sake of Jinshan Temple." Ba. The Xian generation high monks naturally understood Xiankong's meaning, and it was time for Jinshan Temple to have an innate master. It was a morale-boosting belief that Jinshan Temple would surely rise because it had been too long since an innate master had appeared in Jinshan Temple. Time can make people despair. That night, Xiankong met with Yan alone. No one knew what they talked about, but that night Xiankong announced that he would enter a life-closing retreat. Just like that, Xiannan and the others were resolute and completely sealed off Jinshan Temple, no longer allowing pilgrims to burn incense and worship Buddha. Thus, Jinshan Temple was closed off. As for the Dragon Suppression Guard, they were even more arranged by Yan to rotate patrols every 2 hours, not letting any information about Jinshan Temple leak out. Jinzhou City. During this time, an increasing number of martial artists from outside Jinzhou City came, and the pressure on the county government office greatly increased. Every day there would be street fights, creating extreme chaos. In an ordinary house in the city, someone was secretly plotting at this moment. The news has been out for so long, and quite a few famous experts from the martial arts world have come. Can we take action now? One of them had a knife scar on his face, crossing his entire face, making him look extremely ferocious. If people from the martial arts world saw him, they would exclaim in surprise, this person was actually Bloodhand Qin Xing. The other person had white eyebrows and black hair, looking somewhat eerie. He was also a famous expert in the martial arts world, Chu Xiang. The side concubine of the prince has sent a letter saying that she can't wait any longer. The longer the time, the more variables. Who could have thought that there really is a barrier-breaking pill in the Chu family? Side concubine of the prince has said this time, as long as Yan is killed, no matter who gets the barrier-breaking pill, she won't mind. As soon as this sentence came out, both of their breathing became more rapid. I had contacted the Lifeless sect earlier and asked them to send some people over to muddy the waters, ensuring that the plan goes smoothly. But unexpectedly, they refused our invitation this time. They really are unreliable. At this point, Chu Xiang couldn't help but slap the table in anger, showing his inner fury, while Qin Xing didn't care. It doesn't matter, they are just jumping clowns. Otherwise, after making so much trouble over the years, they would have done more than just small skirmishes. The key now is that we must take action. The closure of Jinshan Temple makes me uneasy. Fine, if that's the case, I'll have the Duan family's 5 tigers stir up the martial artists in the city tomorrow. When we get to Jinshan Temple, we'll act according to the situation. If there's a chance, we'll kill Yan directly. As for the barrier-breaking pill, it depends on who's luckier. All right. Deep in both of their eyes was greed. Barrier-breaking pill. As Chu Xiang and Qin Xing were conspiring to kill Yan, in another mansion, people were also discussing what to do next. These were the very disciples of the Lifeless sect mentioned by Qin Xing and Chu Xiang. However, their conversation was much more peaceful. Protector, Do you think Yan really has a barrier-breaking pill? If so, is it a pity that our sect decided not to snatch it? Don't think too much, the sect has its own plans for this, you just need to execute your tasks. You must remember that our mission is to ensure Yan's safety. As long as he is safe, we don't need to be involved in this incident. If anyone acts without respecting the sect's decision, don't blame me for enforcing the family rules. At this point, he looked at everyone in the room, and they all immediately straightened up, not daring to even breathe. Seeing them sitting on pins and needles, the protector was slightly satisfied, although he didn't quite understand the sect's arrangement. He glanced out of the window, and under the night sky, there was no moonlight. The moon was completely blocked by clouds, and it was densely covered with dark clouds. Something was bound to happen. Chapter 56, Innate Grandmaster. Jinzhou City. While everyone was coveting the barrier-breaking pill, Liang Sheng merely watched with cold eyes, which allowed him to see the situation more clearly. At this moment, Jinzhou City was like a barrel of explosives, just missing a fuse. One spark would trigger an instantaneous explosion. As for the rumors about the barrier-breaking pill, he didn't know if they were true or not, but the fact that a grand drama was about to begin was undeniable. After all, the barrier-breaking pill was a treasure in the martial arts world. Before reaching the innate realm, if one encountered a cultivation bottleneck, a single barrier-breaking pill could help them break through the bottleneck smoothly and advance to a higher level. But no one would use the barrier-breaking pill to break through the postnatal realm. Only those who reached the 9th level of the postnatal realm would consider using such a precious pill. However, the barrier-breaking pill was not easily found, as it was not commonly seen in reality. Only the top big families might come across it occasionally. It was said that this pill was a spoil of war from the Dian dynasty's defeat of the 7 great sects and was rewarded to the founding emperor for his merit. Only the Dian dynasty's royal family knew the method to refine the barrier-breaking pill, but the success rate was pathetically low. Up until now, the barrier-breaking pill had become almost a legend. It was unexpected that it appeared in the hands of Prince Yan of Ping'an in Jinzhou City. However, Liang Sheng was not interested in the barrier-breaking pill at all. After all, what was a cultivation bottleneck to him? Because of the talent of innocent foolishness, his cultivation was slow, but there were no bottlenecks in all the methods in the world. For him, the barrier-breaking pill was practically useless. That's why he could remain calm, acting as a quiet spectator, watching as the volatile Jinzhou City was on the verge of a complete explosion. Tonight, he had planned to go to Yushun Building, but in the end, he chose to head outside the city under the cover of darkness because the grand show had finally begun. How could he not watch such a grand spectacle? It seemed that these martial artists didn't yet know that Abbot Xiankong of Jinshan Temple was a half-step innate expert, did they? If they knew about this, would they still dare to go to Jinshan Temple? Outside Jinzhou City. At this moment, there were martial artists dressed in night-walking clothes and their faces concealed, hurriedly heading forward, diving into the forest and aiming for Jinshan Temple. They had received news that the Duan family's 5 tigers had obtained accurate clues. The barrier-breaking pill was in the hands of Prince Yan of Ping'an, and they were already on their way to Jinshan Temple. Since the news had been confirmed, as martial artists who had fought on the edge of a knife, they were fearless. Their excitement could hardly be contained, as if they were destined to obtain the barrier-breaking pill. Along the way, they were always wary of other people. After all, they were all competitors, but they did not fight each other. Now was not the time for internal strife. Temporarily, they were considered an alliance since the dragon suppression guards were not easy to deal with. Fortunately, there were quite a few postnatal 9th layer experts who had come this time. With them taking the lead in the charge, the dragon suppression guards wouldn't be able to hold. The barrier-breaking pill would certainly be obtained by them. Of course, who would finally claim the prize remained unknown, but even average cultivators jostled for position as if they were the chosen ones. As for the postnatal 9th layer experts who had come, they were more determined than ever to obtain the pill. After all, with the barrier-breaking pill, they could at least break through to the half-step innate realm. If they looked further ahead, after breaking through to the half-step innate realm, they would consume the barrier-breaking pill and make a leap towards the innate realm. Thinking of this, their eyes grew hotter. Under the present-day heaven, the rumors of the 7 great masters suppressing the martial arts world of Dian dynasty were spreading. Even the Dian emperor was courteous and polite to the 7 great masters and wouldn't offend them easily. The title of innate nation protector wasn't just for show, they could only be dealt with by an innate grandmaster. Even postnatal 9th layer experts were no more than mere numbers in front of an innate grandmaster. Jinshan Temple. At this moment, Wu Gang's face was gloomy. Two squads had lost contact by now, and as for the defensive line formed by Chen Shiqiang and his constables at the county government office, it had already fallen. Prince Yan seemed calm and unruffled, not worried at all. When Wu Gang came to report, he even asked him to calm down. "Captain Wu, I believe in the Dragon Suppression Guard. These lowly Jianghe people are nothing more than clowns. Moreover, the high monks of Jinshan Temple are here, you don't have to worry about my safety. Just focus on killing the enemy." Indeed, our Dian dynasty's founding emperor was far-sighted. These martial artists don't know their place. The demise of the 7 great sects is their own fault. Now they dare to offend my Prince of Ping'an's mansion. Captain Wu, I hope you won't show any mercy. I want them to know that the only path after offending my prince's mansion is death. Yes. Wu Gang's blood boiled. He glanced at the shadow in the corner where Yin San was secretly standing and thought of the Xian generation high monks nearby, finally putting his mind at ease. Since there was no need to worry, these damned, lowly martial artists should experience the might of the Dragon Suppression Guard. Dragon Suppression Guard, assemble, form up, kill without mercy. This time, before the martial artists could respond, they saw the Dragon Suppression Guard gather and quickly form into 3-man teams. The 3 Talents Formation. The martial artists who previously thought the Dragon Suppression Guard was nothing special paid the price for their carelessness. Several intermediate-level martial artists who previously joined the large group in killing a few Dragon Suppression Guards thought they were nothing special. When they saw the Dragon Suppression Guard formation charging at them, they didn't pay attention and failed to dodge in time. The next moment, the unmatched power of their long spears pierced through the protective true qi, instantly killing them. At this point, the martial artists were like scattered sand, being defeated one by one by the Dragon Suppression Guard, causing heavy casualties. Wu Gang couldn't help but smirk, thinking that the Dragon Suppression Guard wasn't to be underestimated. However, the next moment, his smile froze, his eyes burning with anger. They saw the previously uninvolved postnatal 9th layer experts couldn't help but join the fray to attack the Dragon Suppression Guard as the martial artists continued to lose ground. Wu Gang didn't have time to change formation, and the Dragon Suppression Guard was instantly crushed under the attacks of several 9th layer experts, blood staining the scene. "How dare you!" Wu Gang's eyes widened with anger. Each loss of the Dragon Suppression Guard was a stab to his heart. Wu Gang couldn't help but join the battlefield himself. It was too late to change formation. The only way to save the lives of his subordinates was to stop these 9th layer experts. However, Wu Gang was alone. Although Chen Shiqiang and Liang Ying were both in the postnatal 8th realm, they were already cornered and struggling. Seeing this, the martial artists were reinvigorated and believed that once they broke through the Dragon Suppression Guard, they would have half the success in obtaining the barrier-breaking pill. A mile away, Liang Sheng sat on a tree branch, his qi perfectly concealed, undetected by anyone. He didn't think the martial artists had the upper hand at this moment, instead, he believed they had fallen into a trap, and the most straightforward reason was that the high monks of Jinshan Temple had not yet joined the battle. Moreover, these high monks didn't stay in Jinshan Temple but hid around it. With Liang Sheng's half-step in 8th realm, he could clearly see their presence. It could only be said that Yan was no longer the novice monk of the past but Prince Yan of Ping'an, using the Dragon Suppression Guard as bait with no hesitation. At this moment, Liang Sheng's expression changed. A powerful aura erupted from Jinshan Temple, like a scorching sun rising in the dark night. Innate Grandmaster. Chapter 57, The Grand Show ends. Jinshan Temple. Underneath their night-walking clothes and face masks, one couldn't see the expressions of Chu Xiang and Qin Xing. However, they were quite satisfied beforehand. But in just a short time, Xian Kong's aura suddenly erupted, and their eyes were filled with horror, with only 4 words surfacing in their hearts. Innate Grandmaster. How is that possible? Not only them, but other postnatal 9th layer experts had also reacted in the first place, their hearts full of trepidation. With an innate Grandmaster present, their wild arrogance was nothing more than courting death. Retreat, it's a trap. But their realization was just too late. You could see Xian Kong suspended in mid-air, he hadn't made any other movements yet, but the martial artists were desperate at the sight of him and quickly fled in panic. Xian Kong didn't show much reaction to this, and Chu Xiang and Qin Xing couldn't help but feel relieved upon seeing this. Their steps unconsciously quickened. They certainly wouldn't outrun an innate grandmaster, but the opponent had not moved immediately, so long as they ran faster than the others. However, at this moment, before the smiles under their masks had time to fade, several monks appeared before their eyes. Amitabha, benefactor, please turn back, this path is impassable. The next moment, the Xian Generation High monks made their move together, and several postnatal 8th level monks acted as support, instantly blocking their retreat. At this point, the previously silent Xian Kong finally reacted. He took a step forward with a leisurely stride, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the martial artists. Then Xian Kong waved his big hand, merely a sleeve of his monk's robe, seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and instantly caused the few in front of him to retreat like they suffered a heavy blow. Blood traces were already oozing from the corners of their mouths. My dear benefactors, our temple has not had the opportunity to entertain you properly. Why are you so eager to leave? As soon as Xian Nan finished speaking, the main gate of Jinshan Temple opened wide. Rows of martial monks were brandishing their staffs. They were the disciplinary martial monks of Jinshan Temple. They all stepped forward together in unison, ingeniously herding everyone together, leaving no way out. At this time, Wu Gang felt bitter inside. Up to this point, how could he not realize what was going on? He was just a bait. It was such a pity for his underlings who lost their lives for no reason. However, he dared not say anything, nor could he say anything. After all, the entire Dian dynasty hails the Ye family. While Wu Gang was feeling bitter, the situation on the battlefield was extremely one-sided. The postnatal 9th layer experts' internal energy was raging, the air seemed to explode, and trees around them collapsed instantly from the shockwaves caused. However, in front of Xian Kong, all of this seemed like mere child's play. He didn't have any special techniques, only a simple hand wave. After several consecutive moves from Xian Kong, those postnatal 9th layer experts were knocked to the ground, vomiting blood, severely injured, and had lost their strength to fight. Without uttering any unnecessary words in front of the big bosses, Chen Shiqiang directly ordered the constables to bind these people and detain them on the side. Without the support of the postnatal 9th layer experts, the rest of the martial artists were no match for the Dragon Suppression Guard. Blood flew everywhere in an instant. The Dragon Suppression Guard, their eyes red, gave the opponents no chance to beg for mercy, and directly slaughtered the martial artists on the spot. They were out to avenge their colleague's death. Upon seeing this, the likes of Xian Kong could only press their hands together and chant Amitabha. On the other side of the corner, Liang Ying was standing next to Chen Shiqiang, a gleam in his eyes. His decision to cooperate with Jinshan Temple was absolutely correct. However, it was time to change the way he interacted with Jinshan Temple. After all, the circumstances had changed, there was an innate grandmaster now. Right then, a hearty laughter came from Jinshan Temple, and immediately after, Prince Yan of Ping'an walked out of Jinshan Temple, looking very smug. He didn't look at the martial artists who were lying on the ground at the moment, but walked straight to Xian Kong, his attitude extremely humble. Master truly is unrivaled under heaven with his strength, justly deserving the title of an innate master. I am truly enlightened at this moment, said the prince. Xian Kong gave a faint smile. The prince jests, this was merely an ordinary display of martial arts. He then continued, Your Highness, I've just made a breakthrough, and my realm is unstable. I must excuse myself now, as I need to consolidate my cultivation level. I hope you understand. Yan naturally didn't mind and quickly nodded. As you wish, Master. I will manage the situation here and ensure it does not become a problem for the temple. Hearing this, Xian Kong immediately took his leave, while the monks and dragon suppression guards of Jinshan Temple all rose to see him off. After all, he was an innate master, a pillar of the nation. However, nobody noticed as Xian Kong glanced southeast out of the corner his eye before leaving. About a mile away in the southeast direction, two people who caught Xian Kong's action felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't dare stay any longer and hurriedly left. However, Yan and the others were clueless about this. At that moment, he looked at the postnatal 9th layer experts who had lost their battle strength and collapsed together. He removed the masks from each of them. When he saw Qin Xing and Chu Xiang, he couldn't help but smile, nearly revealing his teeth. Qin Xing, Chu Xiang, how have you two been? Without waiting for their responses, he continued in a serious tone, "Captain Wu, please escort our 2 honored guests to the backyard. Ensure they are properly entertained and not neglected." After speaking, Yan paid no more attention to those lying on the ground. Instead, he made his way towards Xiannan and the others with a broad smile plastered on his face. His journey to Jinshan Temple this time yielded more than he expected. Truly, as if heaven was assisting him. Outside Jinshan Temple, Liang Sheng was still somewhat excited. An innate expert, fearsome indeed. This was akin to a nuclear weapon in the martial world, no wonder it was referred to as an innate nation protector. The destructive power of postnatal 9th layer realm masters was already astonishing, but against an innate expert, they didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Liang Sheng secretly compared the gap between himself and Xian Kong and sighed in his heart. He probably wouldn't last 3 moves against him. However, Liang Sheng didn't feel too disappointed. Even though he wasn't a match for Xian Kong, he could wear him out. An innate master's lifespan is 150 years. Despite practicing lifespan cultivation technique and keeping themselves in optimum health, they can only live up to 180 years. By the time Xian Kong has grown old, Liang Sheng would probably still be lively and energetic. At this moment, a few martial artists outside Jinshan Temple suddenly showed excitement. Their bindings were removed by constables. It turned out they were the lucky ones chosen for release by Jinshan Temple. After several confirmations, they were overjoyed, feeling fortunate to have survived. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Yan truly had effective means. From this day on, probably no one would dare to stir trouble in Jinzhou City for the prince. After all, that's an innate expert. Finally, Liang Sheng managed to calm down. He decided not to concern himself with whether Jinshan Temple had more secrets. He prepared to leave because after all, it had nothing to do with him. The show was over. Even if there were any surprises, they weren't worth risking his safety for. Why expose himself to danger out of curiosity? With that thought, Liang Sheng got ready to return to the city, choosing to retreat in the southeast direction this time. Earlier, weren't there 2 people from the no-life evil cult over there? Why did they come at this time? And why did they just watch from the shadows without acting rashly? Could it be that his defeat of Baldi had been exposed? He feared Jinshan Temple because of Xian Kong, but he didn't spare a second thought for the 2 postnatal 9th layer experts from the no-life evil cult. With that, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated. His figure vanished into the night, undetected by anyone. Chapter 58, Are there immortals in the world? Jinzhou City. Yan went down the mountain the next day and appeared openly in Jinzhou City. However, this time, there were no more people secretly coveting for him. Only that this time, there were 2 more horse carriages in his convoy, one of which was covered by thick cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. The other carriage was before and after Prince Yan's carriage, and this time the dragon suppression guard did not closely guard the carriage but instead opened the way in front. Meanwhile, the people along the streets of Jinzhou City were blocked by the county government office's bailiffs to prevent them from crowding and bumping into the prince's convoy. All the old people in Jinzhou City couldn't help but sigh, as they seemed to see the scene of Princess Ping'an's arrival more than 10 years ago. At this time, Liang was prepared, having already cleaned up the temporary palace borrowed from one of the Liang family's properties. Liang Ying, of course, had no objections to this and even actively offered the deed to the county government office. Upon arriving at the temporary palace, Yan hurriedly got off the carriage and went to the second carriage, respectfully inviting the person inside to come out. The person inside was none other than the abbot of Jinshan Temple, Master Xian Kong. "Master, let's take a short rest in the city for now. We'll set off for the capital tomorrow," Yan suggested. Xian Kong nodded, having no objections. When he passed by Liang Ying, he even nodded to him, which caught Liang Ying somewhat off guard. Seeing this, Yan couldn't help but glance at Liang, as in the past few days, Liang Ying had been extremely low-key, and Yan had not paid much attention to his presence while preoccupied with many concerns. Liang didn't wait for Yan to ask and proactively introduced, "Your Highness, this is the Lord Liang, the head of the Liang family, and the model for gentry in Jinzhou City. He's the left and right arm of Jinzhou City's county government office." Liang Ying. Yan only thought for a moment before he remembered the name. This was because when Xia's Haikia returned to the capital and met with Prince Ping'an, he had mentioned this man in passing. This man could be soft and strong. If used well, he could be a tame wolf. So it's him. Since the situation in Jinzhou City was tense this time, Yan hadn't had the energy to deal with the various people in the city. Now that he could relax, it was time for him to win them over. Lord Liang, I've heard former County Lord Xia's Haigyo mentioned you before. He always had nothing but praise for you. Now, County Lord Li is able to govern Jinzhou City so effectively, and I'm sure it's all thanks to your strong support, Lord Liang. Your Highness is too kind. If your Highness returns to the capital, please convey my greetings to Prince Ping'an on my behalf. I've always remembered his earnest teachings, Liang Ying humbly replied. Yan nodded and didn't say anything more. He'd only casually mentioned Liang Ying just now to pull some strings. After all, if Xian Kong hadn't greeted him before, how would he have bothered with the likes of the Liang family's patriarch? Yan then hurriedly walked a few steps to catch up with Xian Kong, while Liang deeply looked at Liang Ying. However, Liang Ying kept his head down and respectfully stood to one side, not moving at all. Liang couldn't help but feel a sudden surge in his heart, but he didn't say anything and hurriedly followed Yan. At this moment, Liang Ying, who was lowering his head, had uncertain eyes. Last night, he had personally gone to Xiannan to apologize and even revealed all the measures he had taken back then, just in case. After all, once Xian Kong advanced to an 8 level, the secrets he hadn't mastered would become a joke. Why not trade his honesty for the other party's forgiveness? After all, with Xian Kong around, even if the Prince of Ping'an's mansion learned about the secrets of Jinshan Temple's Dharma sect lineage, they wouldn't care. On the contrary, because of the deep connection between Jinshan Temple and Yan, the two families could naturally become allies and support each other. In front of an innate expert, what does the lineage of the Dharma sect matter? After all, who could say that all the major forces in the Dian dynasty had no connections with the 7 great sects from back then? The merit-based families with the techniques of the 7 great sects as their family foundation were not few. So it's all a small matter, it's just a matter of whether your value is worth it or not. At that time, Xiannan secretly sighed in his heart that Liang Ying's actions were indeed extraordinary. It would be nice to have one more friend like him. After all, who knows if they will need each other's help in the future. Xiannan directly indicated that it was no problem and to let bygones be bygones. He thought Liang Ying's purpose for coming was just that but didn't expect that he actually had other ideas. After listening to his request, Xiannan thought for a while, and finally decided to take him to see Xian Kong. As for the outcome, he would let his senior brother Xian Kong decide for himself. He did this for his own reasons. After all, it was already settled Xian Kong would be going to the capital, and Liang Ying had a point that his senior brother, in fact, needed a capable and trustworthy person in the capital. After Xian Kong heard the purpose of Xiannan's visit, he looked deeply at Liang Ying and didn't refuse. It could be seen as a deal being reached between Liang Ying and Xian Kong. After this, the number of Liang family's younger generation that would be admitted to Jinshan Temple as lay disciples for practicing martial arts doubled, and this agreement was reached verbally. As for why only Xian Kong was allowed to enter the capital, it was Jinshan Temple's attempt at hedging its bets. It couldn't invest all its hopes into one basket, and the fact remains that some of their inheritance was incomplete, with only fragmentary clues to preserve their secrecy, so being cautious would be better. Liang Ying collected his thoughts at this time, looked at the temporary palace which had no problems left, and then took his leave from Liang to return home. He would arrange the selection of the successor to the position of family patriarch tonight. Now all the family elders in his home were from his direct bloodline, and with the support of Jinshan Temple, there shouldn't be any problems after he leaves. That night, the Liang family patriarch changed hands, and even stepped in to replace Liang Ying as the secretary of the county government office, which Liang, even if surprised, could only agree to. After all, Prince Yan previously mentioned this matter, and he even heard rumors that it was Abbot Xian Kong himself who spoke to Yan personally, asking Liang Ying to follow at his side. So Liang Ying's handover this time was extremely swift, and all the details were finalized that very night. Liang Ying, the Liang family patriarch, removed himself from his position as patriarch and was no longer the secretary of the county government office. Early the next day, Liang Ying followed the Prince Yan of Ping'an's convoy and left Jinzhou City for the capital. With this trip to the capital, he must carve out a future for the Liang family. Jinzhou City. Tea house. Zhang Yuntai personally brought over the tea, and by now Liang Sheng had become a regular customer. He was naturally not going to be careless with Liang Sheng's tea. At this moment, Liang Sheng was drinking morning tea when he heard the conversations among the tea guests. They started with gossip about Prince Yan, but then he heard the news about the changing of the Liang family patriarch and couldn't help being surprised. His cousin Liang Ying really did have brilliant methods. After this, it didn't matter who the Jinzhou City County Lord was, the Liang family might be able to stand tall. After all, on one hand, there was the relationship with Jinshan Temple, and on the other hand, Liang Ying was entering the capital. As long as there was no accurate information, no one would dare to cause trouble. What a great strategy! Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but he wasn't too excited either. After all, no matter how clever the other party's strategy was, time would wash away everything. He just needed to remain firm, the matters of the capital had nothing to do with him, he just needed to stay detached from the secular world and slowly grow in the river of time. He was extremely relaxed in his heart, knowing that with Xian Kong's departure, there was no one left in Jinzhou City who posed a threat to him. Why worry? While he was at peace, Liang Sheng also had some troubles related to greed. Considering the source of his concerns, who in the world wouldn't be tempted? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but take another sip of tea to calm his emotions, and carefully recalled the information revealed by the protector of the lifeless sect. Could there be immortals in the world of the secular? Chapter 59, Turmoil in the Capital. Capital. News of Prince Yan's high-profile return to the capital has caused confusion and intrigue among the various aristocratic families residing there. After all, he had left the capital previously in disgrace in order to avoid disaster due to a major scandal involving his mother, the Princess Ping'an. As a result of the scandal, Princess Ping'an was even confined to the royal palace. The entire ordeal was common knowledge among the powerful families, who had witnessed their share of power struggles within their households as well. Moreover, the side concubine of Prince Ping'an's mother's family was not considered weak and had exceptional methods. Utilizing the wrongdoing of Princess Ping'an's family to her advantage, she somehow managed to force Yan to leave the capital for a distant land. Everyone had initially believed it impossible for Yan to ever return to the capital, but in just half a month, he had reappeared in the city. How could this not cause astonishment and curiosity among the capital's aristocratic families? Even the side concubine of Prince Ping'an exhibited some doubt and suspicion. The subsequent events that unfolded became the talk of the town, with Yan displaying a fiery temper that bordered on inconceivable. Xiao Rang, father of the side concubine of Prince Ping'an and current left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, stood a chance of being promoted to the position of minister of the Ministry of Rights if all went well. However, on the day of Xiao Rang's return to his official residence, Yan had sent a gift in the form of a mysterious, black cloth-covered box. It was placed directly in front of Xiao Rang's horse carriage without any hesitation. Lord Xiao, Prince Yan has returned to the capital today and has specially brought you this unique gift. We hope you'll accept it with pleasure. Before Xiao Rang had the chance to respond, the mysterious box was carried over to him. The attendants then left abruptly, showing no regard for propriety. In full view of the public, Xiao Rang was unable to hide his fury, but he had to maintain his composure. With a stern face, he had the box brought to his residence. Bender. Upon closer inspection, the box was revealed to be a cage containing two individuals in a horrific state: Qin Xing and Chu Xiang. Their eyes had been gouged out, leaving behind dried streaks of blood. Their kneecaps had been removed, and the tendons in their hands and feet severed, causing them to endure immense pain. Yet they could only groan inaudibly, for their tongues had been cut out as well. How could this be possible? In a moment of shock and rage, Xiao Rang struggled to process the situation before him. After all, these two men were prominent experts in the 9 levels of the postnatal realm, who had been his guests for quite some time. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dread at the sight of their current condition. Quick, bring them inside, he ordered. Xiao Rang hurried back to his residence, but word of these events had already spread like wildfire throughout the capital, reaching the ears of the various aristocratic families residing there. And then, even more shocking news reached the masses, leading many to wonder if the power dynamics within Prince Ping'an's mansion were on the verge of a dramatic shift. Upon Yan's return to the mansion, he had gone straight to the backyard without concern for appearances and had brought Princess Ping'an, who had been under confinement, out with him. When the side concubine of Prince Ping'an learned of this, she refused to back down and attempted to stop him, only to be effortlessly thwarted by Yan himself. Undeterred, the side concubine scoffed and continued to harbor ill will towards him, unaware of the ordeal her father had just faced. She secretly contemplated how Prince Ping'an would deal with Yan upon his return to the mansion. Not just her, but countless pairs of eyes throughout the capital were fixated on the unfolding events at the royal palace. After all, such an enthralling spectacle within the capital was a rare sight to behold. Upon Prince Ping'an's return to the palace, his initial anger appeared to subside, as he entered Yan's residence with a calm demeanor. The outcome of this encounter, however, left many dumbfounded. The matter of the princess' confinement ends here. Should anyone in the palace dare to spread gossip on this matter further, they shall be beaten to death on the spot and their body cast outside the palace. Once this verdict had been passed, it became clear that Yan had successfully turned the tides in his favor. It was even possible that his mother's family would escape any further punishment. After all, the scandal involving them had initially escalated only because their actions had upset Prince Ping'an, leading to unforeseen consequences. The inside story of this matter is not good to talk about. The current relationship between His Majesty the Emperor and Prince Ping'an is delicate, and almost no one in the capital dares to mention it. But now, what everyone is concerned about is why Prince Ping'an's attitude has changed after Yan's return to the capital. None of the major families could get specific news, so they could only speculate in secret. It was not until Xiao Rang carried Qin Xingqiuxiang to find Yan for an explanation that the truth was finally revealed. Innate Master. Yan unexpectedly had an innate master assisting him, which made the struggle for the position of Prince of Ping'an's mansion completely devoid of suspense. And then the events in Jinzhou City began to spread throughout the capital, and countless noble families couldn't help but sigh. As the reputed most stable and powerful family, it's surprising that the maternal family of Princess Ping'an has not used that precious barrier-breaking pill for so many years. However, this kind of action now indeed has its rewards, but most families are more amazed by Yan's long-lasting fortune. If it weren't for this, how could he have been kidnapped and taken away from the royal palace and sent to Jinzhou City to make a connection with Jinshan Temple? So the misfortune of losing him back then seems like a great blessing now? If there are no accidents, Yan's position as prince is as steady as Mount Tai. Jinzhou City. There is an immortal in the mundane world. That's the news that Liang Sheng had heard after he followed the no-life sect followers and investigated post-Jinshan Temple's battle. For the first time since coming to this world, he truly heard the rumors about immortals. There's a secret to becoming an immortal in Dian capital, which is why the no-life sect has been constantly creating incidents within Dian Kingdom. Everything they do is to search for immortals. But the specifics of this, even those two no-life sect followers, are uncertain, and the secret may even involve the destruction of the 7 great sects of Dian dynasty. Unfortunately, time has been too long, and such a secret may only remain among the top echelons of powerful forces in Dian dynasty, such as the Dian royal family. It is precisely because of this that Liang Sheng did not reveal himself to question the two no-life sect followers, as it would be meaningless. However, this made Liang Sheng ponder for a while, and in the end, he was lost in thought and accidentally got his shoes wet from the splashing water stirred up by a passing wooden boat on the riverside. This couldn't help but make Liang Sheng stunned in place for a long time before he came to his senses, unable to help but give a bitter smile, as he was ultimately blinded by the immortal. He's now just a half-step innate, and even if capital truly has the secret to becoming an immortal, there are many innate nation protectors in the capital, how could it be his turn? As the saying goes, interest moves the heart. In the end, he was too greedy. As long as he played it safe, his lifespan was limitless, so why rush? He would naturally go to the capital, as it is the only place where he knows there might be a clue to the existence of immortals in the mundane world. But not now. At this time, the old man rowing a wooden boat collecting lotus flowers in the river saw Liang Sheng's shoes soaked in water and couldn't help but feel genuinely panicked. After all, Liang Sheng's clothes were not something he could afford to compensate. Liang Sheng naturally saw the old man's embarrassment, but because he had wet his shoes, he was able to wake up to reality. So he smiled and nodded at the old man. "Thank you, old sir." Saying that, Liang Sheng threw a piece of broken silver onto the boat, then turned and left, leaving the old man stunned in the boat. Was this person a fool? How unjust was the world for allowing such a rich fool to exist while he himself had to live through poverty despite working so hard? Liang Sheng was unaware of the old man's grumbling in his heart at that moment. His thoughts were clear, and he felt as if his state of mind had risen to a higher level, so he naturally went to Yushan building. Hindsight always comes with a refreshed state of mind, and it was only fitting to celebrate it. Chapter 60, Finally Achieving Innate. Jinzhou City. In the twinkling of an eye, 20 years had passed. At this moment, Liang Sheng, with a touch of grey at his temples and increasingly noticeable wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, appeared mature and dignified. As he walked down the street, the young girls couldn't help but throw a second glance his way. Just like an ordinary person, he wove through the streets, with a calm and composed air about him. Even if he hadn't activated his attribute panel concealment, people would not recognize him as a martial arts expert. The marks of years had made him more gentle and relaxed, and his energy and blood were almost perfectly integrated, giving him a Taoist-like sense of simplicity and humble strength. At this point, he was leisurely heading to Zhang Rongjun's tea house, though the current owner was not Zhang Yuntai but his son Zhang Ruxing. After all, Zhang Yuntai was old, and for the past 2 years, he had no longer made public appearances, preferring to spend time at home with his children and grandchildren. Moreover, he probably wouldn't live much longer. Furthermore, this year's winter seemed particularly cold. Liang Sheng looked up at the overcast sky, suspecting that a heavy snowfall was imminent. He wondered if Zhang Yuntai could survive it. Many things had occurred in the past 20 years, and although he was not in a hurry to go to the capital, he had already collected a lot of information about it. It just took money to solve these issues. After all, he wasn't uncovering any secrets of the large families. Collecting ordinary news from the capital was as simple as could be. At this moment, as he just stepped into the tea house, Zhang Yuntai's son, Zhang Ruxing, rushed out from behind the counter with a beaming smile to greet him. "Master Liang, you're here." Zhang Ruxing gestured for him to follow, and ordered the waiter to prepare tea. "Same old, remember to use the mountain spring water, don't let Master Liang take a sip and ruin our reputation." Liang Sheng just chuckled and didn't say a word. Over the years, he had become a regular tea patron. Most of the teahouse customers knew him as a low-key rural gentry, which was the identity Liang Sheng had been masquerading as for many years. Seeing the teahouse was packed, Liang Sheng told Zhang Ruxing to go about his business and not worry about him. Only then did Zhang Ruxing excuse himself and leave. "Those Zhang family kids, they're all well behaved." Soon, Zhang Ruxing personally brought over the tea, then went back to serve other customers. After a while, he sat down behind the counter and took a little nap. Indeed, his energy had been depleted. His grandfather's condition was not good, and he was worried if his grandfather could survive the winter. However, he himself was helpless. All he could do was his utmost. These past few days, he had even gone so far as to have his younger daughter sleep close to the old man, in a bid to lighten his mood. At this moment, Liang Sheng was sipping tea, watching people passing by on the street. His face was calm. Everyone in the world was busy, all for the sake of survival. Liang Ying had returned to Jinzhou City 15 years ago, sensing that his days were numbered. Unfortunately, he passed away on the road back and had to be transported by coffin. The amount of ice consumed along the way was astronomical, costing a fortune. Liang Sheng secretly went to the mourning hall to see him and lamented that Liang Ying had devoted his entire life to the Liang family, living up to his role of the Liang family's patriarch. What a pity that even after he wormed his way into the royal court in the capital and served at Xian Kong's side, he still failed to break through to the postnatal 9 realm. The first reason was the previous depletion of his original resources due to his desperation, and the second was that his mind was polluted by worldly desires, making his martial arts bottleneck even more solid. However, his sacrifice wasn't in vain. At present, there was no one threatening Yan's position in the Prince of Ping'an's mansion. Once Prince Ping'an passed away, he would be the new prince. As a guest elder of Yan and someone who had served Xian Kong closely, Liang Ying indeed made the Liang family flourish once again. Although the Liang family still didn't have new experts at the postnatal 9 realm, they had 2 pillars at the postnatal 8th level, and even among the younger generations, there was an expert at the postnatal 7 realm. The Liang family was indeed flourishing. The relationship between the Jinshan Temple and the Liang family was naturally becoming closer as they needed each other. Jinshan Temple needed money for its development, while the Liang family needed Jinshan Temple's support in martial arts. It was a perfect match. Therefore, although the Liang family did not have an expert at the postnatal 9 realm, Liang Ying really achieved the goal of only remaining as a martial arts family in Jinzhou City. Of course, it wasn't true that the Liang family had no experts at the postnatal 9 realm. Although Liang Ying struggled to break through the 8 level, Master Heng Ji succeeded in breaking through to the postnatal 9 realm 5 years ago. The high monks of the Xian generation from Jinshan Temple in the past are mostly gone, and those who are currently in power are almost entirely monks of the Hong generation. Other high monks of the Xian generation have almost completely retired to their secluded cultivation. However, as long as Xian Kong is still there, Jinshan Temple has at least 50 more years of prosperity. The memories of the past years flashed through Liang Sheng's mind like passing clouds, and he couldn't help but shake his head. As he himself wasn't aging, why would he feel nostalgic? At that moment, Liang Sheng stood up. Zhang Ruxing rushed to greet him, respectfully seeing him off. Liang Sheng, humming a tune, went straight to Yushun building. He still needed to maintain his youth. Young girls were the best at keeping a person invigorated, which was a young man's medicine. After a few days, the Zhang family suddenly invited the city's renowned doctors into their mansion in a hurry. It seemed that Zhang Yuntai's condition wasn't good. Indeed, not long after the Zhang family's house was adorned in white mourning banners, and the sounds of weeping filled the air. A trace of sorrow flitted across Liang Sheng's heart. Before the march of time, this was simply the norm for human life. After thanking the filial grandsons for their sacrifices, Liang Sheng personally went to the mourning hall to bid Zhang Yuntai goodbye. After losing another old friend, Liang Sheng initially wanted to go for a drink to bid farewell, but a thought flashed through his mind and, on the tips of his toes, he disappeared. He was finally about to break through. Excitement thumped in Liang Sheng's heart. After waiting for 20 years, he finally reached the moment of breaking through to the innate stage. Without any hesitation, he once again entered seclusion in the deep old forest. Bender. A few days passed. The animals in the old forest outside Jinzhou City freaked out, because the blasts of thunder from an unknown source echoed repeatedly as an oppressive aura enveloped the old forest. As beasts are most sensitive to danger, they instantly scrambled to escape. Not far away in a cave, Liang Sheng was sitting in meditation. At this moment, his entire body's qi and blood were churning. His true qi turned into liquid form and rapidly circulated around his body. His internal energy was as dense as a liquid, gradually transforming his body. His appearance was completely ruddy, full of qi and blood, like a dazzling sun. Right then, a loud bang resounded. His body felt renewed, and a sign of life appeared, spreading throughout his whole body. His whole being was like a grand martial arts pill, perfectly harmonious. At the moment of Liang Sheng's breakthrough, a hint of his aura leaked out, causing the surrounding mountain stones to shatter dramatically. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 88. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 10th layer, 10 methods of health cultivation, 13th layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 4th layer. Realm, Innate Grandmaster. Lifespan, 2210. Reaching the 10th layer of the Golden Dragon Technique, which is unprecedented, is just the tip of the iceberg for the innate realm. Reaching innate increases your lifespan by 30 years. Practicing for 20 years has even added 10 years to Liang Sheng's lifespan. This time, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel jubilant. When he opened his eyes, rays of light shot out, even radiating a touch of heat. At this moment, he couldn't help but leap into the air, hanging halfway in the air. He then let out a long howl, sounding like a dragon chant. The entire forest trembled, the animals around fled in panic, but there was no trace of Liang Sheng left in the forest, only the crater he left behind from his breakthrough. 70 years after coming to this world, he finally stepped into the innate today. Joyous. Chapter 61, Capital. Capital City. After leaving Jinzhou City, Liang Sheng traveled leisurely, admiring the mountains and rivers along the way. He unknowingly arrived at the capital city in early spring. On the way, there were some bandits who had blocked the road, or the so-called notorious robbers hunted by the 3 prefectures and 5 states. Would he not be considered as helping to eliminate the evil for the people? Looking at the towering city walls that were dozens of feet high, Liang Sheng felt a surge of excitement at this moment. As expected of the Dian capital, it truly had an extraordinary atmosphere. Under the scorching sun, Liang Sheng could even see the faint glimmers on the city walls. With his keen eyes, he could naturally see what they were. Large crossbows. Perhaps this was the legendary town martial crossbow recorded in unofficial histories. Those below high-level martial arts would have no chance of surviving once targeted by the crossbows. After undergoing the inspection at the city gate, Liang Sheng finally set foot in the capital city, and was immediately greeted by a huge wave of sound. In front of him, horses and carriages filled the street, with people crowding around as far as the eye could see. The bustling scene of the capital city was just the tip of the iceberg. Without any hesitation, Liang Sheng randomly chose a direction and walked forward. Since he had come to the capital, he naturally wanted to explore and visit. He expected to stay in the capital for a long time. Where would the clue to the dust immortal be? Liang Sheng moved toward the city center. In less than half an hour, he had encountered more than a dozen high-level martial artists, and even a master at the peak of the 9 levels of the postnatal realm. As expected of the capital, there were countless talented people. As he approached the city center, the number of people gradually decreased. In a short while, he caught sight of the awe-inspiring imperial city. He took a glance at the imperial city and immediately lowered his head. The king's aura here was so strong that even he, an innate grandmaster, felt some inexplicable pressure. Of course, this was just a feeling. If he had to engage in actual combat, this would not affect his full strength. He even faintly sensed that there was a breath within the imperial city that was no weaker than his own. It seemed that there was also an innate grandmaster within the royal family. At that moment, Liang Sheng took a deep look at the imperial city, turned around, and continued in another direction. With his speed, he was able to familiarize himself with the entire capital city before nightfall. The layout of the capital city also conformed to the principles of feng shui and geomancy, and the traditional arrangement of residential areas was no different from that of Jinzhou City. They were both rich in the north, noble in the east, poor in the south, and cheap in the west. West City and South City were naturally not considered by Liang Sheng. He would be a fool to suffer in those two places. East City was mostly inhabited by noble families, so going there would only draw attention to himself, which did not match his low-key and cautious temperament. Therefore, only North City remained as an option. This area was a gathering place for wealthy merchants, and some refined scholars who could not afford to live in East City would choose to live here as well. Over the years, Liang Sheng's wealth had far exceeded the description of rich and noble. Thinking about this, he did not hesitate and headed straight to the North City. The streets of North City were even more bustling. Tea houses and wine shops were in abundance, and there were even 1 or 2 9-story brothels. This only made Liang Sheng more satisfied, as North City was indeed an ideal place to live. Liang Sheng did not stop. As long as there was money, things could be easily settled. The agencies in Dian were comparable to large companies in his previous life, integrating intermediary services, housekeeping, and real estate transactions. Liang Sheng wouldn't waste his time on trivial matters of life. As long as there was enough money, the agency would take care of everything for him. After explaining his requirements and paying a deposit, Liang Sheng no longer worried about the matter. He was not afraid that the agency would cheat him. Besides, the agency would not ruin its reputation for petty gains. Later, Liang Sheng went straight to a pleasure quarter and saw the 9-story brothel. He could not help but exclaim, as expected of the capital city. Dusty Garden! What a good name! As soon as Liang Sheng appeared, the madam immediately ran out to greet him. After seeing various kinds of people, she knew Liang Sheng was no ordinary person at first glance. A big spender. Not being modest, Liang Sheng grabbed the madam's waist and without waiting for her to speak, he stuffed a silver note into her bosom. The madam immediately smiled, "Girls, why don't you come out and greet our guest?" And so, they spent the night with wines and women, reveling in the pleasures of life. The next morning, as Liang Sheng came out to eat breakfast, someone from the agency found him. He wasn't concerned about it, as an agency wouldn't be able to stay in business if it lacked such abilities. At this moment, the agent was brimming with excitement. "Sir, you have great luck. There's a mansion that perfectly fits your requirements. Do you want to have a look?" Liang Sheng wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and said calmly, "Let's go, have a look." The agency had already prepared a horse carriage. In no time, they arrived at a mansion in North City. As soon as they got out of the carriage, Liang Sheng's eyes lit up. Before entering the gate, a fragrance of osmanthus blossoms wafted from the courtyard. The courtyard was neither too large nor too small. Small courtyards had not only osmanthus trees, but even a wooden pavilion beneath which flowed a stream of water. The front part of the courtyard housed the servants, the second section contained the bedrooms and study, and the backyard was where the kitchen was located. The three-section mansion was small but complete with all essential facilities. Seeing Liang Sheng's expression, the agent knew that the deal was a success. Liang Sheng was decisive and paid 100,000 taels of silver on the spot, and the deed was in his hands. Liang Sheng even liked the carriage he rode in that day, so he directly bought it as well. The agent smiled even wider, making another deal. After that, aided by silver, the mansion was quickly cleaned up. Liang Sheng didn't worry about household affairs, and left everything to old Wu, who had signed the death contract. Since that was the case, Liang Sheng didn't make a fuss about any secondary issues. He selected a few honest and loyal servants at the agency and brought them back home. All of them had signed a death contract, with their lives and deaths fully in Liang Sheng's hands. After that, aided by silver, the mansion was quickly cleaned up. Liang Sheng didn't worry about household affairs, and left everything to old Wu, who had signed the death contract. There are not many rules in the Liang family, but I'm telling you up front, obey and understand what is going on, and don't gossip. If anyone is disloyal, they will be executed and thrown to the mass burial mound outside the city. Old Wu immediately accepted the order, and then Liang Sheng no longer bothered with these trivial matters. Starting today, he considered himself settled in the capital. That being the case, the capital is a mix of all sorts of people, and he needed an identity to stay in the capital quietly and wait for the opportunity to find clues about the dust immortal. He knew that this period would be very long, so Liang Sheng decided to go to the agency again to see if there was a suitable business for him to take over. He asked the coachman to harness the horse carriage, and sat in the carriage on his way to the agency. But not long after he left the alley, he opened the carriage curtain to casually look at the roadside scenery, when he suddenly stopped. "Stop the carriage!" Liang Sheng got off the carriage, and after 2 steps, he was in front of a bookstore at the street corner. There was a wooden sign hanging above it. It was a notice of closure. "Today, I am approaching 60, weak and worried, but my child does not inherit the business, so the shop is closed and I will live out my remaining years in peace. With the help of books and readers, I have benefited greatly from more than 30 years. As a common person, being able to rely on books for sustenance and life early on was a great blessing in my life. As the bookstore fades away, the memories will last forever. May Dian prosper and everyone live in harmony." At this time, Liang Sheng looked at the shop, and there was an old man with white hair, cleaning the bookshelves and sorting books. Liang Sheng thought about it and walked in. The old man didn't turn around, but when he heard the sound, he said, "Guest, I'm sorry, but the bookstore is closed. You can go to the one next door." However, seeing that the guest did not leave but approached instead, he turned his head and saw a handsome young man walking towards him. "Is there something you need, sir?" The old man looked puzzled, and Liang Sheng didn't play coy. "Old sir, since you are going to close the bookstore, would you be willing to transfer the bookstore to me?" The old man looked up and down at Liang Sheng. As he did so, Liang Sheng wiped his hands and carefully picked up a book nearby. "I didn't expect the old sir to have this 10-year-old illustrated edition of Su Kei's travels. It's truly a pleasant surprise." Seeing Liang Sheng's sincere expression and that he recognized the 10-year-old illustrated edition at a glance, the old man knew that the young man was also an avid bookworm. "What does the guest need this bookstore for?" Liang Sheng carefully put the book back in its place, and only then replied, "Old sir, I was never successful in martial arts, but I love reading. Now that I am alone in the capital and happen to see the notice in front of your shop, I think it's a destined opportunity. I would like to take over this bookstore and use it as a comfort." Liang Sheng was still thinking about how to convince the old man, but he didn't expect the old man to nod his head. "Sure, it's lucky to meet a young friend who loves books. I can leave all these books to you." "Ah!" Delighted, Liang Sheng immediately asked the coachman to gallop quickly to invite the people from the agency. The old man's son also hurried over, and the transfer contract was quickly signed, with Liang Sheng becoming the owner of the bookstore. Finally, the old man looked at the bookstore one last time and patted Liang Sheng's shoulder. "Young friend, it's up to you from now on. I am fortunate to be able to leave these books to you before returning to my hometown." With that said, the old man did not wait for Liang Sheng's reply. It was as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend, he turned around and left without looking back, leaving behind a thin silhouette. With his son's support, he boarded the carriage and disappeared into the crowd. Liang Sheng didn't understand why the old man had so easily transferred the bookstore to him. He looked at the plaque of the bookstore, and the name seemed to announce his future life. He couldn't help but smile slightly before entering the bookstore. The store's name, Peaceful Mind Studio. The next day, the neighboring merchants found out that the bookstore had changed hands, and they all came over to say hello and familiarize themselves with one another. Since Liang Sheng's bookstore had no competitive relationship with neighboring shops and his amiable nature, it didn't take long for him to get along well with the surrounding merchants. A few more days passed, and one early morning when Liang Sheng opened the bookstore, he saw old Zhang from the neighboring steamed bun shop walking over with a mysterious look on his face. "Little Liang, there's a good show going on today." "What?" Old Zhang didn't answer, but smiled slyly. Not long after, a group of Jingzhou Mansion constables followed the city defense army and barged into a grain store not far away. It was at this moment that old Zhang spoke up. "Old Su is in for a broken family and ruined life. Little Liang, I can tell you're an outsider, so I'll tell you this, don't even think about climbing high branches. The water in the capital is too deep, and we should live our lives in peace." After saying that, he didn't wait for Liang Sheng to say anything. Old Zhang took a book off the shelf conveniently. His steamed bun shop had run out of paper recently due to good business. If it weren't for this, why would he come to sell Liang Sheng a favor instead of selling steamed buns early in the morning? Seeing this, Liang Sheng didn't say anything, but looked thoughtfully at the grain shop not far away that had now been sealed off. Before, old Su seemed to have mentioned that he had a marital relationship with the Prince of Ping'an's mansion, right? Judging from old Zhang's meaning, he was defeated because of this. Chapter 62, Sky Prison. Capital. Peaceful Mind Studio. It has been 2 days since old Su's grain shop was sealed off, and old Zhang's previously gleeful expression has now turned gloomy. Damn the Prince of Ping'an's mansion! Old Zhang cursed quietly in the steamed bun shop, but there was no way that Liang Sheng's ears wouldn't hear it. As for this, Liang Sheng could only shake his head and wry smile. He had previously thought it was just a small upheaval, but later more and more wealthy households in the north of the city were implicated, so the streets had become deserted. Because of this, old Zhang became upset, as his steamed bun shop's business had plummeted without the foot traffic. At this time, Liang Sheng was sitting in a lounge chair with a book in hand, but his thoughts gradually drifted away. The unrest probably wouldn't calm down in a short period of time. During this free time, Liang Sheng would go to the tea house on the neighboring street for tea, and then return to the bookstore to read. In this leisurely life, Liang Sheng seemed not to care about the situation in the capital, but he had already thoroughly understood the overall framework. The former left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, Xiao Rang, had not successfully been promoted to the position of minister of the Ministry of Rituals in the past 20 years, which caused him to grow older and retire. However, before the emperor's decree was passed to keep him in service and reject his request for retirement, the Imperial Councillor platform had officials denouncing Xiao Rang for accepting bribes and forming cliques for personal gain. There were 13 charges in total, and it was originally thought to be just a quarrel. However, the situation developed rapidly and shocked the entire government and public. That night, Xiao Rang's family was thrown into the Sky Prison, and even the Prince of Ping'an's mansion personally put the side consort of King Ping'an under house arrest, not allowing anyone to visit. These things happened in the blink of an eye, and many people couldn't keep up with the sudden turn of events. Faced with this situation, how could those crafty old bureaucrats in the capital not understand what was going on? One could only say that Prince Yan of Ping'an had been enduring for 20 years, and he finally drew his killing sword at this moment. One strike to kill, perhaps Xiao Rang would never be able to walk out of the Sky Prison in his life. As for why Prince Ping'an was so resolute, perhaps he too had already made his final decision in his heart. After his 100 years, Ping'an's title would probably fall on Yan. And Yan's actions were extremely cautious, clean and efficient, constantly deploying various methods to prevent Xiao Rang from having any chance of turning the tables. Poor old Su was a collateral victim. His sister was originally a concubine of the Xiao family, and Yan even punished the merchants. There seemed to be no chance for Xiao Rang to make a comeback. With Liang Sheng's innate cultivation level, even the most secret conversations in tea houses and taverns reached his ears, so he knew more clearly than most officials what was going on. At this time, when old Zhang was hiding in the steamed bun shop cursing the prince of Ping'an's mansion, he just smiled faintly. He guessed in his heart that once Xiao Rang drank poison and died, this matter would come to an end. After all, Xiao Rang had been an official highest at the rank of left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, and Yan would of course leave him that face. After all, this was the unspoken rule of the whole bureaucracy. While it might be possible to eliminate them all for good measure, such high-ranking officials could not be dragged to the vegetable market like commoners and beheaded. Liang Sheng didn't find it strange that Yan held such an advantage in his heart, because as long as Xian Kong was there, the position of Prince Yan would be as stable as Mount Tai. As long as it didn't involve rebellion and plotting against the country, an innate master could make most people hesitate to offend him easily. At this time, it was natural for Prince Ping'an to take down his side consort, since he was looking for a smooth transfer of the prince's position. In this way, it would be the greatest protection for her, fulfilling the love between husband and wife. But things always seem to go awry. Liang Sheng originally didn't pay attention to this matter anymore, but one day he encountered an unexpected person in the dusty garden. Prince Yan of Ping'an. Although Yan was disguised, how could Liang Sheng not recognize him? But what startled Liang Sheng the most was the person sitting across from Yan. This person had an ordinary appearance and was not eye-catching in the crowd. Even Liang Sheng himself would not have remembered his appearance if it weren't for Yan's special attention to him. It is important to note that Liang Sheng is an innate master, and even he could easily overlook the other party, which shows just how extraordinary they are. What puzzled Liang Sheng the most was the white lotus mark, which the other party accidentally revealed while drinking wine. This was a sign of someone from the lifeless sect. If word got out that Prince Yan of Ping'an was meeting with someone from the lifeless sect, it would likely create a huge disturbance. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but prick up his ears. Although the two people spoke very softly, how could they possibly keep it from him? Dusty garden. Inside a private room on the second floor. At this moment, Yan's face was extremely ugly. Do you know how risky it is for you to ask me to meet with you at this time? Many people in the capital are watching me right now. What exactly do you want to do? However, Chen Sheng, the right envoy of the lifeless sect, didn't care about Yan's upset expression, and directly poured him a glass of wine. Don't worry, Prince. Didn't you come out safely? I have already checked that there is no one following you, so it's not as serious as you think. Seeing Chen Sheng's nonchalant attitude, Yan became even more annoyed, but he didn't dare to leave in anger. After all, the other party held the handle on him, so he had to suppress his anger. At this time, Chen Sheng seemed to feel like he had done something wrong, so he could only apologize repeatedly. Okay. I was too hasty this time. I promise it won't happen like this again. However, the matter is indeed urgent this time, so I had no choice but to take a risk and ask you to help me with something. Hearing this, Yan's expression improved slightly. He picked up the wine and drank it in one gulp, and then asked concisely, "What do you want me to do?" One of our elders from the sect was on a secret mission when he was accidentally caught by the hounds from the 6 Fan Gate. You put Xiao Rang in the sky prison, didn't you? If you go to the sky prison to humiliate him, it shouldn't draw other people's attention. Before he could finish speaking, Yan interrupted him, "That's impossible. The sky prison is heavily guarded. How could I possibly get your lifeless sect elder out of there?" Chen Sheng was not angry when he heard this and still maintained his calm. "I know it's unrealistic for you to bring him out, so I just want you to bring out the thing he has with him. Why do you think he's hiding something that the 6 Fan Gate can't find? And how can he possibly trust me? You don't need to worry about that. The thing may not be a specific item, but just a sentence. As for how to gain his trust, it's very simple. You just need to tell him, Lakeside of Great Ming Lake, the white lotus blooms. Lakeside of Great Ming Lake, the white lotus blooms." Yan repeated it, and Chen Sheng nodded. Then, after discussing some more details, Yan didn't want to stay any longer and prepared to leave. "Next time, don't ask me to meet like this so easily. I don't know how many people are watching me in the capital right now. Don't force me to make a desperate move. I understand. We're all in the same boat, so why would I hurt you? It's just that the matter is urgent, and I had no choice but to act like this. I promise it won't happen again." Yan didn't respond to this, but just kept his face dark and lowered his head as he walked out of the private room. Soon, he left Dusty Garden. Not too long after, Chen Sheng from the Lifeless sect also hurriedly left. Thinking about the situation just now, Liang Sheng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and then also left Dusty Garden, following after him. Prince Yan of Ping'an, Lifeless sect. Interesting. Chapter 63, Another 10 Methods of Health Cultivation. Jinzhou City, Sky Prison. Now, the head of the prison was leading the way with a flattering expression. Son of the Crown Prince, the criminal official Xiao Rang is in the code name Yi cell up ahead, please follow me. Originally, an official like Xiao Rang who had been demoted to Sky Prison should have been placed in the A-grade cells, but everyone in the prison was cunning, and they directly placed him in the harsh conditions of the B-grade cells. When Yan saw Xiao Rang, he found that in just a few days, the other party was unrecognizable, looking like an old beggar, and the stench all over his body. But Yan seemed not to care, squatting in front of the cell door like he was admiring a piece of art, extremely satisfied with Xiao Rang's painful expression. The prison guard beside him couldn't help but step back a little. At this moment, Xiao Rang felt the light darken, and when he saw Yan, he was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly, covering his face with his hands and shouting, "Don't come over!" For some reason, Yan lost his interest in the situation. Now, Xiao Rang was no longer the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, but just an old beggar waiting for his death. "May I ask the prison guard's surname?" The warden had been hiding on the side, afraid of hearing something he shouldn't, but when he saw Yan suddenly turn to ask himself, he was surprised and delighted after a moment of stunned silence. "I am surnamed Zhou, my lord may call me Old Zhou." "Old Zhou? I have always heard that there is a prison officer named Zhou in the Sky Prison, known as the Blood Prison Old Demon who makes any martial arts master submit. Today, I finally meet you, and indeed you are extraordinary. I admire martial arts masters the most, and Master Xian Kong is the existence I look up to the most. Do you mind showing me the martial arts masters imprisoned in the Sky Prison and let me see their true faces?" Old Zhou agreed without any hesitation, nodded, and walked with Yan to the other side. "Son of the Crown Prince, it would be their fortune to be seen by you." However, this time the prison's environment was much worse than before, completely dark and only lit by Old Zhou's torch. In an unintentionally complacent tone, Old Zhou said, "Your Highness, this one is called the Giant Thief across the 3 provinces, with an incredible light body skill, but he was still captured by the 6 Fan Gate No. 1 constable." Yan saw that the prisoner had lost his knee bone, his body was emaciated, and it seemed that he was waiting for the final judgment and beheading after autumn. "This one is Zhang San, a powerful bandit who has fought all over Jiangnan. He is a postnatal 9-realm master, but unfortunately, he will be beheaded in half a month." Introducing several infamous and vicious martial arts masters in a row, Yan casually asked, "I heard that a remnant of the No-Life sect was caught a few days ago, can I go and see him?" "Old Zhou, you know that I was framed by the No-Life sect and wandered outside for 20 years, the hatred in my heart is indescribable, you see." Old Zhou naturally knew the story of Princess Ping'an personally entering Jinzhou City to bring Yan back decades ago, so he immediately led the way. "Son of the Crown Prince, please follow me." After a few twists and turns and descending through several layers of the prison in a short time, they finally arrived in front of a sturdy cast iron cell. Yan had a fierce expression on his face. He unexpectedly pulled out a snake whip. Old Zhou just pretended not to see and stepped back a few paces. However, before he turned around, he said, "Son of the Crown Prince, Dali Temple will continue interrogating him tomorrow, I hope you can spare him some breath." After saying this, Old Zhou withdrew to the corner. Yan couldn't help but nod, thinking secretly that Old Zhou was indeed deserving of the title Blood Prison Old Demon, with keen eyesight. Bender. At this time, the elder of the No-Life sect in the cell hadn't even opened his eyes, perhaps because he had just been brought in, he was still relatively clean. Yan did not dare to get too close, even though the other party was shackled with a steel chain, he would not do a foolish thing, and then directly threw out a whip. "How dare you remnants of the No-Life evil cult plot against this prince? If my fate had not been strong, how could I have survived and returned to the capital?" Smack, smack, smack. Each whip left gory wounds on the elder of the No-Life sect, but he didn't even make a single grunt. However, suddenly, his eyes snapped open. "When this prince personally goes to the lakeside of the Great Ming Lake, and the White Lotus blooms, that will be the day your No-Life sect is destroyed." Seeing the elder's reaction, Yan silently mouthed the 8 words once more. Then, he turned to old Zhou and said, Warden Zhou, I can't quench the rage in my heart, and I don't want to trouble you. Leave for a while, and I guarantee he won't die. Old Zhou smiled and, without much consideration, left the cell, leaving Yan to continue whipping the elder of the no-life sect. However, Zhou stayed close to the cell. Tell me your message quickly. That old man Chen Sheng is desperate for it. Hearing this, the elder of the no-life sect hesitated for a moment, then softly spoke a sentence. Yan, upon hearing that phrase, paused momentarily, was taken aback but went over it in his mind to ensure it was accurate before he continued whipping and cursing. It was quite a while before Yan finally left. He didn't understand the meaning of the elder's words, but the fact that the elder trusted him made Yan wonder about the origin of the secret code within those 8 characters. At this moment, old Zhou, still waiting outside the door, courteously saw Yan off. Afterward, he went back to check on the elder of the no-life sect and, upon finding nothing unusual, finally left. Meanwhile, the expressionless no-life sect elder, despite his flesh being torn to ribbons, still revealed a smirk in the corner of his mouth. His mission was finally complete. Peaceful Mind Studio. As for Liang Sheng, he didn't care how Yan dealt with the no-life sect. That night, after figuring out Chen Sheng's hideout, he didn't take any action. The people in the no-life sect were indeed cunning. After half a turnaround of the capital city, he finally returned to his own hideout. If it weren't for his innate realm cultivation, he would have lost track of them. Who would have thought that an innate nation protector like him would personally skulk around following talent? Liang Sheng did this only as a precaution, and he wouldn't take the initiative to involve himself with Yan and the no-life sect's plot. Once he was aware of their hideout, he left without doing anything. When old Zhang opened his steamed bun shop today, the business was still terrible. It had been several days since he had stolen any books from his own bookstore. Seeing old Zhang cursing in his shop, Liang Sheng didn't mind. At that moment, a coachman pulled up with a carriage full of books and stopped in front of the Peaceful Mind Studio. Manager Liang, your books have arrived. Thank you, thank you. Since he had already arranged for this, the servants at home had been waiting in the bookstore. Seeing the books being brought in, they hurriedly started placing them according to their categories. Liang Sheng was relieved that he hadn't been thrifty and had chosen literate servants, otherwise, today would have been even more laborious. Then, Liang Sheng took the specially prepared parcel from the coachman. At that moment, the man winked at him. Manager Liang, although you're still young, you should visit the pleasure houses less often. Those places are where people's bones are consumed. With that suggestive look, any man would understand. Liang Sheng just laughed it off, and after settling up, he lay on a reclining chair. In his hands were several books, notably the health cultivation methods. It was no wonder that the capital allowed Liang Sheng to find 10 more secret health cultivation methods. After entering the innate realm, his cultivation progress had slowed down even more. Naturally, Liang Sheng needed to find other ways, as he couldn't afford to waste time. This trip to the capital, with 10 additional health cultivation methods, was worth it. Chapter 64, Mountain Rain Approaching. Wind fills the tower. Capital. 3 days later. Old Zhang excitedly walked into the bookstore, with a mysterious expression on his face, and said, Little Liang, I want to tell you some good news. Last night, the former left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Xiao Rang, hanged himself in Sky Prison. Liang Sheng looked up at old Zhang, who seemed to have noticed his doubts and said somewhat defensively, What, you don't believe me? My aunt's son-in-law's cousin's distant relative is a favored concubine of a noble, and the news is absolutely reliable. Seeing that Liang Sheng was still expressionless and hadn't reacted, old Zhang was a bit annoyed. What is the reason for our place being so deserted these days? The reason is the fear of being implicated with him. Now that he's gone, it means the trouble has come to an end, and with my experience, our business will be better in a couple of days. However, Liang Sheng was still unmoved. Excited old Zhang's voice became quieter, only then realizing that little Liang probably didn't care about such things. After all, his family's business was rather small, so having more or fewer customers didn't make much of a difference. The tone of his previous remark might have been a bit overboard. Thinking about it, old Zhang quickly changed the subject. Little Liang, help me pick a children's book for my son to go to a private school. Liang Sheng got up from the recliner, walked to the lower left corner of the bookshelf, took out a 1,000-character classic, and handed it to old Zhang. For the first time, old Zhang actually took out a small piece of broken silver. It was an unprecedented event. Liang Sheng himself was a bit surprised. Stingy people are indeed willing to spend money on their children. However, at the next moment, Liang Sheng took back that thought. Old Zhang sneakily picked up another book from the counter after paying. It seemed he thought the business was improving, so he wanted to prepare more paper for wrapping steamed buns. Liang Sheng watched old Zhang leave, shaking his head, and laid back down on the recliner. The health cultivation method next to him had already been put away. Given his current innate realm, it was very simple for him to start practicing the health cultivation method from the beginning. In just 3 days, he was already close to breaking through to the second layer of the 10 methods of health cultivation. With this progress, his lifespan would subtly increase by 1 or 2 years. With such speed, he would probably reach the 9th layer in a few years, and by then, he would gain hundreds of years of life. He wondered what level of cultivator could be on par with his longevity. However, he currently had no clue about the whereabouts of cultivation, so he could only continue waiting for the right opportunity. But he wasn't in a hurry. After all, what he lacked the least was time. Unconsciously, another day passed as he read and enriched himself. As the sun set, Liang Sheng closed the doors and windows, intending to go to the dusty garden to relax. However, after a few steps, he immediately turned back. Following that, there was a loud explosion from the east, and then thick smoke billowed. At this moment, old Zhang came out and looked at the east with a worried expression. How unfortunate! If it were in any other direction, old Zhang might have been excited, but the eastern city was where many honored nobles and families lived, so there was certainly no peace. While saying this, old Zhang glanced at Liang Sheng. Little Liang, don't go out at night recently and return home early. What's with all this trouble lately? After saying that, he drooped his head and prepared to close up and go home. But while the speaker might have meant nothing, Liang Sheng couldn't help but touch his nose, feeling like he was a jinx, always causing trouble wherever he went. Just like when he passed through a small town on his way to the capital, there happened to be a bandit raid. They were big thieves wanted in 3 prefectures and 5 states. He helped to capture all the bandits. Liang Sheng shook his head, feeling that it was all a coincidence. However, he saw old Zhang act swiftly, preparing to go home and couldn't help admiring how perceptive the citizens of the capital were. Just by hearing a rustle in the grass, they knew something big was happening. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't have the mood and decided to go home directly. At this moment, looking in the direction of the eastern city, he was a little lost in thought. It was not yet night, and he had no intention of going there to join the commotion. However, what exactly happened in the East City? This is the capital, right under the feet of the heavenly sun, how could such a commotion occur? East City. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the Chu royal mansion, and amidst the fiery blaze, several masked men rushed out, followed by the frantic pursuit of the mansion's guards. If Liang Sheng were here, he would have instantly recognized one of them as Chen Sheng. At this moment, Chen Sheng had a calm expression. Hurry, we have what we came for, don't linger. The group seemed to have an understanding and scattered in different directions as soon as they left the mansion. Any palace guards in their way were beheaded with a single stroke. These men were all 9-tiered experts, and the commotion in the mansion naturally attracted the attention of the 9 cities' army commander from the capital. They were in charge of maintaining the capital's security, and they rushed over like the wind, followed by the reinforcements from the 6 fan gate. However, where were the traces of Chen Sheng and the others by this time? At this moment, the number 1 constable of the 6 fan gate, Yang Su, frowned, but inwardly sighed in relief. Other than a few dead guards, his lordship and the princes were all unharmed. At this moment, Chu King Yeshu's face was extremely ugly. His prestigious royal palace had been invaded by remnants of the lifeless sect in broad daylight, which was a grave humiliation. Bender. At this time, when the 9 cities' army commander arrived late, Commander Fu An had barely dismounted when he was whipped by Chu King Yeshu. However, he dared not dodge and took the lash stoically. Worthless. You're all worthless. Although Yeshu wasn't cursing at the 6 fan gate, Yang Su's face was also extremely ugly, as the lifeless sex disturbance in the capital was a direct slap in the face of the 6 fan gate. Your Highness, please calm down. Give me 3 days. I will definitely capture these remnants of the no-life evil cult and bring them to justice. Hearing Yang Su's assurance, Yeshu's mood slightly improved. Moreover, since Yang Su was the #1 constable of the 6 Fan Gate and a postnatal 9th layer expert, Yeshu didn't want to be too harsh on him. Alright, Constable Yang, in consideration of your reputation, I will expect good news from you. Fu Bo, show our guests out. Fu Wen and Yang Su exchanged bitter smiles. Fu Wen clasped his fists. Constable Yang, today Fu owes you a favor. Tell me what to do, and my 9 cities army will cooperate fully. That day, the entire capital was on lockdown. The news of the Chu royal mansion being attacked spread throughout the capital quickly. It was said that the prefect of Jingzhou mansion was summoned to the Taiji hall alone, and his face was extremely ugly when he came out. Afterward, all the officers from Jingzhou mansion were deployed, cooperating with the 6 Fan Gate and the 9 cities army commander to search, focusing mainly on the West City and South City where the 3 teachers and 9 streams resided. In contrast, there was little commotion in the North and East cities. Although they also went door to door for inquiries, they were mostly very polite. After all, they didn't know the background of the people living here, so of course, they could only be courteous. Fortunately, this case involved the Chu king, and nobody in the North City dared to cause trouble. They cooperated fully. However, after a full day of extensive manhunts, they still came up empty-handed, not capturing any remnants of the lifeless sect. On the contrary, they caught quite a few thieves, who were all thrown into the prison cells of the Dali Temple. However, before the situation in Chu King's mansion was clarified, water leaked into King Wu Yetai's mansion that night, causing chaos all night long. King Wu Yetai even entered the palace to complain overnight, and this time, His Majesty, the one of supreme authority in the imperial city, was utterly enraged. In the capital, under the feet of the heavenly sun, the royal relatives had such experiences, which was a direct slap in the face of the Dian dynasty. Everyone in the capital trembled with fear. This time, not only the 9 cities army commander and the 6 Fan Gate were dispatched, but the 5 armies commander's mansion also received the imperial edict to thoroughly investigate the capital. Storm clouds loomed, and the wind filled the building. Chapter 65, Earth's murderous intent. Dragons and serpents emerge on land. Capital City. Early the next morning, Liang Sheng, yawning, arrived at the bookstore, only to see old Zhang with the same lack of energy and a bitter smile after seeing him. They had been up all night with the disturbance and hadn't slept much, but they still had to get up early to do business as usual. Only by doing so could they prove that their conscience was clear and untroubled. This was the wisdom of life. Old Zhang's impression of Liang Sheng thus improved. This young man could get by. However, neither of them was in the mood for idle chatter. The surrounding merchants were in much the same state, but none dared say anything. After all, with the current prince's misfortune and a citywide manhunt, how dare they gossip at this time, thinking their lives too long? Lying in the bookstore, Liang Sheng observed the current situation with a detached gaze. Still, he had not expected the lifeless sect to be so bold as to make such chaos across the entire capital. Who gave them the courage? Liang Sheng couldn't figure it out, and the number of constables and soldiers on the street was increasing. Since the emperor had already become angry, they could only break the case as soon as possible. Only by quickly capturing the remnants of the no-life evil cult can they minimize the impact. Thus, the efficiency of the official's mansion was extremely high this time. Jingzhou Mansion's prefect cut the Gordian knot, directly inviting the local gang leaders from all areas of the capital into the mansion. As the court had little patience left and the matter concerned imperial dignity, the prefect of Jingzhou Mansion assembled information on the gang leaders in no time, which proved effective. Soon, the West City and Southern City were heavily guarded. Yang Su from the 6 Fan Gate personally took action, wiping out several strongholds of the lifeless sect, and a considerable number of church members were killed on the spot. However, this was just an appetizer. The entire capital's efficiency had skyrocketed, and finally, through connections, they found the location of the lifeless sect's upper echelons in the East City. This time, however, things did not go as smoothly as before. 9 cities army commander Fu Wen nearly lost his life, but thanks to Yang Su's timely support, he escaped disaster. The intense fighting in East City lasted the entire afternoon. The 5 armies commander's mansion mobilized 3 major battalions of troops, cooperating with the 6 Fan Gate and the 9 cities army commander, to finally suppress the remnants of the lifeless sect. From this, one could imagine how fierce the battle was. Even so, one of the 8 master-level generals from the 5 armies commander's mansion has fallen, and the cost is lamentable. However, facing the results, the capital didn't let out a sigh of relief but seemed worried. After all, under the feet of the heavenly sun, how come the remnants of the lifeless sect were so well hidden in the capital without anyone noticing? The Jingzhou mansion's prefect was immediately demoted to Lingnan by the imperial edict. The officials ranked 6th and above in the 6 Fan Gate and 9 cities army commander were halved in salary for the year. However, the results of interrogating the remnants of the lifeless sect truly shocked the officials, causing the news to be withheld in the imperial study for repeated confirmation of interrogation results. Because Prince Pingan's mansion was implicated, the relationship between the emperor and Prince Pingan had been somewhat delicate. All the noble families and aristocrats in the capital collectively fell silent, refusing to utter a word. Moreover, there had been no news from the imperial palace for a long time, and Prince Pingan's mansion, starting from that day, closed their doors to visitors, not allowing anyone to leave. This incident caused an uproar among the common people of the capital. The rumor from years past circulated again in the capital and made the situation seem more sinister and mysterious. Peaceful Mind Studio. Old Zhang mysteriously approached Liang Sheng with a hesitant expression. Liang Sheng ignored this, and old Zhang finally couldn't help himself. I say, little Liang, how can you be so mature at such a young age? Young people should be vibrant, aren't you curious about the capital's secrets? Liang Sheng arranged the books on the shelf without turning his head, not interested. As for whether I'm young, you can ask the ladies in Dusty Garden. You old Zhang was speechless. He wanted to go to Dusty Garden, but thinking of the tigress at home, how dare he be reckless? It was good to be young. Seeing Liang Sheng's leisurely state, he couldn't help but feel envious. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. Was this the purpose of his visit, Bender? Fine, then let me tell you about the events of 50 years ago when the late emperor suddenly passed away without leaving any offspring behind. Do you know which prince was at the highest position for succession? Liang Sheng didn't turn his head, so old Zhang could only go on by himself. At that time, the highest position was actually Prince Pingan. However, for some reason, the final edict was for the current emperor, and Prince Pingan became the head of the clan of the royal family. Back then, it was rumored that the current emperor altered the edict and took the throne. That's why the situation in the capital is now so mysterious. Little Yang, let me tell you, it doesn't matter what kind of business you do in the capital, you have to keep your eyes open, only then can you live a safe life. Old Zhang was still rambling on while at this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly turned around. Old Zhang, you have said too much, this is not something we can talk about carelessly. Old Zhang shook his head. I may not be good at many things, but I have an accurate judgment of people. If I didn't think that you were honest and sincere, do you think I would tell you all these things? I would never say so much if I didn't see you as an honest and trustworthy person. You haven't been in the capital for a long time. The capital is a place where you'll understand that all sorts of creatures lurk in the more time you spend here. So how do you see that I am honest and sincere? Old Zhang didn't answer, but before leaving, he gave Liang Sheng a meaningful glance. He then returned to his steamed bun shop with composure. Liang Sheng hadn't reacted yet when he saw that there was one less book on the counter. With a bitter smile, he couldn't help but think, wasn't he indeed an honest person? However, old Zhang was right. The events in the capital were indeed strange during this time, and even Liang Sheng was finding it difficult to see through them. Previously, when Chen Sheng and Yan of the lifeless sect were secretly talking, they were intimate and close. How could they allow the court to catch them so easily? Liang Sheng even briefly visited the stronghold where Chen Sheng had been before, and Chen Sheng was still there, unscathed. This means that this time, the lifeless sect's actions don't seem as simple as they appear on the surface. Liang Sheng even faintly sensed the smell of a trap. After reaching the innate cultivation level, Liang Sheng became more sensitive to the so-called qi, and at this moment, the capital had an increasingly ominous atmosphere. The higher the cultivation level, the more oppressive it felt. For a while, the situation in the capital became increasingly complicated. Even the 5 armies commander's mansion began to mobilize troops frequently, as if brewing a massive storm. In this strange situation, a rumor suddenly spread through the capital, making Liang Sheng even more uncertain. The rumor was that the current emperor was getting old and, due to the matter with Prince Pingan, had an anger-induced heart attack and was already very ill. This news spread like the wind, instantly reaching every corner of the capital. Even old Zhang, who usually joked in front of Liang Sheng, dared not speak nonsense anymore. The atmosphere in the capital became increasingly sharp, and for several days, the capital remained eerily calm. However, that night, Liang Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the dark, moonless clouds outside the window, he murmured, "A moonless and windy night for murder, the earth emits murderous intent, dragons and snakes rise from the land." Tonight, it seemed that trouble was coming. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng quietly got up and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. There seemed to be a gathering of dragon energy, the aura of war, thick to the extreme. Chapter 66, Humans Killing Intent. Heaven and Earth Turned Upside Down. Capital. Prince of Pingan's mansion. At this moment, Yan was kneeling in front of Prince Pingan's study, remaining silent. After a long time, the door of the study opened, and an old voice came through. "Come in." Yan got up, his face respectful. Upon entering, he saw an emaciated old man sitting behind the desk, wearing a bright yellow robe, emanating an imposing demeanor without anger. It was Prince Pingan, Yamin. For a short while, the father and son were both silent. After a long time, Yamin spoke, "You've been back in the capital for 30 years now, haven't you? I've lived too long, even you, my prince, are getting old." Upon hearing this, Yan immediately wanted to kneel down, but was stopped by Yamin. "Today is just a heart-to-heart talk between you and me, don't think too much, come closer." Yan did not hesitate and went straight to sit down. "I never thought about these things, I only wish for your longevity and health." Yamin did not say much upon hearing this, as if he didn't care, instead looking out the window with a somewhat distracted spirit. 50 years ago, your father and I were full of energy, thinking that the Dian dynasty would eventually fall into our hands, but at that time, you were abducted by the no-life evil cult. Hearing this, Yan's expression changed, but he did not speak, instead continuing to listen. "At that time, your mother went mad searching for you, and naturally, I turned the capital upside down, but still found no news of you. Because I was looking for you, I didn't pay attention to the changes in the court at that time, and by the time the testament appeared, my second brother unexpectedly became the supreme ruler of Dian." When he reached this point, Yamin's emotions finally fluctuated. "In the end, my luck was just a little worse, but fortunately, you came back safely. And you performed very well. When your queen mother's family was in trouble back then, I was confused for a while, but I didn't expect you to bring back an innate master. Do you know what I did that night? I drank wine all night, knowing that Prince Pingan's mansion finally had a successor." By this time, Yamin was clearly emotional. Yan was about to say something, but Yamin's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Are you sure you want to fight for it? Let me tell you, if you fail this time, neither you nor I can escape, and everyone related to you will die." Without any hesitation, Yan replied, "It was because of me that you lost that position back then, let me help you get it back today. Besides, if heaven blesses us and we don't take it, we will suffer the consequences. This originally belonged to you and me, and it's time to take it back. What if this is Yayun's trick? Will you regret it?" Yan shook his head firmly. "I have my people in the palace, and at this moment, he's really unconscious. This is the best chance for both of us as father and son. How is Master Xian Kong lately?" Hearing this question, Yan's eyes brightened immediately. "Master is ready, and today he is willing to accompany me to the imperial city." Yamin looked at Yan deeply, and Yan did not avoid his gaze. The two looked directly at each other, and Yamin took off the jade pendant from his waist. Bender. Both the 5 armies commanders' mansion's central army Xie Chaoyang and the 9 cities' army commander Fu An are my men, they have already gathered in the southern city. Hearing this, Yan was excited. "Father, just wait for my good news." "No, I'll go with you. This time, either live or die together." "Honor, I'll ask you one more time, will you regret it?" "I will not regret it." Southern City Gate. Central Army Commander Xie Chaoyang and 9 Cities Army Commander Fu An had long been waiting with their soldiers, standing before Yan and Yamin, who were already wearing armor. In addition to these people, there were over 1,000 martial arts masters, and Yamin was not surprised that Yan had secret dealings with the lifeless sect. "Set off! Clear the monarch's side, remove the traitors!" Outside the imperial palace. At this moment, the imperial army on the city wall was tense, as the torches outside the imperial city were connected, and they could not see the end. The slogan "Clear the monarch's side, remove the traitors" echoed throughout the imperial city, and the East City's noble families all closed their doors tightly. This was a matter of the royal family, and given the current unclear situation, many people chose to wait and see first. After all, placing their bets too early could lead to a complete loss, and these ancient families would not make such a mistake. Yan didn't let his troops rush to the city gate in a swarm, but instead turned to the person next to him and respectfully said, "Master, it's up to you now." Standing beside him was Xian Kong, his face calm, but inside he was extremely excited. If Jinshan Temple were to seize this opportunity, it could restore its former glory. His appearance today was also a natural move for him. He didn't have many years left and, with the odds in his favor, he desperately wanted to secure a future for Jinshan Temple. Moreover, he and Yan were now in it together. Even if he didn't come, Yan's failure would still involve him, so he might as well go all out. With a light tap of Xian Kong's toes, he instantly appeared atop the imperial city wall, where the defenders of the imperial army fell to their deaths, one by one tumbling from the wall. Witnessing this, the cheers of the soldiers behind Yan were unceasing. Xian Kong was extremely fast, and in no time the imperial army at the city gate was swept away. Facing the massive city gate, he shouted lightly, instantly opening the thick gate that required the combined efforts of over a dozen intermediate-level martial artists. "Eliminate the traitors, clear the emperor's side, charge!" Seeing this, Yan was extremely excited, as if the position was getting closer and closer to him. Not far outside the imperial city, Liang Sheng sat calmly on top of a tall building, quietly watching the movement at the imperial city. Like him, many other people were also guest elders of noble families. They kept their distance from each other and did not disturb one another, but none of them could detect Liang Sheng's presence. At this moment, they watched the city gate open, their expressions subtle. Especially with Xian Kong's great display of power, they were deeply shocked. The innate nation protector was indeed extraordinary. Some of them were already considering if they should help Prince Pingan and his father at this time. Participating in this could elevate their family's status. Quite a few people had this idea, and they could be seen using their full strength to move quickly toward the East City. In the imperial city at this time, the sound of battle was continuous. The area outside the Taiji Hall had become a slaughterhouse. In Liang Sheng's eyes, it seemed as if the murderous intentions there had turned into substance. However, the threatening chi he had vaguely sensed when he first entered the capital reappeared at this moment. Afterward, a eunuch with black hair and a clean-shaven white face confronted Xian Kong. Neither of them took action for the time being, and Liang Sheng immediately became alert upon seeing this. The battle between innate grandmasters was on the verge of breaking out. Meanwhile, the fighting in front of Taiji Hall became increasingly intense. The lifeless sect members under Yan's command fought without fear of death, stabbing directly into the center of the imperial army's formation. For a short while, Yan's side seemed to have gained the upper hand. And just then, there was a commotion outside the city gate once again, as the nobles finally couldn't help but make their move. Clear the emperor's side and eliminate the traitors. Protect his majesty. The choices of the noble families were different, and even the declining and falling noble families made their moves at this time without regret. All they sought was a glimmer of hope, for their family's decline had become inevitable as time went by. For a short while, fighting broke out at the city gate. Even from this far away, Liang Sheng could smell the stench of blood. Facing the dense battlefield-killing intent at this moment, Liang Sheng, an innate grandmaster, couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed, and he suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. Although most of the soldiers fighting were ordinary intermediate martial artists, their combined killing intent was enough to send chills down one's spine, as if they could overthrow heaven and earth with their murderous intent. For so many years, 4 of the 7 great masters of Dian had already passed away, leaving only 4 innate grandmasters on the surface. Master Xian Kong of Jinshan Temple, the mysterious innate in the Imperial Palace, Grand General Li Hong, and the sect leader of the White Lotus sect. Besides them, there were no other innate grandmasters on the surface. Grand General Li Hong was stationed on the border and not in the capital at the moment. It was already a stroke of luck that the White Lotus sect's leader wasn't causing trouble. At this moment, the mysterious innate from the Imperial Palace was the eunuch confronting Xian Kong. The Imperial army was being suppressed by the rebels, and the situation was precarious. But just then, Liang Sheng's calm face suddenly changed. A row of huge crossbows appeared outside Taiji Hall, which, had they been unprepared, would have even made Liang Sheng's heart tremble. Huh? The rumored god-slaying crossbow that destroyed the 7 great sects, the secret weapon of the Dian dynasty? Chapter 67, Magical Treasure? Capital. If it is said that under the town martial crossbow of Dian dynasty, there is no way to survive without reaching the martial arts superior state, then as long as one is hit head-on by the god-slaying crossbow, even a 9th rank of martial arts master can be killed, and even the innate will be injured. At this moment, Master Xian Kong and the nameless eunuch master looked at each other, neither daring to take action easily. The sudden appearance of the god-slaying crossbow on the Taiji Hall caused some chaos in the rebel army, but it boosted the spirits of the imperial army. Yan, seeing the situation at this moment, made up his mind. After all, he had anticipated this situation. Otherwise, why would he cooperate with the immortal sect, even though they also had a handle on him? Now, he must not let the god-slaying crossbow affect Master Xian Kong. The battle between innate masters could be decided by the slightest difference. This time, the lifeless sect was led by Right Envoy Jin Feng, not Chen Sheng. Yan hid in the central army and shouted loudly, "Right Envoy Jin, it's your turn to take action." Prince Pingan Yayu heard Yan's words but did not react. At this time, Jin Feng did not hesitate at all. He let out a long roar, and the followers of the lifeless sect gathered around him instantly. After they had assembled, they rushed towards Taiji Hall in unison. At this moment, the god-slaying crossbow finally let out its furious roar. A lifeless sect incense master was pierced by a spear, and the spear did not lose momentum, piercing through dozens of followers before being embedded in the wall, causing cracks on the city wall. This seemed like a signal. Immediately after that, a sky full of spears, with unparalleled power, shot directly at the battlefield from the outside of Taiji Hall. Jin Feng led the lifeless sect to block the front of the 5 armies commander's mansion's central army camp. Seeing the followers falling in rows, a flash of fierceness appeared in his eyes. Warriors, charge and kill! Under Jin Feng's fearless leadership, the lifeless sect's followers were also fearless. For a short while, the god-slaying crossbow could not pay attention to Xian Kong due to the continuous sacrifices of the lifeless sect. As a result, both innate masters did not have time to change the tide of the battlefield. Seeing this, Yan couldn't help but feel happy inside. Success! At the main gate of the imperial city, the supporting nobles from Pingan Prince's mansion were overjoyed. Their morale was boosted at this moment, making them determined to achieve great deeds today. But just at this moment, the gate of Taiji Hall suddenly opened. Before Yan could understand what was happening, he saw that several more god-slaying crossbows had been pushed out of the hall. And their spears were already aimed at Xian Kong in mid-air. Yan secretly cursed in his heart. There was a hidden move in the palace. This is bad. He didn't expect Yayun to have hidden a move, and his insider didn't have information on it. Yan was even more glad that he took action today. Otherwise, if Yayun had been awake, would there still be a chance for Prince Pingan's mansion to make a move? Today was his last opportunity. However, the sudden appearance of the additional god-slaying crossbows increased the uncertainty. Just as Yan was preparing to let the 9 cities army commander use human lives to block the god-slaying crossbows, suddenly, Prince Pingan Yayu was seen hovering in mid-air. In the next moment, his chi burst out, and the noise of the entire battlefield was momentarily silenced. Then, the central army of the 5 armies commander's mansion and the soldiers of the 9 cities army commander cheered and rejoiced, and their morale shook the entire imperial city. Innate Grandmaster. Unexpectedly, Prince Pingan Yayu was an innate Grandmaster. In the next moment, the unprepared god-slaying crossbow shooters in Taiji Hall didn't have time to react and were instantly killed by Yayu. Bender. Then, Yayu raised his hand and slammed it down hard. With a thunderous crash, the god-slaying crossbow at the entrance of the hall instantly disintegrated and turned into a pile of scrap iron. Yamin's might, terrifying as such. After all, under the sneak attack of an innate master, even if the god-slaying crossbow possesses immense power as a dead object, it would have no effect. For a short while, the situation in the imperial city became ever more precarious, but the morale of the rebel army continued to surge. Initially shocked, Yan then felt pleased, but finally his face turned pale. His expression was complex. He was shocked to learn that his father was actually an innate master, happy that today's rebellion might be accomplished in one fell swoop, but dismayed that with an innate lifespan of up to 180 years, wouldn't it mean that he would never have a chance to ascend the throne? However, it was not the time to consider these matters. They had to break through the imperial city first and seize the supreme position in the world before discussing anything else. Outside the imperial palace, Liang Sheng was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Who would have thought that Prince Pingan Yemin was actually an innate grandmaster? Even he had been deceived. From now on, he must never have a fixed impression of anyone. Otherwise, if he had been more cautious and paid more attention to Yemin, with his unparalleled qi sensitivity, his opponent would never have been able to deceive him. At this moment, Master Xian Kong, suspended in mid-air, was also overjoyed. He had not expected to gain another helper. Since this was the case, why should he hold back? So Xian Kong suddenly made his move, preparing to strike first and kill the eunuch master directly. Yemin, though he hadn't conferred with Xian Kong, acted in perfect unison, directly joining the battle on this side of the innate battlefield. As long as the innate eunuch grandmaster died, there would be no more variables in the chaos of the imperial city, and the world would henceforth lie in their grasp. From a distance, Liang Sheng quietly observed the situation, reminding himself again not to underestimate the heroes of the world. Even if he had reached the innate realm, he still needed to be cautious. Otherwise, these cunning old monsters, each more devious than the last, would plot his doom if he entered their game. The morale of the Imperial Army soldiers continued to wane, and Yan's fingertips turned white as he tightened his fists. His heart was pounding as it seemed that he was getting closer to the position within the Imperial Palace. Above, the eunuch grandmaster fought against two opponents but showed signs of decline, perhaps at any moment would be killed by Xian Kong and Prince Pingan. If it weren't for their fear that the trapped enemy would cause self-inflicted damage in desperation and accidentally hurt themselves, it would be better to proceed cautiously, as time was on their side. Outside the imperial city, all those who were secretly observing the situation fell silent, unsure whether to rejoice that they hadn't made their move too early or not. Although they hadn't contributed to the dragon's successes, they hadn't chosen the wrong side either. The noble families and officials that had backed the current emperor at the city gate were now in agony. It's over. But at this moment, Liang Sheng's pupils shrank with shock once more, his eyes filled with terror, as if he desperately wanted to leave immediately. The eunuch grandmaster had suddenly produced a small sword. The sword appeared ordinary, even rusty, but its chilling aura sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, an eerie smile appeared on his face, and both Yemin and Xian Kong's movements involuntarily paused. How decisive and ruthless were these two, who, instead of retreating in shock, advanced. They sensed a tremendous crisis in the small sword. Fleeing in panic would only lead to certain death, but risking everything still offered a slender chance of survival. Great terror! What kind of ghostly thing is this? The next moment, like the roar of a dragon, the small sword soared into the sky. Chapter 68, No Life Sect Leader. Capital, Imperial City. As soon as the old eunuch took out the small sword in his hand, Prince Pingan and his companion were immediately terrified. Even as a member of the royal family, Prince Pingan had no knowledge of such a weapon hidden within the imperial city. The innate eunuch grandmaster glared at them with a sinister smile, and then spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his entire being instantly wilted, and his black hair turned into white threads. Yemin and Xian Kong, who originally came to kill, were now frozen in terror, unable to move. The flying sword then passed straight through the two of them, circled back, and returned to the eunuch grandmaster's hand. Before anyone could understand what happened, they heard two thuds, and the two dead bodies fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, silencing the entire battlefield. Two innate grandmasters dead. Upon witnessing this, the morale of the imperial army soared, and the once loyal families that had originally supported Prince Pingan quickly retreated from the battlefield, fleeing in panic. Today, some families must leave the capital. They thought they had the upper hand in the game of chess, but they underestimated the hidden power within the imperial city. However, the once fallen families that backed the right side in this gamble rejoiced, as their declining situations reversed in an instant after today's events. After all, for this feat of protecting the dragon, the person within the imperial city would not be stingy, otherwise who would risk their life for him in the future? This is the meaning of buying loyalty with wealth. Xie Chaoyang, the army commander of the 5 armies governor's mansion, stared at the dead body of Prince Pingan, the color drained from his eyes. defeat. At this moment, without using the god-slaying crossbow, the innate eunuch grandmaster casually landed on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, eliminated countless rebels. Upon seeing this, Yan struggled to believe it. He could not accept how the situation, which had been so favorable, suddenly turned out like this. Right Envoy Jin Feng of the Immortal Sect was the first to experience this, having barely managed to escape in time. He ran to Yan's side and urgently said, "Run!" But, could they still escape? This time, the eunuch grandmaster effortlessly broke through multiple barriers and appeared in front of Yan in the central army within a short time. "My humble servant greets the son of the crown prince. By His Majesty's decree, please depart on your journey." Was Yun not unconscious? Yan was full of unwillingness, but before awaiting an answer, his head fell at the very next moment. Jin Feng, who was planning to escape, was also beheaded by the eunuch grandmaster. Next, King Pingan's rebel army was defeated like a disintegrating mountain, and Xie Chao Yang's 5 armies' commander's mansion became locked in desperate struggles. With the coordination of the imperial army and the god-slaying crossbow, as well as the presence of the innate grandmaster, the only outcome that awaited these rebels was death. As the killing within the imperial city gradually subsided, all the survivors felt as if they had awakened from another life. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from the Taiji Hall. "Congratulating His Majesty, kneel." In the next moment, they saw 16 strong men carry out the golden throne, and who else could be sitting on it but Emperor Yanjing Yayun. It turned out that Emperor Yanjing's coma was simply a trap, a scheme waiting for Prince Pingan and his son to fall into. As the eunuchs passed on the message, the imperial army immediately kneeled, and the remaining rebel survivors also dropped their weapons and kneeled down, awaiting their fate. Those families who had protected the Dragon Gate were also filled with excitement and knelt down, listening to the eunuchs passing on the order one after another. "My ministers, please rise." From afar, Liang Sheng saw the situation and realized that the overall plan had been decided. It seemed that all of this was probably a trap, and Prince Pingan had been led completely by the nose. But who could have imagined that there was such a terrifying weapon hidden within the imperial city, a small sword that even Prince Pingan's innate cultivation level could not protect him from? Could this small sword be the legendary cultivation treasure? Otherwise, how could it possess such power? Thinking of this, Liang Sheng felt a surge of heat in his heart. With the small sword's power, even innate beings were like ants. However, using the small sword likely came with a significant cost, as seen with the eunuch grandmaster. Since the suspected treasure was present, Liang Sheng took another step closer to the cultivation clues. He calmed down and, without any hesitation, turned and walked away. He still had a long time ahead of him. There was no need to rush, and safety should come first. Currently, his emotions were in turmoil, and it was not appropriate to make any decisions. On the way home, there were still rebels fleeing in the city, many of whom were high-level martial artists, venting their final madness before death. Liang Sheng dealt with them casually on the encounter, so as not to affect the neighbors, and none of them knew what had happened before they died. North City. Early the next morning, old Zhang, with dark circles under his eyes, got up early to work listlessly. However, when he saw Liang Sheng, his eyes were frighteningly bright, and his whole spirit seemed extremely excited. Last night, the sounds of fighting rang throughout the entire imperial city, so the news was everywhere early the next morning, and the Prince of Pingan's mansion was completely sealed off. All the people in the Prince of Pingan's mansion, including the servants, were escorted into the sky prison. It was said that only one woman was laughing breathlessly at that time, and she was the side concubine of Prince Pingan who had been confined before. "Good to die, deserve to die, ha ha ha, retribution, all retribution." Not only was the Prince of Pingan's mansion in chaos, but the whole capital was also disturbed. Anyone related to the Prince of Pingan's mansion were arrested by the Imperial Army themselves. Last night, the families who made mistakes in their moves were not spared either. However, since there were too many people arrested, the prisons in Jingzhou Mansion and Dali Temple were full of people. Of course, there were people who were happy and those who were worried. The declining aristocratic families who desperately fought to protect the dragon last night instantly welcomed their peak. Early in the morning, the family patriarchs were summoned to court, and their spirits were revitalized. This matter was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity, and there was no regret in making their move. "Little Liang, why are you so spirited? Did you not sleep last night?" Old Zhang, with dark circles under his eyes, was somewhat strange. Liang Sheng looked at old Zhang in confusion. Why couldn't you sleep? Old Zhang looked at him as if he had seen a ghost, and then shook his head. Little Liang, you are a blessed person. If you continue like this in the future, it's not extravagant to hope for a peaceful life, let alone wealth and honor. Thinking more and more that Liang Sheng was simple and honest, old Zhang found that he was a simple-minded person without any schemes, otherwise, how could he possibly have been able to sleep through last night's chaos? However, it is such a simple-hearted but not stupid person that can live longer in the capital. Thinking of this, he suddenly asked, Little Liang, have you been engaged? Liang Sheng shook his head when he heard this. Old Zhang, don't harm me. How could I give up the good days of feasting every night and sink into darkness like you? Old Zhang couldn't help but get angry when he heard this. Of course, he knew what Liang Sheng meant, but how could a man admit defeat in this matter? How am I sinking into darkness? I'm the boss at home, and if I say to go east, your sister-in-law doesn't dare go west. Before he could finish, a loud scolding came from the steamed bun shop. You old thing, come over and steam the buns quickly, or do you want to die? Old Zhang immediately shrank his neck and went back in disgrace, leaving Liang Sheng shaking his head. That was men, why couldn't they see the light? At this time, a team of Imperial Army drove hurriedly past, and soon crying came from a house in North City. Old Zhang glanced at Liang Sheng in the steamed bun shop and immediately lowered his head. This capital was bound to be in chaos for a while. When the sun went down, Liang Sheng had no intention of going to Dusty Garden and returned home, feeling a little restless and unable to sleep for a long time. After all, he was thinking of the small sword in the Imperial City, and his heart was always a little restless, because this involved cultivation. It was here in Jinzhou City where he heard about the lifeless sect and came to the capital to find immortality. Now seeing a glimmer of hope, how could he not care? Since he was restless, he might as well go and see Chen Sheng, anyway there was no danger, and it would also help him calm down. However, on this visit, he made a new discovery. When he arrived at Chen Sheng's base, he found Chen Sheng was still there. But at this moment, he was kneeling in front of a masked man dressed in night-walking clothes. He couldn't see the man's face clearly, but Liang Sheng knew who he was. Who else could be the innate master who made Chen Sheng kneel down to greet him but the master of the no-life sect? Chen Sheng's title also justified his thoughts. Liang Sheng didn't dare to get too close, although there was the attribute panel, even if the master of the no-life sect couldn't find him. After Chen Sheng finished his report, the master of the no-life sect nodded, not bad, you guys did a good job this time. Since this is the case, it's time to get our reward. After a few more words, the master of the no-life sect left, and Liang Sheng thought about it, carefully following him from a distance. Bender. But when he followed the master of the no-life sect to his destination, Liang Sheng was shocked and even a little frightened. Two innate masters had just died here, how dare he come again? The place that appeared in front of Liang Sheng at this moment was the Imperial Palace. Chapter 69, The No-Life Imperial Family Members. Capital, Imperial Palace. Liang Sheng followed the no-life sect leader from a distance, feeling hesitant upon seeing the Imperial Palace before him. However, he hesitated. The no-life sect leader suddenly turned to the left and stopped in a hidden corner at the edge of the Imperial City. Seeing that the sect leader wasn't entering the palace, Liang Sheng gritted his teeth and continued to follow quietly, relying on the attribute panel to remain unnoticed. At this moment, the no-life sect leader was wearing night-walking clothes, blending in with the night as his chi was concealed. He was hidden in a corner outside the palace, where even the Imperial Army's patrols wouldn't notice him. But the no-life sect leader stood still for a long time, seemingly waiting for someone. At the next moment, Liang Sheng's pupils contracted as he saw an unexpected figure approaching. In the corner, the innate master eunuch, who had executed Prince Pingan and Xian Kong, was helping an old man walk slowly. The old man was none other than Emperor Yanjing, Yayun. The sight of this scene would evoke laughter if it were described. After all, how could it be possible for the no-life sect leader and the current emperor to meet privately? But the truth was so strange. And both sides seemed quite familiar. The eunuch master didn't show any caution, taking out a folding chair and offering it to Emperor Yanjing to sit on, even thoughtfully covering him with a small blanket. Although Daban is with me, I still have to avoid attracting attention. That's why I only brought a chair for myself. You don't mind, do you? The no-life sect leader remained silent and expressionless under his mask, but from his tone, one could tell he was disdainful. Enough of your pretense. The Grand Master here used a magical weapon for your sake, and I'm afraid he does not have many years left. But really, haven't you grown tired of pretending all your life? Whatever, this has nothing to do with my purpose today. I'm here to collect my reward. I will give you what you want, but knowing my time is running out, we haven't had a proper chat in all these years, have we? Upon hearing this, the no-life sect leader hesitated but didn't refuse. Emperor Yanjing knew he had tacitly agreed. Thank you for helping this time, otherwise, I don't know how long that old fart Yemin would keep hiding. If my end wasn't near, I wouldn't have taken action so quickly, since it would ultimately hurt Dian's national strength. And because I acted hastily, I left some loose ends. I originally wanted Daban to serve my prince, but he won't last for more than a few years now. Fortunately, these are just minor details and don't affect the overall situation. In response, the no-life sect leader sneered, you're just as hypocritical as ever. Can you stop playing the helpless victim? Wasn't it you who had me kidnap Yemin's legitimate child 30 years ago? Isn't this part of your plan? Although unforeseen events occurred, such as Princess Pingan personally bringing the child back from Jinzhou City, didn't you still manipulate the holy sect to push Prince Pingan's mansion into your trap step by step? Hearing this, Liang Sheng was astonished. He had never imagined that the no-life sect and the emperor had been trading for decades. Furthermore, since its founding, Dian had been suppressing the no-life sect, which had managed to survive. Could it be? At this moment, a bold idea crossed Liang Sheng's mind, but he quickly shook his head, bitterly smiling at the thought of how impossible it seemed. Yet, deep down, he felt that this was the truth, and Emperor Yanjing's following words confirmed his suspicion. He had never thought that the ruling dynasty's royal family and the rebellious no-life sect were in cahoots. Never mind, right and wrong don't matter much anymore. I did all this for the sake of Ye family's territory and have no regrets. I can face our ancestors with a clear conscience. If Yemin were still around, it would be extremely difficult for my son to ascend the throne smoothly. And, unrest would be inevitable within Dian, ultimately harming the interests of our Ye family. 13 Uncle. You don't need to laugh at me. After all, if it weren't for this, why would our founding ancestor of the Ye family establish the lifeless sect and secretly make the imperial family members the leaders of the lifeless sect? There is no invincible dynasty in this world. As time goes on, problems will inevitably arise in the dynasty, but it's better to let our own people be the biggest rebels than let others rebel against us. In this way, it's easy to see who has the heart to rebel and who is truly loyal to Dian, and my Ye family can advance and retreat freely. At that point, Emperor Yanjing was unconsciously emotional as he spoke, suddenly coughing. The innate eunuch Grand Master quickly infused internal energy into Emperor Yanjing's body, helping him gradually recover. The leader of the lifeless sect did not refute but directly said, in any case, I have already done as you asked, and it's time for you to give me the compensation you promised. Daban, give the barrier-breaking pill to 13 Uncle. At this time, the innate eunuch Grand Master took out a jade bottle and carefully handed it over. The leader of the lifeless sect took it and, although his face could not be seen, the surprise was evident in his eyes. Perhaps it was because Emperor Yanjing was so forthright that, looking at the dying Emperor Yanjing, a softness filled his heart. Now that Yemin has been taken care of, you should make arrangements sooner rather than later. Don't make the same mistake as my eldest brother, who never had heirs, and let you and Yemin struggle for power, wasting the national power. 13 Uncle, rest assured, I have already made arrangements for this matter. However, among my sons, the most accomplished one is just an ordinary ruler. Once they enter the Grand Temple, they will naturally understand the situation. If they are incompetent and cannot hold on to Dian's territory, 13 Uncle, you will have to bear more responsibilities. You can exercise your duty and change to a new monarch. The leader of the lifeless sect nodded, if your descendants don't work out, I will take action. After all, the world should only be ruled by the surname Ye, and can only be ruled by the Ye family. However, due to the recent years, there are not many barrier-breaking pills left, so we have to be even more cautious about what we do. As for the remnants of the Dharma sect, I would have taken care of them long ago if not for fear that Yemin's plans weren't fully in place yet. Now that Yemin and Xian Kong are gone, there's no need to worry, and I'll help you deal with it. I've already tested Prince Wu and Prince Chu in the capital before. There's no issue there. If you're worried that your son's abilities will be insufficient after ascending the throne, you can appoint them as your trusted ministers. Of course, this is just my personal advice, it's up to you. Today should be the last time we meet. When the new monarch ascends the throne, I will naturally come again. After speaking, the leader of the lifeless sect left directly, without delay. Emperor Yanjing sat for a while after he left before finally sighing. Daban, let's go back. For the last stretch, I have to hold on and clear the obstacles for my worthless son. I sometimes think, if I had put more effort into cultivation back in the day and advanced to the postnatal 9 realm, would I have had more time? The innate master eunuch listened without saying a word, just putting away the folding chair. He then deceived everyone's eyes and escorted Emperor Yanjing back to the palace. Bender. Not far away, after they left, Liang Sheng did not dare to breathe and could not calm his heart for a long time. The legitimate Dian and biggest rebellion lifeless sect turned out to be a family, and if anyone contacted the lifeless sect with ulterior motives, they would be walking the road to self-destruction. For example, the Prince of Pingan's mansion. No wonder Prince Pingan failed so miserably in the battle for the innate. After all, Emperor Yanjing had planned against him 30 years ago. How could he not lose? To say, the world is full of old silver coins. If it weren't for his longevity, he would probably be caught up in these turbid disputes, struggling for a glimmer of survival. In that case, he would have to enter the chess game and risk being played to death by these old silver coins. At this moment, Liang Sheng was more determined that he would never court trouble without absolute certainty, and he would quietly develop himself. After all, he would eventually have the chance to find the clues to cultivation in front of time. These old silver coins would eventually only become a mound of yellow soil, no longer existing in this world. Later, Liang Sheng left the imperial city to go to Dusty Garden. After being shocked today, he had to find a place to comfort himself. It was really too frightening. Chapter 70, Taking Action. Capital. Since learning that the lifeless sect also bears the surname Ye during his night investigation of the imperial city, Liang Sheng once again went into hiding, calming his slightly restless heart after becoming an innate master. However, the turmoil of Prince Pingan's mansion's rebellion in the capital was still ongoing, with people being dragged to the market execution site every day. The Sky Prison was constantly receiving new prisoners every moment. After all, every time a rebellion occurs within a dynasty, countless people will be implicated. Liang Sheng didn't care about this until he accidentally noticed one of the prisoners. With white hair and an aged appearance, the prisoner's shoulder bones were pierced by fine steel, and the tip of an iron cone protruded from his tailbone. It was evident how much the court was wary of this person. Xia's Haikyo? Liang Sheng couldn't help but stare in surprise after seeing the old man. Long-lost memories flooded his mind. He didn't expect Xia's Haikyo to still be alive, but Xia's Haikyo remained at the postnatal 9 realm level. Breaking through the martial arts bottleneck is incredibly difficult. Many martial arts talents advance no further, and there are only a few people in the world who have attained the innate level. Although Xia's Haikyo looked ragged at this moment, his white clothes stained with blood, his expression remained calm, as though he had accepted his fate and was prepared to face death with dignity. Behind him were dozens of wailing people. Some of the men bore a striking resemblance to Xia's Haikyo from years ago, most likely being his descendants. But Liang Sheng wasn't particularly moved. After all, Xia's Haikyo was a direct descendant of Prince Pingan's mansion, and his current plight wasn't exactly unexpected. At this moment, however, Liang Sheng couldn't help but think of someone else in his mind. If that person had also broken through to the postnatal 9th layer, he might not have survived until now. With that thought, Liang Sheng closed his shop earlier than usual. Old Zhang even thought something had happened to him. After closing the shop, Liang Sheng went to a tea house in the East City. He quietly paid attention, as most of the rebel prisoners were escorted through this area before being taken to the Sky Prison, Jingzhou Mansion, or Dali Temple. Perhaps the Sky Prison had never been so busy, with wave after wave of prisoners being transported. During the scorching heat of the midday sun, Liang Sheng's pupils involuntarily constricted. He was only here to try his luck, not expecting to find that Zhang Wanchun was still alive and had broken through to the postnatal 9th layer realm. Unfortunately, Zhang Wanchun's current situation was no different from Xia's Haikyo's. Liang Sheng didn't act impulsively and instead watched as Zheng Wanchun and his family were escorted forward. Indeed, a master like Zheng Wanchun was imprisoned in the sky prison. This made Liang Sheng somewhat conflicted. Tapping his fingers on the table, he had no intention of rescuing Zheng Wanchun. Taking action now would likely lead to endless troubles following suit. After weighing the pros and cons, Liang Sheng couldn't help but smirk bitterly. In the end, he couldn't let go of their past friendship. Zheng Wanchun had treated him with pure friendship back in Jinzhou City, without any ulterior motives, especially since Liang Sheng was considered useless at that time. People do have their own bottom lines. After some thought, Liang Sheng finally made up his mind. He decided to investigate the situation in the sky prison first. If his safety could be guaranteed, he would then consider whether he could fulfill some of Zheng Wanchun's reasonable dying wishes. Over the next few days, Liang Sheng thoroughly assessed the sky prison situation. Perhaps Emperor Yanjing had been too busy attending to the aftermath of the rebellion. There were only a few people at the 9-tiered level. Thus, Liang Sheng's infiltration went unnoticed. Night. Sky prison. Old Zhou, known as the Blood Prison Old Demon, spent a long time at the cell of code-name Yi, the martial arts master. When he came out, he was still beaming with smiles. However, he was somewhat annoyed in his heart that these rebels of Prince Pingan were so incredibly courageous that none of them were willing to divulge their unique martial arts techniques. Old Zhou was obsessed with martial arts. Because of their Zhou family's achievements in martial arts, they managed to pass on their position in the sky prison for generations. Their forefathers had a great vision, as they would always try to acquire unique techniques from imprisoned martial artists. Thus, the descendants of the Zhou family, as long as they had inherited martial arts talent, could have a taste of these techniques at a young age, choosing the most suitable ones for themselves. Understandably, the Zhou family already had a vast collection of unique techniques, but who would ever complain about having too many martial arts techniques? At this moment, old Zhou had just finished torturing Xiao's Haikyo, who had been a high-ranking official at the Ministry of Shangshu. However, the latter remained unyielding, forcing old Zhou to come away empty-handed. He wanted to continue with Zheng Wanchun next, but for some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and stopped moving forward. The Zhou family had an innate ability to seek fortune and avoid evil. If not for this, how could they have managed to pass on their position in the sky prison for so many years without any mishaps? Old Zhou trusted his intuition implicitly. Without giving it a second thought, he turned around and left. How many times had he avoided disaster due to such snap decisions? However, at this moment, a thought crossed his mind: could there be more to Zheng Wanchun than met the eye, given his sudden apprehension? Back then, every prisoner who gave him this kind of feeling would miraculously leave the prison unscathed. Old Zhou even deliberately attempted to curry favor with them ahead of time, reaping many benefits in return. It seems that I have to bring a bottle of good wine to visit Zheng Wanchun tomorrow. Although this is just a trivial matter done casually, if Zheng Wanchun really has any trump cards, I definitely won't lose out. Just as old Zhou turned around and left without hesitation, Liang Sheng, who was hiding in the shadow around the corner, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. At this moment, he was dressed in the uniform of a sky prison guard, and his entire appearance was adjusted back to an old age using the health cultivation method. Interesting. Zheng Wanchun was lying on his side with his eyes closed in the corner of the cell. Perhaps out of caution, because they were all postnatal 9th layer experts, even though their cultivation was sealed by the court, they were still handled with care and held in separate cells. At this moment, he heard the footsteps of Liang Sheng, but didn't look up. However, the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes as the prison door was opened. But at this moment, the light was dim, and for a short while, he couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly, but the other party was holding a food tray with a pot of wine on it. The last meal before the execution? Didn't expect it to come so soon? As the prison guard placed the food tray in front of him, Zheng Wanchun couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. However, the guard sits directly opposite him. Sheriff Zheng, long time no see. Zheng Wanchun suddenly looked up, staring at Liang Sheng, with long-lost memories flooding his mind, and was so excited that he couldn't speak for a moment. Don't be agitated. It's me. You can speak a little softer, Sheriff Zheng. Bender. At this moment, Zheng Wanchun quickly lowered his head. As a postnatal 9th layer expert, he soon adjusted his emotions and asked softly, Brother Sheng, weren't you dead? Yes, I died once. So now I've specially come to see you off, to fulfill the bond between us. Saying this, Liang Sheng suddenly made a move, injecting his pure innate internal energy into Zheng Wanchan's body. Then, the shackles on his collarbone and tailbone fell off. Zheng Wanchan couldn't help but open his eyes wide at this sight, his thoughts overwhelmed. Innate master? At this moment, he had a lot to say and didn't know where to start. Liang Sheng, however, picked up the wine cup, poured the wine, and raised the cup to toast. Please. Zheng Wanchan immediately picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Liang Sheng seemed to know what he wanted to ask and directly started speaking. My situation is a bit complicated. If it weren't for you being in danger this time, Sheriff Zheng, I'm afraid we might not have met in this life. I'm here to accompany you on your last journey. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, as long as it's within my capabilities, I can help you achieve them. In his heart, Zheng Wanchan felt as if he was doused with a bucket of cold water, and he calmed down. Both Prince Pingan and Xian Kong, the two Grand Masters, are in the Imperial City. And yet he still dared to harbor wild fantasies? Zheng Wanchan was naturally a carefree person. Looking at Liang Sheng's cold eyes, he knew that his wild thoughts about escaping were utterly unrealistic. However, it was better than having his whole family wiped out and bloodline severed. Brother Sheng, I've had an extraordinarily splendid life. Although I've ended up here, I have no regrets. It's just that my young grandson is still in his infancy and has nothing to do with this matter. I wonder if you could let him survive and carry on the Zheng bloodline? I can. I'll find a good family for him to peacefully grow up in. After thinking about it, Liang Sheng agreed directly. It was no big deal for an innocent child. If he were an adult, it might have been a bit more troublesome. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wanchan couldn't help but raise his cup again. The room fell silent between the two men until Liang Sheng broke the silence, understanding the situation of Zheng Wanchan's young grandson, and then stood up to take his leave. Sheriff Zheng, with my internal energy today, you can regain your peak strength for half an hour. After I save your grandson, if you want to do anything, just do it to your heart's content. I just hope you won't leave with any regrets. Having said that, Liang Sheng turned and left the cell. On the other side, old Zhou was still drinking his wine while on duty in the room when someone wearing the uniform of a prison guard suddenly appeared in front of him. Blood prison old demon? Old Zhou couldn't help but stiffen, with peanuts in his hand. At this moment, he didn't dare to say a word, feeling an overwhelming pressure all over his body. His mind was now screaming, the hairs on his back standing on end and cold sweat dripping down his forehead. There were only 4 words lingering in his mind, filled with disbelief. Innate Grandmaster. Chapter 71, The New Emperor Ascends the Throne. Capital City, Sky Prison. Upon realizing that the other party was an innate master, old Zhou immediately lowered his head and dared not even look at Liang Sheng's face. Liang Sheng couldn't help but nod when he saw this, and thought to himself that he wasn't the only smart one. This adversary was indeed the wily blood prison old demon who had been able to keep the Sky Prison impregnable for so long. Today, I want to take away someone with me. Do you know where the baby grandson of Zheng Wanchan, who's still in swaddling clothes, is locked up? Old Zhou, hearing this, sighed in relief. It was good that this grandmaster did not come to kill him, and all he wanted was to take away an infant. He got up immediately and led the way without daring to look at Liang Sheng's face, keeping his head low. Senior, please follow me. Without trying to dodge or explain, he just wanted to quickly send this plague away. After all, what did it have to do with him if Sky Prison lost a baby? Before long, they arrived at prison. Liang Sheng stopped in the shadows and didn't move forward. Old Zhou understood immediately what Liang Sheng meant by this. Without hesitation, he walked straight to a cell door, rudely picked up Zheng Wanchan's infant grandson from his swaddling clothes beside Zheng Wanchan's son and carried him away. Liang Sheng's actions just now had already shown that he didn't want to meet anyone from the Zheng family. He probably just wanted to take Zheng Wanchan's baby grandson away without having too much to do with the Zheng family. The members of the Zheng family wanted to stop older Zhou, but they couldn't. When they arrived at the shadows, Liang Sheng glanced at the baby in old Zhou's arms and confirmed it was the same baby Zheng Wanchan had described. In an instant, he disappeared with the child. Old Zhou waited for a short while. There was no movement, and without any hesitation, he decided to leave Sky Prison. But before he could get away, a loud noise came from inside the prison, followed by the sound of drums and the cry for help from the prison guards echoing throughout the sky prison. The criminals are escaping. Come give support quickly. Old Joe's face couldn't help but show bitterness. He had no choice but to turn back, as he was a step too late. He didn't need to think much, Zhang Wanchun must be causing trouble. Indeed, when he arrived at the scene of the incident, he saw Zhang Wanchun full of energy. Combining this with his disregard for life, no one dared to get within 3 meters of him. Old Joe naturally wouldn't move forward. Zhang Wanchun was now purposeful in his actions, and Liang Sheng had earlier brought him his infant grandson and told him where the Zheng family was imprisoned. Since they were all doomed to die, it's better to die at their own hands, to avoid torture and to cover up the news of the escape of their baby grandson. As for old Joe, seeing the direction that Zhang Wanchun was heading, he quickly guessed his intention. It's best not to provoke someone who's already dying. Half an hour later, the sky prison guards suffered heavy casualties, but the criminal Zhang Wanchun and all the members of the Zheng family perished in the sea of fire. All the sky prison guards received a certain penalty from top to bottom. Old Joe remained silent, but didn't have much resentment. After all, it was good just to be alive. But still, which Grandmaster had come today? 3 days later. Peaceful Mind Studio. Liang Sheng finally appeared at the bookstore. Old Zhang sighed in relief as soon as he saw him. Little Liang, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even give me a call. I've been on pins and needles, worried that something happened to you. Old Zhang, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. I just went to visit a distant relative outside the city and just got back. Old Zhang didn't ask any further questions since little Liang was an honest person. Was it possible he could have done anything big? He couldn't contain his impatience and approached cautiously. Little Liang, while you were away from the capital city, did you hear that something happened to the sky prison? Let me tell you. Old Zhang recounted the rumors he'd heard about the sky prison to Liang Sheng, who showed no reaction. For the past 3 days, he had actually been wandering around the outskirts of the capital city. He had already given Zhang Wanchun's baby grandson to a childless kind-hearted family to raise. Although the child would not be rich, he could grow up safely. Moreover, he would visit the child from time to time until he grew up, fulfilling his friendship with Zhang Wanchun. Afterwards, the incident at Prince Pingan's mansion finally subsided, and the capital city became increasingly peaceful. However, 3 months later, capital city's tower suddenly rang out 9 times. Emperor Yanjing had passed away, and a new emperor ascended the throne. His reign was named Kaiping. In the capital city of Kyoto, during the 3 solemn months, the whole city was draped in white. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he granted a general amnesty to the people, promised to waive taxes for 3 years, and intended to benefit the people. However, the policies of the court did not really affect the ordinary people at the bottom, and the lives of many people had not changed much. As kinsmen of the royal family, King Wu and King Chu were appointed as ministers by the late emperor's will. At first, they were dedicated to their duties, but which emperor would like to be dictated by others? Nevertheless, with this being the first new year after the new emperor's ascension, all the major merchants showed their support for the new emperor by reducing the prices of their goods for a period of time, making Kyoto seem more prosperous than ever. But as time went by, hidden undercurrents began to surge in Kyoto. The means employed by the new emperor ultimately fell far short of those of his predecessor. King Wu was struck on the forehead by an inkstone thrown by the new emperor in front of a large crowd, and King Chu, infuriated, shut himself away. The 2 ministers appointed by the late emperor's will completely stopped attending court. With the uprising of Prince Pingan, new nobles emerged. For a time, old and new factions were in opposition, and the new emperor's balance between civilian and military was biased, causing conflict. In just a few months, to seize control of the court, the new emperor made a series of blunders, leading to factions and private interests forming within the court. As a result, the power struggle among court factions intensified, and the new emperor gradually lost control of the court. For a time, there were frequent incidents where orders were changed overnight. Under such circumstances, Liang Sheng often looked eastward toward the imperial city. He felt a faint threat from the innate qi that he had sensed before, but now it seemed to be fading. Could it be that the lifespan of the innate eunuch was nearing its end? Liang Sheng could not help but feel curious. After all, he had heard from the sect leader of the no-life sect that the other party should have at least 5 years to live. How could they already be so weak in less than half a year? However, Liang Sheng did not go to the palace to test the situation. As long as the innate eunuch was still alive, he could not risk his life to go there. Time was long, so why the rush? Moreover, they were all cunning opponents, who knew the real situation. Steadily making progress, Liang Sheng believed, was the right way. Before he knew it, he had been in the capital for almost a year. At this time, the atmosphere of the new year enveloped the entire city, and joyfulness was found everywhere. Liang Sheng's mansion. At this moment, Liang Sheng exhaled lightly. The progress of his newly practiced 10 methods of health cultivation was even faster than he had imagined. At this moment, all 10 newly added methods had been practiced to the 9th layer, increasing his lifespan by another 150 years. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 89. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 10th layer, 10 methods of health cultivation, 13th layer, new 10 methods of health cultivation, 9th layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 4th layer. Realm, innate. Lifespan, 2349. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Liang Sheng walked out of the room, and old Wu, the house manager, stood beside the door with a respectful expression. Master, the New Year's Eve dinner is ready. In the past few days, peach charms had been hung around Liang Sheng's mansion, and lanterns had been hung up early after days of cleaning and repairing. The mood was festive. Just then, the sound of firecrackers and the laughter of children came from outside the courtyard. Liang Sheng handed the prepared silver coins to old Wu to distribute to the servants. However, the sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner was only for him to enjoy alone. As for the servants, they gathered in the back kitchen to have their meals. Although their dishes were also very rich, it was impossible for him to allow servants to sit at the same table with him. In this era, doing so would be frightening for the servants. Liang Sheng had little appetite, and since today was New Year's Day and there was no curfew in Kyoto tonight, he figured he might as well go out for a walk. At this time, the imperial city was also brightly lit with lanterns, and occasionally people were even seen throwing copper coins from the city walls. This was the new emperor's way of sharing in the joy with the people. The entire city of Kyoto glowed with thousands of lights, and both sides of the streets were illuminated as if it were daytime. Laughter and joy could be heard everywhere, and the dark clouds of the previous court turmoil had vanished. Even beggars could get food and vegetables in front of the tavern, enjoying the atmosphere of the new year. Today, the common people could finally relax after a year of hard work. However, just at that moment, the sound of galloping horses came from outside the capital gate. Suddenly, a group of mounted soldiers charged into the city at high speed. Grand General Li Hong arrived in the capital on New Year's Eve. Chapter 72, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Capital. General Li Hong's entrance to the capital did not cause much turmoil. The common people were unaware of it, while the noble families in the capital remained silent about it. However, after Li Hong entered the capital, he went directly to the sky prison and never came back out. Some people looked at the situation with deep meaning, while others just sat back and enjoyed the show. Tonight, Liang Sheng also felt something was amiss and glanced in the direction of the imperial city. The long quiet eunuch master suddenly made a move, but he just expressed surprise and didn't interfere with it anymore. Today was the new year, a time for celebration. In a good mood, Liang Sheng headed straight to the dusty garden in the red light district without thinking. At this moment, the dusty garden was somewhat deserted during the new year, and the madam's eyes lit up when she saw Liang Sheng. "Girls, aren't you going to come out and greet our guest?" As she spoke, the old madam personally approached Liang Sheng with great enthusiasm. This guest was known to be generous, so she must give him the best service. Meanwhile, a little earlier, Emperor Kaiping was hosting a feast for the civil and military officials in the imperial city. In the center of the grand hall, dancers fluttered around to the sound of music, a perfect picture of a monarch and his ministers enjoying themselves. The civil and military officials below no longer had the tension they had before, and they warmly congratulated the Dian Empire on its peace and prosperity and the coming of the Golden Age. At that moment, a eunuch quietly approached and whispered something to Emperor Kaiping, whose face changed dramatically despite trying to regain composure quickly. Those civil and military officials beneath him noticed, though they never showed it on their faces. I am deeply indebted to all of you for your support and assistance, so I have ordered the Imperial Kitchen to prepare some dishes for you to take home and share with your family. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Kaiping was implying that it was time for the guests to leave, just like placing a teacup cover on a table. The civil and military officials in 2 rows knelt down to express their gratitude, and the banquet soon ended. When the officials left with food boxes from the Golden Hall, those from the same faction exchanged subtle glances, unsure of what had happened. Emperor Kaiping seemed lenient but was very meticulous in reality. Today, someone must have upset him, but they didn't know who it was that had the courage to do so. It was only after they returned home that they heard the news. Li Hong entered the capital without meeting the new emperor first or returning to his home, instead heading to the Sky Prison. What did it mean? Did he intend to embarrass Emperor Kaiping? True to his strong character, the Grand General did not give Emperor Kaiping any face and was very forthright in his actions. No wonder Emperor Kaiping hurriedly ended the banquet. But since the incident had happened already, they were considering what they should do next and whether they could gain any benefits. At the moment, neither the court officials nor the noble families were calm after news reached them. After all, General Li Hong was an innate master and a war god of Dian who had been guarding the borders diligently for decades, which led to the prosperity of Dian. Imperial City. Imperial Library. At this moment, the Imperial Library was in chaos, and the eunuchs were trembling in fear, lest Emperor Kaiping notice them. After smashing another porcelain artifact, Emperor Kaiping gasped for breath and slumped in his chair, his face flushed with rage. What does Li Hong want to do? Didn't I ask him to come to the capital after the new year? Why did he come early? Even so, he went to the Sky Prison instead of seeing me first. Does he want the world to say that I treat my meritorious officials harshly? The eunuch supervisor stood aside without saying anything, feeling helpless. Wasn't General Li Hong's early arrival to the capital forced by you? As a personal eunuch, he knew far more than the outside world. Emperor Kaiping had promised tax reductions for the people for 3 years upon his ascension, but he lived extravagantly, causing financial difficulties in the private treasury. Finally, he felt that breaking his word would harm the king's credibility and decided to target the border army's military supplies. Within just a few months, the border army's supplies had been reduced by 30%. Li Hong had always treated his soldiers like his own children and had made several requests to discuss this matter, but Emperor Kaiping kept them from going forward. Prior to this, he had even written that the new year was approaching, and it wouldn't be long before he left for the capital. Therefore, having the Grand General arrive in the capital after the new year was merely Emperor Kaiping's wishful thinking. As for Li Hong not coming to see him today, it was only natural. The temperament of that person was not good at all, even the late emperor had no way to deal with him. But if one were to say that Li Hong wanted to rebel, probably no one under heaven would believe it. However, Li Hong did indeed go to Sky Prison without giving any face to Emperor Kaiping. After the emperor's expression softened, the eunuch supervisor cautiously approached and asked, "Your Majesty, shall this servant go to the Sky Prison to check on the Grand General?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Kaiping looked up at the eunuch supervisor. The latter couldn't help but panic, fearing to anger the emperor. Fortunately, Emperor Kaiping didn't get angry again. "There's no need. Since our Grand General wants to stay in Sky Prison, let him be. On this New Year's Eve, I'd rather go see your ancestor." Hearing this, the eunuch supervisor's heart froze, and he hurriedly ordered the young eunuchs to prepare the imperial carriage, before heading towards the imperial palace's backyard. He had a bad premonition in his heart, as the emperor's visit to the ancestor at this time seemed to indicate that he was determined to kill. Otherwise, why would he bother the ancestor at this time? When Emperor Kaiping went to see the eunuch master, it was precisely when Liang Sheng sensed the movement in the imperial palace. However, at that moment, Li Hong had already entered the Sky Prison, causing all the guards there to come forward in greeting. Because it was New Year's Day, there were not many prison guards on duty. Old Joe felt the utmost helplessness at this time, wondering why he had to be on duty on this day. Since he was the highest-ranking person in Sky Prison at the moment, he had no choice but to step forward with a stiff neck. Sky Prison guard Zhou Tai pays his respects to the Grand General. Li Hong heard this, glanced at old Zhou, and seemed to recall something. He then clapped his hands and said, "Oh, I remember now, it's you, the young man. Back then, when I wanted you to join the army and follow me, you refused outright. But it seems I didn't misjudge you, having achieved the postnatal 9 realm. Not bad. It's just a pity. If you had followed me, you would have probably established your career by now. A fine young man guarding this tiny place is ultimately a waste of youth. Upon hearing this, old Joe pretended not to hear anything, maintaining a cool expression. Seeing his reaction, Li Hong decided not to say anything further, as everyone has their own ambitions. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. Just arrange a cell for me, and I'll stay here for some time. Upon hearing this, even the unflappable old Joe staggered in shock. Imprisoning the Grand General in the Sky Prison might lead to a visit from the Dali Temple the very next day, stripping him of his office and throwing him into a death cell. Grand General, you're putting this true person in a difficult position. Why must you lower yourself to the level of someone like me? Seeing old Joe's expression, Li Hong, realizing he wouldn't get help from him, simply headed straight for the A-grade cells. Never mind. It's not like I've never been to Sky Prison before, and I know the rules. People like me should go to the A-grade cells. There's no need for you to worry about me. I'll go there myself, and I doubt anyone will make things difficult for you. After finishing his words, he paid no mind to the reactions of others and headed straight for the inside of Sky Prison, leaving old Joe with a bitter smile. He called an alert guard to relay a warning message, then followed behind with the other guards, his heart full of bitterness. When gods fight, mortals suffer. What's going on? Early the next morning, after a night with Liang Sheng at Dusty Garden, Xu Shuang emerged and felt the strong atmosphere of the first day of the new year. On the way back to their shop, greetings and blessings were exchanged incessantly. After Old Zhang and Liang Sheng exchanged New Year blessings, Old Zhang whispered mysteriously, "Little Liang, let me tell you some news. Last night, the Grand General entered the capital and is in the Sky Prison now." Huh? When the Lord and the General don't get along, it's not a good omen. Coupled with the hidden turmoil in the capital over the past 6 months, Liang Sheng felt a bit uneasy. It's also good for chaos to erupt since it's easier to catch fish in muddy waters. Although the short time of unrest in Dian was not enough to cause chaos to that extent, it was as if he lacked time himself. Chapter 73, Li Hong's Downfall. Capital. With the Grand General Li Hong entering the Sky Prison, the capital city became vaguely turbulent under the festive atmosphere of the new year. However, the common people were not affected, instead, they all became busybodies. Indeed, gossiping is the best way to socialize for humans. Old Zhang seemed like a real-time reporter, even reporting trustworthy information about what Li Hong ate in the Sky Prison. Unexpectedly, Emperor Kaiping remained silent, which was surprising to the noble families of the capital. This was not his usual style. However, some were dubious while others sneered. This was merely the calm before the storm, since even killing a pig requires a prepared knife. Liang Sheng was concerned about the cultivation clues in the imperial city, so he kept an eye on the movements inside the imperial city. The qi of the innate master eunuch became weaker and weaker, making Liang Sheng more cautious, and he did not dare to take any reckless actions. He would never forget the power of that mysterious little sword that night. No matter how many innate masters came forward, none could withstand it. However, the high-ranking officials of the capital might not have as clear a view of the current situation as Liang Sheng. After all, whether they were truly just observing or participating, they were all part of the chess game. Power can move people's hearts, and greed always blinds people's minds. If Liang Sheng's lifespan were not long enough to wait for flowers to bloom and bear fruit, he might have become one of those fighting for dominance in the mortal world. He watched the undercurrents surge in the capital. If Li Hong did not take the initiative to come out of Sky Prison, his fate would not be good. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng sighed helplessly. Nevertheless, with Emperor Kaiping's treatment of Li Hong, one could only say that he was either foolish or fearless. However, considering that an emperor would rather use military funds and provisions than burden the people and cause damage to maintain the stability of the world, it was difficult to see how he could be foolish. Thus, the only explanation left was that he was fearless. Liang Sheng was still somewhat puzzled about this. The eunuch innate master's lifespan was already limited, so where did Emperor Kaiping get his confidence? The master of the lifeless sect spoke directly to Emperor Yanjing during their secret discussion. If the current heavenly son's virtue is not worthy of his position, then they would replace the emperor with someone else, as long as his surname was Yet. Liang Sheng couldn't understand what trump card Emperor Kaiping held that he dared to treat the national pillar general so recklessly. Was he really going to rely solely on that eunuch master for a desperate move? How would he deal with subsequent issues? Emperor Kaiping must have felt a sense of crisis by now, since the number of lifeless sect followers infiltrating the capital had been increasing ever since Li Hong arrived. If Emperor Kaiping were unaware of this, Liang Sheng would be the first not to believe it. However, he was happy about this development. After all, the more chaotic the situation, the murkier the water, the more advantageous it would be for him. All he had to do was sit still on the fishing platform. Imperial Palace. Grand Temple. At this moment, Emperor Kaiping was kneeling on the ground, facing the ancestral tablets of previous emperors of the Dian dynasty. Amid the curling smoke, an old eunuch in mourning clothes was coughing and chanting the scriptures on one side. This was the eunuch master who had beheaded Yemin and Xian Kong with a single sword stroke. Foster father, please help me eliminate the traitor Li Hong. He shows no respect for the king in his eyes. It is now necessary to remove him. Otherwise, my Ye family's land will eventually be destroyed by him, Emperor Kaiping pleaded. However, upon hearing this, the eunuch master did not reply. Instead, he carefully flipped the paper money in the brazier so that no ashes would fly out. He coughed from time to time, while Emperor Kaiping forcibly endured his impatience. He stood up and walked to the eunuch master's side, continuing to complain about Li Hong's great disrespect. At this point, the eunuch master burned the last stack of paper money. He finally spoke, bent over, "Your Majesty, my duty is not to intervene in state affairs. This is the teaching left by the previous emperor. Moreover, I don't understand the matters of the court. However, my late master once instructed me, if you need my help, you must first meet someone and listen to their opinion before deciding whether you need my assistance." What? The face of Emperor Kaiping turned ugly when he heard this. In fact, when he ascended the throne, he never imagined that the lifeless sect rebellion would turn out to be a play staged by the royal family for the world to see. Who would have thought that they could meet the sect leader of the lifeless sect during the ancestral worship ceremony in the Grand Temple upon their enthronement? Furthermore, they had to address the sect leader as 13th uncle. Fortunately, he did not give any orders in the past 6 months. Upon seeing the old eunuch's steadfast attitude, Emperor Kaiping took a deep breath, nodded, and whispered, "Foster father, I will immediately contact 13th uncle. I'll come back to you with the result." In the following days, the capital remained calm, with Li Hong still staying in Sky Prison. The cautious old Zhou could only shake his head and smile bitterly as he diligently attended to the national pillar general. On the 7th day of the new year, the festive atmosphere in the capital began to fade. Liang Sheng looked in the direction of the imperial city with a mysterious smile on his lips. The heavenly son couldn't help but make a move after all. Chen Sheng's stronghold had remained undisturbed all these years, and through him, Liang Sheng got first-hand information, reuniting with the master of the No-Life sect, who had infiltrated the capital. The No-Life sect's master, who hadn't been to the capital in nearly a year, probably wasn't just here for a simple appearance. Sure enough, as Liang Sheng carefully followed him from a distance, he saw the man enter a familiar hidden corner of the imperial city. But this time, it was Emperor Kaiping himself who had been waiting there. Upon seeing the master of the No-Life sect, he addressed him as 13th uncle. "You called urgently for a meeting. Is it about Li Hong?" Emperor Kaiping nodded. There was no need to hide the matter. After all, his intentions were clear to everyone by now. The No-Life sect master couldn't help but shake his head. "If Li Hong dies, there will be turmoil in the borderlands, and the price you will have to pay will be immense. Moreover, I can guarantee that Li Hong has no intention of rebelling. I think you know I would not be mistaken. Do you still want him dead?" As the leader of the world's foremost rebel sect, if the No-Life sect master said Li Hong had no intention of rebelling, then it was most likely true. But Emperor Kaiping's face was still filled with a ruthless determination. "That mere man no longer considers me in his thoughts. It's only 30% of the grain provisions, and no one in the army is starving. Why has he gone to such lengths to embarrass me? If he can't be used by me, then what's the point of keeping him alive? Once he's dead, it will only be a brief period of chaos. There is no one under heaven who can disrupt my Ye family's dynasty. Instead, this will teach everyone, no matter who they are, that as long as they defy me, even if they are an innate nation protector, they will only have one path, death. Emperor Kaiping's face was filled with malice at this moment. The master of the no-life sect looked at him, still calm. You are the current emperor of Dian. All I hope is that you don't come to regret your decision. As for me, all that matters is that the world remains under the name of Yet. Everything else is of no consequence. Of course, Emperor Kaiping understood his meaning. But his heart was filled with supreme pride. How could he ever consider the possibility of something going wrong with Dian's rule under him? His reign was named Kaiping, because he was absolutely confident that as long as he was in power, the nation would be as stable as Mount Tai. That night, the capital was once again plagued by a rebellion of no-life sect followers. They began by launching a night attack on the Sky Prison, and their cries to save the no-life sect's mother resounded throughout the city. Save Li Hong! Cleanse the emperor's side of treachery! In response to this sudden turn of events, both the capital's noble families and high-ranking civil and military officials were caught off guard. They never thought that Li Hong would be involved with the no-life sect. That night, the imperial army launched a powerful counterattack. Emperor Kaiping was both decisive and deadly. The small sword and eunuch master reappeared before the world. The scene could not help but remind people of the night Prince Ping'an rebelled. Li Hong did not even leave a last will behind, nor did he fight back. Instead, he looked north and stood upright in death. Old Zhou, the warden of the Sky Prison, returned to his home in silence. After a long time, he sighed deeply. There was no need for Li Hong to die, but at this late hour, what good would it do to make a stand? He walked into the darkness. After that night, the restless hearts of the capital's noble families settled once again. In the end, the rule of the world would still belong to the Ye family. But with Li Hong's death, what would happen to the uproar among the northern border troops? However, the news they received was that nearly all of Li Hong's trusted subordinates had perished overnight, allowing Emperor Kaiping to smoothly take control of the border troops without any trouble. Such tactics stabilized the Dian imperial court and restored a sense of peace and prosperity to the world. Emperor Kaiping, truly ruthless and decisive. Most importantly, no one knew how he had accomplished it. So how could the nobility and officials of the imperial court, who were now uncertain about Emperor Kaiping's hidden power, dare to make any rash moves? A month later, Liang Sheng sneaked out alone to the outskirts of the imperial city, his eyes flashing with intense focus as he stared into the heart of the city. Today would be the day the eunuch master would fall. Chapter 74, Still Innate. Capital City. Outside the imperial city, Liang Sheng was carefully hiding in a corner, watching the direction of the imperial palace. At this moment, there was an enormously strong breath within the palace. However, there was a faint sense of decay at its peak, much like the last ray of light before the collapse of the great sun. It seems that it was the resurgence of the innate eunuch grandmaster that caused such a scene. However, Liang Sheng did not act hastily, he simply watched quietly. Not far away, there was another person doing the same, quietly watching the imperial palace. It was none other than the master of the no-life sect. Who could have imagined that of the four great masters of the Dian known to the public, only the master of the no-life sect and the innate eunuch grandmaster in the palace remain? One wonders whether the master of the no-life sect was there to pay his respects to the grandmaster of the imperial palace. Within the palace, outside the grand temple, the imperial army was standing guard layer upon layer, strictly alert. Inside the temple, Emperor Kaiping was standing quietly, watching intently at the old man who had been by his father's side since he could remember. At this moment, the old man did not appear to have decayed, on the contrary, he seemed full of vitality, not at all like a decrepit old man. Father! At this moment, the innate eunuch grandmaster chuckled, Your Majesty, why be so formal? I should have passed on with the previous emperor. Now I get to stay by his side, it is my fortune. Without waiting for Emperor Kaiping to say anything, he turned to the eunuch supervisor Qin Gang, who stood next to the emperor. Little Gang, don't waste time, come here. Eunuch supervisor Qin Gang quickly stepped forward. Who could have guessed that Qin Gang was actually a martial artist of the postnatal 9 realms? The eunuch master was palm to back with Qin Gang, transferring a pure inner strength into Qin Gang's body. The two shared the same teaching of techniques, and at this moment, Qin Gang's body was circulating the qi, quickly devouring this power. At this moment, the innate eunuch grandmaster released his hands. Qin Gang remained sitting with his eyes closed, circulating his qi to digest the power in his body. The innate eunuch grandmaster only had time to give Emperor Kaiping a smile, then fell silent. The innate eunuch grandmaster fell today. Emperor Kaiping bowed slightly, then focused his eyes on Qin Gang. At this moment, Qin Gang's breath was rising steadily and then he suddenly opened his eyes, the light sparkled like substance. Seeing this, Emperor Kaiping couldn't help but rejoice. Did it succeed? Your humble servant did not fail. Good, very good. Immediately after, Emperor Kaiping carefully took out a jade bottle from his sleeves and handed it to Qin Gang. Take this pill, cultivate with peace of mind. From now on, you are my right-hand man, an innate nation protector. Thank you for your majesty's grace. Emperor Kaiping couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Gang, handpicked as a martial arts genius from a young age, had entered the palace to become a eunuch and grown up with Emperor Kaiping. The technique that Qin Gang and the innate eunuch grandmaster practiced was called the reincarnation cycle technique. It was the signature technique of the reincarnation palace, one of the 7 great sects. The greatest advantage of this technique was that it could be passed on to those who also practiced the same technique. After receiving the imparted energy from the innate eunuch grandmaster, Qin Gang stepped into the half-step innate stage, and the jade bottle held the barrier-breaking pill that all martial artists dreamt of. In other words, within a few days, when Qin Gang emerges from his closed-door cultivation, he would be the new innate grandmaster of the Dian Palace. Someone escort my father figure on his journey. Outside the imperial palace. The aura of the innate eunuch grandmaster was completely gone, but immediately after, the breakthrough of Qin Gang's breath spread out, which made Liang Sheng momentarily stunned. Half-step innate. He thought of the barrier-breaking pill that Emperor Yanjing had given to the no-life sect leader as a reward before and couldn't help sighing. The innate grandmasters of the Dian royal palace indeed had an unbroken lineage, no wonder the great Dian nation had always lasted. The no-life sect leader clearly sensed this situation as well. He silently nodded but did not leave at this moment. After some time, Emperor Kaiping appeared alone at the old place, unable to hide the smile on his face while meeting with the no-life sect leader. Uncle 13, thank you for guarding this place. I also owe your help for the recent matters at the frontier. Without your intervention, I wouldn't have been able to deal with Li Hong's rebellion so smoothly. The leader of the no-life sect showed no emotion upon hearing this. You need not remind me indirectly, both of us know the true circumstances of the so-called rebellion. I will stay in the capital for a few more days. My old friend will pass down the techniques to the person at your side who is on the half-step to the innate realm. Once he consumes the barrier-breaking pill and successfully ascends to the innate realm, I will leave the capital. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kaiping obviously breathed a sigh of relief. However, he wanted to explain that he didn't mean that, but the leader of the no-life sect cut him off. I didn't want to argue with you, but this year you have indulged too much in pleasures. People's hearts are fluctuating within the territory of Dian. You better not act like your late father, you don't have his skills. Besides, you better find some more people to practice the reincarnation cycle technique so you won't end up like your father. If he hadn't been so suspicious that year, wouldn't there be more than one innate in the palace? Also, consider that there are not many barrier-breaking pills left. What would you do if something happened? You better prepare early, don't put all your eggs in one basket, otherwise in case of any accident, you can't find someone to pass on the techniques, ha. However, seeing the indifferent expression of Emperor Kaiping, he no longer advised but only reminded, your cousin has breached the innate realm, my lifespan is nearly exhausted, he will probably be the one to meet you. All. Emperor Kaiping looked at the leader of the no-life sect with glossy black hair, smooth skin, which made him overlook the age of the leader. I will consider it seriously, Uncle 13. Very well, you should go back. I will protect your cultivation here until that innate at your side comes out. Emperor Kaiping bowed when he heard this and slowly entered the palace from the side door. The leader of the no-life sect then merged into the night, unnoticed by anyone. At this moment, Liang Sheng's heart was pounding. The palace actually possessed such a miraculous technique. No wonder the innate in the palace never ceased to emerge. To know, in the world of martial arts, there were countless postnatal 9-layered martial artists crossing the river like Crucian carp, but there were few who could achieve innate, and the bottleneck virtually blocked all martial artists in the world. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but be more cautious, not because the leader of the no-life sect said there was no innate master in the palace at this time, and he became impulsive. Since there's such means within the palace to ensure that even innate practitioners don't die out, who can guarantee that there are no other means in the palace to deal with the onslaught of innate? Such as that mysterious small sword of that year. Hearing the palace's secret about the innate today is a great harvest. He only needs to be patient, and he will get closer to the clues of cultivation to become an immortal. In everything, haste makes waste, as the leader of the no-life sect said, they will grow old after all, and only I can afford to wait. Everything is worth waiting for. Time passed as Liang Sheng was waiting cautiously. After a month, the leader of the no-life sect left the capital because Qin Gang was successfully promoted to innate. The death of Li Hong seemed to make everything calm. In the beginning, Emperor Kaiping seemed to listen to the advice of the leader of the no-life sect and worked hard. However, the nobles and powerful families in the court did not dare to resist Emperor Kaiping because of Li Hong's incident. Emperor Kaiping gradually returned to his true self and became extravagant and unrestrained. If you want to indulge in pleasure, you need a lot of money. As Emperor Kaiping's heart becomes more and more inflated, government affairs are in chaos, and the lives of the people have become increasingly difficult. Unconsciously, 20 years passed, the people of the Dian dynasty were so oppressed by multiple tax increases that they couldn't make a living. Under such circumstances, Liang Sheng's cultivation method, which had been motionless for many years, finally made a breakthrough and advanced further. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 109. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, nth level, 20 health cultivating techniques, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 5th level. Realm, innate. Lifespan, 4329. The new life nurturing technique advances the cultivation based on a high realm, and in just a few years, it breaks through to the 14th level, thus increasing the lifespan by 2000 years. Liang Sheng's lifespan is skyrocketing, but how is his martial arts realm still in the innate realm after breaking the limit and cultivating the Golden Dragon technique to the 11th level? Chapter 75, Getting Married. Capital City. Liang Sheng's martial arts technique, Golden Dragon art had broken through once again, and his unmoving Ming King seal had been cultivated to the 5th level, allowing his cultivation speed to accelerate once more. However, after the Golden Dragon technique broke through the 11th level, the result was not as Liang Sheng imagined. It did not break the limit and surpass the innate realm, his martial arts realm remained in the innate realm. Although the strength within his body had increased exponentially, even the no-life sect leader would pose no threat if he appeared in front of him now. Simply put, 20 years ago he could now fight against 10 of his former self at the innate realm. This is the invincible power brought by the Golden Dragon technique after it broke through the 11th level. However, his martial arts realm remained innate, casting a shadow over Liang Sheng's heart. It seems that martial arts techniques can indeed break through infinitely, but they cannot achieve qualitative changes. The power can continue to grow stronger, but the essence cannot change. Martial arts techniques are ultimately just martial arts techniques, and he is still just a mortal body. Cultivation. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but gaze into the distance towards the imperial city. He would probably have to wait for the opportunity to go to the imperial palace and search for the secret of cultivation mentioned by the no-life sect followers back then. Even though he's not completely confident yet, he will continue waiting. Time is not a problem, what he lacks least is time. More importantly, during these 20 years, the Dian dynasty has been in decay, and the opportunity he has been waiting for will surely come soon. There's no hurry, just patiently waiting for the day the Dian dynasty falls into chaos. Liang Sheng doesn't believe that the Dian royal family will keep their trump card hidden. When that time comes, Liang Sheng shook his head, no longer dwelling on it, calming his excited heart. He will watch the passage of time and see who will ultimately rise and fall. Peaceful Mind Studio. Old Zhang was still selling steamed buns, but now he had an extra helper. His son had slowly started taking over. After all, old Zhang was getting older. As for little Liang, he had become old Liang. His relationship with old Zhang had grown even closer over the past 20 years. They had become like close family friends. Old Liang, come to my house for a drink at noon. I advised you to get married years ago, but now you're still a widower. Old Zhang was somewhat disappointed, but he just wanted to invite him to have a meal together. However, Liang Sheng shook his head. I have some family matters to attend to outside the city today. I'll look for you to drink when I come back. All right. Before leaving, old Zhang skillfully took a book. His own son needed more practice. Next time, he would let him come personally. Outside the city, Liang Sheng walked along a country road with 2 servants, and soon they arrived at a small village. At this moment, there was a lively atmosphere in front of a family's house, with children running around and joyful laughter. Today was the wedding day of Zheng Wanchun's grandson, who now had the last name Guan. In these 20 years, the once little baby had grown up into an adult. As Liang Sheng entered the village, many people noticed him. After all, his clothes alone were more impressive than those of any local rich man in town. I'm passing by today, and I wonder if the host would allow me to have a cup of wedding wine? At this moment, a simple old man came out, wiping his hands on his clothes. Seeing Liang Sheng being so polite, he relaxed for some reason. Since you're here, you're a guest. If the guest doesn't mind our humble village and would like to have a drink of our wedding wine, it would be our honor. Perhaps it was because of Liang Sheng's aura, or maybe it was the hospitable nature of the family. Liang Sheng was invited to their main table, and he did not act reserved. His 2 servants sat down at the side tables. The dishes on the main table weren't very luxurious, but in this day and age, simply surviving was good enough, let alone having wine to drink. The 2 words "Kiping" from Dian dynasty seemed like a joke. At first, the atmosphere at the main table was rather restrained. But after a few glasses of wine, Liang Sheng let loose. Soon enough, the atmosphere became lively. Just then, the groom is bringing the bride home. In an instant, everyone looked towards the door. Since it was an ordinary rural household, there were not many formalities. The bride was wearing a red silk scarf, and one could see her face. She seemed to be virtuous and prosperous. After the ceremony of bowing before heaven and earth and the parents, the bride was sent to the bridal chamber. Naturally, the groom began to toast table by table, with the first being the main table. He saw Liang Sheng and was taken aback, but then old Guan whispered an explanation in his ear. Afterward, the groom regained his composure and toasted everyone. Liang Sheng didn't say much, but in the middle of it all, he took the opportunity to pat the groom. The groom's spirit immediately lifted, and even his tipsiness disappeared. The groom didn't pay it much attention at the time, thinking people's spirits were just high during happy events. When the feast was over, Liang Sheng excused himself and left. That night, old Guan and his wife, along with the newlywed couple, were sorting through the gifts given by the guests when the old woman suddenly let out a gasp. "What's wrong? Look at this." It was a silver note worth 100 liang. In an instant, everyone's breathing grew heavier. It was from that old man who came for a drink of celebration. "All Zheng, you are so lucky." That night, the old couple listened to the creaking noises from next door for an hour, and couldn't help but smile. It seemed they would soon be holding their grandchild, as little Zheng had a strong body. Guan Zheng also found it strange that his body seemed much better, but since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't dwell on it. After all, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, in the north of the capital city, Liang Sheng had also returned home. Instead of heading to the dusty garden, he was drinking alone in the courtyard. "Sheriff Zheng, have a safe journey." He then poured a cup of wine on the ground. The bright moon in the sky remained unchanged, as did Liang Sheng. However, many people and things in the world had already changed. Capital City. At this time, Emperor Kiping seemed to be in the prime of his life, but he had failed in martial arts and was infatuated with wine and women. His body had already been hollowed out. At this moment, in the Golden Hall, he let out a yawn. Qin Gang immediately stepped forward. "If you have matters, report them. If not, withdraw from the court." The officials below looked at each other, but no one came forward, as all the outspoken officials were already in the sky prison. Seeing this, Emperor Kiping did not hesitate and directly got up and left, while the officials below remained silent, slowly exiting the great hall. The sunlight was dazzling. Prime Minister Zhang Zhenji raised a hand to shield his eyes, then turned to the Minister of Rituals and said, "Make sure there are no mistakes in the 20th anniversary ceremony for His Majesty's reign the day after tomorrow. Remember to pick some good people to greet him on the way. Don't allow the troublemakers to clash with His Majesty's carriage." The Minister of Rituals naturally understood what Zhang Zhenji meant. "Prime Minister, rest assured, there will be no problems. We have already prepared everything with the good people." Zhang Zhenju nodded, said nothing more, and strode out of the imperial palace. Before leaving, he looked back in the direction of the imperial garden. Bender. That person was probably still enjoying themselves to the fullest. Peaceful Mind Studio. Liang Sheng was originally taking a nap in the afternoon, but old Zhang suddenly came up cursing, "Old Liang, we don't have to open for business the day after tomorrow. The officials say all the merchants in our area have to go outside the city to welcome His Majesty during the ceremony. We won't have any business that day. These damned days." Old Zhang didn't care about Liang Sheng's silence and continued cursing softly. Their livelihood had been declining over the past 20 years, but they could barely maintain their lives. After all, how many people in North City didn't have a stable background? The court had a simple reason for drafting them this time. If they were to let ordinary people come, they would probably be met with complaints and troubles. Liang Sheng naturally understood what was going on, but he never thought that even with such arrangements, there would still be a big problem on the day of the ceremony. A huge problem. Chapter 76, Assassination of Emperor Kaiping. Capital. At this moment on the officials' road, the commoners lined the streets to welcome them, and the civil and military officials followed behind Emperor Kaiping's imperial carriage, walking forward. Fortunately, in this world, nobles practice martial arts, but their achievements in martial arts vary, otherwise, after this long journey of worshipping heaven, these noble officials might not be able to endure it. Liang Sheng and old Zhang's family were kneeling on the ground at this moment, but Liang Sheng was only pretending to kneel, chanting long live, with a flush face, as if extremely excited. They were all good actors. When the imperial carriage passed in front of them, Liang Sheng and the others quickly stood up. At this moment, Emperor Kaiping looked at the people cheering long live, and felt a surge of ambition. This was his kingdom. The imperial army was always alert to the surrounding people. Although it was unlikely that anything would happen, they were still conscientious in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Nowadays, His Majesty is not a kind and gentle ruler, and he is very harsh. If he is humiliated today, he may be sent to the sky prison or even executed directly. However, until Emperor Kaiping ascended the mountain to worship the sky, nothing happened. After descending the mountain, with the city gate in sight, Mo Longqiang, the commander of the imperial army, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, suddenly someone flew out from the crowd, rushing straight towards the imperial carriage. Dozens of people were all high-ranking martial artists, and their goal was extremely clear. In an instant, the onlooking crowd was thrown into chaos, and some people who were running in panic accidentally bumped into the imperial army and were immediately executed on the spot. Old Zhang's family hadn't had time to understand what was happening when they were surrounded by the crowd and forced to squeeze out. Old Zhang sighed in his heart, fearing that they would lose their lives today. Just then, he suddenly felt a tremendous force, and he was separated from the crowd. Before he could understand what was happening, he heard Liang Sheng's voice, "Hurry, follow me." In an instant, old Zhang had found his backbone and saw that his family was by his side. He quickly followed Liang Sheng, fleeing away from the panicked crowd and towards the edge of the officials' road. Disaster. On the other hand, the commander of the imperial army paled in horror and his heart sank. How could there be a slip-up at this moment? Who would have thought that someone would dare to assassinate Emperor Kaiping at this time? At this moment, he could only shout loudly to try to make up for his mistake. There are assassins. Protect His Majesty. Although the imperial army around the imperial carriage was slow to react, they were still the elite of the elite, instinctively stepping in front of the carriage to protect it. For a short while, the scene was filled with sword-light and fierce fighting. Despite being elite soldiers, most of the imperial army was only at the intermediate level martial arts, but the assassins were at least at the postnatal 7 realm. Caught off guard, the imperial army was forced to retreat step by step. As the imperial army continued to be slaughtered, opening a gap, several postnatal 9th layer experts rushed towards the imperial carriage. Emperor Kaiping's face behind the curtain had already turned black. "Your Majesty, why not let this old slave end this farce? No need for Daban to take action. I want to see if Mo Longqiang can still be the commander of the imperial army. There's no need to keep useless people around." Hearing these words, Qin Gang stood quietly beside Emperor Kaiping, not moving at all. With him there, no one could touch His Majesty. Finally, Mo Longqiang regained his senses and began to command the imperial army. With a ringleader, the headless dragon-like state of the army was instantly resolved, and they began to advance and retreat in an orderly manner. For a short while, the assassins were unable to make any progress. Seeing this scene, Emperor Kaiping in the imperial carriage finally looked more pleased. After all, his imperial army was not so useless. At this moment, the civil and military officials and nobles were also guarding around the imperial carriage, but their faces looked very strange. They protected Zhang Zhenju and glared fiercely at the Ministry of Rituals. The cheering commoners were carefully selected, but now that a slip-up had occurred, how would His Majesty see them? In recent years, Emperor Kaiping had become increasingly violent. A moment of carelessness could result in a trip to the sky prison. The saying to live with a monarch is like living with a tiger could not be more apt. However, as the situation gradually came under control, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His mind was still racing, thinking about how to placate Emperor Kaiping's anger. Not far away, old Zhang followed Liang Sheng to safety, but he couldn't see the specific situation on the officials' road, which made him extremely worried. I hope nothing goes wrong, otherwise I'm afraid there'll be a big disaster today. Old Liang, why are we so unlucky? Liang Sheng quickly comforted him, and old Zhang's emotions gradually calmed down. Liang Sheng looked at the imperial carriage, heavily surrounded on the officials' road, but his expression was somewhat inexplicable, because he sensed the presence of other masters lurking around. Innate expert. So the attackers this time are well prepared. If Emperor Kaiping feels that the overall situation is settled, and steps out of the imperial carriage. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the direction of the innate chi, which was only a few dozen meters away from the imperial carriage. An innate grandmaster could arrive in just a moment. As more and more imperial army surrounded them, the assassins who tried to kill were enclosed in the middle, gradually losing the possibility of escape, and the battle calmed down. Seeing this, Mo Longqiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and ran in front of the imperial carriage and knelt down. Your servant deserves to die for allowing the rebels to attack your majesty's imperial carriage. There was no sound from the imperial carriage. Cold sweat covered Mo Longqiang's forehead, and it was not known how long it took before Emperor Kaiping's voice came out. Da Ban, accompany me to see who these rebels are who dare to assassinate me. Immediately afterwards, the curtain of the imperial carriage opened, and Qin Gang carefully helped Emperor Kaiping appear, and the surrounding imperial army and civil and military officials all leaned over. At this moment, the assassins had suffered heavy losses, and even if they were masters of the martial arts, they had no way to deal with the elite imperial army. A thought came to Mo Longqiang's mind: spare their lives under the knife, remember to keep a living mouth, His Majesty wants to interrogate. Qin Gang glanced at Mo Longqiang, then nodded slightly. This sentence might make his rebuke smaller since he understood His Majesty's mind. In a short while, the last few assassins were all surrounded in the middle, almost without the power to fight back, and Emperor Kaiping also walked over. Why assassinate me? The few people did not answer, instead, they smiled strangely, then immediately bit their tongues and committed suicide, their eyes full of hatred. Tyrant! Mo Longqiang felt that something is wrong at once, and Qin Gang reacted at the first moment, and a sharp sound rang out. Protect His Majesty! At the same time, a strong qi suddenly erupted nearby, and the innate pressure dominated the whole field. It turned out that the assassins before were just bait, and the real killing move was left here. At the next moment, several bald-headed men appeared in the sight of the imperial army, but the people standing in front of them did not make any blocking movements and were killed on the spot. The few people are all in the postnatal 9 realm, even one of them is an innate grandmaster. The strength of the assassins is terrifying. However, Qin Gang appeared in front of Emperor Kaiping at this time, firmly taking a palm from the innate assassin. For a time, everyone present couldn't help but look at Qin Gang. Bender. Eunuch Supervisor Qin Gang, is actually an innate grandmaster? Emperor Kaiping was also taken aback just now, but at this time he reacted and realized that he had inadvertently stepped back and became angry and ashamed. Kill them! Mo Longqiang immediately issued a command loudly: 3 talents 5 elements formation, trap them. The imperial army quickly changed formation, not wanting to kill their opponents, but just restraining them was enough. The most important thing was to ensure Emperor Kaiping's safety. At this time, Qin Gang felt that there were no other innate experts and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Many military commanders and nobles stood in front of Emperor Kaiping, guarding his left and right. But Liang Sheng's eyebrows were furrowed because he recognized the bald innate assassin at the moment. Although he looked old, he also recognized who he was. This person is none other than Jinshan Temple's Hung Ji, a former disciple of the Liang family. He never thought that Hung Ji would actually reach the innate realm, which was truly unexpected. Chapter 77 Cultivation Sect. Capital, outside the city. At the moment, a large number of soldiers appeared at the city gate. The 5 armies' commander's mansion has already received the news, and sent elite forces to support the imperial carriage speedily. Hung Ji saw Qin Gang standing in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect there to be an innate master in the palace. Could it be that the fate of Dian is not yet finished? For a short while, he was hindered by Qin Gang, and Mo Longqiang cooperated with him. He gradually felt that he was deep in the mire and couldn't escape. He looked at Emperor Kaiping, who was getting further and further away from him, and there was regret in his heart. It seemed that the tyrant would escape again this time. He dared to assassinate Emperor Kaiping because he knew that the eunuch master who contributed to the quelling of Prince Pingan's rebellion had fallen, and he had also made a breakthrough to the innate state, which is why Hung Ji made such a plan. After the termination of Prince Pingan's mansion's rebellion, Jinshan Temple and Jinzhou City Liang family were all implicated. After all, with Master Xiankong involved in the rebellion, how could they possibly stay out of it? By the time the news of Prince Pingan's rebellion in the capital reached Jinzhou City, it was a bit late because Jinshan Temple was attacked that night. They did not know whether the No-Life sect had lent a hand. Hung Ji and others originally wanted to coexist with Jinshan Temple, but they didn't expect that the Xian generation high monks would drive them into the secret tunnel, thus narrowly escaping a disaster. And that night, Jinshan Temple and Jinzhou City Liang family were completely wiped out, and all the people related to the case were beheaded on the spot in Jinzhou City. If the story developed normally, Hung Ji would have taken a few senior brothers to live in hiding and secretly pass on the inheritance of Jinshan Temple. But things always have accidents. Because the incident happened suddenly, the scriptures in the scripture repository only left important scriptures for Hung Ji and others to revive Jinshan Temple in the future. But one day when Hung Ji was sorting out the scriptures, he turned to the unmoving Ming King Tathagata Sutra. The days of living in hiding were definitely hard, and Hung Ji would also recite the scriptures in his spare time. He did not know if it was because of his extraordinary talent, but unwittingly, he also understood the unmoving Ming King seal like Liang Sheng back then. Afterwards, Hung Ji practiced the unmoving Ming King seal until 3 years ago when he successfully broke through the 3rd layer of the unmoving Ming King seal, and then his cultivation speed was astonishing. A year ago, Hung Ji broke through to the realm of an innate master, and the unmoving Ming King seal began to be taught to other fellow brothers. If Hung Ji hadn't made a breakthrough to the innate state, he would have continued to live in obscurity and continue the inheritance of Jinshan Temple, but after breaking through to the innate state, how could he let go of the grudge of his sect being wiped out? Especially for those who have taken the tonsure, once they have a fixation, if they do not eliminate it, it will become the demons in their heart. After the unanimous agreement of his fellow brothers, they went to the capital. Until the opportunity of Emperor Kaiping's heaven-worshipping ceremony, they created today's situation. Everything was originally going according to his plan, but who knew that an innate master, Qin Gang, would show up halfway? The internal energy of an innate master is endless, but under the cooperation of Qin Gang and the Imperial Army, he felt a faint insufficiency in recharging. He must escape. If he died here again, it would be meaningless, but how could he possibly escape with Qin Gang entangled with him? Just then, Qin Gang's face changed and he retreated swiftly, standing in front of Emperor Kaiping and shouting, "Protect His Majesty!" Mo Longqiang was not sure of the situation, only to see Qin Gang on high alert. At this moment, he even saw a small sword appearing in Qin Gang's hand. Although he did not understand the current situation, he immediately commanded the Imperial Army to surround the Imperial carriage cautiously. Hung Ji also glanced in a certain direction, then without any hesitation, escaped into the deep mountain and old forest instantly, because the opportunity shouldn't be missed and it won't come again. For a short while, the whole Imperial procession was in chaos. It took quite a while for Qin Gang to regain his composure. The frightening Qi had already disappeared. "Your Majesty, please return to the palace immediately." After Qin Gang was promoted to the innate state, Emperor Kaiping had never heard him use such a tone. He immediately headed back to the city without reprimanding the Imperial Army. The citizens around also rushed back to the city like a swarm. Today's sudden incident, I'm afraid, will spread throughout the capital soon. Just who was the brave man who dared to assassinate Emperor Kaiping in public? However, upon returning to the city, old Zhang, who is always the source of information, was not in the mood for discussion. After thanking Liang Sheng, he bid his farewell and returned home. It seemed that he too was quite shocked by the day's events. Upon returning home, Liang Sheng sank into contemplation. He hadn't expected to encounter Hung Ji in the capital. Today, the reason Qin Gang halted his attack abruptly was because he caught a trace of Liang Sheng's qi that slipped out in an instant and then disappeared. It was impossible for the others to locate him from this fleeting qi. In addition, given the dire situation, there was no way Qin Gang could have thought it through. As expected, he got scared and ran away, allowing Hung Ji to escape. Although Liang Sheng had previously arranged for Liang Ying's lineage, preserving the bloodline of the Liang family, after witnessing Hung Ji's predicament today, he felt compelled to help. By saving Hung Ji today, he fulfilled the promise he made during the time when he was not under threat, to help the Liang family bloodline. As for what happens to Hung Ji in the future, it no longer matters to him. If Hung Ji fails to understand the situation and takes action, Liang Sheng would merely stand by and watch, since their cause and effect have already been severed today. Over the next few days, the capital was under scrutiny, day by day. The 5 armies commander's mansion and Jingzhou mansion practically turned the city upside down, but Liang Sheng was in no danger. For a while, the entire capital was in a state of unrest, with even ordinary people feeling the severe chill of early spring. Under such circumstances, the no-life sect's old master entered capital, and Liang Sheng, of course, kept his distance. This time, Emperor Kaiping was accompanied by Qin Gang, while another individual was with the master of the no-life sect. The no-life sect's leader was now white-haired, indicating his lifespan was coming to an end. From this point on, he will command the no-life sect. It would be your first meeting, although it takes place under circumstances I did not anticipate. Emperor Kaiping glanced at the new no-life sect leader and nodded slightly, not in the mood for pleasantries, given the horrific event related by Qin Gang. Upon hearing Qin Gang's experience, the previous no-life sect master's eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. Are you saying that this energy is so strong that it makes you tremble, just like the awe you felt when you saw your ancestor wielding the small sword? With a stern face, Qin Gang nodded. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have advised Emperor Kaiping to return to the capital immediately, as he wasn't confident, even with the small sword in hand. How could it be? Unless there is a half-step magical weapon, how can an innate master have such power? Could it be? I don't know. Emperor Kaiping replied gravely. The atmosphere grew silent for a moment before the old no-life sect master turned to the new one. Ye Chen, go back first. Regardless of what happens to capital, do not enter it. Unless you receive news from the imperial palace in capital stating absolute safety, you should not enter. No matter who asks you to visit, remember this, all right? 13th Uncle. The new leader, Ye Chen, tried to protest, but was cut short by the old master. I don't have much time left. It's better to stay in the palace. If the opponent is really that strong, I may be of some use. Perhaps I can last 15 years to communicate with the other side. Emperor Kaiping was shocked. The elder actually had such little confidence in him? However, when he heard the elder was staying, he exhaled in relief. After a few more warnings from both parties, the old master returned to the palace with Emperor Kaiping and Qin Gang, while Ye Chen left. Bender. Liang Sheng, in a place not far away, looked on in surprise. Of course, he was very strong enough that even Qin Gang holding the small sword was extremely cautious. The second time he encountered that mysterious small sword, he no longer felt threatened. But, were they misunderstanding him? That side? Which side were they talking about? The cultivation sects? Chapter 78, Ordinary Man. Capital City. After the new leader of the no-life sect, Ye Chen, arranged everything in the capital, he ordered the sect's spies to stay quiet and await his signal to wake up. Upon the old sect master's suggestion, Ye Chen then left the capital the next day and vowed not to return until it was confirmed safe again. Bender. North City. Peaceful Mind Studio. Old Zhang looked at the horse carriage full of books in front of Liang Sheng bookstore with surprise, as it had not been too long since Liang Sheng's previous stock purchase. Why had old Liang suddenly ordered so many books again? Liang Sheng just smiled without giving a detailed explanation. I've been bored lately. Moreover, no one knows what the future holds. I'm just preparing early, the bookstore can't always be without new books. Upon hearing this, old Zhang slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Old Liang, your mind works quickly indeed. It's wise to stock up some supplies in such uncertain times. After all, who knows what troubles are ahead? Having said that, old Zhang hurried away anxiously, and Liang Sheng couldn't help but shake his head and smile as he watched him leave. He then continued directing his servants to move the books. This time, Liang Sheng's servants found their work much easier than before, as all the books were about strange tales, miscellaneous records, and unofficial histories. Liang Sheng offered no explanations for this either. After seeing that everything was going smoothly, he lay down in a lounge chair, casually picked up an unofficial history of the Dian dynasty, and began reading with relish. Ever since hearing the conversation between the no-life sect leader and Emperor Kaiping that night, he had some suspicions. To confirm his thoughts, he decided to search for clues in the unofficial histories. Never underestimate the potential truth hidden in unofficial histories. Many things often defy reason yet are found within them, perfectly logical in their context. Outside the bookstore, old Zhang was anxiously pulling his son along to buy flour. For a short while, the scene inside and outside the study was a lively contrast between stillness and motion. Ever since Grand General Hung Ji had escaped the assassination attempt during Emperor Kaiping's heaven-worshipping ceremony, the capital city had been under curfew every night. After all, no one could predict whether the assassins would strike again. How could the capital remain unguarded? However, after so much time had passed, Hung Ji still had not surfaced. No one knew where he was hiding or what he was doing. Perhaps he felt that the time was not right and decided to hibernate once more. Regardless of the reason, the capital city gradually grew serene. However, the Dian dynasty's court was no longer peaceful. The impact of the assassination attempt during the heaven-worshipping ceremony was far from simple. It was as if a certain matter had been brought into the open, and once something happens for the first time, there is bound to be a second time. If someone could attempt to assassinate Emperor Kaiping, then what was holding back the common people, those who could no longer make a living under his oppression, from rebelling? For a short while, the Dian dynasty was suddenly plagued with uprisings. The government troops suppressed one rebellion after another, the speed of the changes in the situation taking everyone by surprise. Liang Sheng couldn't help but recall an article he had read in his past life: the world has suffered from Qin for too long, it is better to die. To die with grand ambitions or to die waiting which death would benefit the country. Perhaps, at this moment, the mindset of the common people in the Dian dynasty was just like that. And so, although the government troops continued to suppress the rebellions, military expenses soared rapidly. However, the Dian dynasty had already been riddled with problems during Emperor Kaiping's 20 years of indulgence, and the national treasury was empty. For a short while, the situation in the Dian dynasty became even more chaotic. Rebellions erupted one after another, far beyond Emperor Kaiping's imagination. Why was this happening? How dare they do this? In the Imperial Library, Emperor Kaiping couldn't help but smash his beloved porcelain, his anger reaching its peak. Immediately summoned Chen Ping to return and command him to quell the bandits in the southwest within 3 months. I want the people of the world to see what fate awaits those who dare to rebel and rise against the throne. Chen Ping was the successor to Grand General Li Hong after his departure and the sole surviving confidant of Li Hong. He had even inherited Li Hong's position. Some commoners even referred to him as Emperor Kaiping's loyal dog. Over the past 20 years, the borders had been pacified, and every year during festive occasions, Chen Ping would continuously send exotic treasures from the border regions to the palace. At this moment, Qin Gang couldn't help but move his lips, hesitated for a moment and decided to speak up. Your Majesty, perhaps you should first seek the opinion of the individual within the palace who is most knowledgeable about rebellions and uprisings. What Qin Gang was referring to was naturally the no-life sect Old Master. After all, who could be more familiar with the rebellion than him? At this moment, Emperor Kaiping suddenly glanced at Qin Gang with cold eyes. Even though Qin Gang was an innate master, he couldn't help but shudder at this moment and didn't dare to say more. Emperor Kaiping took a deep breath and forcibly calmed himself down. Da Ban, remember this, eunuchs cannot participate in politics, remember that. After saying that, his tone softened. After all, Qin Gang had been with him since he was young and had been loyal for all these years. This world is ultimately the world of my Ye family, and it cannot be thrown into chaos. What I decree is the will of heaven. Go, summon the frontier, and tell Chen Ping to immediately return to the capital. Yes. Liang Sheng didn't know that Emperor Kaiping had already decided to let Chen Ping return to the capital to suppress the rebellion in the southwest. At this moment, he had read through many unofficial histories and discovered a common point among them. The grand ancestor of Dian attained his immortal destiny at Mount Kunyu, wielding a heavenly sword and conquering the 7 great sects of the martial arts Holy Land, establishing the prosperous era of the Dian dynasty. Although there were some differences in various unofficial histories, they were mostly the same. So, Liang Sheng couldn't help but want to go to Mount Kunyu and see for himself. Perhaps it could help clarify some doubts in his heart. Moreover, the unofficial histories also strengthened his aspiration to cultivate. Even if he had a long lifespan, he had to possess the power of Dao protection in order to save himself. In the era of unofficial histories, numerous calamities were recorded, such as fire falling from the sky, earth-shaking upheavals, and seawater pouring inland, all resembling doomsday scenarios. What's even more terrifying is that some even recorded a sword that annihilated a whole country with its cold light, which clearly showed the methods of cultivators. Even in official histories, there are a few words that mention such records, making it clear that they are not groundless. This further strengthened Liang Sheng's determination to cultivate and protect the Dao. He needed the power to protect himself and survive. With that in mind, Liang Sheng didn't hesitate to start making arrangements for his departure to Mount Kunyu, such as managing his mansion and bidding farewell to Old Zhang. When he told Old Zhang that he wanted to go and see the mountains and rivers, he thought Old Zhang would try to persuade him. But to his surprise, Old Zhang just asked him to be careful. In this life, do whatever you want to do, or otherwise you'll miss the opportunity. That's not a mistake, it's just a missed chance that won't come again. As he said this, Old Zhang seemed to be reminiscing about some memories, and for a short while, neither of them spoke. That night, Liang Sheng and Old Zhang drank wine while talking late into the night. Early the next morning, Liang Sheng left the capital and headed for Mount Kunyu. Not long after Liang Sheng set out to track down the clue of Dian's grand ancestor, Chen Ping rushed back to the capital. After receiving Emperor Kaiping's decree, he immediately handed over military power and hurried to the capital. At this time, the banditry in the southwest was growing more and more serious, and the atmosphere in the court was extremely depressed. Fortunately, Chen Ping's arrival eased their pressure. After appointing Chen Ping as the great general to suppress the rebellion, Emperor Kaiping personally bestowed him a sword. I will be waiting in the capital for your good news. I have already prepared the victory celebration wine for you. Don't let me down. Your servant will do his best. On the same day, Chen Ping took a part of the elite frontier soldiers to Jiangnan and then took over the military affairs of Jiangnan, beginning to suppress the banditry in Jiangnan. They originally thought that Chen Ping would easily suppress the rebellion, but after half a month, the court received news of Chen Ping's betrayal. The world couldn't help but be shocked. Chen Ping's slogan after his betrayal made Emperor Kaiping feel ashamed and furious. Because Chen Ping's slogan was very simple, but it had practically torn off Emperor Kaiping's fig leaf and laid it bare in front of the common people. Overthrow the tyrant and clear General Li's name. Chen Ping, an ordinary man, how dare he do this? You all go die. Chapter 79, 9 Provinces Tripod. Northwest. Mount Kunyu. Upon reaching the summit, all other mountains seem small. At this moment on the top of Mount Kunyu, Liang Sheng looked at the fairyland-like scenery before him, immediately thought of this poem, and couldn't help but let out a long, passionate cry. In an instant, the forest trembled, and the wild animals in the forest were frightened and fled in panic. For a short while, the entire forest was thrown into chaos. After his cry, Liang Sheng's gloom of more than a month was dispelled. He had followed the Kunyu mountain range for a month without finding any abnormalities. It seems that the records in the unofficial history books were really fabricated, and he came here for nothing. However, the beautiful scenery before him did bring him some consolation. After venting his emotions, Liang Sheng was ready to go down the mountain. He didn't know how the situation in Dian had developed during this time, and whether the rebellion in the southwest had been suppressed. He had been wandering around the forest on Mount Kunyu, so he was not aware of the situation. However, just as he prepared to descend the mountain, a landslide suddenly occurred on Mount Kunyu. With Liang Sheng's cultivation level surpassing that of an innate master, he was naturally unharmed. But at this moment, Liang Sheng felt something and followed the path of the mountain fracture, only to find a hidden dimension inside. Were there really secrets hidden in Mount Kunyu? As Liang Sheng was excited, the moment the landslide on Mount Kunyu occurred, the southwest completely rebelled, declared independence, and officially broke away from the rule of the Dian dynasty. That night, Emperor Kaiping knelt down in the Grand Temple without getting up. For a short while, the dynasty had no ruler. The Prime Minister received Qin Gang's oral message and hurriedly led hundreds of officials out of the Golden Hall, each performing their duties. No one knew what the hundreds of civil and military officials were thinking at this moment, but the fluttering of hearts had become a fact. After Chen Ping's rebellion, the situation in Dian had completely changed. The initial rebellion in the southwest had been small-scale, but with Chen Ping's support, the rebellion had become unstoppable. In an instant, the rule of the Dian dynasty was on the verge of collapse. Nobody had expected that in just 20 years, the title of Emperor Kaiping would become a joke. Outside the Grand Temple, Qin Gang looked anxious because Emperor Kaiping had been kneeling inside the temple for a day. How could he not be worried? However, he didn't know that at this moment, not only was Emperor Kaiping in the temple, but the old sect master of the lifeless sect was also sitting by his side, their eyes closed and silent. 13th uncle, what should I do now? How dare these ordinary men bully me like this? If I personally lead the troops to suppress the rebellion in the southwest, what do you think? When thinking of Chen Ping's rebellion under the banner of clearing Li Hong's name, it felt like he was being undressed in public. If he had known this would happen, why didn't he deal with Chen Ping back then? However, who could have known that Chen Ping was waiting for the opportunity by plotting and biding his time? 20 years. Chen Ping was really a man who could endure. The old sect master of the lifeless sect glanced at Emperor Kaiping and gave him a meaningful look. Then, he suddenly said, "Do you know how your father evaluated you before he passed away?" Emperor Kaiping hesitated and didn't speak. The old sect master of the lifeless sect continued to speak for himself, not avoiding Emperor Kaiping's questions. Although your father was ruthless, his governance and strategy were first-rate. Otherwise, how could Prince Pingan, a hero of his generation, have given in so easily? Your father had said long ago that you were high-minded and incompetent. Although you have some means, you are too petty. However, you are the strongest descendant of his line, and he had no choice but to choose you. My father really thought so poorly of me? Emperor Kaiping didn't expect that he was so unbearable in Emperor Yanjing's eyes. But if that were the case, why did he pass the throne to himself? Wasn't it because he felt that he was not virtuous enough for the throne? But it's because the grand ancestor of Dian was a great strategist that he prepared for the incompetence of his descendants. You must have heard the legend of the grand ancestor's encounter with immortal destiny on Mount Kunyu, which laid the foundation of the Dian dynasty. In fact, this is all true, but the order of events was reversed. It was only after the encounter with immortal destiny that the grand ancestor went to Mount Kunyu, buried the 9 Ding at the foot of the mountain, formed the 9 provinces array to suppress the dragon Qi, and extracted the fortune of the Dian dynasty for them. It is precisely because of this that resources are transferred to ensure the continuity of the innate talents of my Ye family, with the foundation of the Dian dynasty remaining solid. However, this is just one of the preventive measures put in place by Taizhu, with the lifeless sect being the second. So do whatever you want to do now. If you really want to suppress the rebellion, you can bring along Qin Gang and even the Holy Sword, but you must leave the 9 provinces tripod to me. If you fail to restore order, then my lifeless sect will take action. With the 9 provinces tripod in hand, I can guarantee the continuation of the Ye family's legacy. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kaiping is first taken aback but then calms down. If he can suppress the rebellion, then nothing will happen. If he fails to suppress the rebellion, then he would have no face to meet his ancestors, and what's the point of holding on to the 9 provinces tripod? Anyway, as the 13th uncle said, by that time, even in the worst-case scenario for him, the Ye family could at least continue its legacy. Thinking about this, he nods slightly and steps out of the Grand Temple. Seeing his state when he comes out, Qin Gang inexplicably rejoices. At this moment, Emperor Kaiping is rejuvenated, showing no sign of decadence. "Da Ban, accompany me in my imperial campaign to the southwest." Upon hearing these words, Qin Gang reacts immediately, his heart full of pride and without any doubts. "Yes. Mount Kunyu. At this moment, after the landslide, Liang Sheng discovers that inside Mount Kunyu, there is a hidden path, and thousands of meters below it, there is a palace. Liang Sheng confirms that he does not feel any danger, but he still sends beasts into the palace a few times, tying them with ropes, going back and forth to make sure they are safe. After a few more days of testing with birds and beasts, ensuring everything is foolproof, Liang Sheng finally steps in. The interior of the palace is not as splendid as he imagined, but the walls are covered with murals. Bender. Liang Sheng glances at them and quickly realizes that these murals depict the story of the grand ancestor of Dian defeating the 7 great sects and laying the foundation of the Dian dynasty. Surprisingly, behind the 7 great sects are people, or more accurately, cultivators. Witnessing the various divine abilities and flying swords severing life and death from miles away, Liang Sheng can't help but yearn for them. This is what cultivators are like. Moreover, the 7 great sects and the grand ancestor of Dian are actually representatives of 2 cultivator forces. In the end, Dian collaborates with one of the cultivator forces to drive away the other, thus establishing the Dian dynasty. Thinking about his own strength, which is absolutely no match for cultivators, if the mortal world were to undergo another reshuffling of cultivator forces, he might suffer collateral damage. He must cultivate himself. After looking at all the murals and seeing the 9 provinces array deep in the hall, with the 9 ding buried underneath, Liang Sheng finally understands the situation. The Ye family is actually the representative of that cultivator force in Dian. There are indeed immortals in this world, and they are actually in the same place as the secular world, but for some unknown reason, they are separated from each other. They will find a spokesperson in the mortal world, such as the Ye family of Dian. After looking at the last few murals, Liang Sheng roughly figures out the meaning behind them. Every 100 years, the Ye family will support the luck of the dynasty, and cultivators will use certain methods to show no fear of the cost of the discrepancy between the immortal and mortal worlds, sending resources to the Ye family in Dian. Some fortunate people will even be taken away by cultivators. It is unknown what role the dynasty's luck plays in the cultivator force. At this moment, Liang Sheng naturally will not recklessly destroy the feng shui array in this place, so as not to suffer backlash and bear the consequences. But at the very least, he has found a clue to cultivation. There are ways to cultivate in the mortal world, at least there are clues in Dian. After looking at the murals and getting a general idea, Liang Sheng leaves Mount Kunyu without hesitation. It's time to return to the capital. Chapter 80, Collapse. Capital. Peaceful Mind Studio. Old Zhang got up early to prepare the stuffing, busying himself until the break of dawn, when the streets gradually filled with people. At that moment, little Zhang was still stacking steaming baskets in the kitchen when he saw the old man suddenly walk out of the shop. He looked outside and understood what was going on. It turned out that Liang Sheng had returned. Old Zhang was quite surprised at this moment. He thought that Liang Sheng wouldn't return to the capital for at least 3 to 5 years after taking it so seriously. Unexpectedly, he returned only a few months later, and for a short while, old Zhang was naturally somewhat pleasantly surprised. Old Liang, when did you get back? Liang Sheng smiled and said, I entered the capital last night, but because it was too late, I didn't tell you guys. Tonight, I'll treat you to a drink. All right. Instead of going back to his bun shop, old Zhang simply took out a teapot and tea leaves by the bookshelf, as if he were on familiar ground. Old Zhang, aren't you going to go back and look after your shop, Bender? Seeing this, Liang Sheng found it a bit strange. At this time, old Zhang heard this sentence and directly cursed. Look at what? Times are getting harder every day, and you can hardly see a few ghosts coming in all day long. If it wasn't for this being an ancestral business, I would have wanted to rest directly. At this point, he whispered, Our Majesty has personally led the troops to battle, but there has been no news so far, it seems to have run into trouble. Otherwise, with his love for achievements, how could the capital be so quiet? And the imperial merchants in the north of our city have been frequently going in and out of the household department lately, you know what that means. Old Zhang gave Liang Sheng a knowing look, and just as Liang Sheng was about to laugh and say a few words, he suddenly stopped talking. Someone came into the bookstore. Boss Liang, Boss Zhang, you are both here. I just happened to have some fruits that I just picked at home, so I specially brought them here for you to taste. The visitor was Manager Yang from the pawn shop next door, holding a basket of fruits in his hand. Liang Sheng and old Zhang looked at each other as they saw this. After a few awkward chats, Manager Yang seemed to realize the awkward atmosphere and excused himself to leave. Liang Sheng gave old Zhang a meaningful look. Since when did the usually stingy Manager Yang suddenly become so generous? Old Zhang couldn't help but shake his head, not knowing what was going on. But Manager Yang had interrupted their conversation about Emperor Kaiping's personal expedition, so old Zhang got up and went back to his bun shop. For the next few days, Manager Yang would occasionally send over some snacks, gaining the favor of old Zhang and the nearby merchants. Could it be that this iron rooster had changed his temper as he got older? It was not until Manager Yang personally went door to door delivering wedding invitations that they suddenly realized the reason. They had eaten his treats for the past few days, so naturally, they had to return the favor. They were heartbroken to think that they'd eaten some cheap fruits and now had to spend a lot of money on gifts. After all, according to the customs of the capital, at least 10 taels of silver should be given as a gift in order not to lose face. Old Zhang and Liang Sheng could only shake their heads at this. They had been careless. However, Liang Sheng didn't care too much about it. In fact, he had been keeping an eye on the situation in the capital during this time. Old Zhang didn't know much about Emperor Kaiping's personal expedition to the southwest, but Liang Sheng did. After all, with his current cultivation level, apart from the mysterious little sword, even the innate experts posed no threat to him. He had already visited every department of the court, and no one had noticed. Emperor Kaiping's days were not going well, as he had become trapped in the quagmire of the southwest and could not extricate himself. Chen Ping, the great general who had kept the borderlands stable for 20 years, was not as skilled as Li Hong, but his military prowess was beyond doubt. If it had not been for the elite Dayan forces led by Emperor Kaiping, they might have already suffered a defeat. However, the situation remained extremely tense, and if it dragged on, things would not bode well. Dayan faced its biggest crisis in the past 20 years, but Liang Sheng was happy to see this situation. Only when the national fortune of Dayan was overturned after Mount Kunwu, could he seize an opportunity from the crisis. As for the suffering of the people and the living hardships of the ordinary folks, it was not Liang Sheng's cause and effect but the consequence of Emperor Kaiping's 20 years of sins. Thus, from the Southwest Rebellion after the summer to the deep autumn, Emperor Kaiping was still entangled with the Southwest rebel forces, and the situation in the capital became tense. The capital even began to control the materials, limiting the amount of supplies purchased by the people. At this time, Liang Sheng looked in the direction of the imperial palace in the capital and couldn't help but smile faintly at the corner of his mouth. It was almost time. The national fortune of the Dayan dynasty had finally begun to waver, revealing signs of impending doom. However, just when everything was developing according to Liang Sheng's wishes, there was an unexpected change. The fortune of Dayan was indeed declining, but the grand scheme of Feng Shui still revolved around the Ye family. Liang Sheng immediately thought of the reason. It seemed that the lifeless sect had finally made its move. This rebellious sect, which was almost born alongside the Dayan dynasty, had started to openly capture territories of Dayan. Did the enemy plan to completely abandon Emperor Kaiping? With the help of the lifeless sect, the Southwest rebels gained more momentum, making the situation that Emperor Kaiping was barely maintaining even worse. Leading the army in the Southwest battlefield, Emperor Kaiping retreated at every turn. Even the capital, which was trying to conceal the news, could no longer suppress it. For a short while, both the court and the secular people became frightened, and the nobles began to prepare with two hands. Liang Sheng, who knew about Ye family's ancestors' arrangement, remained as steady as Mount Tai at this moment. Since the lifeless sect had already taken action to solve this troublesome rebellion, he feared that there would be a change in the southwest battlefield. Sure enough, not long after, the news of victory came from the southwest battlefield. Rebel Chen Ping was found by Emperor Kaiping, and Qin Gang personally killed him on the spot. Not only did Chen Ping die, but the bald master, who had previously tried to assassinate Emperor Kaiping during the heaven sacrifice, also died under Qin Gang's sword. It turned out that Hung Ji had gone south to join the rebels in order to take revenge and met up with Chen Ping. Thus, Chen Ping's safety was guaranteed for a while, and his whereabouts were unknown to others. However, the failure all started when there were problems within the fortress. The result was actually doomed when the Southwest rebel forces cooperated with the lifeless sect. But Emperor Kaiping did not win in the end. 20 years of indulgence had already emptied his body. After receiving the news of Chen Ping's death, Emperor Kaiping was overcome by a mix of joy and grief. His breath gave out, and he finally couldn't hold on and collapsed that day. Despite the treatment of famous doctors afterward, Emperor Kaiping's illness had reached an incurable point. The Southwest uprising was not yet fully subdued, and with Emperor Kaiping's life hanging in the balance, the army had no choice but to return to the court. During the journey back to the capital, Emperor Kaiping ultimately couldn't hold on and died halfway. Afterward, rebellions broke out one after another across the nation. The lifeless sect showed unparalleled strength among the various rebel forces, sweeping across the entire Dian dynasty like a wildfire. In this situation, chaos also began to spread in the capital. Fortunately, the Crown Prince made a decisive move and broke into the five armies' commander's mansion with thunderous momentum, calming the hearts of the people. After gaining control of the Imperial Army and the five armies' commander's mansion, the capital's Shenji camp also guarded the Imperial Palace, and the situation was finally under control. The Crown Prince took charge of the government. Chapter 81, Destined to Succeed. Capital. Imperial Palace. At this moment, compared with before, the Imperial Army's defense is tighter than ever. With the news of Emperor Kaiping's sudden death, the Crown Prince moved into Viang Palace overnight. After all, a country cannot be without a ruler for even a day. The Crown Prince must now hold court in the palace to reassure the people and deter villains. Bender. It's a pity that during Emperor Kaiping's reign, he was domineering and overbearing, holding all power tightly in his hands, never giving Crown Prince Yakai a chance to show his face. As a result, the Crown Prince has never been involved in the court, and at first, the Imperial Army didn't have much confidence in him wielding power. Fortunately, the Crown Prince has loyal subjects around him, most of whom are capable. Moreover, during the crisis, he single-handedly broke into the five armies' commander's mansion, showing his kingly aura. It is precisely because of Yakai's actions, coupled with the military power at hand, that the Dian Imperial Court has been temporarily stabilized, and the capital has not experienced major problems. However, everyone knows that this is just a temporary solution. If the Crown Prince can't appease the court and suppress the world's rebellions in the future, there may be a change in the Dian Imperial Court's name. Under such apprehensive circumstances throughout the capital, both ordinary people and aristocratic families are afraid to leave their homes at night. As a result, a curfew has once again appeared in the capital, and the situation is more severe than any previous time, affecting even the businesses in the red light district. Imperial Palace. At this moment, Crown Prince Yakai's expression is gloomy. If the late emperor had allowed him to get involved in politics earlier, perhaps the Dian would not have declined to such an extent. Only after taking charge of the house, does one know the extent of its decay. This is what Yakai thinks now. When Emperor Kaiping first ascended the throne, although there had been Prince Pingan's rebellion earlier, the national treasury was full, and all was peaceful under heaven. However, in just 20 years, Emperor Kaiping caused the national treasury to become empty, and endless factional strife emerged in the court. Although the situation around the capital is still controllable, the further away it is, the worse the situation becomes locally, causing the people severe hardship. After specifically checking the recent reports from the southwest, the Crown Prince couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The rebellion in the southwest was actually an inevitable result. What he felt fortunate about now was that although his father had died, at least the rebellion in the southwest had been scattered for now. Although there are still rebellions all over the country, they are not as serious as the southwest. As long as he ascends the throne and focuses on recovery, Dian should still be salvageable. Yakai quietly reassures himself, unwittingly walking to the Grand Temple, and then staring at it in a daze. Before, he had followed his father in paying homage to their ancestors, praying for the fortune of the Dian kingdom. Now, with Emperor Kaiping's sudden death and his body soon to be brought back to the capital, he has to truly take charge of the unruly Dian. With this thought in mind, his expression grows even more somber, as he pushes open the main gate of the Grand Temple. At this moment, among the flickering candlelight in front of the ancestral tablets, a wisp of green smoke lingers. There is an elderly figure with white hair and beard, dutifully replacing extinguished incense with new ones. Yakai couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. You can leave now. I want to sit here alone for a while, and no one will hold you accountable. Since he had not yet ascended the throne, Yakai could only call himself His Majesty. The old eunuch who was guarding the temple didn't leave upon hearing this, causing Yakai to frown. However, before Yakai could speak, the white-haired old man took the initiative to speak, you are quite good, but unfortunately, you were born at the wrong time. Originally regarded as a eunuch guarding the temple, the moment he opened his mouth, the crown prince realized something was off. Who are you? Who am I? Your father should have been the one to tell you, but since he's dead now, I'll have to tell you myself. As the white-haired old man turned around, who else could he be but the old sect master of the lifeless sect? At this moment, Yakai does not call for the imperial army's help. His composure made the old sect master nod in approval. As the old sect master continued, Yakai became increasingly shocked by his story. But when it ended, he decided to believe everything the other party had said. Because everything mentioned matched up with the facts, and the 9 provinces tripod was in the hands of the lifeless sect at this moment. Emperor Kaiping personally guarded this important artifact, and it could only be touched with his permission by the descendants of the Ye family. Anyone who touched the 9 provinces tripod without permission would suffer from the backlash of the dynasty's luck and have their lifespan shortened. Yakai calmed down and said, "So you're saying that my unknown generation uncle Ye Chen has decided to go with the popular sentiment and is preparing to overthrow Dian and establish a new dynasty?" Yakai's complexion darkened. No wonder the lifeless sect's power was growing, it turned out there was such a secret hidden in the background. Almost all territories south of Dian were now in their control. We have no choice. Your father has plunged the world into chaos, and it's beyond help. We can only go with the flow and establish a new dynasty. Moreover, you are still young, and your martial arts skills haven't faltered. Once the new dynasty is established, you can form a new sect and become the guardian of the new dynasty. Hearing this, Yakai's expression became complicated. How could he accept this? After all, he belonged to the legitimate lineage. The old sect master noticed his reluctance and couldn't help but laugh. Do you know why our lifeless sect branch of the Ye family has been able to hide in the darkness for so many years? At the mention of this, Yakai was taken aback. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't considered this question. Because Dian is only a small part of the vast world, we are merely the guardians of the cultivation world's powers. Every 100 years, we gather enough fortune and the upper sect sends resources to us for cultivation. Why else do you think our Ye family's innate talents have remained strong? Is it really just because of an abundance of geniuses? Aside from providing resources, the messenger also selects people to enter the cultivating world. Our lifeless sect branch is willing to lurk in the darkness because we have priority. Only when our disciples lack merit, will he choose someone from the main imperial family branch of the Ye family to follow the upper sect into the cultivation world. Now you understand why our lifeless sect branch is willing to live in the shadows, don't you? When the new dynasty is established, your branch will also have priority. This was the wisdom of the grand ancestor of Dian. Only in this way can we ensure the continuous inheritance and everlasting prosperity of the Ye family. If it weren't for the fact that Dian is beyond saving, or perhaps we could still have 10 odd years to support it, I wouldn't be willing to have our branch come out now to control Dian since the messenger is about to arrive. Unfortunately, the situation is pressing, and for the sake of the Ye family's continuing legacy, our lifeless sect branch has no choice but to do so. Hearing this, Yakai remained silent for a long time. But what if there comes an extreme situation where neither the main imperial family branch nor the lifeless sect branch can shoulder the responsibility, and the dynasty's fortune is taken by others? What should we do? The old sect master of the lifeless sect couldn't help but nod when he heard this. Yakai was indeed outstanding as he thought far ahead, and his eyes were filled with appreciation. Your question is excellent. Do you know why I want to keep the 9 provinces tripod? Because if that situation occurs, it will tell us how to enter the cultivation world. The 9 provinces tripod? Yes, but I can't tell you this secret now. When you become the guardian hiding in the shadows of the new Ye dynasty, I will tell you everything. If I don't live to see that time, someone else will replace me to tell you everything. So have you made your decision now? Alright, I agree with you. However, I want to try and see if the world really collapses, only then will I resign myself to the situation and become the lifeless sect of the new dynasty. Of course, you can. Yakai stared deeply at the old sect master of the lifeless sect and decisively left without any hesitation. However, after leaving the grand temple, his brows furrowed even more. Is this world truly beyond saving? At the same time, not far away, Liang Sheng looked towards the imperial palace with a deep gaze, as the result he was waiting for was getting closer. As long as he waited for the Dian dynasty to crumble, that would be the moment he seized the 9 provinces tripod, and by then he should know the secrets of the cultivation world. At this moment, Liang Sheng wasn't anxious. The 9 provinces tripod was as good as his. Chapter 82, Invincible Under Cultivation, Seeking More Reads. Capital. Peaceful Mind Studio. At this moment, the steamed bun shop across the street is not open for business, not because old Zhang is slacking off, but because the capital is currently under lockdown. How could he find any extra flour or raw meat to make steamed buns? Of course, due to Liang Sheng's advice beforehand, old Zhang had hoarded a few supplies. Although he couldn't do business, he had at least ensured his family's food and clothing needs were met. Old Zhang didn't tell anyone about this. Given the current situation, revealing it would only bring trouble, as people's intentions were hard to predict. In these turbulent times, everyone needed to just mind their own business and survive, which was already quite a feat. This was the case in the Dian capital, let alone other places. Emperor Kaiping's body had returned to the capital, but since the urgent matter at hand was to quell the rebellion, Ye Kai naturally wouldn't be distracted by it. Emperor Kaiping probably never imagined that the situation at his death would be so desolate, with a hasty burial and no grand show befitting a deceased emperor. Under such circumstances, Ye Kai didn't pretend to mourn and instead directly ascended the throne, with the new reign name of Jianyuan. Ye Kai originally thought that his diligent governance would help stabilize the foundation of the Dian kingdom, but he never expected that in the short span of 20 years, the Dian dynasty had spiraled downwards so irreversibly. Even with his great talents and strategies, he had no capable people under him and could only lament his powerlessness. In the spring of the first year of Jianyuan, the southwestern part of Dian completely fell out of the dynasty's control, and the insurgent lifeless sect swept into Jiangnan. In the autumn of Jianyuan's first year, the whole of Jiangnan fell, the south united, and the lifeless sect's rebels established a country, named the Great Ming. In the spring of Jianyuan's second year, the central plains were lost, and the decline of the Dian dynasty was inevitable. Local garrison troops in various places either deserted or surrendered on the spot. The lifeless sect attracted ordinary people with the concept of a homeland without birth and death, refraining from massacring the cities they conquered. They even redistributed land, and it was precisely because of this that their momentum became irresistible, engulfing the entire Dian kingdom. Whenever the lifeless sect rebels arrived at a place, local people eagerly welcomed them, causing the remaining territory of the Dian kingdom to be only in the north. Capital. Damn! Atop the Golden Hall, Emperor Jianyuan Ye Kai angrily threw the memorial on the ground, his face full of rage, as if he wanted to eat someone. 100,000 strong army. Even if it were 100,000 pigs, they would have to be slaughtered for days and nights. How on earth does that idiot Wu Chun wage war? At this moment, Emperor Jianyuan Ye Kai vented his anger, causing the entire Golden Hall to be silent. Just then, another piece of bad news arrived from outside the hall. Report. Urgent news from 800 li away. The insurgent lifeless sect's army has crossed the Yanhe River, and the entire Dian Beijun has fallen into enemy hands. The next moment, Emperor Jianyuan slumped down in his seat. Dian was finished. Once the rebels crossed the Yanhe River, they would be able to attack the Dian capital directly, leaving the capital without any barriers to protect it. The various officials in the hall had different expressions, and seeing this, Emperor Jianyuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. It seemed that Dian was utterly beyond saving. Since people's hearts had already been lost, there was no point in talking about a revival. If that was the case. Thinking of this, Emperor Jianyuan didn't wait for the eunuch to announce the end of the court session, instead directly exiting the Golden Hall. It was time for him to talk to that person. After all, he was right. This world was beyond saving. Even though the dynasty's name would no longer be Dian after that, the world would still bear the Ye surname. Moreover, according to what that person had said, if someone from their lineage was lucky enough to be chosen when they arrived 13 years later, there would be no need to worry about this worldly power and influence. Emperor Jianyuan's sudden departure left the Golden Hall silent. However, after a brief moment of surprise, the officials orderly left the hall. It was time for them to think about their families. This world, whoever it belonged to, couldn't do without their powerful families. Imperial Palace. Grand Temple. You've come? Ye Kai had just entered the Grand Temple, and the old sect master of the lifeless sect had not even opened his eyes. Ye Kai silently looked at him, nodding slightly. I agree to your conditions, but how should I proceed? Seeing Ye Kai's performance, the old sect master was not surprised at all. There is no need to worry, when the capital is broken, you can leave. Have you thought of a name for your sect? White Lotus Sect. Good. In the second year of the Jianyuan era in summer, the lifeless sect attacked the Dian capital, causing no harm to the civilians. That night, the 9 provinces of Dian were shaken, the fate of the Dian dynasty was shattered, and its allotted time had come to an end. In and out of the palace in the capital, fighting continued incessantly. The 5 armies' commanders' mansion, the divine machinist camp, and the imperial army were engaged in a life-or-death struggle inside the palace. The lifeless sect rebels were fearless and relentlessly pushed forward. However, Ye Chen, who led the elite forces of the lifeless sect, did not pursue at full speed because he needed to give 13th uncle time to tie up loose ends. Before the Grand Temple, the old sect master of the lifeless sect took out the 9 provinces tripod in front of Ye Kai and explained a few things. Ye Kai finally understood everything. From now on, this will be the secret of your White Lotus sect. If the great Ming dynasty ever encounters a day like this, you must do as the lifeless sect did today and let the world continue to be surnamed Ye. Today, the Dian's fate has run out. The last wisp of the king's aura within the 9 provinces tripod needs to be extracted by your last king. After Ye Kai extracted the last wisp of the king's aura from the 9 provinces tripod according to the old sect master's description, there seemed to be a wailing between heaven and earth. Everyone's heart trembled for a moment, and then there was no more sensation, as if it was just an illusion. Outside the royal palace, Ye Chen's spirit was lifted, and everything was ready. He raised his arm and shouted, "Kill your way into the palace, and today, the great Ming will become the rightful heir to the world." Kill. Inside the Grand Temple, the old sect master saw that things were going smoothly and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. After that, his lineage would become the legitimate lineage of the dynasty and establish the great Ming. But at this moment, Qin Gang outside the door shouted loudly. The old sect master's heart tightened, and before he could react, a white-haired man appeared in front of them, reaching out for the 9 provinces tripod with both hands. This man was none other than Liang Sheng, who had changed his appearance. He had been waiting for this opportunity for 2 years since he returned from Mount Kunyu. As a result of his hard work and patience, he finally caught the moment when the old dynasty of the 9 provinces tripod was dead, and the new king had not yet risen, so seizing the tripod would not be contaminated by cause and effect. At this time, the old sect master also realized what was happening and tried to stop Liang Sheng. However, Liang Sheng merely slapped him back effortlessly. The old sect master was struck by the blow, and as if he had been hit by lightning, he could not speak a word, leaving only an angry glare in his eyes before he died. Bender. He didn't even have time to tell Ye Kai all the secrets of the Ye family, including the matter of the 9 provinces tripod, and he died with unresolved grievances. Seeing this, Ye Kai was filled with grief and horror. The old sect master was an innate master, but he had been killed so easily. Who could the other party be? Thinking of this, Ye Kai hurriedly retreated. Just then, Qin Gang, who had been keeping guard outside the Grand Temple, rushed in with a small sword in his hand. However, by this time, Liang Sheng had already lifted the 9 provinces tripod, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Qin Gang, in his haste, spat a mouthful of essence blood onto his small sword, and a horrifying aura enveloped the entire Grand Temple. But this time, Liang Sheng did not dodge the attack. According to the records of Mount Kunyu, this was nothing more than a half-artifact that absorbed the essence blood and consumed the lifespan of its owner, thereby doubling its power. Prince Pinggan and Xian Kong had died by this sword. But Liang Sheng, who had broken through the 12th level of the Golden Dragon technique, was still in the innate realm. He faced the sword without panicking and blocked it with one move. How is this possible? Upon seeing this, Ye Kai and Qin Gang could not help but be at a loss. However, Liang Sheng did not linger after blocking this sword and directly attacked with full force. Qin Gang, as an innate master, could not even react and fell immediately. Below the path of cultivation, I am invincible. Liang Sheng then reached out with his left hand to seize the small sword, and holding the 9 provinces tripod, he quickly left the palace. The two sides fighting outside had not yet comprehended what was happening when Liang Sheng completely disappeared into the night. Only Yakai was left in the grand temple, staring blankly at the two corpses on the ground, shivering all over. These were two innate grandmasters, who had died so easily. Who was the other party? The mysterious white-haired old man had the power of a god, Yakai, and Ye Chen dared not delve too deeply and could only wait for the arrival of someone from the other side 13 years later to inquire. Afterward, the Dian dynasty perished, and the Great Ming was established. However, in the shadows, the White Lotus sect was born in response to the circumstances, dependent on each other. As for the lost 9 provinces tripod, it became an unsolved mystery, and the Great Ming dynasty could only recast the mountain river tripod to suppress the mountains and rivers. Chapter 83, A Visitor from the Cultivation World. Capital City. Whenever there is a change of dynasties, there will always be people who rise to the top overnight, and there will also be noble families who are reduced to prisoners in an instant. Life is full of unpredictable ups and downs, just like this. However, as long as the common people do not get involved in the struggle, their lives will remain unchanged once the dynasty is settled. For example, old Zhang from the north of the city, even if Dian has become Great Ming, he still sells his steamed buns in the north of the city as before, except that due to the chaos, his property has shrunk a lot. In his spare time selling steamed buns, he occasionally looks across the street, where Peaceful Mind Studio has been replaced by another business. During the night of chaos in the capital city, Liang Sheng disappeared after the establishment of the new dynasty. Old Zhang did not know whether Liang Sheng had suffered from military disasters or not. As for this, old Zhang only hoped that Liang Sheng was safe and sound, and that he had left the capital city in a hurry to avoid disaster. 300 miles outside the capital city. Dangyang Mountain. On the night of Dian's upheaval, Liang Sheng forcefully killed 2 innate grandmasters and left the capital with the 9 provinces tripod that very night. Bender. The tripod of the 9 provinces looked somewhat black, engraved with flowers, birds, insects, and fish. At first glance, it did not seem to have anything special about it, but at this moment, Liang Sheng's heart was surging with excitement. 180-year lifespan. An innate grandmaster's lifespan was capped at this amount, but Liang Sheng lost 180 years of his lifespan just by stealing the 9 provinces tripod. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 112. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 11th level, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 14th level, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 5th level. Realm, Innate. Lifespan, 4146. This is the price Liang Sheng paid for seizing the 9 provinces tripod at the most appropriate moment. If it weren't for Yakai removing the last trace of the old dynasty's king's aura and the new dynasty's dragon aura not yet formed, the backlash Liang Sheng would suffer would be even more severe. Even so, after all, the 9 provinces tripod was once a sacred treasure of the Dian kingdom. Liang Sheng paid a heavy price of 180 years of his lifespan for his actions. But it was all worth it. After exchanging his lifespan, the 9 provinces tripod was no longer connected to the Dian kingdom and the 9 provinces. It is now just a cauldron containing the secrets of cultivation. After 2 years of waiting after exploring Mount Kunyu, Liang Sheng finally got the result he wanted. If it weren't for the change of dynasties or the fact that the person stealing the tripod was Liang Sheng, perhaps no one could have done this, because, in the mortal world, who could have a lifespan as long as Liang Sheng's? Liang Sheng usually keeps his emotions in check, but at this moment, he is full of excitement. After all, he has taken another step closer to the path of cultivating immortality. How can he not be happy? He recalls the murals in Mount Kunyu and confirms that there are no omissions. Without any hesitation, he places his hands on the 9 provinces tripod, and his innate true energy, which is almost condensed into a liquid form, follows the patterns on the tripod. Liang Sheng sits and refines the tripod for an entire night. When the sun rises and the morning sun shines on him, the golden light spreads, staining Dangyang Mountain red. At this moment, Liang Sheng opens his eyes, exhales gently, and sighs in his heart that the 9 provinces tripod, as a national treasure, is truly extraordinary. To fully refine the tripod, he will need to spend some time. Liang Sheng has been in this world for nearly 100 years and has long learned to endure loneliness. If everything goes as smoothly as the murals in Mount Kunyu say, refining the 9 provinces tripod will be just a matter of time, and he can wait patiently. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng can't help but feel fortunate. He has prepared himself in advance and placed living supplies on Dangyang Mountain, allowing him to stay on the mountain for a while. In fact, not only Dangyang Mountain, but also several safe houses prepared by Liang Sheng in the suburbs of the capital city, for who would put all their eggs in one basket? Since then, Liang Sheng's life has been very regular. He wakes up early to refine the 9 provinces tripod, then cultivates to recover his internal energy before starting to refine the 9 provinces tripod again. During his spare time, he also plays with the mysterious little sword. Although it's only a half artifact and doesn't need refinement, the sword is quite useless. After all, Liang Sheng's strength is already no less than the sword, and using it still consumes his lifespan. So why bother? Since then, life has continued in a cycle. Liang Sheng has stayed on Dangyang Mountain for half a year, unaware that it has already become winter. Wearing only a single layer of clothes on the mountain, Liang Sheng doesn't feel the cold at all. Today, Liang Sheng's heart is slightly excited. His palms repeatedly strike the 9 provinces tripod, and the sound of metal ringing is endless. Indeed, the tripod is quite resistant. However, even with such a sturdy tripod, it is likely to be completely refined under Liang Sheng's uninterrupted attacks today. At that time, the last resort of the Ye family and the secret of cultivation will appear before his eyes. As time goes by, the refining process reaches its final stage, and even Liang Sheng has a slight sweat on his forehead. He stares intently at the 9 provinces tripod, his hands striking faster and faster. What seems like a terrifying force is, in fact, very light and entirely focused on the tripod's body. Boom! Suddenly, a crisp sound, and the next moment, Liang Sheng's face finally shows an expression, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. Numerous cracks appear on the 9 provinces tripod, and then the tripod collapses with a loud bang, leaving only a black iron command. The black iron command is covered with lines, and next to it are the archaic characters for Hua Tian. Liang Sheng can't help but feel overjoyed upon seeing this. The murals in Mount Kunyu did not lie. This is the symbol of the Hua Tian sect, the hidden power behind the Ye family in the cultivation world. The mortal world is just a tiny speck to the cultivation world. They are like numerous stars surrounding the cultivation world, providing offerings to the cultivation world. As for why things were turning out this way, Liang Sheng had some speculations in his heart. After all, he had failed miserably as a web novelist in his previous life, so what kind of wild ideas had he not entertained? But as for the specifics, they would only be revealed later. 1 month later. Liang Sheng had not yet cracked the secret of the Black Iron Command, nor was clearer about how to use it to seek immortality. However, as it was the only clue he had obtained thus far about cultivation, he did not dare to destroy it recklessly. If that were the case, Liang Sheng could only temporarily give up, as according to the old master of the no-life sect of Ye family, the 100-year period of provisioning the cultivation world was drawing close. Which meant, roughly 13 years from now, when the Ye family had completed storing up the luck of the dynasty, someone from the cultivation world would descend to the mortal world. Of course, this was his own conclusion drawn from various clues. Even if he got it wrong, it wouldn't matter. Since there was no turning back, he might as well practice the 20 life-nurturing techniques for another 1,000 years. By then, his lifespan would likely be so extended that waiting for a cultivator to descend into the secular world would be no issue at all. As long as the cultivation world still needed the luck of the mortal world's dynasties, there would always be a connection. After all, where there was demand, there was possibility. Time, the most terrifying thing in the world, was actually what Liang Sheng feared the least, because it was just time. Thinking of this, without any hesitation, Liang Sheng turned and left. If that was the case, he would wait for another 13 years. The results would reveal themselves in time. In summary, safety first. The capital of Great Ming. The 13th year of Zhou. After Ye Chen, the founder of the Great Ming and Zhou Emperor, ascended to the throne, he proved to be of great ambition and determination. The capital had long since regained its former prosperity and was no longer the pathetic spectacle it had been at the end of the Dian era. Bender. Although the noble class in the capital might have changed, the lives of the common people hadn't been greatly affected after the turmoil. They were still carefully living in this world. However, people found it strange that the Great Ming dynasty, established under the leadership of the no-life sect, couldn't escape the incessant problem of rebellions that had plagued the Dian dynasty. Even more oddly, the active rebels in Great Ming were known as the White Lotus sect, a name that inevitably made people ponder about the cycle of karma. But these problems were for the lords to worry about, having nothing to do with the common people who spent all day fretting over basic daily necessities. The rebellion of the White Lotus sect seemed very far away from them. And now, 13 years had passed like a blink since the founding of the Great Ming. Liang Sheng had finally arrived in the capital. During these 13 years, he had traversed all over the Great Ming. As the first person below the level of the innate master and above that of a cultivator, he now had no equal in the mortal world. Along his journey, he had stopped intermittently to admire various beautiful scenes, meet different people, hear numerous stories, and even kill quite a few people. Especially in Great Ming, with its vast territories and unique regional customs, he had savored the gentleness of many beautiful women. Among them, there were also some fiercely independent roses, each was unique and interesting. He had seen the sunrise from the sea level at the easternmost part of Great Ming, where the sky and the sea seemed to be one, the snow falling everywhere in the northernmost part, covering everything in a beautiful silver, the endless yellow sand in the westernmost part, with the setting sun by the long river, and the thriving green in the southernmost part, where it was like spring all year round. The tranquil journey of these 13 years had allowed him to witness the magnificent landscape of Great Ming. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng's cultivation level had steadily improved. The fifth layer of the unmoving Ming King seal increased his cultivation speed once again, to a whole new level compared to before, fully justifying its status as the staple technique of the Dharma sect. The unmoving Ming King seal seemed to be gradually loosening in a mysterious way. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 125. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Golden Dragon Technique, 12th layer, 20. Life Nurturing Techniques, 14th layer, Unmoving Ming King Seal, 5th layer. Realm, Innate. Lifespan, 4133. However, he still didn't know how powerful an actual cultivator was, and how his own abilities would stack up, so he couldn't measure the gap between them. But since his own realm was still innate, there had to be a significant difference. But within the territory of the Great Ming, as long as the cliché plot of a hidden cultivator appearing didn't occur, his abilities were enough to walk unhindered in the mortal world. At this moment, 13 years had passed, and Liang Sheng, having seen the splendid landscapes of the world, finally decided to set off to the capital. The cultivators from the cultivation world should be about to descend to the mortal world. How could he possibly miss out on this opportunity? The time of his arrival in the capital happened to be just after nightfall, under a brilliant starry sky. The city gate guards were no longer a threat. He went directly into the city unnoticed. Liang Sheng visited the imperial palace the same night, still very cautious. After making a round, he confirmed that the cultivator had not arrived yet. While sighing in relief, he also felt regret. After all, the closer it got to the time, the closer he was to the mysterious veil of the cultivation world. How could he not look forward to it? However, he was also in awe of the strength of the Great Ming dynasty, which was much stronger than the Dian. In the imperial palace, apart from Emperor Zhou, there were 3 innate grandmasters, a testament to the extraordinary power of the Great Ming dynasty. Yet to Liang Sheng, all these held no interest. After ascertaining the situation, he left the imperial palace and went directly to the Dusty Garden. He wondered if the flower chief of Dusty Garden, 13 years later, had changed or if each held its unique charm. Early the next morning, Liang Sheng left Dusty Garden without any nostalgia. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was greeted by the hustle and bustle of worldly life. Immersed in the hustle and bustle of secular life, dressed in a white robe, Liang Sheng exuded the grace of an exquisite nobleman. Before he knew it, Liang Sheng had arrived at the North City. The Peaceful Mind studio was no longer there, but the steamed buns shop across the street was still in business. However, old Zhang was not there. His son had taken over his shift, busy in the back kitchen. 2 cages of steamed buns and a bowl of soy milk, please. Liang Sheng took a seat at the small table outside the shop, showing no signs of ceremony. Soon, the steamed buns were brought up. Liang Sheng enjoyed his buns and soy milk with complete satisfaction. It seemed that little Zhang had fully inherited old Zhang's skills. The shop was full of people buying steamed buns. The taste of the buns had evidently won over many people. From time to time, the people eating steamed buns in the store glanced over at Liang Sheng. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, it was impossible. All he had to do was sit there, and he would attract the attention of others. After all, such grace was extraordinary. Although there were many rich merchants in the North City, it was rare to see a young man with such an extraordinary demeanor. However, Liang Sheng paid no mind to this. After eating and drinking his fill, he left the money on the table and left the shop. At this time, little Zhang came to clean up the table where Liang Sheng had been sitting. Watching Liang Sheng's departing figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Had he seen this nobleman somewhere before? But why couldn't he recall anything? But soon, he cast aside his thoughts. He was too busy to dwell on these matters. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng aimlessly wandered around and soon arrived at his mansion. However, someone else now owned this place. He suddenly left when the new dynasty was established. The land deed of Dian had been registered and replaced long ago. Since no one took care of this house, it was naturally confiscated. There were many such houses in the capital. Apart from the occasional lament from the elderly about the previous owners of these houses, probably no one remembered who the original owner was. Liang Sheng didn't go into the mansion to look around, but just glanced at it and moved on without regret. However, as he turned the next corner, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, for he saw a familiar face. An elderly man with white hair was lying on a deck chair at the gate, enjoying the warmth of the early sun. Beside him were several chubby little boys playing with clay. Old Zhang. This chap hadn't changed a bit. The deck chair from his peaceful mind studio was somehow in old Zhang's possession. For some reason, Liang Sheng felt warmth in his heart. However, Liang Sheng did not disturb old Zhang. They were just passers-by in his life. Since they were now living well, why should he intrude? Just then, old Zhang seemed to sense something and opened his eyes to look at the corner. He only saw a white robe, and the figure seemed familiar. But despite thinking for a long time, he didn't recall who the person was. He laughed wryly and shook his head. His mind was indeed not what it used to be in his old age. Just then, his eldest grandson saw him open his eyes and laughed as he threw himself into his arms. Old Zhang picked him up, and his tinkling laughter echoed throughout the lane. For the following days, Liang Sheng enjoyed the hustle and bustle of the capital. Occasionally, he went to Dusty Garden to comfort those poor girls. Soon, a curfew was put in place in the capital. The Heavenly Sun was on a national tour. This happened quite abruptly. 3 innate grandmasters accompanied him on his journey. En route, the imperial army led the way. It was a grand tour that first went to Mount Kunwu and finally ended up at Zigo Pass in the far west. Liang Sheng secretly followed them. Ye Chen first knocked the 9 ding in sequence at Mount Kunwu to make contact with the cultivation world. He then went to Zigo Pass. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel extremely elated with only one thought left in his mind. A person from the cultivation world should be coming. Chapter 84, Safety First in Life. Zigo Pass. At this moment, the Imperial Army is stationed at the foot of a mountain, with a guard post every 5 steps, and no idlers are allowed to enter the territory of Zigo Pass. If anyone intrudes without permission, they will be killed without question. Not to mention that there are 3 innate grandmasters guarding the mountain trails from above, making it impossible for anyone to approach. At the top of the mountain, inside a cave shrouded in thick fog, Ye Chen, as the ruler of a dynasty, and the White Lotus sect leader Ye Kai, have been waiting here for 3 days. They have no impatience, but they stay as far away from the cave as possible, not daring to set foot inside. This once-in-a-century immortal destiny is the greatest secret of the Ye family, as well as the source of their confidence throughout their inheritance. Moreover, every 100 years, they need to go to Mount Kunwu using the 9 ding formation to communicate with the cultivation world. If others don't know about it, they won't be able to contact the cultivation world even if they are aware of the century-old secret. However, Ye Chen could never have imagined that there would be someone in the secular world who had broken through ordinary innate strength but wasn't a cultivator, and everything he had done before had fallen into the hands of that person. Time gradually passes in their waiting, and the loss of the 9 provinces tripod makes Ye Chen slightly uneasy since it hides their last resort for the Ye family. Just then, a voice suddenly sounds near them, and the innate grandmasters below hear the sound and react accordingly. At this moment, their eyes flash with horror. If the other party were to make a move, they might be killed before they could even react. People of the Ye family? We pay our respects to the immortal master." Upon hearing the voice, Ye Kai and Ye Chen immediately knelt down on the ground. The man on the other side was somewhat impatient and asked them to stand up. Only now could Ye Chen and Ye Kai see the appearance of the person in front of them, who turned out to be a young man with an extraordinary appearance. As now, Ye Chen felt an involuntary chilly, as if the pressure from the young man was immense even though he hadn't done anything. "Enough, we don't need to waste time. These are the 10 barrier-breaking pills agreed upon by your ancestors. Your dynasty's supply of luck has encountered issues before, so this time I will only give you 1 market quota. As for how to distribute it, it's up to you." After saying that, the young man casually threw a jade bottle and a profound iron token, then left impatiently. Being in this mundane world is unbearably filthy, so he wanted to return to the cultivation world as soon as possible, especially since he felt uncomfortable all over now. If he were at the Foundation establishment realm and could seal his chi, he wouldn't have to care about these small issues. However, he is just a chi cultivation 3rd level cultivator. But that's why he took on this sect task, which doesn't involve danger, just hard work, and the reward is 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was confused and couldn't help asking, "Market? You young ones of the Ye family don't even know this anymore?" The market is where the so-called immortal world quota you speak of is located. It is mostly populated by loose cultivators, relying on the 3 sects and 6 orders for survival, and my Hua Tian sect is one of the 3. With the profound iron token, no one will stop your person from entering the market. As long as he finds the Hua Tian sect's shop in the market, someone will receive him. You don't even know about this, no wonder the supply of your dynasty's luck was shaken up years ago. It turns out you didn't pass down even basic knowledge. If you could expand your dynasty's territory and accumulate more luck, it would be possible for you to provide cultivation techniques and even chi refining pills. Why do you have to wait until the immortal masters visit you once every 100 years? But after your Tasia dynasty founder, there were only those who didn't know how to advance, guarding this small area, and hoping that those sent to the market would succeed in their cultivation. How ridiculous! Never mind, I won't say any more about that. Just decide for yourselves how you want to do this." After saying that, the young man grew even more impatient. Considering how far the Ye family had fallen, he had no patience left. After all, it was just a quota for the mortal world to reach the market. Entering the market doesn't mean that person can cultivate immortality, and everything depends on their own fortune. Previous generations may have helped to select suitable candidates, but he doesn't have the patience, especially since he hasn't yet entered the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, even if there is an accident and the Ye family doesn't have anyone reach the market, it isn't essential because a mere mortal's life is not worth worrying about. You have a limited time. Our Hua Tian sect's outer disciple manager will only wait 3 days. Make sure to select the right person and have them go alone. If they exceed the deadline, they will bear the consequences. Bender. Thinking about this, he no longer wanted to deal with these mortal people. All he wanted to do was hurry back and collect spirit stones for cultivation. He immediately activated his mana and disappeared into the thick fog as a streak of light. Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, felt bitter in his heart. After all, Emperor Kaiping died halfway, and the old sect master was suddenly killed by someone while passing on the 9 provinces tripod, so how could they possibly know anything about what the immortal master had said? Ye Kai looked at the most talented children of their lineage, who had passed numerous tests, and couldn't help but feel somewhat troubled. Now that there was only 1 profound iron token, to whom should he give it? Just as Ye Kai hesitated, Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, suddenly spoke, "Why not give this profound iron token to me? I can give you 1 more barrier-breaking pill." Hearing this, Ye Kai frowned, just about to burst into laughter at Ye Chen's good calculations. He actually wanted to exchange a mere barrier-breaking pill for the profound iron token. However, before he could speak, Ye Chen spoke up again, and his words made the other party hesitate. "We've already lost the 9 provinces tripod, and there's still no news about that mysterious master. The 9 provinces tripod was originally our last resort. However, now we only have the mountain river tripod forged by the great Ming dynasty, and we need to merge this black iron command into it, so that it can act as the last safeguard for our Ye family." Ye Kai heard this, thought of what the old sect master of the lifeless sect had said earlier, and after a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth, "Add 2 more barrier-breaking pills." Deal. Then Ye Chen readily handed over the 2 barrier-breaking pills to Ye Kai, who at this time gathered the children he brought with him, feeling somewhat helpless. He comforted the children and then looked up at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I hope your lineage can last for 100 years, and don't make the same mistake as us. Hearing this, Ye Chen nodded. Of course, he would not repeat the same mistake, and then Ye Kai took his people away, fearing that if he stayed longer, he would regret his decision. After all, he was doing this for the Ye family. After getting the Black Iron command, Ye Chen immediately summoned the 3 innate grandmasters outside to guard his sides, and then he hurried down the mountain. On the way down, sitting in the imperial carriage, Ye Chen thought of the words of the young cultivator and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Cultivation? So difficult? Our ancestor Tasia was so talented, yet even when he got the immortal cultivation technique, he couldn't even enter the entry level. There must be a reason why Tasia decided to put it aside and not let the younger generation get involved. As for expansion? Which country around the Great Ming is easy? Defending what we have can guarantee the unbroken inheritance of the Ye family. Maybe one day our descendants will enter the cultivation world and ascend to the heavens, then we can talk about other things. Greed comes at a price. This is the ancestral admonition engraved in the Grand Temple. Even the indulgent Emperor Kaipan Gonla made grave mistakes domestically. Zhou Emperor murmured, then fell silent and cheered up again. At least their Ye family was still the ruler of the Great Ming dynasty. At this moment, outside the cave, Liang Sheng took a deep breath. With his attribute panel concealment, even cultivators couldn't discover him hiding not far away. Then, he no longer hesitated and stepped into the thick fog with his left foot, half of his body outside and motionless. He couldn't distinguish the directions within the thick fog, so he directly took out the Black Iron command. Then, he saw the fluorescent light from the command indicating the direction, and Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. If the Black Iron command he had was invalid, he would have to go back and talk to Ye Chen, who would probably be willing to hand over his Black Iron command to him. At this point, Liang Sheng focused his mind, and although he didn't know the principle behind the use of the Black Iron command, it must involve the separation method and rules between the cultivation world and the mortal world. Without it, he feared that even with his cultivation level, he would get lost in the thick fog. With that thought in mind, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated and continued walking. He felt a force pressing on him, making him walk on foot. He wondered if cultivators were the same way. He didn't know how long it took before the thick fog in front of him suddenly began to dissipate. He could see that he was almost at the end, but instead of leaving the fog, he turned back. He was unmatched in the mortal world, but he was afraid that he was even worse than an ant in the cultivation world. With his long lifespan, why risk going to the cultivation world now? Wasn't it like sticking one's face in the grass? Moreover, the young cultivator had made it very clear that the barrier-breaking pills were just the requirement of the Ye family's ancestor. If they could acquire more territories and provide more fortune, they could exchange for techniques and resources without having to wait for 100 years like the Ye family did. In that case, why not plan and plot in the secular world until he had the ability to protect himself before ascending to the cultivation world? As for the Ye family's ancestor, Liang Sheng regretted not being able to meet him. They were definitely like-minded. Why would they need to wage war when they could enjoy the luck of a nation in peace? Would it be a tragedy if someone wiped them out? Ye Chen would rather not gamble on the Ye family's descendants entering the cultivation world, and instead ensure he had a last resort. It seemed that being cautious in the family tradition had already been etched into the bones of the Ye family. Bender. However, the fact that the Ye family's ancestor had acquired the cultivation techniques, as mentioned by the Zhou Emperor, still needed to be planned. After confirming his guess, Liang Sheng did nor hesitate anymore and immediately set off in the direction of the capital. At this moment, Liang Sheng's eyes were deep, and he already had a rough plan in his heart. In life, safety comes first. Great Ming, the capital. The first thing Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, did after returning to the capital was to secretly summon skilled craftsmen from all over the country. The imperial army guarded closely, with innate grandmasters guarding all around, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Their mission was to meld the Black Iron command into the mountain river tripod. Once the work was completed, all the craftsmen involved would be executed. However, their families would receive generous compensation, and as long as they were willing to live honestly, they would have a worry-free life. At this time, peace prevailed in the Great Ming Dynasty, and Ye Chen worked even harder to govern the country, developing people's livelihoods and nurturing resources. Subsequently, various policies to encourage childbirth emerged one after another. After all, without people in the country, where would the fortune of the dynasty come from? However, just when Zhou Emperor was striving for prosperity, a rumor suddenly spread in the capital, saying that the current Great Ming imperial family was actually the bloodline of the Dian dynasty, which had lasted for thousands of years. Back then, the lifeless sect was actually the dark child of the Dian imperial family. They acred both openly and secretly to ensure that the rulers of the world would always be surnamed Ye. What was even more explosive was that the current White Lotus sect was actually the dark child of the Great Ming dynasty, and the White Lotus sect leader was none other than Emperor Jianyuan Yekai, who had led the Dian dynasty to its demise back then. As soon as this rumor came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Previously, when the Great Ming dynasty was established, the Wen Yuan Pavilion in the Imperial Palace served as the archive for the Dian royal family's books, including records of the Dian royal family's lives, should have been destroyed. But Emperor Zhou was indifferent to it. At that time, the civil and military ministers praised Emperor Zhou's broad-mindedness. However, upon hearing this rumor now, it did make people a little puzzled and confused. Moreover, the Dian imperial mausoleum remained undamaged. After the establishment of the Great Ming dynasty, Emperor Zhou ordered countless skilled craftsmen to build the Great Ming imperial mausoleum next to the Dian imperial mausoleum. Zhou Emperor, Ye Chen, only said one thing: the national treasury was empty, and frugality was important. Furthermore, if the Great Ming could overthrow Dian, would they still be afraid of the Dian ancestors causing chaos? What should have been a bold statement from the founding emperor became increasingly suspicious after the spread of rumors, and more people felt that there were indeed many doubts after the establishment of the Great Ming dynasty. As soon as the rumors spread throughout the capital, the imperial army, the Jingzhou mansion, and others began to search the rumor spreaders intensively. However, the more people they caught, the more ridiculous the rumors became. The endless stream of words could never be stopped. In fact, the more they caught, the more doubts arose. In the imperial palace's imperial library, the sound of porcelain being smashed occasionally echoed. These days, Emperor Zhou's anger was burning sky-high. Who on earth had exposed the secret of the Ye family to the public? Beneath his fury, fear lurked in his heart. He was an intelligent man. After learning about the rumors, the first person who crossed his mind was the mysterious master who Yekai had once mentioned stealing the 9 provinces tripod. Perhaps the other party already knew the secret of the Ye family, otherwise, why did he steal the 9 provinces tripod back then? Moreover, there was the terrifying strength of the other party. At that time, the innate Grand Master, wielding the Saint's sword, was not a match for the mysterious expert even with one move. It truly struck fear into one's heart. It was only because the Great Ming dynasty had been established for more than a decade without any movement that he had gradually put the matter out of his mind. But now, at this moment, Ye Chen could only be angrily incompetent and helpless. Just then, a helpless sigh emerged behind them. Turning round to look, who could it be if not Yekai? Did you find the person spreading the rumors? Yekai shook his head upon hearing Ye Chen's questioning. Seeing this, Ye Chen's expression turned even worse. The White Lotus sect gathered 3 teachers and 9 streams, but they were unable to obtain accurate information, indicating just how deeply the person being the curtain is hiding. Actually, I'm not afraid that the other party is hiding, I'm just afraid that the other party might be the mysterious master who took the 9 provinces tripod. In that case, we might be. Yekai was also thinking about the mysterious master who had taken the 9 provinces tripod. Although his words were not finished, Ye Chen naturally understood his meaning. For a short while, the two of them fell silent. As rulers of the world, they were both somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. At this moment, they did not know that Liang Sheng, who was causing them headaches, was actually in the imperial palace. He was frowning at Wen Yuan Pavilion, flipping through the records and biographies of Dian's descendants. The grand ancestor of Dian had indeed obtained an immortal cultivation technique, but he was unable to master it. Eventually, he advised his descendants not to engage in cultivation and locked the cultivation technique away in a high loft. However, the Dian dynasty had a national fortune spanning thousands of years, so there must have been descendants of the Ye family attempting to cultivate. That is why Liang Sheng was staying in the Wen Yuan Pavilion, searching for clues about them. As for whether someone in the palace would discover him, how could that be possible? Besides, even if an accident were to occur, who could warn him beforehand? The uproarious rumors in Dian capital indeed came from Liang Sheng's schemes. Since the dynasty's luck can be converted into cultivation resources, how could Liang Sheng not make arrangements? Anyway, he was now ready for either eventuality, either find the immortal cultivation technique left by the grand ancestor of Dian or use the dynasty's fortune to pay tribute to the cultivation world, and then exchange resources to obtain the immortal cultivation technique. It's just that now, Liang Sheng's focus was still on finding the immortal cultivation technique left by the grand ancestor of Dian. As for the external situation, he didn't need to intervene too much, as there would naturally be people stirring up the waters. After all, people's hearts are greedy, and some would be unable to resist the temptation of being co-rulers of the world. Things were indeed developing in the direction Liang Sheng predicted. However, the first to fall into chaos was the White Lotus sect. Regardless of the situation, the Great Ming dynasty was the legitimate rule, who would dare to provoke it easily? But the White Lotus sect was different, they were just the rats on the streets of the Great Ming dynasty. If the Ming imperial family really made a move against the White Lotus sect when they were in trouble, it would mean that the rumors were true. If the White Lotus sect continued to be isolated and unsupported, it would also be an opportunity to eliminate them, and at that time, they could even claim credit with the Great Ming. Anyway, dealing with the White Lotus sect would not be a loss. For a short while, even though the church members of the White Lotus sect were hiding discreetly, they could not help but expose their traces when the whole world was hunting them down. For a short while, the White Lotus sect suffered heavy losses, and more martial arts masters were drawn into the fray. At this point, many noble families had also begun to intervene in secret. Damn it! At this moment in the imperial palace, Ye Kai was gritting his teeth, his face flushed with anger as he sat opposite Ye Chen. The situation was even worse than they had thought. Make sure that the Ye family bloodline remains silent as soon as possible. As long as you are safe, it won't matter if all of the church members of the White Lotus sect die. We must hold on. We have now obtained so many barrier-breaking pills. As long as we endure, we will rise again. As long as we survive this period, the Great Ming situation will stabilize, and no matter what happens, everything will be easier to handle. For the time being, bear with it. I will get a barrier-breaking pill for you, and you have to believe that time will eventually be on our side. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he went into the secret room. After a series of complicated theft-proof measures, he took out a jade bottle from a very hidden wooden box. As he opened the jade bottle and comforted Ye Kai, his words suddenly stopped, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Where's the barrier-breaking pill?" Ye Kai could not help but be stunned upon hearing this and hurried over, only to find that the jade bottle was empty. In an instant, the two of them were full of panic and anger. They felt as if there was a net above their heads, which they could not see who was pulling the net and manipulating everything behind the scenes. At this moment, in the Wen Yuan pavilion, Liang Sheng sneezed softly and could not help but touch his nose, feeling a bit bewildered. With his current level of cultivation, how could he have any physical ailments? So, who's cursing me? Chapter 85, The Upper Pure Immortal Sutra. Capital. Above the Golden Hall, there was a dead silence. Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, had a solemn expression on his face. After the civil and military officials finished their routine reports on national affairs, the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Jingzhou Mansion's governor, Deng Xingzi, sighed inwardly before taking the initiative to step forward and report on the progress of his investigation into the spreading rumors. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly oppressive. After Deng Xingzi finished speaking, the court remained silent. It wasn't until much later that Emperor Zhou's voice was heard from above, "Deal with this case according to your opinion." Emperor Zhou issued no further orders, but Deng Xingzi's brow furrowed even more. It was then that he heard the eunuch supervisor's voice, "The court is adjourned." As the civil and military officials left the Golden Hall, they all had different thoughts. Those who were familiar with each other exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to discuss the matter at the usual place. Especially those from noble martial families, their hearts surged with emotion. As the rumors in the capital grew louder, more and more people began to believe that they were not just baseless gossip. There were too many pieces of evidence, too many coincidences. Emperor Zhou's overthrow of the Dian dynasty had been supported by the no-life evil cult. Many of the current nobles were once desperate fugitives, fighting and shedding blood for their cause. In the hearts of the more ambitious ones, a faint voice whispered, "The world is being manipulated by the Ye family." At this moment, people's hearts are wavering, and the foundation of the world is unstable. Since I myself come from the lifeless sect, why can't I take that position? Though it was a sunny day outside the Great Hall, everyone felt a chill. Unrest hinted at instability within the revitalized Great Ming dynasty. In the Grand Temple, even the royal aura surrounding the newly cast mountain river tripod seemed somewhat constrained. Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, looked at a few ancestral tablets placed on the altar in the Grand Temple, all belonging to his own lineage. After paying his respects, he stepped to the side and opened a hidden door. Inside was the ancestral hall of the Dian dynasty, perfectly preserved and filled with offerings, showing that someone had been attending to it daily. At that moment, a voice from behind Ye Chen said, "The royal aura of the mountain river tripod has been fluctuating lately. It seems the hearts of the people are wavering, too." The one who spoke was none other than the sect leader of the White Lotus sect, Ye Kai. After making sure his disciples were settled, he had brought his most core members to hide in the imperial palace. Ye Chen nodded at his words. He was, of course, aware of the changes to the mountain river tripod, but he was not afraid of the wavering royal aura. He had the means and the ability to deal with the discontent of the people. What he really cared about was the mastermind behind this plot. Was the person behind this scheme the mysterious expert who had taken the 9 provinces tripod? The fact that the barrier-breaking pills he had hidden within the palace had been stolen the day before was especially unsettling. "Did you bring the barrier-breaking pills?" Ye Kai nodded and handed over the jade bottle in his palm. "There are exactly 4 barrier-breaking pills left. It's fortunate that we had requested 2 more before, otherwise." Ye Kai's words were full of relief, but Ye Chen's face darkened. At this moment, he finally made up his mind, determined to fight to the bitter end. Whether the mastermind was the mysterious expert or not, that person would almost certainly have 6 barrier-breaking pills. This would be the most brutal test for the Great Ming dynasty. "We will not worry about it. Let us quickly select loyal people, preferably from our family juniors. We will do our best to create innate experts. At that time, I want the world to see that the foundation of my Great Ming dynasty is unshakable and that no one can ever think of replacing it." Ye Kai did not object to Ye Chen's words because the unrest was just beginning to take root, so it would be fitting to use all their might to squash it. Otherwise, if the turmoil were allowed to spread, the entire world would become a broken sieve, leading to endless troubles. As Ye Chen prepared to fight to the death, Zhong Liang Sheng in the Wen Yuan pavilion was, at this moment, extremely excited after piecing together a clue from hundreds of biographies. "Well played, Grand Ancestor of Dian, for not cultivating immortality and bringing the immortal cultivation techniques into the imperial tomb for your descendants. It's quite ruthless." As for why the Grand Ancestor of Dian didn't just destroy the immortal cultivation techniques directly, Zhong Liang Sheng couldn't figure it out at the time. However, if it weren't for Zhong Liang Sheng's careful reading, this information might never have been discovered. The imperial mausoleum was built with the most robust Vajra rocks, and the exterior was heavily guarded, all armed with god-slaying crossbows. Moreover, at this time, the Great Ming dynasty had even dispatched innate grandmasters to stand guard at the mausoleum. Even if other innate grandmasters came here, it would be almost impossible for them to destroy the imperial mausoleum. After confirming this clue, Zhong Liang Sheng immediately left the imperial palace in the capital city and headed towards the city's outskirts to visit the imperial mausoleum. Though it was daylight, he moved swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Dian Imperial Mausoleum. Heavily guarded both inside and outside, the Dian Imperial Mausoleum should not have had such strict security as it belonged to the previous dynasty. However, its security measures were currently no different from those of the Great Ming dynasty. Zhong Liang Sheng quickly located the entrance to the Dian Taizhu's tomb. This sealing dragon stone was indestructible, and even an innate grandmaster would not know how long it would take to break through. However, Zhong Liang Sheng was nor an ordinary innate grandmaster. He stepped forward, placed both palms on the sealing dragon stone, and carefully probed it. Then, his inner energy surged out, but there was no sound. But if you looked closely, you would see the sealing dragon stone trembling slightly. At this moment, Zhong Liang Sheng's expression was solemn as his inner energy circulated ceaselessly, gradually seeping into the sealing dragon stone of the Dian Taizhu. Then, with a light shout, Zhong Liang Shen's palm caused the sealing dragon stone to turn to dust, and with a wave of his hand, the wind blew and the dust scattered. Liang Sheng repeated the operation, and in no time, an entrance appeared on the sealing dragon stone without causing any commotion. It is indeed the hardest sealing dragon stone in the mortal world. Even an ordinary innate master might struggle to break it in a short time. It can only be me. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but boast. Then, without hesitation, he headed straight into the tomb chamber of the Grand Ancestor of Dian. On the way, various traps and weapons appeared constantly, but all of them had no effect on Liang Sheng. After all, he wasn't an ordinary innate master but had broken through his limits twice. His battle strength couldn't be measured by secular standards. Liang Sheng had already found the structure of the Dian Imperial Mausoleum in the Wen Yuan Pavilion, so he moved quickly and found the tomb chamber of the Grand Ancestor of Dian in no time. At this moment, even he couldn't help but be a little excited deep down. Immortal cultivation techniques. Although Liang Sheng was already tremendously powerful, it was only relative to the secular world. Only by cultivating immortal cultivation techniques and achieving qualitative changes could he truly embark on the path of immortality under the Dao protection. Now, as he looked at the coffin of the Grand Ancestor of Dian, Liang Sheng didn't intend to disturb his peace. He carefully searched for the Golden Boy and Jade Girl Palace lamp nearby. Liang Sheng explored a bit, found a hidden entrance, lightly pressed it, and a little jade box popped out. By this time, he had already put on his gold silk gloves and carefully opened the jade box. At this moment, Liang Sheng dared not take the jade box out. The tomb chamber of the Grand Ancestor of Dian had been kept in a low-oxygen environment all year round, which allowed its contents to be well preserved. If he took the box out, the items inside would probably oxidize and weather in an instant, which would make him laugh or cry. As for the gold silk gloves on Liang Sheng's hands, they were just for precaution. The truth was that he could use his inner energy to easily expel any general severe poison. It would hardly be a problem. When he opened the jade box, Liang Sheng was delighted, and then he was puzzled to find that there were 2 jade books inside. Jade was surprisingly used for writing books. No wonder it was the work of the Grand Ancestor of Dian. Liang Sheng carefully took the books and found that one of them was an autobiography of the Grand Ancestor of Dian, while the other one was Liang Sheng's target, the immortal cultivation technique. At this time, Liang Sheng couldn't help but grin. Since the books were made of jade, there was no need to worry about weathering. However, Liang Sheng still carefully read through the entire immortal cultivation technique to make sure he remembered it correctly before leaving with the 2 books. Today, I've got the immortal cultivation technique, and I can't help but be overjoyed. The capital. After the establishment of the Great Ming Dynasty, Emperor Zhou had only been ruling the country for more than a decade, but the whole world under heaven was already prospering, and the capital regained its bustling nightlife. However, due to rumors of the unity between Great Ming and Dian, a curfew was reimposed in the capital nowadays. Although more and more people started to believe in the authenticity of the rumors, and the relationship between the Wild Lotus sect and the imperial family also became widely known, the government office's action of capturing the rebellious White Lotus sect had never stopped. As for the reason, people with a heart could guess. Either the Great Ming would now admit that it was indeed a continuation of the Dian dynasty, or it would deny it vehemently and crack down on the White Lotus sect to prove its innocence. Obviously, Emperor Zhou chose the latter path. As long as Ye Kai's lineage was fine, the deaths of the White Lotus sect's church members wouldn't matter. In the end, after this incident subsided, Ye Kai could just establish a Blue Lotus sect, which wouldn't be a big deal. People's memories would always fade with the passage of time. After the Great Ming dynasty had been passed down for 100 years, who would still remember this incident? However, plans always lag behind changes. The theft of the Dian Grand Ancestor's imperial mausoleum had infuriated Emperor Zhou, who was already prepared to let things go, because it had crossed a line for him. The Grand Ancestor of Dian was, after all, the spiritual belief of the Ye family's inheritance. If it hadn't been so, how could the so-called guarding of the Ye family, both overtly and covertly, have survived until now? The Imperial Army, the 5 armies commander's mansion, the Divine Machinist camp, the 6-fan gate, all the violent departments of the dynasty were operating at full capacity, searching the capital for the culprit around the clock. Damaging the Dian Grand Ancestor's imperial mausoleum couldn't have been the work of an individual but a team of criminals, otherwise the sealing dragon stone wouldn't have been destroyed. The guards stationed at the mausoleum who didn't discover the suspects must bear the main responsibility. The third-class general and soldiers who guarded the mausoleum were beheaded instantly, while those who hadn't been on patrol that night were driven away to Lingnan. For a time, the capital became somewhat unstable, and the elderly who had experienced dynastic changes were particularly worried. They hadn't enjoyed peace for long yet. Why has the situation suddenly become so volatile? The common people just want to live their lives in peace. At this time, Ye Chen's decision under his rage exposed the relationship between Dian and Great Ming, making many observant people wait for the response of the Great Ming dynasty. There have always been ambitious people in the world. As long as they find the right moment, they will take risks, because the rewards are the entire world under heaven. At this moment, there were many meritorious nobles in the Great Ming dynasty who had deep hatred with Dian. The situation in Great Ming became rather strange and unpredictable. Perhaps realizing this, Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, decided to go all out and suddenly declared a sacrifice at the Grand Temple. But this time, he not only worshipped his ancestors but also moved the Dian royal family's ancestors and forefathers out of the closet. At this moment, the entire world was in an uproar, and it didn't take long for the princes and grandsons of the Great Ming dynasty to be attacked. After all, too many people had had their families destroyed and loved ones lulled during the fall of the Dian dynasty. Surprisingly, the thriving Great Ming dynasty fell into turmoil once again in a short period of time, but Ye Chen remained extremely calm. Instead of boiling the frogs slowly in warm water, it was better to directly provoke those with ill intentions to show themselves. Ye Chen was not Emperor Kaiping, and in the face of this situation, he was both suspicious and trusting, choosing his people wisely. Under the leadership of various generals of the Great Ming, small-scale battles were fought one after another, and the situation of the Great Ming did not seem to have reached a dead end. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and on the outskirts of the capital, Liang Sheng, deep in thought, was holding the immortal cultivation technique Upper Pure Immortal Scripture in his hands. After taking the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture from the Imperial Mausoleum, Liang Sheng, enduring his excitement at the time, did not immediately practice it, but instead copied several versions of it. Then, he found a few death row prisoners in the Sky Prison, brought them here, and made them begin practicing the techniques. However, an interesting incident occurred during the journey. The current warden of the Sky Prison was still a Mr. Zhou. His family continued to hold their position even after the change of dynasties. Liang Sheng was forced into this decision due to the concerns that the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture might have potential problems, and he had to be cautious as the Grand Ancestor of Dian was also a cultivator. As for the autobiography of the Grand Ancestor of Dian, Liang Sheng had finished reading it. He never expected the reason why the Grand Ancestor of Dian did not let his descendants practice the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture to be so complicated. First of all, this Upper Pure Immortal Scripture was not the inheritance technique of Hua Tian sect, but rather acquired by the Grand Ancestor of Dian after expelling the subordinates of the Upper Green sect, one of the sects in the 3 sects and 6 orders, and breaking the power of the 7 great sects. Actually, the territory of the Dian dynasty was just average, and the dynasty luck contributed by Dian was not enough to exchange for the Hua Tian sect's cultivation techniques. Therefore, the Grand Ancestor of Dian had no choice but to settle for the barrier-breaking pills. This way, at least they could build a large number of innate experts to help pass on the Dian dynasty and prevent the interruption of the innate generations. Anyone in the world can cultivate, but to enter the path of cultivation, one needs to have a deep blessed opportunities. Talent, resources, and in general, wealth, love, law, land, and fortune can all be referred to as blessed opportunities. The reason why the Grand Ancestor of Dian abdicated later in his life and passed the throne to the first ancestor was because he considered himself a man of blessed opportunities. He managed to successfully cultivate the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture of the Upper Green sect, and then took the Black Iron Command to enter the cultivation world. The cultivation world near the Dian dynasty was not the Hua Tian sect, but a cultivation market, with many loose cultivators, although the 3 sects and 6 orders all had a presence there. Originally, the Grand Ancestor of Dian, with his Black Iron Command, could have directly joined the Hua Tian sect, but due to having practiced the techniques of the Upper Green sect, he was sent away by the Hua Tian sect with a bottle of qi refining pills. As for the Upper Green sect, the Grand Ancestor of Dian would never dare to fall into their trap. After all, he personally took action to eradicate the 7 great sects and turned Dian into a vassal of the Hua Tian sect. Then, the Grand Ancestor of Dian stayed in the cultivation market for several decades. By the time his lifespan was about to end, he had only reached the Qi cultivation 3rd level. Seeing that his cultivation dreams were hopeless, he could only return to Dian with resignation. In the end, he endured the urge to destroy the upper pure immortal scripture, as it was an extremely precious immortal cultivation technique. He had also learned the art of refining weapons in the cultivation market during that time, but as a loose cultivator, the grand ancestor of Dian did not dare to flaunt his skills. He was afraid of being discovered by the people of the Upper Green sect, so he ended up being a mediocre weapon refiner. Back then, the half-artifact small sword of the Dian dynasty was forged by the grand ancestor of Dian himself. Because of his own experiences, he would naturally not allow his descendants to practice the upper pure immortal scripture of the Upper Green sect. After all, as long as the descendants of the Ye family had the chance to enter the cultivation market, they could successfully join the Huatian sect and practice the techniques of the Huatian sect. Why did they have to suffer like he did? In addition to the mediocre weapon refining skills of the grand ancestor of Dian recorded in the Jade Book, there was also the art of talisman curse attached to the upper pure immortal scripture. It was indeed a cultivation technique of the Upper Green sect. However, it was unknown why, after the Dian dynasty was passed down for thousands of years, the inheritance of the grand ancestor of Dian's teachings was still passed down, but the reasons behind it had been completely forgotten by later generations. At this moment, Liang Sheng's eyes were filled with a deep gloom. But at the same time, he felt a sigh of relief in his heart. The fact that the Dian dynasty had only a cultivation market as a gateway to the cultivation world was a good thing for him, because there were very few cultivators at the Qi cultivation 9th layer in the market. Among the market, the only foundation establishment expert was sent by the 3 sects and 6 orders to manage the market, with each sect taking turns sending a disciple at the foundation establishment stage every 100 years. In other words, the situation of the market was similar to the rookie village in the cultivation game of his past life. There were mostly unremarkable loose cultivators in the market, rushing around every day to collect cultivation resources. These loose cultivators had no black iron command from the Huatian sect, so they did not dare to enter the fog. That is to say, as long as Liang Sheng did not act recklessly when dealing with the mundane world and the Huatian sect, he would be extremely safe in the mundane world. Moreover, Liang Sheng felt fortunate that he had restrained his greed at the time, otherwise, entering the market recklessly would have been a terrible decision. After all, he was not a descendant of the Ye family, and he did not know how the Huatian sect would treat him. Perhaps they would treat him with equanimity, or maybe they would just give him a single technique and send him on his way. In the crowded market full of loose cultivators, anything could have happened. However, Liang Sheng now had the upper pure immortal scripture of the grand ancestor of Dian, which was a pleasant surprise. Although he still could not confirm whether this technique had been tampered with and whether it was safe, he did not have to rush to think about this issue now. After another 9 months, the death row prisoners had been practicing the techniques for a year. Liang Sheng checked their condition every day, and none of them had successfully entered the cultivation path, but they were still lively. Liang Sheng dared to carry out such an experiment as he had taken reference from the autobiography of the grand ancestor of Dian. Though Qi cultivation first level only involved the change of internal energy transforming into spiritual energy, the secular world had limited spiritual energy, and even prodigies would need at least 3 years to succeed without specific resources. After practicing for a year, the death row prisoners had no problems, which proved that the technique was fine. The most important thing was that he could now officially start practicing the upper pure immortal scripture, but he didn't know what the outcome would be. Chapter 86, Qi Cultivation First Level. On the outskirts of the capital. To keep the secret of upper pure immortal scripture, Liang Sheng didn't harbor any guilt and directly executed all the death row convicts. They were extremely wicked people. He had allowed them to live for an additional year, which also served as their reward for testing out the cultivation techniques. By the time the bright moon was in the middle of the sky, Liang Sheng entered the forest and started to prepare to officially practice the upper pure immortal scripture left behind by Dian's great-grandfather. At this moment, Liang Sheng was quite excited. After all, he had transmigrated to this world for 108 years before finally obtaining the method of immortality cultivation. How could he not be moved? After a while, Liang Sheng calmed his mood. Then, after double-checking that he had remembered the techniques correctly, he gathered his mind according to the described method, visualized his cultivation, and began his qi training. However, as soon as Liang Sheng started to cultivate, he was taken aback as he reacted immediately to the cultivation process. The death row convicts practiced it for a year and saw no effect, so he did not have high expectations. But the moment he entered a meditative state, he was pleasantly surprised. Liang Sheng's martial arts vital energy started circulating rapidly within his body according to the methods described in the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture. Luckily Liang Sheng didn't sense any danger. Seeing this, Liang Sheng desperately calmed his mind, and then his entire body turned red and heated. His inner vital energy was rapidly depleting, or more accurately, transforming into spiritual energy. Following the qi cultivation of the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, the vital energy of the unmoving Ming King seal was absorbed and transformed by the scripture first. Then it was the vital energy from the health cultivation method, and finally, it was the vital energy from the Golden Dragon technique. They were slowly compressed and transformed. After an unknown amount of time, the martial arts vital energy was fully integrated and transformed into spiritual power. Finally, once the last bit of vital energy was completely transformed, a surge of pure energy was born inside his body. Then this pure energy rose, expelling all impurities and went straight towards Liang Sheng's forehead. In an instant, it was like hearing a morning bell and evening drum. Liang Sheng's spirit seemed to fly, soaring high into the sky, before becoming dazed and uncertain. When he regained consciousness, the forest was bathed in a golden ocean. Turned out it was sunrise. Had the entire night already passed? Why does it only feel like a fraction of a second had passed? Then he smelled a foul odor. Only then did he realize that his body was covered in filth. The first thought that came to his mind was 4 words. Marrow cleansing? Liang Sheng couldn't be bothered about his filthy state at the moment. After seeing the text on his attribute panel, he couldn't help but howl towards the sky. Instantaneously, the forest was filled with the sounds of birds fluttering and dogs jumping in fright. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 126. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, First Layer, Golden Dragon Technique, 12th Layer, 20 Health Maintenance Techniques, 14th Layer. Realm, Qi Cultivation First Stage, 1%. Lifespan, 4132. After transmigrating to this world for 108 years, he finally stepped into the realm of cultivation, reaching the first stage of Qi cultivation. No longer was he an ordinary mortal. As for why the unmoving Ming King seal disappeared, Liang Sheng had received information from his attribute panel. He couldn't help but sigh, everything was cause and effect. The Upper Pure Immortal Scripture was indeed the cultivation technique of Evergreen Sect, and the 7 great sects attached to the martial saint land of Dian were all affiliated with the Upper Green Sect. And the unmoving Ming King seal originated from the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture of the Evergreen Sect. Therefore, being of the same lineage, the unmoving Ming King seal was completely absorbed by the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture and turned into nurturance for immortal cultivation. Also, since the Golden Dragon technique and health cultivation method had broken their limits, it's no longer considered a mundane technique. It was only because he didn't have the techniques of cultivation before that Liang Sheng remained at the innate realm. However, while the concentration of vital energy in his body was not as immense as the spiritual power of cultivation, it far exceeded ordinary martial arts vital energy. Moreover, due to Liang Sheng's innocent talent, all the laws of the world had no bottleneck to him. Surprisingly, Liang Sheng managed to transform excessive martial arts vital energy into spiritual power. Although the transformation process was very weak, successfully creating cultivation spiritual power allowed his cultivation level to directly upgrade to the first layer of Qi training. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that he would successfully cultivate the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture that the death row convicts had practiced for a year without any effect, and enter the first stage of Qi training within a single night? However, he does have his attribute panel and innocent foolishness talent. Isn't this a proof of his extraordinary fortune? Now, Liang Sheng finally understood why the unmoving Ming King seal could enhance the speed of martial arts cultivation. It turns out it was because it originated from Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, so its miraculous effect wasn't surprising at all. However, because of this, the unmoving Ming King seal was completely fused into the Upper Pure Immortal Scripture. But Liang Sheng did not regret it. After all, he has started cultivating immortality. What's the value of talking about martial arts techniques? Only now, after sorting out the situation, did Liang Sheng finally pay attention to the filth on his body. With a light tap of his foot, he found that his body had become much lighter than before. It was merely Liang Sheng casually moving, and he moved almost 100 meters forward. It could be said to be terrifying. After Liang Sheng found mountain spring water and cleaned himself up, he finally relaxed completely. At this moment, he had a bright idea to use his inner spiritual power to activate the Golden Dragon technique. In an instant, a golden dragon appeared, raising a pillar of water tens of meters high. A playful intent arose in Liang Sheng, and he slammed a palm into the nearby small hill. He directly blasted a huge pit tens of meters wide into it, causing the small hill to collapse with a loud rumble. Liang Sheng quickly jumped out of the water, grabbed his clothes and put them on, and fled in a hurry. Liang Sheng was extremely satisfied at this moment. Although he only improved a little from his previous self, the consumption of spiritual power in his body was far less than the vital energy before, reduced by more than 10 times. Qi cultivation first layer, it's terrifying like this. Liang Sheng touched his nose, never before had he felt so uncomfortable in the mortal world. There isn't much spiritual energy in the mortal world, and after qi refining, meridian cleansing, and marrow tempering, it seemed somewhat polluted and unbearable. It's like an obsessive-compulsive person entering a dirty and messy environment, feeling extremely uncomfortable deep down, but as long as they don't touch those dirty things, they can still maintain personal cleanliness. Liang Sheng's current feeling is similar, knowing that it's his natural reaction to the mortal world after reaching a higher level of cultivation, he just needs to adapt to it. In the following 2 months, since he entered the Qi cultivation first layer, Liang Sheng naturally wanted to go all out and put all his focus on cultivating the upper pure immortal scripture, and cultivating the lifespan cultivation technique in his spare time. As for the Golden Dragon technique, Liang Sheng didn't practice much at the moment since it's a martial arts technique, and even if he exceeded the limit, it would no longer be of much use to him at present. After breaking through the limit, the Golden Dragon technique's true martial arts qi would certainly transform into spiritual power, but fading tenfold after such conversion made it very inefficient and pitifully low in cost-performance ratio. Liang Sheng continued to practice the lifespan cultivation technique since it could increase his lifespan, which is his fundamental panel that he wouldn't give up on. However, because of the unmoving Ming King seal being absorbed by the upper pure immortal scripture beforehand, Liang Sheng couldn't help but wonder if there were any immortal cultivation techniques that could merge with the lifespan cultivation technique in the cultivation world. But it was just a thought. Liang Sheng didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he frowned and sighed involuntarily. He still overthought it since his cultivation efficiency was much worse than before. The concentration of spiritual power in his body hardly changed, and looking at the progress on the attribute panel, it might take 30 years to enter the Qi cultivation second layer. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, Liang Sheng's slow cultivation speed was frustrating. But Liang Sheng had also found a solution. It was the qi refining pills mentioned in the autobiography of the Grand Ancestor of Dian. With the assistance of qi refining pills, he could speed up his cultivation. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng stood up and looked towards the direction of the Great Ming capital. It seemed he still had to enter the mortal world and continue his previous plan. The Huatian sect didn't care whether they traded with the Ye family or not. They only cared about the supply of fortune from the mortal world. In that case, why couldn't he be the one to exchange resources with the Huatian sect, or to put it another way, benefit himself behind the scenes? After all, how could someone as cautious as Liang Sheng expose himself so easily? Great Ming. After the secret of the Ming imperial family's lineage was exposed, the nobles who had rebelled due to the destruction of their families in the last period of the Dian dynasty, or those with ulterior motives and ambitious individuals, and even those who fear chaos, were all having a ball at this moment of turmoil. It seemed like the Great Ming had returned to the last days of the Dian dynasty when uprisings sprung up everywhere, leading to countless riots. However, Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, wasn't the same as the desperate Emperor Jianyuan in Dian. He started to suppress all unrest as soon as the turmoil began. In the following period, Ye Chen used talents to their fullest potential. He had 3 innate grandmasters by his side, and for the sake of Great Ming's fortune, he even took out 3 of the last 4 barrier-breaking pills, creating 3 more innate experts. Innate nation protectors have never been a joke. In a short time, those mushrooming rebellions were one after another quelled under Great Ming's mighty tactics. In the past 2 months, the speed of the rebellions springing up was fast, but the speed of the Great Ming dynasty in suppressing them was even faster. The 6 great innate experts formed an interlocking support system, covering the entire Great Ming territory and suppressing rebellions under heaven. Under such circumstances, the nobles and ambitious individuals who secretly plotted rebellions, seeing the unfavorable situation, wisely chose to hibernate. Without the support of these individuals, the rebel armies could be called scattered, and could hardly make a big fuss. Capital. Today, on the court, Ye Chen sat on the dragon throne, looking down at the civil and military officials with a condescending eye, his heart soaring. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers. In a few days, the first victorious rebel-suppressing army would return to the capital, and at this moment inside the court, officials were discussing how to reward the army. Your Majesty, the military budget has been stretched too thin this year, the expenditure has been enormous, and the national treasury can no longer cover the deficit. We should simplify things, as state affairs are of paramount importance. When Ye Chen heard this, he kept a stony face. How could the deserving be left unrewarded? Those soldiers would surely curse him for being an incompetent, faint-hearted ruler. How much money is left in the national treasury now? Replying to Your Majesty, there's only 31 million taels left in the national treasury. 31 million taels of treasury silver seemed like a lot, but it wasn't enough to manage the entire Great Ming. At this moment, some officials below could not help but sneer secretly, not saying anything, just wanting to see Ye Chen's embarrassment. How could their slight expression escape Ye Chen's eyes? He was about to get angry when a thought flashed through his mind and he immediately calmed down. General Chen Ting returns from a great victory and must be rewarded with the highest standard. Since the treasury doesn't have enough money, you nobles should help the country by donating some of your wealth. As soon as Ye Chen said this, the entire court was silent. But at this moment, Ye Chen suddenly stood up and unleashed the power of an innate expert, staring intently at everyone in the court. For a short while, none of the officials dared to speak. Very well, since you have no objections, Ministry of Rituals. All? I'm here. At this moment, Ye Chen withdrew his innate aura, and the Minister of Rituals couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, quickly stepping forward to wait for orders. You will be in charge of coordinating the donations from the nobles. If the money collected is not enough to reward the army, I fear that our Great Ming is truly at the brink of ruin. Court is dismissed. After saying this, Ye Chen immediately left the Golden Hall. The ministers in the hall looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, the nobles swarmed around the Minister of Rituals, all chattering away like a marketplace. Damn Ye Chen! But at this moment, the Great Ming has 6 great innate experts. No, Emperor Zhao Ye Chen is also an innate Grand Master, that makes 7. Who could possibly stand against them? The rule of the Great Ming is solid, so they have no choice but to accept their fate. The Minister of Rituals wore a wry smile at this time, but he had made up his mind to carry out Ye Chen's order. After all, the current situation is clear. The Great Ming is as stable as Mount Tai, blessed with national fortune, the scales of victory have long tipped in favor of the Ye family. Half a month later, Chen Ting led the northwestern rebel-suppressing army and arrived 15 miles outside the capital city. The gate was already decked out with decorations, drums and gongs were loud, and the crowd was huge. Ye Chen was leading the civil and military officials in waiting. He wanted the people of the Great Ming to see that the sky wouldn't fall, and they should obediently be the subjects of the Great Ming. A while later, Ye Chen finally couldn't help but frown. Half a stick of incense ago, the scouts had reported that Chen Ting's army was only 5 miles away. Why hadn't they appeared yet? He didn't doubt that Chen Ting was basking in his achievements, but he was worried that they had run into some trouble. Just then, a rider could be seen charging towards them from not too far away. Protect His Majesty! The Imperial Army hadn't even reached them when they were scolded away by Ye Chen. He had already recognized that the approaching rider was a scout from Chen Ting's army. Reporting. Your Majesty, the Grand General has been assassinated. What? How is the Grand General now? A bad feeling filled Ye Chen's heart. The civil and military ministers all had different expressions, they were all staggered and didn't respond for a while. The innate Grand Master was assassinated? Who could be so bold to commit such an act? Regardless of the outcome, the assassin could be called a warrior. The Grand General has been killed in the assassination. What? In an instant, Ye Chen went pale. The rebellion had been suppressed very smoothly over the past 2 months, this had led him to bury that sliver of fear deep within him. At this moment, the drumming had long since stopped, the area at the city gate was deathly silent. Now that Chen Ting had died, Ye Chen was once again reminded of the potential mastermind. Previously, they had killed the innates as easily as slaughtering dogs. Did you get a clear look at the assassin's appearance? It was an old man with white hair. He killed the Grand General with just one finger. He also said. What else did he say? He said, the Great Ming did not rightfully obtain the nation, it must be destroyed. Those virtuous under heaven may all strike at it. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the welcoming troops became even more eerie. Ye Chen felt a sweet taste in his mouth and forcibly swallowed the blood back. Daban! This servant is here. Quickly go to the northwestern rebel suppressing army's camp to maintain order, don't let the army become chaotic. Ye Chen handed his jade pendant to the eunuch supervisor beside him. At this moment, it was not suitable for the northwestern rebel suppressing army to enter the capital city, it was best to station them outside the city. After that, Ye Chen hastily returned to the palace. The entire award ceremony for the army became a joke, and those with ulterior motives started to harbor other ideas again. Who was this mysterious master that killed Chen Ting? The Great Ming was illegitimately established, the virtuous may strike at it. Could it be? Meanwhile, the first thing Ye Chen did when he returned to the palace was to send messengers to the other armies to issue a warning. The situation of Chen Ting being assassinated and killed had completely put him on full alert. This person behind the scenes had made a stunning appearance. Now, he just wanted to gather the remaining innate grandmasters in one place to prevent them from being picked off individually. After that, they would gather back at the capital city and make further plans. At this moment, he was sitting in the Grand Temple, looking at the mountain river tripod in front of him, feeling an indescribable bitterness. He was probably going to have to make the final preparations now. But the news that followed made it even harder for Ye Chen to accept. The areas that had been subdued in the rebellion were once again in chaos. The Great Ming was illegitimately established, those with virtues may strike at it. This sentence had become the revolutionary declaration of all the rebel armies, and they were fanatically enthusiastic about it. In the short 10 days that followed, apart from Chen Ting who fell outside the capital city, the innate grandmasters of the other 5 rebel-suppressing armies were all killed by a single finger of a mysterious old man. After killing each person, the old man would repeat the sentence about the illegitimate establishment of the Great Ming. Everyone in the army heard it loud and clear. This mysterious old man was definitely an enemy of the Great Ming, or perhaps he was an enemy of the Ye family. Therefore, he didn't care who got the world as long as it didn't belong to the Ye family. Given this, then let's revolt. No more. P.S. Except for eating, drinking, and relieving myself, I've been writing all day. I thought about it and the new chapter wouldn't be ready until around midnight, so there wouldn't be another chapter today, consider this tomorrow's chapter. But I've written about 20,000 words in 4 updates today, haha, I've really been working hard at it. Please try to understand, I have tendinitis, thank you everyone. Also, it's time to showcase a newcomer friend's work, please see the link. I've counted, this PS doesn't cost anything, don't worry. Chapter 87. Liang Sheng creates innate. The Great Ming dynasty was engulfed in flames of war, and it seemed that the royal Ye family had reached the end of the road. After all, the 6 great innate experts were killed by one person, and their morale had reached an all-time low. Naturally, the one who struck and killed the Ye family's innate nation protectors was Liang Sheng. He looked at the chaotic Great Ming but did not show too much emotion. He was now just playing a big game of chess, all for the sake of cultivating immortality. And the first step of his plan was to bring down the Ye family. In this situation, he was calmly fishing behind the scenes, preparing to choose the most suitable candidate among the heroes fighting for power. This person could be ambitious, but he must have a bottom line and be completely under Liang Sheng's control. This was Liang Sheng's most basic requirement. At this time, Liang Sheng was like a chess player, quietly watching the chaotic Great Ming, waiting for the ultimate candidate to emerge. 1 year later, the southern territories of Great Ming completely fell, even if Ye Chen showed great talent and vision. However, under the total collapse of morale, the south still lost control in just 1 year. But now, there were 3 rebel kings in the south who were not united. Ye Chen had thought about leading the imperial carriage personally, but with the capital surrounded by wolves, he had to give up the idea in the end. The foundation of the capital must not be disturbed. As long as the capital was under his control, he still had a chance at survival. At this moment, all the nobles and powerful officials in the capital were tied to him, unable to escape his sight. Ye Chen was already an innate master, so he could still suppress all the small-time rogues in the capital. The nobles had originally thought that the mysterious old man would personally come and kill Ye Chen, but as 1 year passed, that person had disappeared suddenly without any warning. They couldn't quite understand what was going on, but Liang Sheng just sat on the fishing platform. At this moment, he was merely cultivating a weapon. After all, if one couldn't even escape from the capital, how could he be considered virtuous? Not to mention wanting to become the co-rulers of the world? However, although Liang Sheng did not make a move and quietly watched the worldly chaos, his existence itself was like a sword hanging over the Ye family's head. Ye Chen was also worried about when the sword would fall. During this time, Liang Sheng went south and secretly met with the 3 rebel kings of the south, but he was not very satisfied with them. Although the 3 rebel kings of the south had ambitions, they had no boundaries in their actions and did not know when to advance or retreat, especially when power swelled, they became even more reckless and ambitious. These 3 rebel kings were not qualified candidates in Liang Sheng's heart. The person he chose had to know when to advance and retreat. Only such a person could become the co-ruler of the world, so he could better control them from behind the scenes. People must have a sense of awe. As for the performance of the nobles and powerful families in the capital, Liang Sheng was also very dissatisfied. These people had long been corrupted by power, engaged in only conspiracy and tricks, but when it came to critical moments, they lacked decisiveness. How could a king be so indecisive? If they were allowed to expand their territory in the future, they would probably just hold everyone back. At this moment, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel troubled. It was actually Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, who had performed better than any other candidate he had seen. It's just a pity that Ye Chen had to die, and the Ye family had to perish. They knew about the cultivation world, and just based on that fact, they were in conflict with Liang Sheng's plan. If they did not die, how could Liang Sheng be at ease? The future co-rulers of the world in Liang Sheng's eyes could lead armies across the mainland, expand their territory, but must not know about the matter of cultivation. Moreover, at that time, part of the royal bloodline must be nurtured here, without being connected to the imperial family. They would not know that they were of royal blood, and only then could they become the best middlemen for Liang Sheng's dealings with the cultivation world. Just as Liang Sheng was troubled about not finding a suitable candidate, intrigues continued within the capital, and a powerful family was exposed, infuriating Ye Chen. He immediately imprisoned them in Sky Prison and chose a day for their execution. However, this time, Liang Sheng's eyes lit up as he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. The descendants of the Zhou family blood prison old demon in Sky Prison entered his line of sight. The descendants of the Zhou family knew when to advance and retreat, and they had a bottom line. In times of crisis, they still had courage. The Zhou family lineage could continue until now, holding the position of Sky Prison guard, and they had their own way of dealing with the world. After careful observation and even checking the government office case files, he concluded that the Zhou family bloodline had a magical ability to seek fortune and avoid evil. Under such circumstances, and due to the Zhou family's ancestors and generations of experts collecting countless techniques, their family had a countless number of masters. Although they had nor reached the innate realm, they were local powerhouses, just unknown to others. As a result, after carefully observing and comparing with all the candidates, Liang Sheng finally made up his mind. If that was the case, it would be better to support the Zhou family as the co-rulers of the world. As long as he was always stronger than them, they would not have any treacherous thoughts. Sky Prison. Zhou Xing hummed a tune after finishing his patrol of the Sky Prison, and prepared to return home after his shift. He didn't care at all how the world would turn out. Through many years of networking, the old man had already sent part of their bloodline out of the capital. This was just a precautionary measure. No matter who ruled the world, the Zhou family should remain as stable as Mount Tai. Zhou Xing was now a small prison guard in Sky Prison, always keeping a low profile, but who could tell that he was already a postnatal 9th layer expert at the age of 40. When he returned home, he washed up before going to the study to greet his father. After all, the Sky Prison was filled with gloom, so it was better to wash up. But just as he entered the study and hadn't even exchanged a few words with his father, Zhou Ping, a sudden sense of panic and unease struck them both. Zhou Xing couldn't help but glance at the old man, and found that he was also equally horrified, and at the next moment, a white-haired elder appeared in front of them. The bloodline of the Blood Prison Old Demon clan is truly miraculous. I never expected that you'd already reached the half-step innate. It seems that the entire world has underestimated you. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Xing and his father were greatly shaken. Was this the enemy of their father, grandfather, before his death? But why was there no sign of murder this time? At this time, Liang Sheng did not care about their father and son, and took a step forward to Zhou Ping's side. Before he could react, his hand was already placed on Zhou Ping's back. As Zhou Xing was about to make a move, Liang Sheng gave him a sudden glance, and he found that he couldn't move at all. So, he had no choice but to pray in his heart, and choose to believe in his own bloodline ability because until now, they did not have any sense of life and death crisis. Zhou Ping was startled when Liang Sheng's palm was on his back, but before he could understand what was going on, a torrent of energy poured into his body. With his half-step innate strength, he couldn't even stop it for a second. Then, this rapid force surged along with his meridians. He had no choice but to circulate his qi throughout his body, and then felt his body swell up suddenly, but this was actually just an illusion, and it was merely the sudden surge of power within his body. At this moment, he hurriedly calmed his mind and then focused on circulating his qi without caring about Liang Sheng's presence. Liang Sheng, on the other hand, just withdrew his hand and didn't care about Zhou Ping, looking at Zhou Xing with a smile, extremely satisfied. Zhou Xing, a 40-year-old man of 9 levels of the postnatal realm, was indeed terrifying. It seemed that the descendants of the Blood Prison Old Demon were getting stronger generation after generation. This moment, however, Zhou Xing's face was full of bitterness, and he didn't dare to move. But he felt relieved in his heart, as it seemed that the other party was not his enemy. Although he couldn't figure out who the other party was, his grandfather had never mentioned any past dealings with such a character. Seeing the thoughtful look on Zhou Xing's face, Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile. Stop guessing. You'll understand everything in a moment. Sit here and wait for a while. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing obediently sat quietly to one side. Liang Sheng couldn't help but nod silently at this sight, feeling that this person was worthy of being his chosen one, and he was increasingly satisfied in his heart. Just then, a torrent of momentum suddenly erupted from Zhou Ping's body, and Liang Sheng just moved his mind before instantly making a move to eliminate all the emanating qi. Zhou Ping, who was about to roar with excitement since he had unexpectedly reached the innate realm today, didn't have time to react. The cold eyes that stared at him forced him to swallow the excitement in his heart, unable to show off. Immediately after that, Zhou Ping did not hesitate to kneel in front of Liang Sheng. Thank you, senior, for your help. Zhou Xing, having keen eyes, quickly followed suit and knelt by the side. But a storm was already raging in his heart. Although Liang Sheng had eliminated the qi emanating from Zhou Ping quickly, they were all in the same room, and Zhou Xing felt the difference between his father and his previous self almost immediately. Innate Grandmaster. His father had actually become an innate Grandmaster, and it was all because of the mysterious elder in front of him. How could this not shock him? Liang Sheng had seen all of this, but it was all part of his plan. If he didn't display his power to intimidate Zhou family's father and son, how could he make them follow him wholeheartedly? Previously, Liang Sheng had stolen barrier-breaking pills from Ye Chen, one of which he had also taken. Although it was useless to him, he knew that the special power contained within the elixirs might enable a martial artist of the 9 levels of the postnatal realm to break through to innate. At first, Liang Sheng didn't understand what the mysterious power was, but once he had reached the qi cultivation first level, he understood what it was. Spiritual power. So the efficacy of barrier-breaking pills was almost like the spiritual power within Liang Sheng, helping a martial artist to break through with the power of a cultivator, which is not surprising. Today, the spiritual power that Liang Sheng input into Zhou Ping's body was much stronger than the power of the barrier-breaking pills. At this moment, seeing his goals achieved, he stopped beating around the bush. Do you Zhou family wish to become the co-rulers of the world? Zhou Ping and his father were stunned upon hearing this. They had just been immersed in the great joy of breaking through to innate, but at this moment they were shocked. Co-rulers of the world? At this moment, the first thing they thought of was the various legends in the past year. After all, 6 great innate experts of the Great Ming had died at the hands of a mysterious old man, so how could people not yearn for such a powerful figure? The mysterious powerhouse was rumored to be a white-haired old man and his entourage. Looking at the elder in front of them and thinking back to their own breakthrough to innate just now, and now the other party asked if the Zhou family wanted to be the co-rulers of the world, how could Zhou Ping not guess who the other party was? Zhou Xing was naturally no fool either. He also reacted at the first moment, feeling both excited and confused. Why would the other party choose their family to be the co-rulers of the world? After all, the 3 great rebel kings of the south had already occupied the south, and half of the Great Ming's territory had already fallen into their hands. They were nothing more than sky prison guards. Even if the southern rebel kings were not considered, in the capital, which noble family didn't have a strong foundation? Why would the other party specifically choose their inconspicuous family? Immediately following that thought, they recalled the words the other party had said when they entered, "Blood prison old demon." Could it be that the other party was a friend of their grandfather, father? Seeing their excited expressions at this moment, Liang Sheng nodded slightly. This was almost within his expectations. He indeed needed an identity to make the Zhou family's father and son not suspicious as to why he had noticed them. Did the blood prison old demon ever mention that when Prince Ping'an rebelled, he encountered a man who took a baby from the sky prison? So, it was you, senior. At this moment, Zhou Ping couldn't help but let out a gasp. Zhou Xing looked puzzled. Zhou Ping hurriedly said, "So senior was the one who saved the Sheng family's bloodline back then?" Zhou Xing was still confused, but now was not the time to ask. He could only keep quiet, while Liang Sheng nodded slightly. "At that time, I said I would repay you afterwards, but blood prison old demon probably thought it was a joke and didn't tell you. But now I want to tell you that whoever has virtue under heaven will have the world, and I think you are the co-rulers of the world. Why does senior value the Zhou family so much? It's simple. Which family can pass on their lineage like yours? The so-called millennia-old families are not as good as you. Moreover, the talent of attracting fortune and avoiding evil in your bloodline is blessed with great affinity. The most important thing is that you can uphold your original intention. Otherwise, all the talents would be useless under greed. This original intention has also allowed the Zhou family to prosper more and more with each generation, inheriting to the present. In my opinion, this is the definition of virtuous people under heaven. If you become the co-rulers of the world will truly be peaceful." Zhou Ping and his son couldn't help but breathe more heavily upon hearing this, as if they were already stirred by Liang Sheng's words. However, Liang Sheng knew that they were just pretending. It wasn't that they weren't excited, but they seemed a bit exaggerated, which was not in line with their true nature. However, Liang Sheng was not willing to expose them at this moment. After all, these are minor things. In front of him, putting on a show could make them feel safe, so why not? They probably had such skills ingrained in their bones. Having bottom lines, recognizing trends, being low profile without producing unnecessary greed, they were perfect candidates for his plan. "Senior, we are honored to be valued by you, but our Zhou family is just ordinary people. How can we have the ability to pursue the world? You don't need to worry about that, I will take care of the details myself. All you have to do is seize the world. I know the temperament of your Zhou family. You will not put all your eggs in one basket. I will protect the bloodline you arranged in the outskirts of the capital and ensure that you won't have any worries while fighting for the world." At these words, Zhou Ping and his son's breath paused. After that, they didn't refuse any longer. They believed that their every move was extremely hidden, but now there were no secrets in front of Liang Sheng. This was both an exchange and a threat from Liang Sheng. Coupled with their ability of fortune-attracting bloodline, they could only agree. Agreeing with him was a great fortune, while refusing him would bring disaster. What other choice did they have? "Trust me, you won't regret it." As soon as the words fell, Zhou Xing was instantly drawn to Liang Sheng's hand by a suction force. Immediately, a tremendous power entered his body. Zhou Xing finally understood what had just happened to his father. In the next moment, he sat down on the ground and started cultivating Zhou Tian. At this time, Liang Sheng withdrew his hand and looked at Zhou Ping, saying, "During this time, do as usual and wait for my notification. When the time comes, you will know that you will be the final choice for the co-rulers of the world." After speaking, Liang Sheng took a light step and disappeared outside the study door. Zhou Ping had already reached the innate realm at this moment, and he didn't notice how Liang Sheng vanished. Standing at the room door, Zhou Ping felt like he was dreaming as the cold wind blew. Co-rulers of the world? In a trance, even a cautious person like him couldn't help but be entranced by the thought. There must be a purpose for doing so. However, he couldn't figure it out since Liang Sheng was the one who casually made him enter the innate realm. It wasn't until he was awakened by a surge of qi that he turned his head and saw Zhou Xing standing up, his face full of disbelief once again. Innate Master. Chapter 88, Second Level of Qi Training, Extra 4400, asking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. The 15th year of Great Ming's Zhou. The three rebel kings of the south surprisingly elected a single ruler, granting him the honorific title of King Wen of Zhou, while the original three kings became the great generals under King Wen of Zhou. When this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the world. If the southern rebels had maintained their state of three mutually independent kings, the integration of the southern rebels would have taken some time, creating a chance for the Great Ming to restore its ruling norm. However, now that the southern rebels have suddenly unified under the so-called King Wen of Zhou, the situation in the Great Ming is precarious. In other words, at this moment, the political winds have completely changed. This event happened too suddenly, no one knew what had actually transpired in the south, but after the unification, the three generals immediately each led an army, attacking the north simultaneously. From then on, the southern rebels gained momentum like a bamboo breaking through. After Emperor Zhou, Ye Chen, received the battle reports at the Great Ming capital, it was the final straw. Lai was left with no alternatives. He could only muster his troops, preparing for leading the troops in person. All the people in the world watched Yanhe River with trepidation. It was there that the final showdown between the Great Ming dynasty and the rebel army was likely to take place. It was at Yanhe where the lifeless sect had won their decisive battle against the Dian dynasty, establishing a solid foundation for the Great Ming dynasty. But who could have imagined at that time that only 15 years later, history would repeat itself, causing turmoil in the world? Regardless, this battle was destined to be earth-shattering. It will decide the fate of the world. The capital. The Imperial Palace. At this moment, within the Grand Temple, Ye Chen and Ye Kai were sitting opposite each other, with food and wine set before them. Outsiders might find it unimaginable that at this critical juncture of the Great Ming dynasty, the two of them could remain so composed, conversing casually. When I led the lifeless seer into the capital back then, did you harbor any ill feelings towards me? 1. Ye Chen suddenly asked this question. Caught off guard, Ye Kai paused, then shook his head and laughed. At that time, I did have some resentment, but nor against you. I was resentful of my father, the ex-emperor, for leaving me such a mess to deal with. However, I was also looking forward to seeing you make a fool of yourself. As the leader of a rebellious heretic sect who happens to bear the Ye family bloodline, I thought you would surely be left in a state of confusion in the face of worldly affairs. But in the end, it was I who got a taste of humble pie. You did very well, far better than I could ever have. I accepted my lot then and started managing the affairs of the White Lotus sect, casting a shadow over the Ye family. It sounds like you really admire me. Ha ha ha. Well, if you say so. I wonder if that mysterious elder will show up during your personal expedition. Upon mentioning this, Ye Kai's expression darkened, as did Ye Chen's. Without this mysterious elder, how could the country of Great Ming have fallen into such a state? Never mind, no matter what, we have to fight this battle. Otherwise, we would be like frogs in warm water who will eventually get cooked. We can't escape this fate. As per our agreement, don't forget to take the mountain river tripod when you leave, and help to maintain the Ye family bloodline. I imagine IR will be quite a burden on you. Make sure you teach our descendants well. In 100 years, they will be able to enter the cultivation world with the help of what's within the mountain river tripod. But remind them not to think too much of it. Only when they have become strong enough can they come back and avenge our Ye family. Ye Kai nodded upon hearing this, a bitter taste creeping up his mind. Lai never expected that he would become the guardian of the last bloodline of the Ye family. Alright, it's getting late. You should take the last bloodline of our Ye family and leave the capital as soon as possible. The further, the better. If I win this battle, you all can come back. If I lose, everything will be up to you. Saying this, Ye Chen toasted with a drink of wine, finished IR straight off, and then left the Grand Temple without looking back. It was time for him to gather his troops and prepare for the decisive battle. Ye Kai sat in the grand temple watching the silhouette of Ye Chen leaving, then he took the mountain river tripod and quietly left the imperial palace. When he reached the secret base on the outskirts of the capital and saw the children sleeping inside, a loving look crossed Ye Kai's face. These were the future of the Ye family. The next day, in the early morning, Ye Kai was still waiting for the last man to assemble. After today, they would leave the capital in batches and go into hiding. But just as they were all ready and about to sail off under the cover of night, a golden dragon suddenly fell from the sky. The whole mansion collapsed instantly. People inside didn't even have a chance to react before they perished. At that moment, an old man with white hair appeared in the mansion. After confirming the death of all members of the Ye family and finding the mountain river tripod, he breathed a sigh of relief. This man was none other than Liang Sheng, who had been lurking in the background watching the Ye family. Now that the dark vein of the Ye family had been removed, it was a battle to the death between Zhou Ping and his son, and Ye Chen. The three great rebel kings of the south respected Zhou Ping as King Wen of Zhou, which was naturally the maneuver of Liang Sheng. Faced with absolute power, the three great rebel kings recognized their defeat. As the decisive battle between Zhou Ping and his son and the great Ming dynasty loomed, Liang Sheng didn't want to make a move at this time unless they encountered a situation that Zhou Ping and his son couldn't handle. Furthermore, Zhou Ping and his son needed to go through a bit of hardship. They might not value that which came too easily. Although they were unlikely to harbor thoughts of rebellion, Liang Sheng still wanted them to suffer a bit. After confirming the death of all Ye's family members who had gone into hiding under Ye Kai's leadership, Liang Sheng left with the mountain river tripod. Next, the decisive battle for the dynasty would fully break out. Ye Chen, the Zhou emperor of the great Ming dynasty, led the cream of the imperial army in the charge at the front, greatly boosting the morale of the soldiers below. However, Zhou Ping and his son were not pushovers. Zhou Ping and his son were even more cautious than Liang Sheng had imagined. From the very beginning, they fought fiercely like a lion fighting a rabbit. Both father and son were innate grandmasters, and their appearance on the battlefield ignited cheers from the rebel army. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel disheartened. He feared that they would be defeated today. However, Ye family was a family of royalty, and even if he had to die, he would fight honorably until the end. Ye Kai had already taken the best Ye family disciples into hiding, so Ye Chen had no concerns at this moment. On the battlefield, Ye Chen faced the two innate grandmasters without the slightest fear, even going as far as to attack first. Although Zhou Xing and his father practiced different martial arts techniques, their strength was extraordinary as innate grandmasters. With every move they grew more powerful and fierce. In a short while, the three of them clashed, kicking up dust and debris, each using their strongest techniques and not holding back in the slightest, for they would not underestimate their opponents. Only the dead were the best enemies to have. At the next moment, a loud noise erupted from the area where the three were fighting, causing the whole battlefield to go silent for a moment. However, the southern army's morale soared in the next moment, while the great Ming soldiers fled in fear. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had fallen to the ground, his eyes lifeless as he stared into the sky, unsure of what he was thinking during his last moments. Zhou Ping and Zhou Xing resisted the urge to spit out blood that was almost escaping their throats from the injuries they sustained from Ye Chen's final blow. Their own injuries had shaken their foundations, but they couldn't show their weakness at this moment. Bring someone. Give him a proper burial after the battle. For some reason, Zhou Xing felt a sudden urge in his heart. Ye Chen had been their enemy, but he was also an emperor. An emperor should not be humiliated, especially as the Zhou family would soon become the co-rulers of the world. Zhou Ping looked at his son without saying a word. As an opponent, Ye Chen indeed deserved their respect. At the next moment, Zhou Ping tried to compose his complicated emotions, looked towards the north, and waved his hand passionately, "Cross the river! Cross the river! Cross the river!" At this moment, the capital was almost within sight. In the capital, all the noble families were stunned. They hadn't expected the decisive battle between the two armies to end so quickly, especially given who Ye Chen was. They couldn't have known him better. They had thought that they would have to wait for some time to see the outcome, but in just 3 short days, the southern rebel army had advanced towards the capital. Upon receiving this news, countless ambitious individuals were disheartened. After all, the world was not theirs. It was rumored that those with virtue would strike together, but unfortunately, it was not them. And on the eve of the Southern Army's entrance into the capital, the great Ming Luo royal mansion was suddenly breached. 800 people of the Luo mansion were captured alive, which set an example for other families. The new king was destined to enter the capital, and the members of the Ye family now served as their perfect letter of recommendation. For a short while, chaos erupted in the East City, with various noble families and nobles taking action. Fights even broke out amongst those trying to capture Ye family members. No matter how chaotic it was outside, the ordinary people locked themselves in their homes, not daring to step out. When they heard that the war was coming to an end, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It didn't matter who occupied the throne, as long as there was no war. A day later, Zhou Ping led the southern army into the city. The capital had already opened its gates, and there was no shortage of people celebrating with drums and gongs, as the streets were packed. In the 15th year of the Great Ming's Zhou Emperor, the Great Ming fell, and the Great Zhou was established. A month later, Zhou Ping ascended the throne and became Emperor Taizhu. On the first day of Emperor Taizhu's reign, he ordered the execution of the entire Ye family without mercy. Afterward, he announced a general amnesty to the entire world, signifying peace under heaven. However, the Great Ming Mountain River tripod was lost once again and couldn't be found. Taizhu then ordered the casting of the King of Zhou tripod to suppress the rivers and mountains, and enshrined it in the Grand Temple. Taizhu later issued a decree to reduce taxation and redistribute land to the common people, encouraging them to have more children and bring vitality to the world. In the 30 years of Taizhu's reign, the world was prosperous and thriving. It was known as the Taizhu's prosperous era. However, Taizhu died at nearly 100 years of age due to the injuries he sustained from his early battle with Ye Chen. When he passed, the whole world mourned and hung white banners in his honor. After his death, Zhou Xing succeeded the throne as Emperor Xianzong, continuing to implement policies of recuperation and rejuvenation, while also strengthening military recruitment and training. His policies focused on ensuring the well-being of the people, bringing more peace to the world. During Xuanzong's 60-year reign, the world reached unprecedented levels of prosperity, surpassing even the peak of the Dian dynasty's power. Xianzong was referred to as the Sage Emperor by the people at that time. However, when Xianzong had been in power for 60 years, he suddenly abdicated the throne to his son Zhou Kun, shocking the world. This led people to recall the events of the Dian dynasty's previous centuries, as Emperor Taizhu had decreed that no prince who did not reach the innate realm could become emperor. At that time, the emperors of the Dian dynasty had all reached the innate realm, but after hundreds of years of luxurious and extravagant living, their descendants were no longer willing to endure the hardships of martial arts training, and thus not every Dian prince who ascended the throne was in the innate realm. Zhou Kun, the current crown prince, had reached the innate realm at the age of 70 and was indeed qualified to inherit the throne. But why was Xianzong so eager to pass on his position when he appeared to be in good health? Nobody knew the reason behind it, but many years ago, when he and Zhou Ping fought Emperor Zhou Ye Chen, both father and son had sustained injuries that damaged their foundations. Zhou Ping had passed away at over 100 years old, and Zhou Xing now had only a few years left. Abdicating in favor of Zhou Kun was the result of careful deliberation. Later, Zhou Kun ascended the throne and was known as Emperor Wu. The title was intriguing, and his first imperial edict after taking the throne declared the following: the Zhou family emperors should not rule beyond the age of 130 as a tribute to Emperor Taizhu and Xianzong. The Imperial Palace Temple. At this point, Zhou Kun was already clad in a dragon robe, his image as a heavenly son becoming increasingly apparent. However, today, Zhou Xing had him kneel in the temple, saying that he was to meet an elder from their family. Soon, a white-haired old man appeared before them. If it wasn't Liang Sheng, then who could it be? Zhou Xing looked conflicted at this moment, but he soon regained his composure. Kun, from now on, you will succeed as the emperor of our great Zhou, you should meet this elder from our family. If it were not for him, how could the world be ours, the Zhou family's? Liang Sheng wasn't speaking at this moment. All he did was watch Zhou Kun. With the innate talent of the Zhou bloodline, Zhou Xing naturally knew what was most beneficial for the Zhou family. After hearing Zhou Xing's words, Zhou Kun opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Just how old was this white-haired elder? After all, it was him who had assisted the crown prince in seizing the throne. But immediately after, he became overexcited. With an ancestor such as this, the Zhou family's rule would be as stable as a mountain. Zhou Kun was sensible enough to understand this, hence, the atmosphere further improved. Liang Sheng was also pleased with Zhou Kun's performance. His nearly 100-year-long plan had finally started to bear fruit. The Zhou family, as expected, was the right choice. Under such joy, Liang Sheng presented Zhou Kun a jade bottle that contained the barrier-breaking pill that had been seized from Ye Chen. Zhou Kun had taken the barrier-breaking pill before his breakthrough to the innate. Seeing the elixir now, he was extremely excited. The family's ancestor truly was the cornerstone of the state. With this barrier-breaking pill, the great Zhou could increase by another 4 innates. Zhou Xing only sighed in his heart, seeing Zhou Kun's excited demeanor. He knew his son might have misunderstood the relationship between Liang Sheng and the Zhou family, but he didn't bother to explain. After all, the Zhou family could only follow. The more they knew, the more they feared. Just how strong was the other party? Why would the Zhou family seek roads to their destruction? Especially when the other party showed no interference in the Zhou family's affairs for 90 years, they just let him be. On the 7th year of Emperor Wu, Xuanzong passed away, and everyone in the empire mourned. Meanwhile, Liang Sheng was at a manor on the outskirts of the capital, watching children play in the courtyard. Anyone who passed by Liang Sheng's small courtyard in the mansion would tread lightly. After all, this was the family ancestor, and it would not do to disturb the old man. Liang Sheng, although he still looked old and white-haired, had slightly changed his appearance. At this moment, he looked at his attribute panel. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 224. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Top Grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 2nd Layer, 20. Life Nurturing Techniques, 16th Layer. Realm, Qi Training 2nd Layer, 95%. Lifespan, 9234. P.S. The Golden Dragon technique no longer affects the protagonist, and I won't pad out the word count with it anymore. Bender. After 97 years, Liang Sheng had progressed with the life-nurturing techniques to the 16th layer. After breaking through the 15th and 16th layers, his lifespan surged by 5,200 years. Once he made another breakthrough with the life-nurturing techniques, his lifespan would exceed 10,000. Liang Sheng was also close to entering the 3rd layer of Qi training. This was still due to the talent of Innocent Foolishness having no bottleneck, otherwise it would be even more difficult. The Grand Ancestor of Dian entered the cultivation market with only 20 years of life remaining, and had reached the 3rd layer of Qi training. Although the spiritual energy in the cultivation market was denser than in the secular world, one could still see how slow Liang Sheng's training speed was. However, Liang Sheng was not in a hurry. After all, the 100-year period was approaching, and that was when his official plan was to begin. The manor where he was staying was actually of the Zhou bloodline, but after 90 years, they didn't know they shared the same lineage with the great Zhou imperial family. This was also intentional on Liang Sheng's part. Now he was the ancestor of both the manor and the great Zhou imperial family. The imperial family was responsible for supporting the luck of the Huatian Sect's dynasty. The Zhou family in the manor were his chess pieces to test the Huatian sect. With the ability of the Zhou bloodline, they could be very useful to him. The two did not interfere with each other, they didn't even know about the existence of the cultivation world. Only Liang Sheng held all the secrets. The Zhou family enjoyed the world's wealth, and he took advantage of them, making connections with the cultivation world to enhance his path of immortality. This was a win-win situation. At this moment, Liang Sheng's eyes were deep. In another 3 years, the 100-year period would be near. At that time, he would have to go to Mount Kunyu, strike the 9 ding, and notify the Huatian sect. The thought of this made him somewhat excited. He had been planning for nearly 100 years, success was now in sight. Chapter 89, Path to Immortality. Outskirts of the capital. Zhou Village. At this moment, the most mysterious backyard is filled with a mysterious force in motion, but there's no one lingering there in Zhou Village. This place is the forbidden area of the village. It's not that no one is curious to sneak into the backyard, but the outcome is always complete disappearance, with no one daring to come here afterward. Right now, Liang Sheng's spiritual power is like a dragon nimbly running through the brush, with cinnabar drawn by the vermilion brush on the talisman paper. By the time the last stroke is completed, the talisman paper is filled with a flash of spirit light, indicating the completion of the technique. Vajra Talisman. Low Order Talisman. For 97 years, aside from cultivation, Liang Sheng has put almost all his attention on the talisman curse techniques attached to the upper pure immortal scripture. After the destruction of the Great Ming, Liang Sheng wholeheartedly devoted himself to studying talisman curse techniques. After all, these techniques are the aggressive and defensive means for cultivators. How could he not care about them? Fortunately, the materials required for low-order talismans can be found in the secular world. A paintbrush made from wolf bristles over 10 years old, cinnabar for more than 10 years, and talisman paper made from peach wood for more than 10 years might be difficult for others to obtain, but for Liang Sheng, it was effortless. As for the curse imprinting technique, it's even simpler, just combining specified curse seals to display certain attacking techniques using spiritual power. However, to master it, one naturally needs to put in a lot of hard work. If a cultivator saw Liang Sheng complete the Vajra talisman so easily, they would be impressed. Not just anyone can achieve this level of smoothness, with perfectly controlled spiritual power consumption. However, Liang Sheng doesn't feel smug about it, as among the cultivation world, how many people can practice talisman curse techniques for their entire lives without worrying about their lifespan, like him? At this moment, Liang Sheng opens a box filled with numerous Vajra talismans. He doesn't even look as he places the newly completed talisman inside before closing the box. In addition to the Vajra talisman box, there are 3 more boxes containing light body talismans, body purification talismans, and heart clearing talismans, each with a similar amount. The Vajra talisman can create a layer of armor that can withstand a single strike from the Qi cultivation 3rd level. The light body talisman can enable a martial artist to travel 800 miles a day, as long as they can endure. The body purification talisman can heal hidden injuries, and the heart clearing talisman, as the name suggests, can calm the mind and prevent demonic possession. As for other low-order talismans, like fireball and waterball ones, Liang Sheng has not made them because he is currently only at the Qi cultivation 2nd stage, and his power is insufficient to create attack-focused low-order spirit talismans. Perhaps once he reaches the Qi cultivation 3rd level, he can consider these talismans. However, a fireball suddenly appears in front of Liang Sheng, with a hint of white flame. He has experimented before, and this small fireball can instantly melt an innate expert. This is the cultivator's fireball technique, which Liang Sheng can still cast instantaneously. Then immediately, a wisp of water vapor appears, extinguishing the fireball in a puff of blue smoke. Do not underestimate this seemingly ordinary water, as it's the water spirit imprinting technique, bone-chillingly cold, capable of turning an innate expert into an ice sculpture upon contact. Liang Sheng isn't overly excited about his instant casting of curse imprint techniques, as it's simply a matter of being skilled through practice. Even in the cultivation world, there may not be many people extravagant enough to spend 97 years practicing these techniques, making talismans and imprinting curses like him. If only he had the alchemy technique. Alas, the upper pure immortal scripture left by the grand ancestor of Dian did not include it, even though he knew that refining pills could aid cultivation. It doesn't matter, the 100 years are almost up, and by that time, he can verify if the words of the Hua Tian sect disciple 100 years ago were entirely true, though the chances are slim that they were false. Liang Sheng isn't flustered by his eagerness, as time is on his side. Even if the Hua Tian sect tricked Ye Chen, the fortune of the dynasty isn't proportionate to how many things can be exchanged. He can still hide for 1,000 years, cultivating until he reaches the Qi cultivation 9th layer before testing the market. Of course, Liang Sheng knew the probability of the Hua Tian sect disciple lying was almost zero. Their persistent temptation of the Ye family to exchange secular world imperial fortune, without imposing any coercive measures, shows the attitude of the cultivation world sects towards the mundane realm. Otherwise, with the means of cultivators, they wouldn't have been so covert. This could also show that they were indeed willing to pay a price to exchange for the luck of a secular world imperial dynasty. Just a little longer, it's only 3 more years. In the blink of an eye, it's been 10 years since Emperor Wu ascended the throne. At this moment, it's winter, and the whole Great Zhou is immersed in the festive atmosphere of the new year. Since Emperor Wu's enthronement, the country has been thriving and prosperous, with the people living in peace and abundance, naturally making the New Year's celebrations lively. However, Liang Sheng doesn't have the mood to celebrate the New Year right now, as he has finally reached the day to go to Mount Kunyu. In these 3 years, he has finally broken through to the Qi cultivation 3rd stage. Taking 100 years to achieve the third stage would make cultivators shake their heads and sigh, lamenting their insufficient fortune. Bender. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 221. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 3rd layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 16th layer. Stage, Qi cultivation 3rd stage, 1%. Lifespan, 9231. That night, Liang Sheng left Zhou village, but he also had Zhou Yun and Zhou Hua, the two brothers who wanted to probe the cultivation world and Hua Tian sect, make preparations. Over the past 100 years, the children of Zhou village have been indoctrinated from birth by Liang Sheng's teachings to be loyal to the Zhou family and the ancestor. Their loyalty has seeped deep into their bones. Even if Liang Sheng ordered them to die immediately, they would obey without hesitation. Zhou Yun and Zhou Hua are the most loyal and devoted disciples of the Zhou family over these 100 years. Zhou Yun's qi has a defect, making it impossible for him to set foot in the cultivation world, which makes him the perfect pawn. At this moment, they finally realized that they also have the royal bloodline. Bender. The ancestor was responsible for maintaining the family's prosperity, and they were the chosen ones. They kept these thoughts deep in their hearts, never revealing them. When Zhou Yun and Zhou Hua learned that they were finally going to carry out the task entrusted by the ancestor, they couldn't be more excited. After waiting for 80 years and nearing the end of their lives, it was finally time for them to give their lives in service to the ancestor. Afterwards, Zhou Yun and Zhou Hua deliberately avoided appearing in Zhou village, waiting for the true task to come. On New Year's Eve, they were sent to Zigo Pass by Liang Sheng to await his final instructions. On New Year's Day, Liang Sheng arrived at Mount Kunyu. He had practiced millions of times in his heart the sequence Ye Chen used to strike the 9 ding, and followed this order to strike the 9 ding using specific techniques. After that, he rushed back to Zigo Pass, joined Zhou Yun and his brother, and confirmed that the two had memorized all his instructions before bringing them to the entrance of the cave that was once shrouded in dense fog. 100 years had passed, and it was finally time to reap the results. Liang Sheng then bid farewell to Zhou Yun and Zhou Hua. The future of our family depends on you. Rest assured, ancestor, we will definitely complete the mission. If it comes to the worst, we will die directly and not bring disaster to the family. Be careful in everything. If things go well, you must return within a year, so we can adjust our next plan. Then Liang Sheng disappeared in front of Zhou Yun and Zhou Hua, who sat at the entrance of the cave, waiting with determined expressions. As for Liang Sheng, he was actually hiding not far away, with his body functions almost stopped. With the attribute panel, as long as he didn't put himself in jeopardy, there would be no danger. 3 days later, a young Qi cultivation 3rd level cultivator appeared before Zhou Yun and his brother, who bowed respectfully and immediately saluted. Welcome, Immortal Master. The young man glanced at Zhou Yun and Zhou Hua and found it strange that there were only 2 mortals in front of him, slightly different from what he had heard before, but soon did not pay attention to this any longer. At the moment, he felt a little uncomfortable. The mortal world was indeed dirty. If it weren't for the 2 mid-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't have come to such a place to suffer. These are 10 barrier-breaking pills. Over the past 100 years, the dynasty's luck supply has increased a lot compared to before. The sect is very happy, and you can have 2 quota spots for entering the market. Remember to send people over within 3 days. Immortal Master, we would like to inform you that Under Heaven is no longer the domain of Ye family, but that of my Zhou family. We hope the Immortal Master can show compassion and not blame us. The cultivator paused for a moment and then realized why the dynasty's fortune had been fluctuating previously, and then the supply of fortune increased. It turned out that a change of dynasties had occurred in the mortal world. But this didn't matter at all to him. The sect only needed the dynasty's luck to refine pills and weapons. Besides, the cultivation world had rules, and the sect never interfered in mortal affairs. Just like the grand ancestor of Dian in the past, he too was an extraordinary person who, through a combination of chance and coincidence, learned about the secrets of the cultivation world. Only then did he have interaction with Hua Tian sect, leading to the later events of overthrowing the 7 great sects and founding the nation. If the cultivation world sects could interfere in mortal world affairs, Upper Green sect would have already extinguished Dian countless times, so why has Dian been passed down for thousands of years? After all, violating this rule is not worth it, as the gains don't make up for the losses. Upper Green sect merely criticized Hua Tian sect for being unworthy, and from then on, there were no more disputes. The young cultivation disciple came to his senses and said, "No matter who is the lord of the dynasty, as long as you continue to contribute luck to the sect, that's all that matters." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun felt relieved. Under their seeking fortune and avoiding evil ability, they sensed no danger, and they had already simulated the conversation countless times with their ancestor. The cultivator's response was the best possible outcome. Zhou Yun calmed his mind and continued, "Immortal Master, if my dynasty is willing to expand its territory, would it be possible, as the previous Immortal Master said, to exchange for other conditions?" Oh! Zhou Yun's words genuinely surprised the young cultivator. What? He quickly realized that the refining equipment Peak Elder was preparing to refine a spirit tool recently. If he brought this news back, he might make the old man very happy. Thinking about this, he became excited and said urgently, "If you are really prepared to expand your territory and contribute more fortune to the sect for your success, even if you want immortal cultivation techniques, it's possible. Then, I don't know if we can exchange them for chi refining pills or other items used for cultivation." Zhou Yun became even more relaxed. At this moment, there was still a great fortune omen, so he didn't need to hide anything anymore. The young cultivator's reply also delighted him. Of course. The young cultivator agreed without hesitation. After all, such things had happened in the cultivation world before. Mortal world dynasties were countless, and naturally, such incidents had occurred too. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just take the example of Dian's grand ancestor, who had become a cultivator in the mortal world and entered the market. Although he didn't join the Hua Tian sect due to the cultivation technique issue, wasn't the sect still sending him away with chi refining pills? At this time, the young cultivator thought about courting favor with the refining equipment Peak Elder, clenched his teeth, and took out a jade bottle. There are 3 chi refining pills inside. It seems that the cultivation technique of Dian's grand ancestor was also obtained by you, so you also want to try cultivation. Zhou Yun stared blankly for a moment before bursting with joy. However, he did not take the bottle of chi refining pills. At this moment, the Zhou family's seeking fortune and avoiding evil bloodline was telling him that this great fortune could carry out the final stage of their plan with the ancestor. Immortal Master, I wish to follow you into the market, but my Zhou family originally had 2 places, and now only I am going. My brother needs to go back and urge the family to prepare for expanding territory. I wonder if this black iron command can be used to exchange for your chi refining pills to bring back to my brother, so that they can understand the kindness and righteousness of the Immortal Master, Bender. Zhou Hua was enormously excited nearby, and the young cultivator was extremely cheerful under his admiring gaze. Of course you can, but are you sure that you won't substitute someone younger from your family to accompany me to the market? Now, as long as Zhou Yun agrees to help the dynasty expand its territory, he naturally wouldn't mind giving out these chi refining pills. However, Zhou Yun is at such an age, he might be nearing the end of his lifespan, it would be a waste of a spot to take him to the cultivation world, right? Still, Zhou Yun was adamant about going to the cultivation world by himself, and the young cultivator no longer tried to convince him otherwise. Later, Zhou Hua took the jade bottle containing the chi refining pills. The young cultivator was already eager to tell his sect about this great news. No doubt the refining equipment Peak Elder would generously reward him. I must truly possess deep blessings. I am here performing a task that nobody wanted to come to, and yet I have such good fortune. After all, in thousands of previous years, Ye family did not budge no matter how the sect disciples tried to lure them. I must indeed be blessed with good fortune, my cultivation is promising. Zhou Yun followed the cultivator into the cave holding the black iron command. Zhou Hua knelt down and kowtowed at this time, and then without turning his head, he descended the mountain. After a long time, the gentle breeze was blowing, and outside the thick fog mountain cave, Liang Sheng finally showed up, his mouth curling up into a smirk. Choosing the Zhou family as his chess piece was clearly the wisest decision. With their ability to seek fortune and avoid evil, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he had also made the smallest arrangements. Zhou Yun and his brother didn't have a long lifespan, meaning they could not escape from the palm of his hand. Of course, for the 2 men who had been completely brainwashed, Liang Sheng also had backup methods, so there should be no surprises occurring. Liang Sheng was suppressing the excitement in his heart at this moment, descending the mountain as fast as he could, returning to the inn in the small town at the foot of Mount Kunyu. Half a day passed, then Zhou Hua came down from the mountain to meet him. "Ancestor, the deed is done. Good, let's go back." In the 10th year of Emperor Wu, after the Lantern Festival, Emperor Wu suddenly issued a rebel hunting order. The reason was that Western Spring Country had insulted Emperor Wu, and the nobles of Great Zhou, who had developed for 100 years, their families had already begun to go downhill. Now suddenly a war breaks out, which means military honors and chances for them to increase their status. The nobles and generals were very keen at that instant. As for the literati, the saying goes, a king's insult leads to a minister's death. Great Zhou has already developed into a rich and strong country after 3 generations. Now the king is insulted, and they must punish the rebellious country with thunderous force. Even the common people of Great Zhou were also extremely excited. The people of Great Zhou were surprisingly united in their resolution to maintain the dignity of the king. It was evident that their hearts could be influenced. For a time, the entire Great Zhou was operating like a war machine, while Western Spring Country was dumbfounded, but regardless of the emissaries they sent out, Great Zhou wouldn't listen to any of their explanations, so they could only prepare for war and be on their guard. On the outskirts of the capital, in Zhou village, Emperor Wu's attack on Western Spring Country was naturally Liang Sheng's decision, but now he didn't have time to manage these matters. He had already taken the qi refining pill, a single pill was equivalent to 3 months of his effort. This was the correct cultivation mode. Thinking of it, Liang Sheng was even happier. If Zhou Yun didn't encounter any accidents, he would return to the secular world a year later. At that time, he would know exactly what the situation in the market was. After all, the record of Grand Ancestor of Dian was just a record. Moreover, Zhou Yun was actually carrying a few Vajra talismans that Liang Sheng had made. They were for protection, as well as an attempt to see if they could be exchanged for some items in the market. With the bloodline ability of the Zhou family and the cautiousness embedded in the Zhou family's bones, Zhou Yun should not make any mistakes. So the next step was to wait for Zhou Yun to return. As for Great Zhou attacking Western Spring Country, Liang Sheng was not worried. If something came up that even Emperor Wu couldn't handle, he would just take care of it himself. 100 years of planning, finally looking forward to the path of cultivation. Chapter 90, Qi Training Pill. In the 10th year of Emperor Wu's reign, during summer, Great General Zhou Bilian of the Great Zhou dynasty led an army of 500,000 to conquer the Western Spring Country. At the time of departure, Emperor Wu personally granted the Emperor's sword to Zhou Bilian. As expected, Zhou Bilian did not disappoint. In just 3 months, he captured 10 border cities of the Western Spring Country. The Great Zhou, which had been dormant for a century under 3 emperors, finally showed its fangs. The Western Spring Country was instantly caught off guard, and they never expected the Great Zhou's military force to be so powerful. In a desperate attempt, they urgently sought peace, but Zhou Bilian was now fully in line with Emperor Wu of Zhou's Wool, with only one goal in mind: to annihilate the Western Spring Country. Emperor Wu's gift of the Emperor's sword was to tell Zhou Bilian that his mission was not only for himself, but also to represent the authority of the Heavenly Sun. Before leaving, Emperor Wu did not set any deadlines. As long as the war continued, the supplies from Great Zhou would not stop. And Emperor Wu's only request was to bring the ruler of the Western Spring Country to the Great Zhou capital to apologize, and serve as slaves. The Great Zhou's conquest of the Western Spring Country was still ongoing, but Liang Sheng temporarily did not focus his attention here. After all, the innate experts of the Zhou imperial family were nearly in double digits, and as long as there were no accidents, the annihilation of Western Spring Country would only be a matter of time. Zhou Hua had completely disappeared from the sight of the Zhou family, living and cultivating together with Liang Sheng. However, Zhou Hua was even more amazed by Liang Sheng's various magical methods. Bender. Lucky for the Zhou family to have such an ancestor like the Dust Immortal. However, it's a pity that he himself has such poor aptitude, failed in martial arts, and his lifespan is nearing its end. He might not witness the day the ancestor ascends to the heavens, but he can imagine how prosperous the Zhou family would become in the near future. Perhaps Zhou Hua couldn't imagine that the poor aptitude of the brothers was one of the reasons Liang Sheng chose them. This way, Liang Sheng's plan would be even safer. Liang Sheng had no guilt in his heart, it was all just an equivalent exchange. He helps the Zhou family to prosper, and the Zhou family works for him. It can be said that everyone benefits. In the following year, the Great Zhou continued their winning streak, and the entire nation celebrated. Just as the 11th year of Emperor Wu's reign approached, Liang Sheng finally took Zhou Hua to Zigo Pass. At this moment, it was time for the New Year's reunion, but Zhou Hua had no complaints. He sat alone outside the thick fog mountain cave, waiting for his brother Zhou Yun to arrive. As for Liang Sheng, he remained hidden in the dark, feeling slightly excited. How well this exploration in the cultivation world would go would be evident today. For the previous 2 days, there was no movement inside the thick fog mountain cave, but Zhou Hua wasn't in a hurry. It's unknown if the Zhou family possessed a special gift, but their patience was truly precious. Naturally, Liang Sheng, who was hidden, was even more patient. How could he have achieved what he did today, having crossed into this world for over 200 years without some patience? On the 3rd day, Zhou Hua suddenly stood up, and at the same time, Liang Sheng, who was hidden, tightened his nerves. Finally, there was movement. Immediately afterward, a man holding a black iron command crawled out from the cave, carrying a bag on his back. If it wasn't Zhou Yun, who else could it be? At this moment, the two brothers were overjoyed to see each other, but they quickly suppressed their excitement, exchanged greetings, and hurried down the mountain. An hour later, at the mountaintop road of Zigo Pass, the breeze was gentle. Only then did Liang Sheng let out a sigh of relief because there was no tail following Zhou Yun. However, with the Zhou family's bloodline ability, if there was danger, Zhou Yun probably wouldn't have shown up at all. But Liang Sheng still chose to be cautious and waited a little longer. Afterward, without any hesitation, Liang Sheng turned and headed down the mountain, wondering what surprises Zhou Yun had brought him this time. Under Zigo Pass, at the small town inn. At this moment, Liang Sheng was already inside the inn. With his cultivation level and the light body talisman, even if he had departed an hour later, he would still have arrived at the inn before the Zhou brothers. Then, he heard the sound of knocking. With a movement of Liang Sheng's mind, the door opened automatically. After the two brothers entered and Zhou Hua closed the door, Zhou Yun, the white-haired old man, knelt before Liang Sheng. "Ancestor, I'm honored to have fulfilled my mission. I'm back now. It's good to be back. You've been through a lot this year." Then, Liang Sheng invited Zhou Yun to sit down at the table. As the three of them chatted over tea, most of the conversation was spoken by Zhou Yun. Though the records left by the grand ancestor of Dian had described the situation in the cultivation world market neighboring Dian, it wasn't as clear as Zhou Yun's personal experiences. The conversation lasted an entire day, and only afterward did Zhou Yun leave the room, supported by Zhou Hua, to rest in the next room. As for what the brothers had to say to one another, Liang Sheng didn't care. At this moment, Liang Sheng didn't rush to open the package that Zhou Yun had brought. Instead, he went through every word Zhou Yun had spoken in his mind from start to finish. Then Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh lightly. The road to cultivation was, indeed, not easy. After entering the market, Zhou Yun was directly sent to the station managed by the Hua Tian sect under Chen Fengchen's guidance. Chen Fengchen was the young disciple of the immortal cultivation world that appeared in the mortal world this time. Because Zhou Yun had the Black Iron Command, he was quickly accepted by the Hua Tian sect and became a menial disciple at the station. He even received a qi cultivation method. After Zhou Yun settled down, Chen Fengchen immediately returned to the Hua Tian sect to report the good news to the refining equipment peak elder. As the Great Zhou began its conquest of the western spring country, the fortune of the dynasty had indeed risen greatly. The refining equipment peak elder was overjoyed, and there was one more hope for refining the spirit tool. When the news arrived from the sect, the manager of the Hua Tian sect in the market became even more courteous to Zhou Yun. Although the Grand Elder might not have cared much about Zhou Yun, a small manager had to be careful in his dealings. What if the Grand Elder suddenly remembered such a small person and was in a good mood? Zhou Yun had always been a cautious and prudent person, and he had become even more at home in the market, getting a good grasp of the situation within a year. This market was actually one of the markets controlled by the 3 sects and 6 orders within the territory adjacent to the secular world. The 3 sects and 6 orders had managers stationed here to operate and exchange resources with the loose cultivators in the market. They mostly sell finished products, while the loose cultivators trade with shops using spirit stones and materials. It can be simply described as a relationship between landlords and tenant farmers. But don't think that the market is peaceful. Behind the scenes, untold numbers of battles take place. After all, cultivation depends on good fortune, which is fought for. Loose cultivators are living every step of the way under pressure, practicing every moment, and constantly going in and out of the market to find cultivation resources in the forests. From time to time, news comes of the deaths of loose cultivators, whether by accident, or by murder. But no one in the market cares, as cultivation is ultimately a fight for a chance at life. If they die, it means they lack the necessary fortune. Zhou Yun did not attract much attention in the market, since his aptitude had been determined, his remaining lifespan was limited, and he had no hope of cultivating. Chen Fengchen didn't understand why Zhou Yun entered at such an old age, but the manager of the Huatian sect had a slightly better understanding. They were not like Chen Fengchen, a disciple of the inner sect. They had risen from the dust with each successive battle, only to gain their current status. Zhou Yun was obviously a spy from the secular world, coming to the realm of cultivation to set up a base and explore the situation in the market. Moreover, due to the relationship with the refining device Peak Elder, the manager of the Huatian sect did not make things difficult for Zhou Yun this year, and Zhou Yun even secretly used this relationship to sell Vajra talismans, testing the market's trading rules. The manager turned a blind eye to this, and even sighed that the other party indeed had good fortune. The Vajra talisman was probably given to him by Chen Fengchen. It was a pity that Zhou Yun had little lifespan left and no hope for cultivation. After another year had passed, by the time he had made the arrangement with Liang Sheng, Zhou Yun asked the manager for leave a month in advance, saying he wanted to return to the secular world for a while. The manager did not object. None of the cultivators wanted to return to the secular world, which was dirty and unbearable. Moreover, loose cultivators did not have the ability to pass through the fog. Additionally, he thought Zhou Yun had already familiarized himself with the market situation and was preparing to return to his family to report and send a younger person over. With the Black Iron Command, Huatian sect would not refuse them. But how could the manager of the Huatian sect know that the previous 2 Black Iron Commands had already been exchanged for qi refining pills? No matter what, Zhou Yun was now in the secular world and was not being followed. Liang Sheng thought of this and finally opened his bag. Inside were 3 vials of qi refining pills, a jade slip, a pill formula, a small pill refining furnace, and some unknown herbs, sealed and stored. It seemed that Zhou Yun had done even better than Liang Sheng had imagined. This jade slip was the qi cultivation technique of Huatian sect. Liang Sheng took the jade slip and placed it on his forehead, then opened his eyes. This was just the simplest qi cultivation technique, far inferior to the upper pure immortal scripture, and was extremely useless. Moreover, the techniques were incomplete. However, the pill formula made Liang Sheng somewhat excited. He didn't expect Zhou Yun to actually get the pill formula for the qi refining pill. Although the formula was common in the market, Zhou Yun had done his best. It was just that the pill formula was easy to find, but pill refining was not easy. As Liang Sheng finished reading the pill formula with a sigh of relief, pill refining was much more complicated than he thought, but Liang Sheng's eyes were hot, looking at these spiritual grasses which were materials for the qi refining pill. Of course, according to the pill formula, with Liang Sheng's current cultivation level, even if he successfully refined the qi refining pill, it would likely only be a low-grade qi refining pill. He simply lacked the proper cultivation level for it. But Liang Sheng was already satisfied. Fortunately, Zhou Yun had the backing of Huatian sect, otherwise, he would not be so lucky. 10 days later, Zhou Yun said goodbye to Zhou Hua and Liang Sheng. He was going back to the market, with a 10-year agreement this time. If he returned to the secular world early, it would mean that Zhou Yun might have limited time left. The Zhou brothers had tearful eyes, and perhaps this was their last meeting, as they didn't know how many years they had left to live. However, for the sake of his family and ancestor, Zhou Yun had no choice but to turn back and enter the cultivation market again. Although he was still alone this time, he was able to arrive at Huatian sect's outpost with the help of the Black Iron Command. The manager was somewhat surprised but didn't ask any further questions. This was Zhou family's affair in the secular world. Perhaps the other party had their own considerations. Regardless, as long as they don't make mistakes, they should be fine. Although he was sent to the market, he still wanted to achieve success in his cultivation, so why bother with such trivial matters? In the blink of an eye, it was the spring of Emperor Wu's 11th year. After a year had passed, only 15 cities remained in the Western Spring Country's 90 cities, with the capital's territory. Perhaps in a short time, the Western Spring Country would be completely incorporated into the Great Zhou territory. Great Zhou's people were overjoyed, and Emperor Wu's reputation reached its peak. If other emperors want to surpass him, they need to continue to expand their territories, otherwise, it is impossible. That year, Great Zhou still experienced a bountiful harvest, and the people believed that the heavens' mandate rested with Great Zhou. At this moment, everyone in Great Zhou from top to bottom was united as one. Capital suburb Zhou village. Now Liang Sheng, looking at a pile of herbs in front of him, weighed them from time to time and occasionally let a rabbit eat a bit of them. Since Zhou Yun brought these spiritual grasses back and sealed them, it meant that they could also survive in the secular world, otherwise, why would he need to bring them back? Liang Sheng had people draw patterns of the spiritual grasses and secretly search for them. After a year, he had found most of them. Perhaps due to the scarce spiritual power in the secular world, the effectiveness of these spiritual grasses was barely 70% of what Zhou Yun had brought out. Liang Sheng wasn't too anxious about this, as long as the secular world existed, he would be able to find them. While searching for the spiritual grasses, he had also been learning the hand seals and secret techniques for refining pills, and he could barely complete them now. His cultivation level was ultimately a bit low, but Liang Sheng was not impatient. After all, time was still on his side, wasn't it? In the summer of the 11th year of Emperor Wu's reign Bender, Western Spring Country was annihilated. Zhou Biliang personally captured the ruler of Western Spring Country and escorted him to the capital. Emperor Wu, being benevolent, granted him the title of Stay of Execution Marquis and kept him in the capital. Emperor Wu did not treat the people of Western Spring Country differently just because it was a defeated country. He still reduced their taxes and sent capable officials to govern Western Spring Country. He even sent his younger brother, the king of Anyang, to Western Spring Country, with his intention to unify well known to everyone. But there were still remnants of the old dynasty in Western Spring Country. After the king of Anyang stationed himself in his fief, some people attempted to assassinate him, but the result shocked the world. The king of Anyang of Great Zhou was an innate nation protector. For a short while, the remnants of the old Western Spring Country dynasty could only hibernate. Under Emperor Wu's command, the officials from Great Zhou earnestly fulfilled their duties after arriving in Western Spring Country. The life in the region began to slowly recover, showing a thriving scene. Conquering lands was not enough, one must also win over the hearts of the people. This was what Emperor Wu of Great Zhou always said, but in fact, it was Liang Sheng's suggestion. He wanted the dynasty to prosper, and the more dynasty luck he could get from it, the more he would receive from Hua Tian sect. So during these 10 years, Great Zhou had no intention of expanding rapidly. It was enough to first completely swallow Western Spring Country. In the 13th year of Emperor Wu's reign, Western Spring Country had completely eliminated the remnants of the old regime, and the people there began to gradually consider themselves as Zhou people. The strength of the Great Zhou dynasty reached a new peak. However, just as Emperor Wu was full of pride, Liang Sheng had a bitter look on his face because he had failed to refine pills again. 2 years ago, Liang Sheng had found all the spiritual grass required for qi refining pills. But as the potency of these ingredients in the secular world was much lower than in the cultivation world, he was still unable to refine any pills successfully after 2 years, despite his cultivation level. It seemed that his dream of self-sufficiency at this stage was still difficult to achieve. But Liang Sheng wasn't too anxious, as he knew that haste wouldn't help. After all, the current situation was much better than when he had no direction at all. By now, the 3 bottles of qi refining pills brought by Zhou Yun had long been consumed. Used to cultivating with the efficiency of pills, Liang Sheng was somewhat dissatisfied with his cultivation speed. And now, Liang Sheng's attribute panel had changed again. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 224. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, top grade. Techniques, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 3rd level, 20 Health Maintenance Techniques, 16th level. Realm, Qi Cultivation 3rd level, 9%. Lifespan, 9228. This was due to the effect of the qi refining pilis. Without them, his progress in the past 3 years might have only been 6%, nearly making it impossible to quickly increase his cultivation level. Sigh, he should continue refining pills. Perhaps he'll succeed next time? Chapter 91, Grasping with Both Hands. In the 16th year of Emperor Wu's reign, Emperor Wu, known for his bold strategies and wise appointment of officers, handled state affairs meticulously. As time passed, the Great Zhou Empire grew increasingly prosperous. The monarch of the fallen Western Spring country watched as the Great Zhou flourished, becoming increasingly disheartened. Eventually, he fell seriously ill, and despite the efforts of imperial doctors, his illness was beyond cure. He passed away. However, the people of the Western Spring country had long forgotten the grudges and hatred of the past, as they had been living peacefully and happily. Many even began to take pride in their identity as citizens of the Great Zhou Empire. Emperor Wu of Zhou was talented and broad-minded, and the development of the Great Zhou was extremely smooth. Meanwhile, General Zhou Biliang, who had put down the Western Spring country, had been idle in the capital for 4 years. Yet, Emperor Wu continued to bestow favor upon him, never caring about accusations of being overshadowed by his achievements. Emperor Wu even publicly declared, "The territory of the Great Zhou is not limited to this. With my right-hand man here, what great matter cannot be accomplished?" Those with ulterior motives attacked Zhou Biliang with sarcasm, while Emperor Wu openly praised and teased Zhou Biliang in court. "You martial man, you stay in the capital, don't even think about concealing your clumsiness. I am no incompetent ruler. Remember to keep your sword polished. I am waiting for the time to draw it once again." Upon hearing these words, the military noblemen were even more excited. It was clear that Emperor Wu was not satisfied with the current territory, and his grand gesture was truly fitting of a wise ruler. While the people of the Great Zhou Empire were united in their ambition and the country was thriving, Liang Sheng was still struggling to create qi refining pills. On the outskirts of the capital, 20 miles away from Zhou village, in the heart of the forest. At this moment, Liang Sheng carefully performed the last hand gesture, then closely watched the pill furnace in front of him, a hint of excitement in his heart. The next moment, the furnace lid opened, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. The qi refining pills were finally ready, Bender. After 5 years, Liang Sheng finally crafted the first batch of qi refining pills in his life. Although the current success rate for crafting qi refining pills was still less than 1 in 10, where one could only be successful once in every 10 attempts, once there's a first, there would be a second. Would the next successful pill still be far off? However, upon seeing the qi refining pills that he had crafted, Liang Sheng didn't choose to take them directly. Instead, he stuck to his old habits and found a prisoner sentenced to death. At this moment, Liang Sheng watched the prisoner closely. Previously, he had forced the prisoner to take a qi refining pill. The next moment, the prisoner's eyes bulged, and he began to circulate his energy. The prisoner's cultivation was only at the postnatal 6th realm. However, this time, the energy within his body circulated faster and faster. The next moment, his energy surged. The barrier that prevented one from advancing from the 6th realm to the high-level martial arts realm was instantly broken under the impact of the power of the qi refining pill. It was clear that the power of the qi refining pill was on a different level. The energy within the prisoner's body wasn't exhausted yet. He continued to cultivate until his cultivation level stabilized at the postnatal 8th level. By the time he opened his eyes, his gaze full of disbelief, he had already broken through to the postnatal 8th level, all thanks to a single pill. If he knew Liang Sheng's view, he would be even more shocked. In fact, only 40% of the power of the qi refining pill had been absorbed by the prisoner, with the remaining wasted. Nevertheless, the qi refining pills that Liang Sheng crafted helped the prisoner break through from the postnatal 6th realm to the postnatal 8th level. The prisoner, who had been excited, looked at Liang Sheng with increasing fear. What kind of person was this mysterious old man before him? 3 days later, as Liang Sheng saw the prisoner hopping around with no adverse reactions, he relaxed. Under the incredulous gaze of the prisoner, he sent him to beyond. This time, without hesitating, Liang Sheng consumed the qi refining pills that he had crafted in his quiet room. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes, his expression part joy and part helplessness. He was happy because the qi refining pills he crafted did have effects, but what made him helpless was that the power of these pills was less than 70% of the qi refining pills brought by Zhou Yun in the past. Whether this was due to the quality of the materials or a problem with his crafting technique was unknown, but it was good news nonetheless. Following that, Liang Sheng's life became even more routine. He alternated between cultivation, talisman drawing, pill refining, training in curse imprinting techniques, and occasionally, when he felt restless, he would listen to music at brothels to cultivate his mind and spirit. The 17th year of Emperor Wu's reign. Zhou Hua passed away peacefully at home. Liang Sheng arranged a grand funeral for him, as he deserved such treatment. After this, Liang Sheng gradually reduced his number of outings. The mansion of Zhou village's ancestor was still the most venerated place for the descendants of the Zhou family. However, no one knew that due to Zhou Hua's death, Liang Sheng had personally stationed himself at Zigo Pass. The power of the Great Zhou Empire continued to rise steadily, but Emperor Wu did not issue any orders to conquer other countries, as he had not yet received a signal from Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng had visited the imperial palace a few times, but Emperor Wu hadn't made any rash moves, because he hadn't received clear instructions from Liang Sheng. The stronger he grew, the more Emperor Wu realized how terrifying his family's ancestor was. He even vaguely felt that the ancestor could be a godlike entity, otherwise, why would his lifespan be so long? The great Zhou imperial family, unaware of the existence of the Huatian sect, could only guess about the identity of their ancestor. When the Zhou family ascended the throne, Liang Sheng had separated the Zhou family into two factions, effectively separating the imperial power from the sect. However, Liang Sheng had considered that once he was capable, he would compensate the Zhou family. Although the Zhou family had already reached the peak of the secular world, Liang Sheng had his own way of handling things, as long as it satisfied his conscience. At that time, Liang Sheng hadn't allowed Emperor Wu to conquer other countries because he was waiting for Zhou Yun's return. What Zhou Yun brought back this time would determine the measure of his plans in the future. Originally, Liang Sheng was supposed to meet Zhou Yun on the agreed date in Emperor Wu's 20th year, but Zhou Yun appeared early. Liang Sheng discovered him right away at the Zigo Pass. However, Liang Sheng didn't meet Zhou Yun immediately. He waited for a while, and after confirming that no one was following Zhou Yun, he finally appeared for their meeting. By this time, Zhou Yun was nearing the end of his lifespan. Because of this, he appeared at the Zigo Pass earlier than planned. Zhou Yun was overjoyed to see Liang Sheng, as he brought back far more items than before. For the past 7 years, the amount of dynasty luck supplied by the Great Zhou had increased, and the Grand Elder of Refining Device Peak had refined a spirit tool. Chen Fengchen was appreciated by the Grand Elder and became a true disciple, which naturally raised Zhou Yun's status. Bender. The manager of the Huatian sect in the immortal cultivation market was increasingly polite to him. Since Zhou Yun's lifespan was nearing its end, they tried not to offend him. However, Zhou Yun's failure to succeed in qi training caused doubt and pity, as his fortune seemed inadequate in the end. After his return, Zhou Yun had accumulated many qi refining pills due to the increasing luck of the Great Zhou dynasty, which allowed him to gain more items. He even obtained the refining art, which, although of an ordinary level in the market, was far better than the poor level of the grand ancestor of Dian. Zhou Yun also sold all the talismans that Liang Sheng had made for him earlier, in exchange for refining materials. Pursuing materials with higher spirituality was indeed necessary for refining, since the spiritual power in mortal world was thinner and thus spiritual grass to refine qi pills was more likely to appear. Zhou Yun couldn't help but feel guilty about this, but Liang Sheng assured him that he had done well enough. Hearing this, Zhou Yun was slightly relieved. However, upon learning that Zhou Hua had passed away, Zhou Yun couldn't help but feel sad, but he didn't say much, as birth, aging, sickness, and death were part of the human life cycle. In the 18th year of Emperor Wu, Zhou Yun's life came to an end in Zhou village. Liang Sheng arranged for him to be buried alongside Zhou Hua, thereby fulfilling the wish of the Zhou brothers. Based on the information from Zhou Yun, Liang Sheng temporarily stopped further attempts to explore the cultivation world, as he had enough items at his disposal. Therefore, sending more people to the cultivation world would not bring much benefit. From then on, Liang Sheng's daily life became more regular, cultivating, drawing talismans, refining pills, practicing curse imprinting techniques, as well as refining equipment using the techniques brought by Zhou Yun. As a result, he had much less leisure time. No wonder the loose cultivators in the immortal cultivation world's market were so busy. With their dedication to cultivation, they had no desire to be involved in the secular world. It could only be said that the path of cultivation was extremely difficult. Liang Sheng originally thought he could live a precarious life for a while, at least until the 100-year mark when he could contact the cultivation world again, but accidents always happen. He could not find any spiritual grass for refining pills anymore. In Wu Emperor's 20th year, all the spiritual grass that could be used to refine qi refining pills in the Great Zhou dynasty, including Western Spring Country, was depleted. No matter how hard Liang Sheng tried to issue orders in the name of the Great Zhou to search for them, they were almost impossible to find. Upon further thought, Liang Sheng felt relieved, as the spiritual energy in the secular world was already thinner than that in the cultivation world. Hence, it was more difficult for these spiritual grasses to be born in the secular world compared to the cultivation world. Moreover, Liang Sheng had been honing his pill refining skills day and night for so many years. How could the spiritual grass in the secular world withstand such consumption? At this point, Liang Sheng was already used to being aided by qi refining pills in his cultivation. How could he go back to the bitter days of the past? So, in the 20th year of Emperor Wu, in the court of the capital, Emperor Wu suddenly ordered that Zhou Biliang be summoned. Soon after, a royal decree shocked the world. The Great Zhou dynasty would conquer the East Sun country. Upon hearing this news, everyone believed in Emperor Wu, and the entire machinery of the Great Zhou moved into action. Zhou Biliang, once again carrying the emperor's sword, personally led an army to invade the East Sun country. In the meantime, Liang Sheng reopened the passage to the immortal cultivation market. He couldn't waste the time it took him to invade the East Sun country and decided to continue refining pills and weapons simultaneously, not wasting any opportunity. He summoned two Zhou family elders, Zhou Nan and Zhou Qi, both of whom had slow cultivation progress but were fanatically devoted to Liang Sheng and the family since childhood. After receiving Liang Sheng's guidance, they immediately went to the Zigu Pass with a black iron command tablet. Zhou Nan was born with one less meridian and had an extremely slow cultivation progress. Thus, he took over Zhou Yun's previous job. Zhou Qi, on the other hand, lived in a small town beneath the Zigu Pass to support Zhou Nan. However, Liang Sheng didn't leave the matter to just them, he secretly observed them, but didn't think they would encounter any problems. After all, the secular world had little importance to the cultivation world besides the dynasty luck. Who would bother to glance at the mortal world while being busy with cultivation? 3 days after Zhou Nan entered the cultivation world's market, he reappeared in the secular world, as he had previously arranged with Zhou Qi. Not far away, Liang Sheng saw him and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Qi had been waiting at the Zigu Pass these days, but he was 10 miles away from the cave. After Zhou Nan and Zhou Qi rendezvoused, Liang Sheng was still in the thick fog of the cave, making sure no one else was around before he completely relaxed. It wasn't that Liang Sheng didn't trust Zhou Nan. After all, the mysterious Zhou family bloodline had an amazing ability to seek fortune and avoid evil, which even Liang Sheng didn't understand to this day. But this was ultimately a positive development. Zhou Nan and Zhou Qi had already passed the baton, but they still followed Liang Sheng's earlier suggestion, staying for a full 90 minutes before Zhou Nan returned to the cultivation world market. Bender. By the time Zhou Qi saw Liang Sheng, he relayed to him Zhou Nan's situation, and Liang Sheng handed him a package, instructing him to continue guarding Zigu Pass. As expected, the Huatian sect did not change its attitude just because the Zhou family had changed personnel. After all, the fortune provided by Great Zhou now was far greater than before. Apart from successful spirit tool production by the elder of the refining equipment peak, the Huatian sect had a much higher success rate in producing magical weapons than before. Even the market manager told Zhou Nan that the Zhou family could send more people over. It was evident how satisfied the Huatian sect was with Great Zhou at present. The manager subtly hinted that the Zhou family could send more young disciples over, that way their probability of successful cultivation might be higher. However, Zhou Nan dissipated all these hints. Liang Sheng naturally had prepared for this situation. Zhou Nan argued that all the Zhou family's outstanding disciples were fighting for their country, determined to provide more fortune for their dynasty. Hence, they were not able to, nor willing to, enter the market. They remained firm in their belief that this was only temporary. Once they provided enough fortune, the sect would undoubtedly reward them more generously in return. At that time, the Zhou family would directly request a quota for inter-sect disciples from the sect, instead of shrinking in the market as they are now. Hearing this, the manager held profound respect, for indeed, this is the best way about it. It turned out he was less insightful than ordinary people. It only befits that this family, who could battle in the secular world, had such foresight. After listening to Zhou Nan's words, the manager's regard for Zhou Nan increased. Who knows, the Zhou family might indeed be able to secure a quota for inner sect disciples in the future. Therefore, his actions now can be viewed as an investment. He also understood Zhou Yun and Zhou Nan, who were the individuals the Zhou family had dispatched to the marketplace. Since the superior disciples of the Zhou family were all battling for the family, these useless persons could indeed play the most significant role in the market. And who would dare harbor ill intentions towards people from the 3 sects and 6 orders? Zhou Nan then used the background of Hua Tian sect, flourishing like a fish in the water within the market. With his bloodline ability of seeking fortune and avoiding evil, he developed a stable dark box trade, cancelling the deal if he had even the slightest feeling of inappropriateness. In this way, he privately sold a large number of talismans, exchanging them for the spiritual grass of qi refining pills, and some refining materials. No one in the market was aware that he was actually the largest supplier of talismans in recent times. After all, who would pay attention to a person who couldn't cultivate but had backing? Within the mortal world, only by relying on Zhou Nan's activities in the cultivation world market could Liang Sheng barely continue his high-intensity experiments in refining pills and refining weapons. Yet, Great Zhou's conquest of the East Sun country also went very smoothly. 3 years later, in the 23rd year of Emperor Wu, the East Sun country was completely annexed to the territory of Great Zhou. Just like after the conquest of the Western Spring country, Great Zhou once again recuperated. The most terrifying thing was that the Prince Wei whom Emperor Wu of Zhou assigned to govern the East Sun country this time was again an innate master, completely extinguishing the aspirations of the remaining nobility of East Sun country. Afterwards, the fortune of the Zhou dynasty became increasingly terrifying, and the Hua Tian sect's satisfaction with Great Zhou continued to grow. Naturally, the market manager treated Zhou Nan with more and more politeness. After Prince Wei arrived in the East Sun country, the first thing he did was search for specific herbs. The old vassals naturally rushed to find them. In this manner, Liang Sheng's life became calm once again. By this time, his pill refining technique had improved even further, with a success rate of 1 in 5, a significant progress. As for weapon refining, he had crafted half artifacts like the Grand Ancestor of Dian. In addition, Liang Sheng also began trying to grow spiritual grass, not caring how low the yield efficiency was, as long as there was some replenishment. Such life passed quickly and soon it was the 30th year of Emperor Wu. In that year, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 92, Fellow Taoist, please stop. Year 30 of Emperor Wu. Bender. As Great Zhou completely assimilated Western Spring country and Eastern Sun country, the great nation's spirit became increasingly evident. The neighboring small countries around Great Zhou also began to join together consciously. After all, the current Great Zhou was too terrifying. How could there be such a powerful country? As they sent delegations to Great Zhou to find out the truth, they increasingly felt the prosperity of Great Zhou's national strength and the strength of its military. For a short while, the surrounding small countries seemed more fearful. After all, Great Zhou had united 2 countries in 20 years. Compared to the current Great Zhou, they were small countries. They had no choice but to unite and form an offensive and defensive alliance. However, under the alliance, they began to actively pay tribute to Great Zhou and bow their heads, calling themselves vassal states, and referring to Great Zhou as their sovereign state. This year, the emissaries of these small countries gathered in the Great Zhou capital, worshipping Emperor Wu of Zhou and confirming the covenant of the sovereign state. For a short while, the nation's fortune of Great Zhou flourished, and it was very prosperous. With all the countries coming to pay tribute, the people of Great Zhou were overjoyed. But at this moment, a shocking event happened in the original East Sun country, which is now the territory of Prince Wei of Great Zhou. Prince Wei was assassinated, and he was in critical condition. The occurrence of this event immediately plunged the entire Emperor Wu of Zhou into a rage. At this moment, the Great Zhou dynasty's prestige had reached its peak, with countries coming to pay tribute. Yet the assassination of Prince Wei at this time was simply a provocation to Great Zhou. For a short while, the court and the village were all waiting for Emperor Wu's reaction. The people in the capital, even the commoners, seemed somewhat murderous. Their mentality as people of the great nation had completely changed. They felt that with Emperor Wu's temper, the territory of Prince Wei might be filled with rolling heads in the future. None of them thought that the culprit could escape punishment. However, Prince Wei was already an innate master in terms of his cultivation level. The assassin who could kill him was probably not simple, but what would happen next would depend on how Emperor Wu chose. On the third day after the news reached the Great Zhou capital, the unconscious Prince Wei arrived at the capital. After Prince Wei was attacked and fell into a coma, the officials of the royal palace immediately sent Prince Wei back to the capital. According to the ancestral teachings of the Great Zhou dynasty, as long as they were of the Zhou bloodline, no matter where their territory was, they must return to their homeland after death, like leaves returning to their roots. This was not Liang Sheng's idea, but the rule established by the ancestors before the development of the Zhou family. After the unconscious Prince Wei was brought to the capital, he was taken directly by Emperor Wu into the imperial palace. At this moment, in the hall of central harmony, Emperor Wu's face was gloomy. Looking at the unconscious Prince Wei, who was still in pain, the anger in his heart seemed to burn up the lakes and seas. Just as Emperor Wu was about to hold the officials of the royal palace accountable, his face suddenly changed, and he ordered everyone to leave, leaving only himself in the room. Ancestor. Emperor Wu was extremely respectful. Who else could it be in front of him, if not Liang Sheng in his white-haired and pale state? Liang Sheng came to the capital because he felt strange after receiving the news. According to the report of Prince Wei's assassination, there was no movement or noise during the attack. It was only when the officials met Prince Wei the next day that they found him seriously injured and in a coma. Given the bloodline talent of the Zhou family to seek fortune and avoid evil, and the fact that Prince Wei was an innate expert, how could they possibly be attacked silently by someone in the mortal world? Except for someone like himself. That's exactly why Liang Sheng changed his appearance and appeared in the imperial palace. He would not allow anything to happen beyond his control in the secular world. But when he saw the unconscious Prince Wei, his face sank. The art of talisman curse. Curse art also belongs to the art of talisman curse within the scope of cultivation techniques and spells. The upper pure immortal scripture also contains similar curse techniques, but without specific spell records. However, most cultivators are wary of it and, under special circumstances, will nor practice it. Liang Sheng suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Did a cultivator appear in the mortal world? Or perhaps the destruction of the two countries by Great Zhou drew the attention of the cultivation forces behind them. However, such actions do not seem to like the means of the cultivation world. After all, why would a curse technique be needed to deal with ordinary people? What on earth is going on? However, since it was a curse technique, it was also reasonable for Prince Wei to not react when he was attacked. After all, even if he had a sense of danger, he could only end up like this when faced with an insurmountable force. Seeing Liang Sheng's suddenly changing face, Emperor Wu couldn't help but become nervous, because he had never seen Liang Sheng with such an expression. Could it be that Prince Wei really couldn't be saved? Just then, he saw a talisman suddenly appear in the ancestor's hand. If there were cultivators here, they would know that it was a heart-clearing talisman. At this time, the cursed aura in Prince Wei was pitifully weak, which could be considered a blessing in misfortune. Otherwise, Liang Sheng might have no way to deal with it. The next moment, the heart-clearing talisman turned into a stream of light and fell on Prince Wei's body. His entire body emitted strands of fluorescent light. Then, a voice like a severe hangover came from Prince Wei's mouth. Seeing this, Emperor Wu couldn't help but be delighted, quickly stepping forward 2 steps, "Brother Weil." Prince Wei's eyes were lifeless, and it took him a while to focus his eyes. "Imperial brother, why are you here?" Immediately after, his face changed. "Imperial brother, run. There's danger here, someone wants to kill me, and we can't hold them off." Prince Wei's face was full of fear, seemingly not fully awake yet, still thinking that he was before the attack, and not knowing that he had arrived at the Great Zhou capital. Seeing this, Emperor Wu couldn't help but feel even angrier. Who dared to hurt the Great Zhou royal family? At this moment, Liang Sheng suddenly spoke, "Kun, you should leave first. Let me find out what's going on and then I'll explain it to you." Emperor Wu nodded, but before leaving, he suggested, "Ancestor, I am afraid something might happen to Brother Yang as well. Just in case, I'll have him come back too." Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't object. He appreciated the Zhou family being cautious and prudent. Hearing Liang Sheng's agreement, Emperor Wu bowed and left. Emperor Wu thought thoroughly. Prince Wei's reaction just now had already indicated that he had foreseen the danger but couldn't react in time. If an innate master couldn't react in time, one could imagine how powerful the opponent was. And seeing the ancestor's expression, he was afraid that the opponent was of the same kind as the ancestor. Because the great Zhou imperial family didn't know the existence of the cultivation world under Liang Sheng's previous meticulous arrangement, Emperor Wu's speculation could only go so far. Regardless of how Emperor Wu thought, at this moment in the Great Hall, Prince Wei had already told Liang Sheng the whole story from beginning to end. After listening, Liang Sheng's face was still gloomy, but his heart was relieved. The enemy was not strong, and there was even a contradictory feeling. Even if Prince Wei was unconscious, he had been suffering unbearably. Seeing this, Liang Sheng cast another body purification talisman to heal the hidden injuries on Prince Wei's body. He looked at Liang Sheng with a fanatical expression. As expected of the ancestor. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng was still deep in thought. He didn't know if there were others behind the opponent, so he was caught in a dilemma and hadn't thought of how to deal with the situation temporarily. In the end, he was still too weak. Otherwise, why would it have come to this? Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 241. Talent, innocent foolishness, extreme. Technique, 3rd layer of upper pure immortal scripture, 16th layer of 20 life nurturing techniques. Realm, Qi cultivation 3rd level, 81%. Lifespan, 9211. Although he could refine his own Qi refining pills, Liang Sheng couldn't possibly take them like candy every day. There were limited quantities of elixir refinement spiritual grass, and the success rate of refining pills wasn't high. Thus, Liang Sheng had not yet broken through to the 4 levels of Qi cultivation. If there were no accidents, he would need at least 4 more years to break through. However, compared to before, his cultivation speed was advancing rapidly. Without the Qi refining pills, Liang Sheng didn't know if he had broken through the Qi cultivation 3rd level by now. Fortunately, according to Prince Wei's account, even if the opponent was a cultivator, they might only be at the Qi cultivation 1st level, and their situation was even somewhat strange. However, the problem was that the other party might still have people behind them, so the matter couldn't be easily concluded. But he had a way to verify it as well. Wei, how do you feel if I accompany you back to your fiefdom? Prince Wei was startled and then smiled widely. Great luck! What if you go back alone? Great misfortune! Liang Sheng nodded without saying anything else, letting Prince Wei rest first and not show his face temporarily to prevent the news of his awakening from getting out. When Emperor Wu met with Liang Sheng alone, his expression was slightly more relaxed. Ancestor, I have already hurriedly informed Brother Yang to come back quietly within 800 miles. Nothing should happen. Liang Sheng nodded and suddenly asked, Kun, how do you feel about leading an army to Prince Wei's fiefdom? Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu was startled, and his face turned pale. Not good. What about staying in the capital? All? Nothing happens. Hearing Emperor Wu's words, Liang Sheng became more convinced of his guess. But he still had to wait until the king of Anyang returned. Since that's the case, Liang Sheng made up his mind at this moment. 1 month later, the king of Anyang secretly returned to the capital without anyone knowing. Countless people's eyes were on the capital, which might have been the first setback the Great Zhou had encountered since its founding. At this moment, the envoys of various countries were also watching with cold eyes. But they didn't know why, and there was a faint sense of pleasure in their hearts. Amidst this atmosphere, Liang Sheng called Emperor Wu, king of Anyang, and Prince Wei together and asked them the same questions again. Eventually, Liang Sheng reached a conclusion. The other party would come to the capital and target Prince Wei. And if they stayed in the capital, the 3 of them all had the feeling of good fortune. However, if Prince Wei returned to his fief, Emperor Wu and King of Anyang would be unharmed, but Prince Wei would face a great disaster. Given this information, Liang Sheng naturally chose to wait for the enemy, with Prince Wei staying in the capital. However, Liang Sheng would not directly show himself but would hide and observe from the shadows. If the opponent really was defenseless, he could just deal with them cleanly and efficiently, removing the trouble. However, if things didn't feel secure, he would distance himself and regroup for further planning. As for the possibility the enemy wouldn't come to the capital, it would mean that there were still flaws in the Zhou family's bloodline ability, and he would need to reconsider his arrangements. After making up his mind, Emperor Wu immediately began to act according to Liang Sheng's arrangements, and King of Anyang appeared in the court on the first day. Observant people in the world sighed and believed that Great Zhou was cautious about Prince Wei's affairs, so King of Anyang was quietly brought back to the capital. But the next day, Prince Wei suddenly appeared at the court, shocking and then delighting the civil and military officials. Emperor Wu directly stated that all the rumors about Prince Wei being gravely injured and returning to the capital after an attack were false. It was merely a routine visit, coinciding with the inspection of the new atmosphere of Great Zhou and other nations coming to pay respects. The foreign envoys were even more amazed and puzzled. Hadn't the previous rumors said that Prince Wei was on the verge of death due to severe injuries? Who had spread the fake news? It deserved to be punished. King of Anyang's quiet entry into the capital and Prince Wei's rumored return had confused the world to prevent anyone from scheming. Emperor Wu of the Great Zhou's thoughts were as deep as the sea and unpredictable. The story of the Great Zhou capital continued, but all this had nothing to do with Liang Sheng. At this point, he was already hidden in the imperial palace, and even Emperor Wu didn't know his whereabouts. He waited like this for a month. That night, the moonlight was as usual, but Liang Sheng frowned and sensed a strange atmosphere. The faint aura was somewhat similar to when Prince Wei was unconscious before. Liang Sheng did not become overly anxious but continued to lurk in the darkness. The other party wasn't very careful. Although Emperor Wu and the others couldn't detect his presence, Liang Sheng could see everything clearly. The opponent was indeed a Qi cultivation first-level cultivator. No wonder Prince Wei was left severely injured and dying without any resistance. However, if this was the case, why hadn't they killed Prince Wei directly? The arrival of this person further proved how strong the bloodline ability of the Zhou family was. Moreover, Liang Sheng finally understood why he had felt that the aura of the person behind the scenes was somewhat unusual before. It was because this person's lifespan seemed to be running out, perhaps less than 10 years left. A dying person is the most terrifying. Liang Sheng followed the man while his target was clear, heading directly to the Imperial Library. It seemed that he had investigated the layout of the Imperial Palace long ago. Imperial Library. Emperor Wu Zhoukun had just had a sudden inspiration. He didn't feel any sense of imminent disaster and couldn't help touching the talismans on his body. With the ancestor present, there was no need to worry. Bender. The next moment, a faint breeze rose in the Imperial Library, and a sinister-looking man suddenly appeared in front of Emperor Wu. Where is Prince Wei? There was no movement from the guards outside the door. Emperor Wu Zhoukun's expression remained calm. Is it you who almost caused the death of my brother Wei? The other party didn't answer but directly made a move. Since the emperor was uncooperative, there was no need to waste time. At that instant, a wisp of black energy rushed towards Emperor Wu. He couldn't react in time, but in the next moment, the Vajra talisman and the heart-clearing talisman on his body emitted a faint light. Talismans? The intruder's expression changed instantly, looking bewildered and caught off guard by this unexpected development. The next moment, he turned and tried to flee. Feeling that something was wrong tonight, he wanted to flee first and deal with the problem later. As someone from the mortal world, he had never encountered methods from the cultivation world, and his heart raced with a pounding sound. Why did Great Zhou still have cultivation means? At this moment, the intruder was panic-stricken. If he had known this beforehand, he wouldn't have tried to torture Prince Wei and would have killed him directly. Then there wouldn't have been any trouble today. He wanted to escape, but in the next moment, more than 10 grey-white flames appeared, suspended in the air, making people shudder involuntarily. Deist friend, please stay. Chapter 93, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique. The Great Zhou Capital. The Imperial Palace, the Imperial Library. Deist friend, hold on. At this moment, the newcomer, seeing the fireball floating in midair, started to panic, his scalp tingling. But as these words left his mouth, his tension eased. The hidden master seemed willing to speak with him, which offered some hope for his survival. Who are you? He was about to ask this question, but before he could speak, the next moment, a bursting spirit light abruptly appeared, carrying an overpowering force. He didn't even have time to react before his consciousness plunged into darkness. Then, his head hit the ground, severed from his body. The blood only began to spray out in the next moment, and the fireball floating in the air instantly extinguished. Even Emperor Wu of Zhou, a decisive person, couldn't help staring in disbelief. When the ancestor spoke, he thought the ancestor intended to delay time with a conversation. But he never expected how the situation would change dramatically in the blink of an eye. The ancestor's move was swift, decisive, and left him in awe. Such is our ancestor of the Zhou family, shaping our imperial family, instilling in us a careful and conscientious demeanor. If Liang Sheng were to know Zhou Kun's thoughts, he would probably think Zhou Kun was overthinking. It's indeed possible that the ancestors of Zhou family and him were of the same kind, but it's a pity they never met. Kun, go out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kun did not hesitate, immediately left the imperial library, and ordered the imperial army to secure the perimeter of 20 meters, forbidding anyone to enter. He personally stood guard outside the door of the imperial library. Bender. Inside the room, it was only now that Liang Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. The fireball technique and his speech were just means to stabilize the situation. After all, what was there to discuss with him? A good enemy is a dead enemy. After all, who knew if this cultivator had any hidden tricks left? Based on his experiences from the countless dramatic situations in his past life, speaking too much now would merely serve as an insult to his past life profession. At this time, Liang Sheng calmed his feelings and began searching the cultivator's body, without any care for the blood, soon discovering silver notes, a nail-head tiny arrow, a jade slip, and 2 books. There was nothing else to find. After having confirmed his finding several times, Liang Sheng immediately executed a fireball technique, instantly evaporating the corpse, leaving no trace of its existence. Outside, Emperor Wu, having already received Liang Sheng's message, entered the room to find no one. Kun, be cautious these days. I will be in the palace, so don't worry. This Qi cultivation first-level cultivator was not a normal person. After all, which normal person keeps a diary? At this moment, Liang Sheng was flipping through the 2 books left behind by the deceased cultivator, initially thinking they would reveal a high-ranking background, yet one was the man's diary, and the other a fragmented Qi training method. But this was an unexpected pleasant surprise. Liang Sheng had already given up hope of finding out the cultivator's origin, yet unexpectedly, the information fell into his hands so easily. Understanding the cultivator's diary, Liang Sheng realized why Prince Wei almost lost his life, attributing it all to coincidence. Liang Sheng sighed in relief. The worldly world remained as he knew it, cultivators seldom existed, only occasionally due to a fortunate coincidence. The previous royal family of East Sun Country did have a brush with immortal destiny, yet the family that Zhou dynasty had defeated and replaced was in fact the result of a local worldly force overthrowing the old dynasty and establishing a new one. Meaning, the royal family of East Sun Country that the great Zhou destroyed did not actually have a cultivation background. Unfortunately, it could be said that Prince Wei was unlucky to encounter such an anomaly. During the overthrow of the previous dynasty in East Sun Country, a distinguished military official managed to secure the previous dynasty's method of cultivation and kept it for himself. Alas, by the time East Sun Country fell, this noble military official's lineage had been passed down for more than 1,000 years, yet nobody in the family had ever succeeded in cultivation. The cultivator he had killed today, at the first level of cultivation, was a member of the noble military official's family, but had no hope in cultivation until he accidentally ate a spirit fruit on his 80th birthday, unexpectedly opening the door to cultivation. With the allure of cultivation at his door, he immediately entered closed-door cultivation and paid no attention to the worldly affairs. When he finally stabilized his Qi cultivation first stage, by the time he reappeared, East Sun Country had already been integrated into Prince Wei's territory. This would not have been a problem, as dynasty changes were common. The trouble arose when his family accidentally violated the laws of Prince Wei's territory. Coupled with their status as honored warriors of the old dynasty, naturally, with no surprise, they were eradicated. What transpired afterward was just a series of unfortunate events. One could only say Prince Wei was unlucky to encounter such a 1-in-1,000 years scenario. However, while relieved, Liang Sheng stared at the jade slip and the nail-head tiny arrow in astonishment. The jade slip recorded several curse techniques. The minor curse technique that Prince Wei had previously been inflicted with nearly claimed his life if it weren't for Liang Sheng's intervention. Prince Wei would have agonizingly met his end. But this was not the biggest surprise. Inside the record was a formidable forbidden curse technique, the nail-head 7 arrows technique, or perhaps more aptly termed sorcery. A cultivator can use this technique in association with the nail-head tiny arrow, offering his lifespan to curse the opponent, thereby depleting the opponent's lifespan. If both parties are of the same stage, like qi cultivation against qi cultivation, the sacrificial offering of lifespan for the curse would equally lessen the opponent's lifespan. If the opponent is one rank higher than oneself, such as qi cultivation compared to foundation establishment, the loss of lifespan for the opponent would reduce by at least half. The specific loss of lifespan would depend on the cultivation level of the opponent, with the maximum reduction being half of one's offered lifespan. As for a bigger gap, such as qi cultivation cursing a golden core, the loss of lifespan ratio might be even further reduced. Nonetheless, this is still a chilling forbidden technique. After all, one level of qi cultivation could exchange for the lifespan of 9 levels of qi cultivation, which was an incredibly profitable effect. Liang Sheng was overjoyed at this and was glad that he had decisively killed the opponent. Otherwise, if he had lost some lifespan, it would have been a huge loss for him. On the other hand, this was simply the most suitable curse technique for him. After all, lifespan was just a number for Liang Sheng. As long as he had time, this number would keep growing. Moreover, under the talent of innocent foolishness, there were no bottlenecks for any techniques. If he could break through the limit of the nailhead 7 arrows technique, would the effect become stronger? After a long time, Liang Sheng's excitement finally calmed down. Fortunately, the opponent was just an incidental cultivator from the secular world with no background. His plan to hide in the secular world did not need to change. Today's unexpected harvest brought great joy, however, he also learned a lesson: never write a diary in life. A few days later, Liang Sheng left the capital and returned to Zhou village on the outskirts of the capital, resuming his previously peaceful life. Bender. At this time, Prince Wei and the King of Anyang had already returned to their territories. Before leaving, Prince Wei shared a piece of good news to Liang Sheng: they had found the elixir refinement spiritual grass he needed in the East Sun country. It was truly a double delight. After that, Liang Sheng's life returned to its regular routine: cultivation, talisman drawing, pill refining, and practicing curse imprinting technique. He even spent 9 years of his lifespan to practice the nailhead 7 arrows technique, which was extremely extravagant. There was no other cultivator like Liang Sheng that could afford to use their lifespan to practice this technique. This method of cultivation was simply enviable. However, in the several years, his lifespan allowed him to fully master the nailhead 7 arrows technique, which he could now instantly release. Under such circumstances, the 31st year of Emperor Wu's reign had unknowingly arrived, and Zhou Nan had once again returned to the mortal world. Liang Sheng's cultivation level steadily improved and became what it is now. Name: Liang Sheng. Age: 242. Talent: innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques: upper pure immortal scripture, 3rd level, 20 life nurturing techniques, 16th level, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm: qi cultivation 3rd level, 86%. Lifespan: 9201. The nailhead 7 arrows technique had no levels, and it was directly marked as a curse technique. It made him wonder if there would be any change in the annotations when he continued practicing and breaking through the limits. However, that was something to consider later. This peaceful time continued until the 40th year of Emperor Wu's reign, when Liang Sheng personally guarded outside the Zigu Pass, preparing to welcome Zhou Nan's return. At this time, Liang Sheng's attribute panel had a new change, and his cultivation level had progressed further. Name: Liang Sheng. Age: 251. Talent: innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques: upper pure immortal scripture, 4th level, 20 life nurturing techniques, 16th level, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm: qi cultivation 4th level, 20%. Lifespan: 9182. During these 9 years, Liang Sheng spent another 9 years of his lifespan practicing the nailhead 7 arrows technique. Since he couldn't see any change, he slowed down the practice frequency of the nailhead 7 arrows technique. The reason Liang Sheng personally arrived at Zigu Pass was that Zhou Qi had already passed away a few months ago. Liang Sheng was somewhat helpless about this, but for safety reasons, he could only use these old people. After all, allowing young members of the Zhou family to enter the cultivation market meant dealing with the unknown changes that might come with it. What if their cultivation progressed? How would they handle it? Therefore, Liang Sheng didn't allow matters to get out of his control. Even if it was troublesome, he wouldn't lose sight of the big picture while focusing on minor things. In any case, it was just about frequently changing personnel. Subsequently, the white-haired Zhou Nan appeared in the mortal world without anyone following him. As before, Liang Sheng waited for some time before joining up with Zhou Nan. When Zhou Nan heard that Zhou Qi had died, he was gratified because, after today, he would also enjoy his final days in the mortal world. Also, this time Zhou Nan brought more things than ever before. In addition to more qi refining pills, there were also many more refining materials and spiritual grass for the qi refining pills. However, Zhou Nan also brought some bad news. The 3 sects and 6 orders 100-year rotation had arrived. This time, Foundation establishment cultivators from the Upper Green sect were taking over their duties. So the manager of Hua Tian sect communicated in a subtle manner to be careful not to frequent the market and return to the secular world too often in the next 100 years, lest they encounter unnecessary trouble. Zhou Nan didn't understand the reason, but Liang Sheng immediately realized what was going on. They were worried that Foundation establishment experts from the Upper Green sect would trouble the Zhou family. After all, the market was far from the emperor's reach, and the Foundation establishment cultivators stationed by the 3 sects and 6 orders were the masters of the market. The manager of Hua Tian sect was already being merciful by warning him. In the winter of the 41st year of Emperor Wu's reign, Zhou Nan parted with the world. By this time, there were hardly any traces of wild spiritual grass left in the East Sun country. Luckily, over the years, Liang Sheng had planted some spiritual grass in the Great Zhou region, which yielded some harvest for him to put a temporary halt to his plans for secular conquests of other countries. It wasn't that Liang Sheng didn't want to continue conquering other countries and acquire resources, but the 50th year of Emperor Wu's reign was approaching. According to the ancestral teachings of Emperor Xian of Great Zhou, Emperor Wu would have to abdicate by then. Launching a campaign at this time might lead to some trouble. He could only wait for the new emperor to ascend to the throne before re-evaluating his plans. After all, as time went on and the situation changed, so too would his plans. Moreover, now he could barely support himself in the secular world, and due to the presence of the Upper Green sect in the market, the exchanges with the immortal cultivation market had been temporarily suspended. Anyway, it was just 100 years, and he could wait. Emperor Wu's 50th year, Emperor Wu abdicated, and Xuanzong ascended the throne. In the Imperial Palace Temple, Xuanzong, under Emperor Wu's introduction, met Liang Sheng, the ancestor of the Zhou family, for the first time. It was only then that Xuanzong realized why Great Zhou could dominate the 4 seas and remain undefeated. After all, with such an ancestor, Great Zhou was as stable as Mount Tai. However, Xuanzong didn't become arrogant and forget his roots due to this. Liang Sheng couldn't help but sigh again, wondering why the descendants of the Zhou family had such excellent bloodlines. Like Emperor Wu before him, Xuanzong also received a gift, a bottle of barrier-breaking pills and an additional semi-magical longsword. The barrier-breaking pills were actually a low-grade version of qi refining pills, which Liang Sheng could easily make several of at this moment. As for the semi-magical longsword, it was different from the small sword previously crafted by the Grand Ancestor of Dian. It did not consume the user's life but could be activated with internal energy. Of course, its power was only slightly stronger than innate, without being too terrifying. It was equivalent to the first time Liang Sheng broke through the innate limit and could kill an innate being. In the 20th year of Xuanzong's reign, Emperor Wu passed away. The princes and grandsons of the descendants of the king of Anyang and Prince Wei went to the capital to send Emperor Wu to heaven. Afterward, the princes and grandsons of the kings of Anyang and Wei's descendants all returned to the capital. Xuanzong's legitimate brothers, the kings of Chu and Wu, were granted fiefs in the territories of the former Western Spring Country and East Sun Country. This move attracted the attention of most of the world to the capital. They thought that Xuanzong's big move might cause turmoil in the imperial family, but never expected that it would eventually be handed over peacefully, which made the surrounding small countries even more fearful. With the unity of the Great Zhou royal family, how could there be a chance for the small countries to rise? From then on, the small countries paid tribute to the Great Zhou more frequently. What they didn't understand was that with Liang Sheng present and the Great Zhou imperial family's bloodline of attracting fortune and avoiding evil, how could the Great Zhou imperial family cause chaos? In Xuanzong's 23rd year, Xuanzong suddenly issued a decree to appoint innate Grandmaster Zhou Bin as Grand General and to conquer the rebellious country of the later Tang. This decree had no prior signs. Later, secular rumors said that Xuanzong only wanted to avoid any taboo due to the hierarchy of respect and disrespect and waited 3 years after the funeral of Emperor Wu to fulfill his ambition. After all, expanding territory is the greatest temptation for a king. In fact, Xuanzong didn't start conquering other countries until so late, first because of the hierarchy of respect and disrespect, and second because of Liang Sheng's advice. Liang Sheng didn't want to make too much of a stir during the time when the Upper Green sect was stationed in the market, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. But the Great Zhou couldn't be without progress. After all, they needed to show the Huatian sect the usefulness of the Great Zhou royal family within 100 years. That's why Liang Sheng had this plan now, and the countries Xuanzong was conquering were carefully selected by Liang Sheng personally because there were more qi-refining spiritual grasses. Liang Sheng hadn't been idle for the past few decades, sending many people to explore the surrounding countries and had already chosen the order of countries to attack. By the 30th year of Xuanzong's reign, the later Tang was destroyed, and the exposed fangs of the Great Zhou made the surrounding small countries even more terrified. During this time, there were people who wanted to assassinate, but the innate powers of the Great Zhou royal family made it impossible for them to start. In the 50th year of Xuanzong's rule, Xuanzong abdicated, and Emperor Jiaozong ascended the throne. During Emperor Jiaozong's reign, the development trajectory was almost identical to Xuanzong's, with the same respect and avoidance of seniority, waiting for 3 years after Emperor Xuanzong's death to mourn. It was only then that Jiaozong began to expand and annex territory, reclaiming the land and bringing the bloodlines of King Chu and King Wu back to the capital, with Jiaozong's legitimate brothers being granted fiefs in the two countries. Like Xuanzong, Jiaozong also appointed an innate Grand Master as the Grand General to conquer other countries, and the war was still extremely smooth, with Great Zhou's territory expanding once again. Afterward, Great Zhou developed steadily, assimilating the subjects and common people of these conquered countries, and it wasn't until the 40th year of Jiaozong's reign that Liang Sheng finally made a new move. The 100 years of the Upper Green sect's occupation of the market was finally over. Chapter 94, Qi Training 7th Realm. Great Zhou, capital suburb Zhou village. After nearly 100 years, Liang Sheng's cultivation level has finally made significant progress. Not to mention anything else, Liang Sheng's success rate in refining qi pills has already reached 100%. After all, who in the cultivation world could be like him, not caring about time, only refining one kind of pill, and persevering for over 100 years? Furthermore, under the talent of innocent foolishness, his alchemy techniques had no bottleneck. The 100% success rate in refining pills was just a matter of time. As for the 20 health maintenance techniques that Liang Sheng cultivated, they all broke through to the 17th level within these 100 years, and his lifespan soared by another 3,600 years. While he practiced the upper pure immortal scripture with the help of numerous discounted qi refining pills, the huge quantity made up the difference in their effects, and he successfully broke through to the 7th level. At this moment, his data panel had completely changed. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 351. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 7th level, 20 health maintenance techniques, 17th level, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, qi cultivation 7th level, 10%. Lifespan, 12,682 years. With only the qi cultivation 7th level, Liang Sheng's lifespan had already exceeded 10,000 years. Who knows what realm one must reach in the cultivation world to achieve this kind of extent? However, Liang Sheng took 100 years to reach the qi cultivation 7th level. Although his cultivation speed was extremely slow, every step he took could be described as steady and stable. Moreover, qi cultivation 7th level cultivators should not be underestimated. Based on Zhou Yun's previous description, as long as a qi cultivation 7th level cultivator is willing, they can establish a small cultivation family in the immortal cultivation market, and they are considered a master in the market. Therefore, many cultivators who have no hope of breaking through to higher levels would consider establishing a small cultivation family if they want to place their hopes on the next generation. Thus, even a qi cultivation 7th level cultivator can protect a small family, so they are considered quite accomplished in the market. However, at the moment, Liang Sheng didn't care about all this miscellaneous information. He was just happy that he had finally achieved something after nearly 200 years of cultivation. Even if he went to the immortal cultivation market now, he would have a little self-protection strength and not be completely defenseless. Of course, Liang Sheng couldn't possibly rush to the market at this time, as cultivators would mysteriously disappear every year. How could he take the risk now? Moreover, he had another happy event to look forward to. Having waited for 100 years, the foundation establishment expert stationed by the Upper Green sect had finally left the market. Now, the people of Zhou village had changed several times over, but the only constant was their worship of the ancestor Liang Sheng. This time, 2 white-haired old men entered the backyard of Zhou village. Now, no one in Zhou village knew what this symbolized. Bender. 1 hour later, Zhou Hua and Zhou Qing were still in a daze, while Liang Sheng stared at them calmly without speaking. Then, the two of them came to their senses with flushed faces. Liang Sheng's 200 years of brainwashing education in Zhou village had already deeply ingrained their devotion to him. At this moment, they knelt directly in front of Liang Sheng, their faces flushed and excited. Zhou Hua clenched the Black Iron Command in his hand. This was not only the Black Iron Command but also the future of the Zhou family. 1 month later. Zigu Pass. Zhou Hua walked resolutely into the foggy cave at Zigu Pass without looking back. Zhou Qing stayed in the small town of Zigu Pass, and would continue to stay there, just like their predecessors, until the end of their lives. Immortal Cultivation Market. At this moment, the market manager of Hua Tian sect had already changed. When the new manager saw Zhou Hua coming with the Black Iron Command, he was extremely enthusiastic after the initial astonishment. There was no other way. In the past 100 years, the refining device Peak Elder's success rate in refining weapons had increased, and the performance of the Great Zhou dynasty in contributing to the sect's fortune was highly praised. He had mentioned the mundane world's Great Zhou dynasty several times at the sect Grand Assembly. In such a situation, who can say otherwise? After all, Great Zhou's contributions are evident, and the previous market manager even mentioned Zhou Nan's words as soon as he returned to the sect, and the elder immediately approved it. If Great Zhou can make even more progress and provide more fortune, it is not impossible for them to get the inner sect disciple quota. After all, the refining device Peak's refining achievements in the past 100 years have almost increased by 50% compared to before. Chen Fengchen, who brought Great Zhou into the Hua Tian sect, has risen in status and successfully established his foundation 10 years ago, becoming a foundation establishment expert. As a result, the Great Zhou dynasty, a secular dynasty, has also emerged among the secular dynasties controlled by the Hua Tian sect, becoming a secular royal family that is known to almost everyone in the sect. Zhou Hua was ready to explain, but when the manager saw the Black Iron Command in his hand, he directly invited him to sit down and have tea. Your Zhou family truly has great ambition. In the past 100 years, no one has come here. The sect was a bit strange before, but within 100 years, you have improved the fortune you contribute to the dynasty twice. It seems that you were not lying before, and that you have always been striving for development, which is indeed admirable. However, I also have some good news to tell you. The refining device Peak Elder has made a promise that if the fortune that Great Zhou contributes can double, then your inner sect disciples' quota will be directly given by the refining device Peak. Brother Zhou, this is the quota for the inner sect disciple, truly a cause for celebration. The manager said this with some envy, even though he was just an ordinary disciple of the sect, only slightly better than the outer sect disciple. Only with the inner sect disciple it would be more hopeful to establish the foundation. His predecessor, the previous market manager, had tried to make a breakthrough for foundation building 20 years ago but failed and died. Naturally, he was deeply aware of this. Cultivation is exceedingly difficult. Without enough luck and blessing, everything is challenging. All Zhou Hua could do was continuously nod, but his admiration for the insightful plans of the ancestor grew even more. Indeed, the ancestor was a tactical genius. From that point on, Zhou Hua began to exchange resources and materials as instructed by Liang Sheng, carefully. The talismans he brought this time were not many since this was his first visit, but everything was watched closely by the new manager of the Hua Tian sect. The current Zhou family was completely different from 100 years ago. If back then the Zhou family was a small and ordinary family, Hua Tian sect didn't pay much attention. But now, they have made a name for themselves within the sect and have caught the attention of the sect. After all, it was only a matter of time before the Zhou family had an inner sect disciple. Under these circumstances, the new manager paid more cautious attention to Zhou Hua than before. However, at this time, the manager was just paying a bit more attention, not harboring any hidden intent, so Zhou Hua didn't sense any danger. A year later, Zhou Hua took some time out to meet Zhou Qing in the mortal world, while Liang Sheng, as usual, was hiding in the dark. Still, no one was following them. Liang Sheng wasn't surprised as this had happened too many times before, but he still took precautionary measures just in case. There were too many cases in the world where things went wrong at the last moment. At this time, with so much lifespan, if something went wrong due to his carelessness, he would truly regret it. The small town at the foot of the Zigo Pass mountain. Upon hearing Zhou Hua's words, Liang Sheng couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected that the excuse he made to facilitate Zhou Nan's actions years ago would now become a reality. But this was good. When he later no longer needed to use the Zhou family to travel to the cultivation world, having a disciple of the Zhou family become an intersect disciple of Hua Tian sect could be considered as him repaying the cause and effect. But it seems that now he would need to slow down the expansion speed of Great Zhou a bit. If it grew too quickly, it would indeed make Hua Tian sect suspicious. After all, Hua Tian sect was truly willing to give an intersect disciple quota to the Zhou family, which was a testament to how much the sect liked the Zhou family for their contribution to the dynasty's luck. Liang Sheng indeed understood the principle of going too far is as bad as not going far enough. But with him planning in the background, the secular world could not go into chaos. Everything would proceed slowly as per his plan. Bender. Then Zhou Hua returned to the market again. As the first attempt didn't have any accidents, Liang Sheng gave him many more talismans to exchange for resources. After that, Liang Sheng's life in the secular world returned to its usual rhythm over the next year. But after about half a year, Liang Sheng received another unexpected surprise. A magical weapon. At this moment, Liang Sheng saw a long sword with an array pattern appearing in his hand. He almost burst into laughter. The appearance of an array pattern meant that this was a magical weapon. This was the first time Liang Sheng had refined a real magical weapon, not a half artifact like Grand Ancestor of Dian. At this time, Liang Sheng carefully used spiritual power to activate the long sword. Although he only output a bit of spiritual power, a glaring sword light appeared in an instant. He saw the river in front of him was suddenly cut in half. After a few seconds of the disappearance of spiritual power, the river water fell with a loud noise, splashing countless waves of water, wetting Liang Sheng's clothes. Liang Sheng could have used spiritual energy to block the water, but this time he wanted to personally experience the splash caused by his magical weapon. For Liang Sheng, the success rate of weapon refining was lower than that of pill refining. This was because the materials needed for weapon refining were more complicated. Even disciples of the refining equipment peak of the Hua Tian sect might not succeed in refining weapons every time. So at this point, Liang Sheng could not help but be delighted when he refined his own magical weapon. He fancied his artifact sword and couldn't let go of it. Even Liang Sheng himself was uncertain when he would be successful in refining a magical weapon next time. But just like refining pills, once the first one is done, there will always be a second one. Given time, he would always grow to have a 100% success rate in refining. Under the talent of innocent foolishness, his cultivation of all techniques in the world is slow but unwavering and unstoppable. After that, during Liang Sheng's excitement, the 50th year of Emperor Jiaozong's reign came once again. It was time for Zhou Hua to return to the mortal world before dying. In the fog outside the Zigo Pass cave, Liang Sheng's heart suddenly tightened and his gaze flickered, filled with doubt. Because Zhou Hua didn't come out alone this time, there was another person by his side. That person was none other than the new manager of Hua Tian sect. It turned out that Zhou Hua brought a lot of talismans this time. The manager didn't care at first, but as time went on, he felt that something was wrong. It can only be said that the much-discussed Zhou family was really different from the past. Every move they made was watched by the manager, leading to the current situation. However, the new manager of Huaishan sect in the market area didn't act rashly initially. He waited until today when Zhou Hua had gone in for a while before he suddenly followed. Zhou Hua, who was halfway through the dense fog in the cave, instantly felt it with the bloodline ability of the Zhou family to seek fortune and avoid evil. He turned around and planned to return to the market immediately. But seeing this, how could the manager of Hua Tian sect not realize that his tracking had failed? Even though he didn't know why his presence was exposed, he knew he had to do something. He immediately showed up and caught Zhou Hua, then, with him in tow, exited the cave as directed by the Black Iron Command. As he emerged from the cave and looked at the heavily polluted world of the secular, he couldn't help but frown. But thinking of his suspicions, he resisted and remained composed. Zhou Hua, how did you discover me just now? And why do you have so many talismans? Where did you get them from? You better tell me everything, the sect can't control me now, otherwise I would strike, and despite you Zhou family being the secular royal family, their fate wouldn't end well. At this moment, Zhou Hua was feeling extremely ashamed. He had been careless, thinking that the actions of his seniors were flawless and he would be safe. But now, he has only caused trouble, bringing such problems to his family. He only hoped that the other party wouldn't really cause trouble for the mortal world. But, if something happened, he didn't know if the ancestor was an adversary to the manager. Zhou Hua didn't utter a word at this moment. The manager sneered and looked around before looking towards the direction of the capital. There is the most aura of the king there, I will give you one more chance, otherwise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hua became even more pained, but he still remained silent. Seeing this, the manager couldn't help but laugh coldly. Rejecting a wine toast means you have to drink a punishment wine. He was just about to grab Zhou Hua towards the direction of the capital, but he saw Zhou Hua suddenly turned pale, blood was streaming out of his 7 orifices, and then he died. Damn it! He immediately opened Zhou Hua's mouth and looked inside, only to find some powder in his broken back tooth. Poison. Instantly fatal. Upon seeing this, he felt a pang of regret because he didn't fully restrain Zhou Hua earlier in order to question him. It was just that the more Zhou Hua was like this, the more suspicious he became about the secrets here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but pant a little. How could the ordinary mortal world have so many talismans? There must be a big secret. But just as he was thinking this, suddenly he felt his body turn cold. Before he could react, his consciousness blacked out, and he fell on the ground, lifeless. Not far away, Liang Sheng coughed at this moment. His face turned pale, then returned back to its normal color. He finally put away the nailhead 7 arrows technique in his hands. Luckily, after all these years, he still maintained caution. If he had not fortuitously obtained the nailhead 7 arrows technique, he would have been in real trouble. Because, a qi refining cultivator can have a maximum of 200 lifespans. Hence, Liang Sheng just now directly used up his whole 200 lifespans and cursed the manager to death. This matter served as a lesson for Liang Sheng. The cultivation world is a place of continuous struggle, so he must not take things lightly, and remain cautious at all times, going with the flow of changing circumstances. If he had been careful when Zhou Hua mentioned the personnel change at the market Huatian sect, and given fewer talismans in exchange for resources, would he have avoided the current trouble? However, thankful that this time he didn't confront the manager of Huatian sect head-on, otherwise, he might have met an untimely end. At this point, looking at Zhou Hua's corpse, Liang Sheng fell silent. Although Zhou Hua was nearing the end of his lifespan, he died because of him. He composed himself, then quickly searched the corpse, only to find a bag on the manager's body. Then, he took Zhou Hua's backpack, put his and the manager's bodies together, destroyed their bodies with several fireballs in an instant. Liang Sheng then hurriedly met up with Zhou Qing and left Zigo Pass overnight. With the attribute panel concealment activated, no one could trace anything on him. After leaving this time, Liang Sheng is rethinking his future plan of entering the market. Originally, Liang Sheng didn't want to expand Great Zhou's plan on a large scale, it seems that some changes have to be made sooner. The manager of Huatian sect has died. He doesn't know if this will implicate the mortal world, but it should not. After all, who could think that a manager at the Qi refining 9th layer would die in the mortal world? Even if all the innate masters in the mortal world were gathered together, they could not be considered as the adversary of the manager. The idea of someone from the mortal world being able to kill a 9-tiered expert in Qi cultivation is simply ludicrous. Liang Sheng had a restless night, and even if given the chance to do it again, Liang Sheng would still resort to killing. Since the trouble couldn't be resolved, why not get rid of the person creating trouble? Otherwise, with so many secrets on his own, he would be facing endless trouble. Feeling restless and unable to sleep, he began to sort Zhou Hua's belongings, and the manager's small bag that was left. The things in Zhou Hua's backpack were still the cultivation resources he needed. After sorting out the backpack, Liang Sheng felt a bit melancholy. He died because of me after all. After he composed himself and picked up the manager's small bag for inspection, he found that the opening of the bag couldn't be opened. When Liang Sheng had a sudden idea, he focused his spiritual power on his hand. Surprise! Chapter 95, Storage Bag. Storage Bag. Unexpected joy. At this moment, Liang Sheng was so surprised by this tremendous joy that he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't even thought about having something like this at his current stage. Was it a blessing in disguise? However, Liang Sheng soon composed himself and started to organize the items inside the bag, only to find more surprises within the surprise. The storage bag from the manager of Huatiansek's market was not very large, with only about a cubic storage space. But it was almost filled to the brim with various items. Liang Sheng took out more than a dozen shiny crystal-like stones and placed them in his palm. They were even more brilliant than diamonds. Without any surprise, these should be the spirit stones he had never personally seen in the cultivation world. By comparing their characteristics with what Zhou Yun and others had described, he guessed that these should be the legendary mid-grade spirit stones. Besides these mid-grade spirit stones, there were also nearly 100 low-grade spirit stones inside. It was an unexpected fortune. In the cultivation world, spirit stones contain spiritual energy and can assist in cultivation as well as serve as currency to exchange resources. Higher grade spirit stones have purer spiritual power. Liang Sheng suppressed the excitement in his heart, resisting the urge to try cultivating with the spirit stones right away. He continued searching through the storage bag and found a jade slip. Putting it on his forehead and activating his divine sense, he was overjoyed. True explanation of Talisman Dao. It recorded various techniques on talismans, including low-level talismans such as body purification and heart-clearing talismans. This made Liang Sheng a bit eager. Originally, he was troubled by the lack of talisman techniques from Grand Ancestor of Dian's Upper Pure Immortal Scripture. His current Qi cultivation 7th level should allow him to refine slightly better low-level talismans. It was like getting a pillow right when he needed a nap. With an excited heart, Liang Sheng continued searching. He found some elixirs, such as Qi refining pills, as well as other elixirs. The jade bottles even had names on them, such as detoxification pills and clarity pilis, all common elixirs for Qi refining stage cultivators. As for the techniques of the Huatian sect, there were none, which left Liang Sheng slightly disappointed. However, he didn't feel too disappointed. On the contrary, he consoled himself that he didn't have the energy to practice two techniques simultaneously. After all, his supply of Qi refining pills was not enough to support the simultaneous cultivation of two techniques. As for magical weapons, the manager indeed had some. But when Liang Sheng took them out, he was somewhat disappointed because it was just an artifact sword with a single array, not much different from what he had crafted himself. It seemed that the manager's status in the Huatian sect was ordinary. But that was natural, as managers were typically ordinary disciples of the Huatian sect. Reaching the Qi cultivation 9th layer was almost their limit. Holding the position of a market manager was an opportunity for them to cling to a lifeline. Otherwise, why would they bother with all the miscellaneous tasks in the market? However, the next item made Liang Sheng's heart skip a beat. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Pill formula. So far, Liang Sheng had only refined Qi refining pills, but the manager had several pill formulas and the corresponding refining spiritual grasses. Detoxification pills, clarity pills. He glanced at the spiritual grasses inside and felt increasingly eager. There were even 1 or 2 complete sets of elixir refinement spiritual grasses, sealed and preserved. Liang Sheng looked at these spiritual grasses, hoping that such grasses exist in the mortal world. If so, his eyes grew even brighter with anticipation. This moment of harvest joy diluted his previous frustration caused by his miscalculations. However, he still needed to keep a low profile for the time being. Once he calmed down, he began to analyze the gains and losses of his actions in killing the manager of Huatiansek's market and checked for any flaws, trying to minimize the losses. It seemed that he had to make a trip to the capital. After all, accidents happen, and they catch people off guard. But having an accident at this time could be a good thing as well. Without sufficient strength, any so-called perfect plan would be nothing but a paper tiger. This experience also served as a wake-up call for Liang Sheng. Strength, only strength was the most reliable way to protect the Dao. Everything else was auxiliary and could not be overly relied upon. After reflecting on this, Liang Sheng no longer hesitated. He considered several possible reactions from Huatian sect in the cultivation world and tried to ensure that all aspects were covered. He had already reached the Qi cultivation 7th layer and didn't need to walk on a tightrope anymore. All he needed to do was to quietly cultivate and wait. This unexpected turn of events allowed him to break free from the cause and effect relationship with the Zhou family ahead of time. The market. On the first day of the disappearance of the manager of Huatian sect, no one in the Huatian sect's shop paid much attention. After all, who would dare to guess the whereabouts of the manager? However, 7 days later, the disciple clerks in the shop began to feel uneasy, as this kind of situation had never happened before. Finally, the highest-ranking outer sect disciple under the manager searched the entire market and even ventured into part of the forest, but still found nothing. He then reported it to the sect. If the manager had to leave for such a long time, he would have made arrangements beforehand, not just disappearing unannounced like now. So, something had happened. On the same day, the Huatian sect received the news and immediately sent a foundation establishment disciple to investigate the market. It wasn't because of the manager's importance, as he was just an ordinary disciple after all, but rather to uphold the sect's dignity. The foundation establishment disciple hurried on his way and arrived at the market on the 3rd day. In fact, he was a familiar face, Chen Fengchen, who had entered the mortal world to liaison with the royal family. After entering the market, he carefully searched the area and found not only the manager missing but also the Zhou family disciples gone. This result made him look in the direction of the Upper Green Sect's market outpost for the first time. Could it be the work of the Upper Green Sect? No wonder Chen Fengchen thought so. In the past 200 years, due to the reason that Great Zhou dynasty's luck is dedicated to Huatian sect, the success rate of refining device peaks products has increased by 50% compared to the past. This means that the cultivation resources exchanged by Huatian sect have also increased significantly, and the 100 years when the explosion of Huatian sect's refining device peak coincided with the Upper Green sect being stationed in the market, so naturally, they couldn't hide from him. Now that the market has gone through the rotation of the 3 sects and 6 orders personnel, the fact that manager of Huatian sect and Zhou Hua have both disappeared is just too obvious. However, Chen Fengchen didn't act impulsively. He first asked if there was any personal item of the manager present, but everyone shook their heads upon hearing his question. Seeing this, Chen Fengchen was not disappointed. If it were him, he would not leave his personal items at the station either, he would carry them at all times. There are countless methods in cultivation, and even a great might may not know how many mysterious ways there are. So personal items may put oneself in danger, such as the unpredictable curse technique. Chen Fengchen's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the foundation establishment disciples of the 3 sects and 6 orders currently stationed in the market. But after he showed up and exchanged a few words, they didn't interfere any further after understanding what Chen Fengchen was here for. This matter must not be simple, and Chen Fengchen was both openly and secretly inquiring about the situation at the Upper Green Sect station. How could they possibly speak carelessly? After all, protecting oneself wisely is one of the survival rules in the cultivation world. Thereafter, Chen Fengchen began to search within 100 miles of the market, but still found no clues, making him increasingly convinced that it was the work of the Upper Green Sect. It's very likely that the culprit is a master at the foundation establishment stage or above, otherwise, this would not have happened so cleanly. If it was a battle during the Qi refining stage, even if the opponent had magical weapons, there would definitely be traces of a fight. But up until now, he hasn't found any abnormalities in the surrounding area of the market. This made him have some guesses, but at the same time, it made him feel at a loss as to how to proceed. After all, there was no evidence at the moment, and with the grudge between the 2 sects involved, he had to be extremely cautious. He did not hesitate at all to immediately use a communication jade slip to send his investigation results and speculations back to the sect. Huatian sect's reply also confirmed his thoughts, telling him that he could come back first and wait for the elder of refining device peak to personally inquire about the process before making a decision. At this moment, the one in Huatian sect who cared most about the Great Zhou was none other than the refining device peak elder. Chen Fengchen saw the message and immediately returned to the sect. As for Zhou Hua's disappearance, Huatian sect was not really concerned. After all, cultivators are high above, their vision is too high to look down upon. It's like when an ant in your house is carrying your leftovers and accidentally gets crushed to death. Would you go and apologize to the queen ant? The most urgent matter right now is to guard against the upper green sect and figure out what their intentions are. Do they really want to provoke our sect? Once this matter is settled, it is not too late to go to the secular world. Moreover, when the great Zhou royal family hears how much the sect cares about them, they will probably be moved to tears and grateful. In short, upper green sect, what do you want? Capital city. Zhou village in the capital suburb. The current estate master of Zhou village received the summons from Liang Sheng and immediately put down his work, went to the backyard to listen to the ancestors' instructions. However, he didn't expect to see his dying ancestor, which shocked him so much that he stood still, at a loss of what to do. How could the ancestor of Zhou village, who was like the stabilizer of the village, be so weak? At this moment, Liang Sheng forced a weak smile. You have arrived? What I want to tell you is already written here. When I'm gone, don't be sad. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the norm in the human world. It's already extremely fortunate for me to live this long. You must guard Zhou village well, be a good shadow. As long as you are cautious with the Zhou family bloodline, Zhou family will not perish. Hearing this, the estate master of Zhou village couldn't help but shed tears, looking at Liang Sheng and whispering softly, Ancestor. What's there to cry about? Take these things and leave. Remember my instructions, don't act recklessly, you can do well. Zhou village estate master looked at the ancestor, struggled for a moment, but ultimately followed his words out of habit for all these years. He picked up a few pieces of paper and a small sword in front of Liang Sheng, turned around and walked out of the door, just about to close the door when he saw the ancestor's body suddenly burst into flames, instantly turning him into ashes, while the seat he was sitting on remained intact. Ancestor! The shocked Zhou village estate master quickly ran to the ashes. At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief, but the reality was that the ancestor had passed away. After a long time, he wiped away his tears and picked up the written message left by the ancestor on the table, unable to help but gasp. The Zhou village bloodline was actually the dark vein of the great Zhou royal family? One could only say that Liang Sheng's scheming was too meticulous. Besides the two brothers who were sent to the immortal cultivation market knowing the secret before they left, no one else in the Zhou family knew. For a short while, amid the impact of the ancestor's death and the revelation of the royal bloodline, he gazed in the direction of the imperial city. In the letter, it was mentioned that 1 month later, when Emperor Jiaozong abdicates, he would take the small sword and wait at a certain location outside the imperial palace, and then, he would naturally find out more. Bender. The calmed-down estate master of Zhou village carefully put away the ashes of the ancestor, then bowed to the ashes. Ancestor, rest assured, I will inherit your will and do well as the dark vein of the Zhou family royal bloodline. Not far away, Liang Sheng saw this and nodded. With his cultivation level, the moment Zhou village estate master turned around, he had already replaced the condemned prisoner who was disguised with the ancestor's seat. Now that Zhou village had been settled, it was time for the great Zhou palace. That night, Jiaozong heeded Liang Sheng's call and immediately entered the grand temple to pay respects to his ancestors. He was also inexplicably astonished, but his admiration for Liang Sheng had long since been ingrained in his soul. Therefore, he had no hesitation and, following Liang Sheng's instructions, personally wrote down the dictated content. The more he wrote, the more amazed he became. No wonder the ancestors could live so long. It turned out that the Zhou family had an immortal destiny, and now was the crucial time for that destiny. Thinking of this, he listened more carefully, ensuring there were no problems with what he wrote. After finishing, he looked complex but excited. The next day, the capital was shaken again. In the 50th year of Jiaozong's reign, he abdicated the throne to the crown prince, who was then known as Emperor Jing. On the night Emperor Jing entered the grand temple, Jiaozong handed a silk pouch to him. That night, he summoned all the officials and announced in front of them that he would enter the imperial mausoleum, and nobody should bother him unless he died. Then Jiaozong entered the imperial mausoleum, becoming completely secluded from the world. As for Emperor Jing, holding a bunch of barrier-breaking pills and Jiaozong's silk pouch, he was full of pride. It was unbelievable that immortals existed in the world, and as long as the great Zhou continued to expand, the descendants of the Zhou family could also become immortal. There was no trace of ancestor in the silk pouch. Liang Sheng had completely erased his existence from the Zhou royal family. 1 month later, Emperor Jing, according to the contents of the silk pouch left by Jiaozong, met with the Zhou estate master outside the palace. Upon their first meeting, they confirmed that they shared the same origin. The power of their bloodlines and the small sword in the hands of the Zhou estate master required no further explanation. That night, they held a secret conversation for a long time, and the next day the Zhou estate master returned to the outskirts of the capital, as if nothing had happened. The next day, the Great Zhou court was shocked. The Great Zhou was about to expand its territory again and inherit the ancestral spirit to strengthen the Great Zhou dynasty. In the first year of Emperor Jing's reign, innate sect master Zhou Yuan was appointed as Grand General to attack the rebellious country Later Song. The army was assembled within a month and set off for Later Song mightily. Emperor Jing's actions were completely different from those of the previous emperor's abdication, but Jiaozong was still in the imperial mausoleum and did not bother about worldly affairs. With Jiaozong's attitude, the court naturally had no more scruples. Civil and military ministers, noble families, were all at this moment preparing for the battle to further advance in the war. Bender. 1 year later, in the mortal world, the Great Zhou waged war against Later Song. The Great Zhou army was invincible, with the fastest record of conquering a city in just 10 days. Within just 1 year, Later Song fell, and the Great Zhou once again stood at the top of the mortal world. Emperor Jing then led a magnificent journey to Mount Kunyu to worship the heavens and ancestors. Zigu Pass. The town at the foot of the mountain. At this time, Liang Sheng had already regained his youthful appearance. He exhaled softly, his heart relaxed, knowing the cultivation world had not been visited for a year since his last encounter with the nailhead 7 arrows technique and the death of the Huatian sect manager. They did not suspect the secular world. As long as the Great Zhou continued to attack other countries, waiting for the dynasty luck to soar again, Huatian sect would definitely send someone to connect with the Great Zhou imperial court. Even if the other party did not send anyone, the Zhou family could still contact the cultivation world through Mount Kunyu Ninding. After all, these situations had already been told by Jiaozong to Emperor Jing. Emperor Jing's trip to Mount Kunyu was not for contacting the cultivation world but to personally confirm the existence of the Ninding big array underneath it. He probably would still have doubts if he did not see it with his own eyes since he cautiously inherited the bloodline of the Zhou family. He might accelerate the assimilation with Later Song after this Mount Kunyu ceremony, and then raise an army again. The Zhou family must obtain the inner sect disciples quota from the Huatian sect. How could younger generations miss the opportunity won by their ancestors? At this moment, Liang Sheng took a sip of wine. This year, no one from the Huatian sect appeared, which meant he was almost completely safe. His plans over the past year were somewhat complicated, but he had no impatience since patience and caution were the key to success. However, there was still one last flaw in his plan, Jiaozong, who was now staying in the imperial mausoleum. Thinking of this, Liang Sheng did not hesitate and directly disappeared into the night, determined to accompany Jiaozong for a few more decades until his natural death. If any unexpected events occurred suddenly, and someone from the Huatian sect in the cultivation world appeared halfway, then he could only act accordingly, and apologize if there was no alternative. He could only feel sorry. This was still only a possibility in the secular world, but in the cultivation world Liang Sheng could not even imagine. Although the nailhead 7 arrows technique was unbelievably strong in his hands, he had no time to complete the curse when facing cultivation experts. As a person, one must be steady. Chapter 96, Similar Flowers. Great Zhou, Emperor Jing's 30th year. Emperor Jiaozong stayed alone in the imperial mausoleum, and passed away peacefully in his sleep. In accordance with his last wish, Emperor Jing buried him directly in the mausoleum without holding a large funeral, so as not to burden the people and waste resources. After that, Emperor Jing observed 3 years of mourning, not resorting to weapons or war, which made neighboring small countries breathe a sigh of relief, with some even feeling fortunate that Jiaozong died well. This was not surprising given the attitude of those small countries. This was mainly because Emperor Jing of Great Zhou was a ruthless person, even more so than previous rulers of the dynasty. During the 30 years since Emperor Jing ascended the throne, he extinguished 3 small countries, including the Later Song. Jing was actually prepared to move on to the 4th country, but had to reluctantly give up halfway due to the death of Emperor Jiaozong. When he reached 50 years old, Emperor Jing completed the conquest of 4 nations and withdrew from his position. Just like his ancestors before him, he passed the throne to the crown prince. At this time, the new emperor ascended the throne and took the title of Emperor Danzong. 15 years after Emperor Danzong, Great Zhou swallowed another country, making its national strength unprecedented. Not only neighboring small countries but also nations far away started sending emissaries to the Great Zhou dynasty to pay tribute. At this point, Great Zhou's power was overwhelming. Zigu Pass, a small town at the foot of the mountain. Not many people lived in the small town. As evening approached, women began to call their children home for dinner. The hard-working men only had hearty smiles, pouring a glass of water and wine to relieve a day's fatigue. Although Great Zhou's national strength was thriving, they still needed to work, but they had enough food and clothing. Even during the new year, they could afford some fabric to make new clothes for their wives and children. This was already a prosperous era. At this moment, in the forests of Zigu Pass, Liang Sheng was almost one with the forest, hiding outside of the thick fog-shrouded mountain cave, undetectable by anyone. Since Liang Sheng severed his identity as the Zhou family's ancestor by now, 64 years had passed. Throughout these years, the Huatian sect had never sent anyone, and Liang Sheng gradually relaxed, but he did not completely let down his guard. However, with so many years gone by and an ample supply of qi refining pills and spirit stones, Liang Sheng's cultivation had no bottlenecks under the talent of innocent foolishness, and his cultivation level had once again improved. Even the distance to the qi cultivation 9th level was finally within reach. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 426. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 8th level, 20 life nurturing techniques, 17th level, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, qi cultivation 8th level, 61%. Lifespan, 12,407. From the moment Liang Sheng crossed over, more than 400 years had passed. This mortal world was no longer the same place, and only he remained constant, immortal among men. Liang Sheng's sudden arrival at Zigu Pass this time was not a whim. It was because the Zhou family had finally taken that step. Previously, Liang Sheng had instigated Emperor Jiaozong's ancestral teachings, saying that once Great Zhou destroyed 5 more countries, an immortal destiny could be expected. With Emperor Danzong now achieving this great feat, he finally decided to set off for Mount Kunwu and strike the 9 Ding. Danzong's bloodline ability of seeking fortune and avoiding evil faintly told him that it was auspicious. Considering the circumstances, Liang Sheng naturally didn't hesitate and set off to Zigu Pass before the Great Zhou, suspecting that today might be the day to completely resolve his entanglement with the Huatian sect's manager. However, based on previous estimates, it would take Emperor Danzong of Great Zhou about 3 days to reach Zigu Pass, and the Huatian sect would still need some time to send people to the mortal world. Liang Sheng was silently waiting with his eyes closed, but suddenly opened them at midnight, looking somewhat puzzled towards the thick fog outside the cave. Has the Huatian sect's people arrived so soon? At this moment, an acquaintance was already standing there. Liang Sheng hid in the dark, holding his breath, feeling that the person was familiar, and after a long time, he remembered who the other person was. It was Chen Fengchen, the Huatian sect's cultivation disciple that Liang Sheng had first met back then. At that time, Liang Sheng was still in the innate realm and couldn't see through Chen Fengchen's realm. Now, although he had reached the qi cultivation 8th level, he still couldn't see through the other's realm. Moreover, according to the time, it could be confirmed that the other party had lived for more than 200 years and should have passed the qi cultivation realm, at least reaching the foundation establishment level of cultivation. As for the Golden Core realm, absolutely impossible. Even within the Huatian sect, cultivators who reach the Golden Core realm are equivalent to peak masters. How could they be sent to the mortal world to deal with the Great Zhou dynasty? However, even so, the fact that a foundation establishment stage cultivator was sent to negotiate with the mortal world showed the importance the Huatian sect placed on the Great Zhou. What Liang Sheng did not know was that the Huatian sect's importance to Great Zhou was one of the reasons, but the other reason was the fear of someone shamelessly causing trouble along the way. That's why the Huatian sect sent Chen Fengchen. Over the past 65 years, the friction between the Huatian sect and the Upper Green sect had grown increasingly intense. It began with only small frictions between the outer sect disciples, but the Huatian sect had lost a manager who had only barely reached foundation establishment. Although it involved Great Zhou, a secular dynasty that the refining equipment peak elder had become increasingly fond of, the Huatian sect had discreetly hinted at the Upper Green sect, without making any drastic moves since they had no direct evidence and only suspicion. If it proceeded this way, there would be no significant incidents between the two sects for the sake of appearances. However, 30 years ago, the refining device Peak Elder successfully refined a spirit tool again, further enhancing the strength of the Huatian sect. At first, the refining device Peak Elder's power fell short during the process of refining the spirit tool, and it seemed that the attempt would fail. However, the sudden surge of luck from the Great Zhou dynasty brought the spirit tool back to life at the last moment, rejuvenating its spirit and forming a soul for the spirit tool. Great Zhou. At that time, the refining equipment Peak Elder had already made up his mind that when Great Zhou contacted the Huatian sect again, he would personally give an intersect disciple quota to Great Zhou, which they deserved. Not only that, the refining equipment Peak Elder also gave out 5 ordinary disciple quotas, showing how much he appreciated the Great Zhou royal family. This time, no one opposed the proposal of the Grand Elder during the sect Grand Assembly because his success in refining spirit tools was the greatest contribution to the Huatian sect in recent years. Let alone a single intersect disciple quota, even if there was another one, no one would care. However, the Grand Elder had been refining weapons previously, so he was not aware of the market situation. After hearing the report, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Upper Green sect's behavior, are they not putting our Huatian sect in their eyes? Great Zhou is the most important affiliated dynasty of our Huatian sect in the mortal world, and we must not let the Upper Green sect destroy the foundation of our sect." Although the Grand Elder was somewhat unprepared, he knew the priorities and did not intend to directly confront the Upper Green sect. However, when his words were passed down, how the disciples below thought about it was not something he could control. Cultivation requires good fortune. Even the qi refining stage has bottlenecks, and those with weak fortune may not be able to overcome them in their entire lives. Being helped by a distinguished person is undoubtedly one of the best fortunes. So, in order to please the refining equipment Peak Elder, in the past 10 years, there have been occasional frictions between Huatian sect disciples and Upper Green sect disciples. By now, the friction has gradually escalated, and some anger has been ignited between the two sides. Of course, it is still far from the point of a sect war. However, in the 3 sects and 6 orders, the disharmony between the Huatian sect and the Upper Green sect has become the consensus in the local cultivation world area in recent years. So, when Chen Fengchen came to the mortal world this time, he wanted to show the importance attached to Great Zhou and his vigilance against the Upper Green sect. In case a qi refining disciple is sent to take the Great Zhou children in for further cultivation and has a conflict with the Upper Green sect, he was afraid of causing further disturbances. How could he explain it to the Grand Elder? However, Liang Sheng was unaware of all these causes and effects. At this moment, he felt only relief in his heart. He was fortunate that he didn't have a fluke mentality back then, which would have severed the cause and effect with Great Zhou. If Chen Fengchen had come to the mortal world earlier, Liang Sheng might have sent Jiaozong to the afterlife paradise immediately, because his involvement with the Great Zhou royal family absolutely could not be known to the cultivation world. It is not wise to treat cultivators as fools. As long as they know of the existence of such an ancestor in the Great Zhou royal family, they might suspect that the manager's death had something to do with Great Zhou. In this case, Liang Sheng's safety could not be guaranteed. However, fortunately, everything went well, and no major mistakes were made. Liang Sheng tensed his nerves again, reflecting on his previous so-called tightrope walking behavior and determined not to take such risks in the future. While Liang Sheng was reflecting, Chen Fengchen looked around. Now that he was in the Foundation establishment realm, he could completely isolate himself from the worldly pollution. Seeing that the Great Zhou royal family had not yet arrived, he simply sat on the ground waiting for them to come. When Emperor Jing of Great Zhou arrived at Zigo Pass with the young members of the Zhou family 3 days later, the forest of Zigo Pass had already been sealed off by the imperial army, and no one was able to enter the mountain anymore. Emperor Jing and the Zhou estate master personally led the 10 young members of the Zhou family up the mountain. These children were not very old but had a calm demeanor. However, their eyes couldn't help but reveal some curiosity. Emperor Jing and the Zhou estate master walked silently. They didn't know how many turns they had taken and how many mountain roads they had passed through before they finally reached the heavy fog outside the cave. Immortal. At first glance, they both saw Chen Fengchen. After all, with such a demeanor, standing aloof from the world and unlike ordinary people, they didn't sense any danger due to their bloodline ability. Emperor Jing couldn't help but courageously ask a question. Is it the immortal master on high? Great Zhou royal family. Chen Fengchen had already sensed them coming up the mountain. At this moment, he had a smile on his face and was extremely friendly, because this was the Great Zhou royal family highly praised by the Grand Elder. Don't be nervous. I am here on behalf of the sect to fulfill the promise. Your Zhou family has one inner sect disciple quota, and also, the sect appreciates your hard work and has decided to add 5 ordinary disciple quotas. Though Emperor Jing was the emperor of Great Zhou, he was still somewhat breathless in front of Chen Fengchen. However, hearing this, a flash of surprise and joy passed through his eyes, and he couldn't help but exchange glances with the Zhou estate master. An unexpected joy. Emperor Jing and the Zhou estate master hurriedly pushed the 10 children forward, but they were still thinking about who should get the 6 quotas. Since these 10 children were the best of the younger generation of the Zhou family, it was understandable that they couldn't decide for a moment. Chen Fengchen naturally understood what was going on when he saw this. He was a resolute man to begin with, or else he wouldn't have seized the opportunity to climb to the position of refining equipment peak elder 200 years ago and now achieve foundation establishment. Forget it. I'll take all 10 children, but 4 of them might not be within the previous quotas and may only become outer sect disciples. Thank you, Immortal Master. At the news, Emperor Jing and the Zhou estate master rejoiced greatly. No matter who became an inner sect disciple, it would depend on their own fortune. Chen Fengchen then encouraged Emperor Jing and highly praised the achievements of Great Zhou, hoping that they would continue their efforts. After that, he gave them a bottle of qi refining pills, a half-magical weapon, and 2 black iron commands as a reward for the Great Zhou. Since magical weapons cannot be used by mortals, half-magical weapons can be barely used by innate cultivators. The half-magical weapon Chen Fengchen brought out was not a half-magical weapon that needed the consumption of the Grand Ancestor of Dian's essence blood to drive, it could be activated with internal energy. The only difference between it and a slightly more common magical weapon was that it had no array patterns and was a little weaker in power. Moreover, this is a semi-artifact personally crafted by disciples of refining equipment peak, as arranged by the Grand Elder, which shows how satisfied he is with the Great Zhou imperial family. Upon hearing that people can be sent to the cultivation world with the Black Iron Command, Emperor Jing and others couldn't help but recall the previous teachings of Jiaozong ancestor and silently accepted the Black Iron Command without speaking. They also felt that sending people to the cultivation world now may be somewhat ominous and resonates with the teachings, so naturally, they wouldn't rashly let people enter to explore. Chen Fengchen didn't care about this, and after exchanging pleasantries with the Great Zhou imperial family, he led the 10 children into the mountain cave filled with thick fog, leaving Emperor Jing and Zhou estate master standing for a while. Afterwards, the two looked at each other, and in their excitement, couldn't help but clap their hands. The future generations of the Zhou family were taken into the cultivation world, and it was not impossible for another ancestor to emerge from the Zhou family in the future. In order to promote the development of the Zhou family young members in the cultivation world, it seems that their own efforts in territorial expansion cannot be stopped. It's obvious why Chen Fengchen has such a gentle attitude, and they are all too clear about it. It's all about the fortune of the dynasty. Afterwards, Emperor Jing and Zhou estate master went down the mountain together and went their separate ways, but their hearts were already warmed with excitement, as they didn't know when another ancestor would emerge from the Zhou family. Zigu Pass. A small town at the foot of the mountain. The sky was somewhat gloomy, as if it was about to rain. At this moment, Liang Sheng's nerves, which had been tense for 64 years, finally relaxed, and he suddenly just wanted to eat a meal like an ordinary person. He ordered a few dishes at the inn in the small town and drank some wine, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Today could be considered the complete end of the cause and effect with the Zhou family. After all, the Zhou family's immortal destiny was inseparable from his planning. As for the cultivation world, Chen Fengchen's behavior indicated that they hadn't noticed the mortal world, so he could still be free for a long time. How can the vicissitudes and changes of the world matter? Only I am free and at ease with immortality. At this moment, there was a commotion from outside the inn, but a large trading group from other places had arrived, and even the innkeeper himself went out to greet them, helping to tie up the horses and park the carts. After that, a large group of people swarmed in, and naturally there was some noise. However, Liang Sheng didn't care about it and didn't even lift his head, focusing on eating his meal. But at this moment, because the inn wasn't large, the hall was full of the trading group's people. Even with extra tables added and 2 more people squeezing in at each table, there were still 2 or 3 people who could not find seats. The trading group owner was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. He let the subordinates who wanted to give up their seats sit down, and then turned to look at Liang Sheng, hesitating for a moment before walking over with his 2 confidants who hadn't sat down. Bender. Young man, I'm sorry to bother you for a moment. Because we have so many people, could you please join us at the table? Don't worry, we will pay for your food and drinks later. Liang Sheng looked up at the owner's face and was stunned as his thoughts began to wander. How could there be someone so similar in the world? The trading group owner, thinking Liang Sheng was unwilling, didn't say much and apologized. He saluted him for the inconvenience and left. His 2 confidants seemed somewhat displeased but didn't think of a solution. When doing business, it's best not to offend people, especially since the items they were carrying were too precious. Even if they were unhappy, they had to consider their boss and not cause him trouble. But at this moment, Liang Sheng finally came to his senses. With a complex look in his eyes, he calmly said, "We are all friends when we are traveling. You don't need to be so polite, just sit down." To the owner's surprise, Liang Sheng agreed to share the table, and he repeatedly expressed his thanks before sitting down with his 2 confidants. At this moment, Liang Sheng watched their every move and saw the image of someone in his memory gradually overlap with them, and couldn't help but sigh. Is this a similar flower, or is there reincarnation in this world? Chapter 97, Miracle. At the foot of Zigo Pass Mountain, in a small town inn. The atmosphere at Liang Sheng's table at this moment was somewhat awkward. The food they had ordered for their trading group had not yet arrived. They had been traveling all day and were already starving. One close guard could not help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the food in front of him. Seeing this, Liang Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Since this brother of mine said that he is willing to help me pay for the wine, if you don't mind that I've already started eating, then let's eat together. As he said this, Liang Sheng directly picked up the wine pot and filled the wine cups in front of everyone. The trading group owner also immediately expressed his gratitude and then picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one go. Refreshing. He seemed like a free-spirited person too. Since the trading group owner had started drinking first, the 2 guards were no longer polite. As men, once the wine went down their throats, the atmosphere would instantly become livelier. At this moment, the trading group owner also felt more talkative. The owner of the trading group started with polite conversation, but somehow, he didn't stop talking. Even his close guard did not seem to think there was anything wrong at this moment. He was the eldest son of a large family in the southwest, named Chu Chen. This time, he was transporting a large amount of goods to the north. Today, he arrived at the small town of Zigo Pass, and it was getting late. Moreover, a heavy rain was approaching, so he had decided to rest at Zigo Pass for the night. However, when Chu Chen talked about his identity as the eldest son, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a bit of bitterness, and the wine in his cup seemed to taste a bit bitter as well. After that, the food ordered by the trading group began to be served. The dishes were brought out one after another by the inn's waiters. Liang Sheng and Chu Chen continued to eat and drink together. For some reason, Chu Chen became more and more enthusiastic in his conversation. Had it not been for his last bit of reason, he might have even revealed the details of his family. By the time they were full and satisfied, Liang Sheng put down his chopsticks and laughed. It's been quite an enlightening conversation with Brother Chu. Since we've been getting along so well, and Brother Chu is offering to pay for my food, I must show some token of gratitude as well. Bender. He reached into his sleeve and took out an exquisite talisman paper, then handed it to Chu Chen. I got this protective amulet from a high monk. I heard it's been blessed and can help calm the mind. It seems that Brother Chu has been having trouble sleeping lately, so it might come in handy. Chu Chen was about to refuse, as it was only a meal after all, but Liang Sheng had already slapped the talisman paper onto Chu Chen's hand. Chu Chen did not pay for it but directly asked the innkeeper for a room and went upstairs to rest. Before going upstairs, Liang Sheng still laughed and said to Chu Chen, Brother Chu, this talisman of mine is really useful, having been blessed. You'll definitely sleep soundly tonight. Seeing this, Chu Chen accepted it, glanced at the talisman paper in his hand, didn't find anything special, and simply stuffed it into his sleeve, not paying much attention. Afterward, he even generously paid for Liang Sheng's food and wine. It was only after he sat down again that he was surprised to find something was off. He had unexpectedly talked so much with a stranger, which didn't seem like his usual character. Was it because he had been under too much pressure lately? Did he want to find a stranger to pour out his feelings and relieve the stress that had been accumulating in his heart? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. The eldest son of the Southwest family. At this moment, Liang Sheng had already returned to his room in the inn and sighed incessantly. He didn't expect that there would be such similar people in the world. Could it be that there really was reincarnation? Or was it just a similar flower in the world? Liang Sheng had no answer at this moment, but his memory began to surge, and a name emerged in his heart. Zhang Rongjun. This name was really too old. Chu Chen was almost exactly like a young Zhang Rongjun, even down to the habit of sticking out his little finger while holding chopsticks when eating. That's why he was so stunned when he first saw Chu Chen. He had originally planned to leave Zigu Pass today. Although the heavy rain was approaching, how could it come close to him? However, Chu Chen's appearance stirred up his emotions, so he decided to stay for one more night. Although things had changed, it might just be a similar flower. Regardless, this could be considered a reunion of old friends. Moreover, under his mental guidance, Chu Chen spoke so much that he seemed to be in some trouble. Since Liang Sheng had encountered it, he might as well resolve it as a way to fulfill cause and effect. After all, he didn't have many friends, and Zhang Rongjun was one of them. On the other side, Chu Chen was also puzzled at the moment. The young man had no luggage and appeared to be staying at the inn already. But it was only after the meal that he asked the innkeeper for a room, which didn't seem right. If they were traveling far, how could they not have any luggage? But if they weren't traveling far, why wouldn't they go home instead of staying at the inn? The small town was not very big, and Chu Chen's trading group's spending on food, drink, and provisions was a considerable fortune to the innkeeper. From the moment they entered, the innkeeper's smile had not stopped. So with Chu Chen's years of experience traveling in the south and dealing with people, as well as the innkeeper's desire to please his big customer, it was easy for him to draw out information. The innkeeper actually didn't know this Liang Sheng at all, and he had also just arrived today. In this case, there might be some problems with him as well. Although he seemed fine during dinner, the goods this time were somewhat special, so Chu Chen had to be cautious. Tonight, have the brothers be on alert. I have a bad feeling. I'm afraid something might happen. As long as we reach the capital safely this time, I won't let the brothers down. Yes, young master. After that, Chu Chen returned to his room and looked at the gloomy sky, sighing heavily. There would be a heavy downpour tonight, it seemed. Night. Liang Sheng was not asleep at the moment. It was pouring rain outside, and he was quietly standing and looking out the window into the vast darkness of the night, listening to the sound of the rain hitting the roof. But the rain seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and could not enter the room. In the inn's courtyard, the guards of Chu Chen's trading convoy were patrolling outside the inn to prevent any issues with the goods that were already wrapped in oilcloth in the horse carriages. At this moment, a startling thunderclap resounded, and the heavens and earth suddenly brightened. Liang Sheng's eyes seemed to penetrate the vast night, watching a group of people in raincoats galloping towards them from the distance. Their purpose was clear, heading straight for the small town inn, and among the trading convoy, the guards were still patrolling and switching shifts, not daring to be careless, but the rain was getting heavier and heavier. The torrential rain had arrived, and it was a night for murder. Chu Chen was originally in a deep sleep, not knowing what nightmares he had. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, gasping for air. After waking up, he thought of the talisman paper given by Liang Sheng and the other's words, shaking his head involuntarily. How could he sleep peacefully tonight? He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. With no sleepiness at this moment, he got up, felt for the oil lamp, lit it, and walked outside holding it. His trusted guards, who were already keeping watch outside the door, immediately became vigilant. Upon seeing that it was the young master coming out, they breathed a sigh of relief but were also a bit puzzled. Come, accompany me to have a look. Yes, young master. No one in the trading convoy's guards was slacking, and they were taking turns to rest. At this moment, the patrolling guards saw someone approaching and immediately became alert, raising their long knives. Who's there? When they saw that it was Chu Chen and the others, they immediately relaxed and quickly saluted. Young master. Everything's alright? No problem. The goods have been tightly wrapped in oilcloth, and there hasn't been any movement tonight. There shouldn't be any accidents. That's good. Chu Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Unless he were dead, there couldn't be any issues with these goods. They were gifts he was sending to a high-ranking person in the capital, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. At this moment, another clap of thunder resounded, followed by a burst of silver light. Chu Chen, who was about to turn around and return to his room, suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow from the corner of his eye. Who's there? In an instant, Chu Chen became vigilant, holding up the oil lamp and turning towards the corner where the shadow had appeared, trying to see what was going on. Young master, don't move. Little Li, you go over and have a look, and be careful. Chu Chen's trusted guard stopped him and turned to order the patrolling guard to go and have a look. Little Li immediately headed over. As soon as he approached the corner, a silver light shot up, and without any reaction, the guard's body was separated from his head, which fell to the ground, and blood mixed with the rainwater, staining the earth. What a swift knife! Enemy attack! Chu Chen's trusted guard immediately shouted out a frantic warning. In an instant, the patrolling guards of the trading convoy were in a frenzy. Those who were originally taking turns to rest had already been sleeping in their clothes. At this moment, they grabbed their weapons and sprang up. Inside the inn, the innkeeper and his helpers were trembling in fear in the backyard. The guards' shout had also awakened them. However, they didn't dare to come out now, fearing that they might see something they shouldn't and get into big trouble. At this moment, their joy from having a big customer during the day had completely vanished, and the innkeeper was only praying to the gods to protect him from any major problems. Meanwhile, as Chu Chen's side shouted a warning, the people hiding in the darkness simply stopped hiding and walked straight out. They were dressed in raincoats and their faces were covered with black cloths, revealing no features, but Chu Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Gao guard, I didn't expect you to come as well. The man leading the group on the opposite side suddenly straightened his body, then loosened it again. He didn't bother to conceal his identity any longer, pulling down his face cloth directly. Young master, I am just following orders, please don't blame me. I won't blame you. You, a guard of my Chu family, assassinating me, I should not blame you, ha ha ha. At this moment, Chu Chen suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he bent over and even shed tears. Then his laughter suddenly stopped. Are you a guard of my Chu family, or a lackey of that despicable person? Gao guard could only remain silent. However, he raised the knife in his hand and charged at Chu Chen. At his back, the others sprang into action, charging straight towards Chu Chen's guards with murderous intent. In the next moment, Gao guard's knife slashed directly towards Chu Chen, only to be blocked by his guard. However, the corner of Gao guard's mouth curled up in a wicked grin. Chu Chen's closest guard sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. Unstoppable force traveled down the long knife, striking every part of his body instantly. Then he was sent flying, and just before losing consciousness, he had time to shout out, postnatal 8th level. When did you make the breakthrough? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen felt a chill. Gao guard had actually reached the postnatal 8th level? Gao guard didn't spare a glance for the guard he had sent flying, he only looked at Chu Chen and spoke softly. Young master, don't blame me. The lady ordered me to break through the postnatal 8th level, and I had to obey. Young master, don't worry. My knife is fast, you won't feel any pain. In the next moment, the blade shone like silver, sharp and bright. He wasn't lying, this strike was swift. However, Chu Chen managed to dodge the blow. What? Gao guard couldn't help but look incredulous. He then surveyed Chu Chen and exclaimed with surprise, postnatal 7th level. Young master, you've hidden it well. But Chu Chen couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Even though he had concealed his true power, he still couldn't escape that woman's assassination. What could he do? He then saw Gao guard go all out without holding back. Chu Chen couldn't dodge this time, so he instinctively closed his eyes, awaiting death. In the end, he couldn't escape after all. Immediately afterward, the long knife shattered, Gao guard's body trembled violently, and he was sent flying involuntarily, falling to the ground. How is this possible? Chu Chen, who didn't experience the excruciating pain he was expecting, opened his eyes in confusion. At this moment, he saw a faint light surrounding him, and he was bewildered. Then it was as if he remembered something. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out a piece of talisman paper, which was glowing faintly. So, it's this. At this point, he recalled Liang Sheng's words that he would have a good dream. He suddenly realized, could it be that he had encountered someone extraordinary? However, the noises on the battlefield soon brought him back to reality. Gao Guard was still lying motionless on the ground. Chu Chen didn't know why, but he felt a surge of anger within him, which made him pick up a knife from a dead guard and begin to walk towards Gao Guard, step by step. Surprisingly, the men on both sides who had been locked in battle all along came to an unspoken agreement to stop fighting. They all turned to look at Chu Chen, who seemed to emit faint light, and even under heavy rain, not a single drop touched him. Bender. A miracle. Some of the masked men, terrified, began to kneel down. In the next moment, all the masked men followed suit and knelt. Because Chu Chen had beheaded Gao Guard with one strike. The postnatal 8th level master had died so simply. At this moment, Chu Chen continued to wield the knife, advancing without stopping. In the next moment, he raised his hand and swung down, and another head soared through the air. Finally, some masked men reacted, but the postnatal 7th level Chu Chen, radiating a faint light, wasn't about to let them escape. In the end, all the masked men were killed. Admiration-filled gazes from the guards focused on Chu Chen. Chu Chen did not look at them but walked towards the trusted guard whom Gao Guard had sent flying earlier. At this moment, the guard's eyes were wide open in anger, but he had already stopped breathing. Chu Chen gently closed the guard's eyes with his hand, then stood up and fell into silence for a short while. Clean up everything so that the innkeeper isn't frightened. Burn the bodies of our fallen brothers to ashes, we need to bring them home. Yes, young master. At this moment, the guards treated Chu Chen with reverence as if he was a deity. Chu Chen's faint light finally faded, and he wanted to look for Liang Sheng, but in the end, he stopped in front of his room door. After contemplating for a long time, he gritted his teeth, deciding to knock. But the moment his hand touched the door, it swung open on its own, revealing an empty room. However, there was a jade bottle and a note left on the table. Long ago acquaintances parting by chance, with our cause and effect now severed. Don't try to figure out who I am, treat it as a passing encounter with a stranger. An old acquaintance? Chu Chen was puzzled by the first few lines written in the note, as he couldn't remember ever meeting this enigmatic person before. Yet as he continued reading the note, he could no longer concern himself with such thoughts, as the note explained what was inside the jade bottle. Barrier-breaking pill. The pill that could give someone a chance to break through to the innate realm while at the postnatal 9th level. Upon failure, it would still grant the user half-step innate status, and consuming one more would guarantee a breakthrough to the innate realm. Chu Chen opened the jade bottle and saw 10 barrier-breaking pills inside. He didn't doubt that they could be poisonous, as there was no reason for that mysterious person to deceive him. Amidst his shock, he found it hard to suppress the urge to cry out in delight. For many years, he had coveted this, yet today, he had finally achieved his long-awaited desire. You wretched woman, go to hell! Chapter 98, Increased Lifespan. Jinzhou City. At this moment, a young man was leisurely walking on the officials' road. It was none other than Liang Sheng, who had left Zigo Pass. Meeting Chu Chen at Zigo Pass was completely beyond Liang Sheng's expectations. After he saw Chu Chen pick up the knife and kill everyone, he left the inn. Chu Chen's decisiveness in killing was remarkable, leaving no hidden dangers. With the barrier-breaking pill Liang Sheng had given him, there should be no danger for him. After all, how many people in the world could endure and hide their cultivation level like him, with this temperament, this endurance, and the decisive heart at the critical moment? This temperament was somewhat different from Brother Rong's after all. It seemed that even if there was really a cycle of reincarnation in this world, the vicissitudes of the sea, and the ever-changing world, it was just a similar flower. After leaving the inn at Zigo Pass, for some reason, he had a faint idea of wanting to go and see Jinzhou City. He didn't know why, perhaps it was because the encounter with Chu Chen had triggered his memories, or it was an intuition from somewhere. In the end, he decided to go back to Jinzhou City after more than 300 years. The officials' road in Jinzhou City was much wider than before. After all, the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty had expanded with the conquests, and the officials' road in each state of the Great Zhou had been rebuilt, becoming wider and flatter. First, he went to the forest outside the city, but Jinshan Temple was no longer there. Only ruins remained, but they barely showed the prosperity of the old days. It was unknown if it was because Jinshan Temple had been involved in a rebellion, which rendered it a taboo, so such a large place had remained an empty space without any new temples and Taoist temples for several hundred years. It was quite strange. Liang Sheng walked around the ruins and thought of the unmoving mountain Ming King seal he encountered back then. He felt that he was really fortunate. After that, he went down the mountain and walked all the way to the Liang family cemetery outside the city. However, it had long since turned into a village, with no trace of the desolation of a graveyard. As for the graveyard of Zhang Rongjun and others not far away, it had also disappeared, becoming the farmland of the village. Liang Sheng just smiled and then entered the city. The city had long changed since, with the three major martial families of Jinzhou City all buried in dust. Now, the government was in power, how could the great families still dare to be bold? Liang Sheng strolled around the city aimlessly, and found a small high-rise building in the center with few people. He looked up and couldn't help but smile. Yushun Building. Even with the change of dynasties and the passage of time, the demand for such establishments persisted. Human nature remained the same, and life went on without interruption, day after day. At the moment, it was daytime, and there were naturally fewer people here. He walked forward casually and reached the place where he vaguely remembered the Shend building was, but a new mansion had been built there. He didn't care, but when he walked to his old mansion, he found that the mansion was still there, but the interior layout had completely changed. He couldn't help but stand still amidst his thoughts. The doorman of the mansion, noticing his distinguished demeanor, hesitated for a moment and then came out. "Sir, are you here to see our master?" Liang Sheng shook his head and then smiled, saying that it was nothing, he was just tired and wanted to rest for a bit. He then turned and left. This wasn't his mansion after all. He wandered aimlessly through the entire Jinzhou city, and Zhang Rongjietin's family and tea house had long become a thing of the past. Several hundred years had changed everything. Who would have thought that just a few hundred years ago, Jinzhou city was dominated by noble families, and martial arts were used to suppress the city? As he walked around, he had a lot of emotions in his heart, but he still couldn't find the faint reason for coming here. Liang Sheng wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he was a lone wanderer in the world. Time, for him, was just a number. Lots of people and things were just sudden memories of a certain moment. At this time, he casually found a tavern, and during his meal, he had already got a general idea of the current situation in Jinzhou city. Indeed, taverns were always the best place to gather information. Unconsciously, the sun was setting in the west, and it was getting late. In front of Yushun Building, there was a constant stream of carriages and horses, far from quiet during the day. As Liang Sheng walked in front of Yushun Building, the madam's eyes lit up, and she approached him immediately, her plump body pressing against Liang Sheng as if boneless. Bender. "Ladies, don't come out to greet your guests?" Upon hearing this, Liang Sheng seemed to be transported back 400 years, so he skillfully took out some silver notes and stuffed them directly into the madam's cleavage. Then, like a flock of birds, the ladies gathered around. Liang Sheng couldn't help but laugh, grabbed the two prettiest girls, and walked into Yushun Building. He suddenly had an epiphany that the innocence of youth was never changed by the passage of time. So he had come here to find peace of mind after all. The next day, early in the morning, Liang Sheng found an agency and bought a mansion right across from his former home. Naturally, the agency would handle the matter of hiring servants for him. The doorman across the street was bewildered that the new owner was the gentleman who had been standing in front of their door pondering the day before. He couldn't help but curse the rich man in his heart, thinking that he had come to look at the mansion originally. As he continued cursing, he couldn't help feeling envious. He would never be able to afford the price of even the hut for this mansion in his lifetime, since this was the most expensive area in Jinzhou city. From then on, life became extremely quiet and peaceful. Liang Sheng had never been so at ease before. After tensing his nerves for hundreds of years, he eventually returned to his starting point. Suddenly, Liang Sheng seemed to have some insights, but they were elusive and unreachable. In the end, he simply didn't think about it anymore. In the face of time, everything would eventually take its course. But that night, the long stagnant health cultivation method broke through again, completely beyond Liang Sheng's expectations. Even though his realm hadn't broken through, his progress had advanced another level. It was truly an inexplicable surprise. Could this be the so-called sudden enlightenment of good fortune? Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 427. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 8th layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 18th layer, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, Qi cultivation 8th level, 95%. Lifespan, 16,406. Afterward, Liang Sheng's days were peaceful once more, cultivating, talisman drawing, refining pills, and practicing curse imprinting techniques. As for refining weapons, he no longer had any refining materials. However, Liang Sheng did not force the issue. While out playing, he came across a wood carving shop and had a flash of inspiration. Although he couldn't refine weapons, he could practice the skills used in refining weapons, carving and sculpting, which would not be a waste of time. He then bought many tree roots of various shapes. Hearing that he intended to use them for carving, the shopkeeper couldn't help but remind him that these tree roots were too oddly shaped for carving. However, Liang Sheng paid no attention to the warning, and the shopkeeper didn't press the matter, as he had already given his advice, and the customer couldn't blame him later on. In the following days, Liang Sheng began carving wood in his spare time from cultivation. At first, his carving was fast and steady, as it was straightforward for someone at the Qi cultivation 8th level. However, after some time, his progress seemed to stall. One day, he had a sudden idea and started carving without using any spiritual power, as if he were an ordinary person with no cultivation. At that time, Liang Sheng couldn't even carve out a rough shape in one day, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if he had found the right path. He then destroyed all the wood carvings he had made previously and started over with a serious and focused effort to carve new ones. Under the carving knife, 60 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the once youthful man had become a white-haired old man. 26 years ago, Emperor Danzong abdicated, and Shenzong took the throne. Unchanged was the strength of the Great Zhou, and the people couldn't help but sigh that the Great Zhou dynasty was destined to continue. Every generation of Zhou rulers was not only talented and resourceful but also knew when to retire, so there was no such thing as an old and incompetent ruler. Thus, the people of Great Zhou deeply acknowledged the Zhou imperial family's legitimacy and took pride in being citizens of the empire. Liang Sheng had reached the Qi cultivation 9th level 28 years into Emperor Danzong's reign. Because his Qi refining pills were running out, Liang Sheng spent 2 years and a significant amount of money and energy hiring people to cultivate spiritual grass in the uninhabited wilderness. He also purchased more spiritual grass to restore his supply of Qi refining pills gradually. Thanks to his 100% success rate in refining Qi pills, he was able to squander these pills at his discretion. As for the other pill formulas left by the Hua Tian sect manager, some of the herbs were not suitable for the mortal world, so only a few more formulas could be practiced. After 60 years, Liang Sheng finally reached the Qi cultivation 9th level. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 487. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 9th layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 18th layer, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, Qi cultivation 9th level, 73%. Lifespan, 16,346. As for the spirit stones in his storage bag, Liang Sheng had consumed most of them. If not for his determination to use mid-grade spirit stones for cultivation, his progress would not have been so rapid. Nonetheless, his progress was worth celebrating. As long as he didn't lose his mind, he could safely remain in the mortal world until the heavens crumbled and the earth fell apart. Although being at the Qi cultivation 9th level was still considered exceptional in the immortal cultivation market, why take risks in the cultivation world when one can cultivate in the mortal world? It was unknown whether he could reach foundation establishment before his 500th birthday, as people from his past life's blue star Huaxia were inexplicably fond of whole numbers. Today, Liang Sheng was in a good mood, so he went to the forest at the foot of the original Jinshan temple ruins and began carving wood. The children playing by the river saw this and curiously squatted beside him, exclaiming in awe. Over the years, he had accumulated countless wood carvings, which were piled up in his mansion. Under such circumstances, he'd taken to leaving the carvings at the Jinshan temple ruins, where the presence of people was rare, and no one would discover them. Since he didn't have any refining materials, he hadn't actually crafted any magical weapons, so he didn't know how much his weapon refining skills had improved. But his hands were now countless times steadier than before. At this moment, Liang Sheng looked like an ordinary mortal, carving without any spiritual power and carefully wielding the knife. Dust and debris flew about as the children watched transfixed. After Liang Sheng finished carving, he gently blew on the wood, revealing a lifelike little rabbit. The children's eyes lit up instantly. "This is for you." The children were overjoyed, thanking him profusely and playing with the rabbit wood carving, gradually moving further away from Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng watched them, his mouth involuntarily lifting into a smile, and then he looked up at the Jinchen temple ruins with a profound gaze. Are there such gifted talents among them? Zhou Qianming was a descendant of the Zhou royal family from the capital. Tired of the dull palace life, he decided to travel south, refusing the hospitality of officials in Jinzhou city and going on his way accompanied only by his guards and scribe. When he arrived at this forest today, he felt an unexpected surge of excitement, a feeling he had never experienced before. A great fortune omen. This feeling was unprecedented. The guards on the side didn't understand why Zhou Qianming was so excited, as the nearby scenery was relatively ordinary. However, seeing the prince's first ever excitement on this journey made them happy as well. The young master of the family was highly esteemed in the great Zhou royal family. At the age of 17, he had already reached the postnatal 6th realm, which greatly pleased his lordship. Even the heavenly son praised their young master as the Zhou family's Kailan child, publicly announcing before the court that if he could reach the postnatal 7-fold realm before the age of 20, he would personally bestow the title of Champion Marquis and grant the Emperor's sword upon him. The Emperor's sword was a symbol of the esteemed general in charge of war on the battlefield. Like General Zhou Bilian, who was the first to receive it, the title of Champion Marquis reflected the heavenly son's expectations of him. Since the age of 8, Zhou Qianming's martial arts cultivation had progressed rapidly, but he had been stuck in the postnatal 7-fold realm for 3 years. It is indeed difficult to break through the high-level martial arts. At this time, Zhou Qianming couldn't help but go towards where his joy lay, regardless of the guards beside him. Soon, he saw the object in front of him with his mouth wide open in amazement. Laid out like a mountain, there were exquisitely carved wood sculptures, so lifelike they seemed to breathe. He couldn't help but pick up one of the wood carvings, his hand moving skillfully over its surface, unconsciously stepping into the role of the master carver. It seemed as if he could feel his own carving knife, cutting with perfect precision and ease. He gradually became enthralled with his experience, and without realizing it, the internal energy within his body began to circulate around his qi, causing fluctuations in his aura. Though initially astonished, the guards immediately sensed the change in their young master's qi and raised their vigilance, standing guard around him with an unspoken understanding of their duty. A moment of revelation. In this instant, Zhou Qianming was immersed in the experience of carving, unaware of the tumultuous energy within his body, his mind focused only on the dancing dust beneath his knife. Zhou Qianming stood motionless, not realizing that it had become sunset. It was as though he saw the carving knife in his hand suddenly stop, and at that precise moment, the torrent of energy inside him finally burst forth and flooded out, like a mighty river breaking through a dam. The guards, feeling the change in Zhou Qianming's aura, were overjoyed. Zhou Qianming himself couldn't help but feel a sense of inexpressible delight, never having expected that the breakthrough he had been seeking would come so effortlessly. Today surely was an omen of great fortune. Zhou Qianming couldn't contain his excitement, his eyes brimming with happiness as he looked at the countless wood carvings before him in the ruins of Jinchen Temple. Zhangde, go down the mountain and tell County Leader Wu of Jinzhou City to bring people here. I want to take these wood carvings back to the capital. Go quickly. Seeing Zhou Qianming raise his voice after the guards hesitated out of concern for his safety, Zhangde finally obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. In the county government office of Jinzhou City, Prefect Wu was feeling regret over the young master's departure when the guards suddenly returned, causing him to worry if something had happened. Prefect Wu, the son of the Crown Prince, has a request. Don't worry, I'll bring people there right away. As the sun set over the western mountains, Prefect Wu brought people to the ruins of Jinchen Temple. Seeing the wood carvings piled like a small mountain, he was somewhat puzzled. Prefect Wu, thank you for your trouble. Upon hearing this, Prefect Wu immediately put aside his doubts. Be careful, everyone, if you damage any of these wood carvings, you'll have to answer to me. With the county government office's cooperation, the wood carvings were loaded up and sent down from the forest before daylight. However, Zhou Qianming didn't leave immediately. He wished to meet the person who made the wood carvings, although it was a luxury. Some carvings had already rotted, indicating that the creator was long gone. Still, he waited for 3 more days before reluctantly departing. Upon leaving with the wood carvings for the capital, however, he was bursting with excitement. Undoubtedly, His Majesty would be astounded by the miraculous wood carvings, he just didn't know how many people, like himself, would have a moment of revelation. Over the past few days, he had found that no one else seemed to have felt the same connection to the carvings, including his personal guards. Could it be that only those with the Zhou family bloodline ability could experience this? Chapter 99, Qi Cultivation 10th Layer. Jinzhou City. At this moment, Liang Sheng died again, a death that is extremely low-key, attracting no one's notice. By this time, Liang Sheng had returned to his youthful appearance. He now stands in front of his own tombstone, feeling exceptionally tranquil. Initially, he came to Jinzhou City by following a subtle intuition. After living there for 60 years, he felt it was a satisfying experience. Even until now he still doesn't know why he had that intuition to return to Jinzhou City, but during the 60 years in Jinzhou City, his cultivation speed was indeed slightly faster than it was in other places before. Maybe it's because of his different mindset? Or perhaps the geomancy pattern of Jinzhou City is more in line with his destiny. Liang Sheng didn't know for sure, but since it was a good thing, he naturally didn't pursue it further, believing that time would eventually present the answer. Ever since Zhou Qianming returned to the royal capital, Shenzong fulfilled his promise by bestowing the emperor's sword and conferring the title of the champion marquis. This position does not conflict with the hereditary princely rank, causing a sensation nationwide. But a 20-year-old martial arts prodigy indeed deserved such glory, filling the citizens with jubilation. Because it signifies the prosperous fortunes of Great Zhou. With such a powerful country, how could the people of Great Zhou not be happy? However, the people of Great Zhou didn't know that Liang Sheng's wood carvings indeed had some magical properties for the Zhou family bloodline. Perhaps it's their sensitivity towards seeking fortune and avoiding evil that allowed them to better comprehend the essence of the wood carving, somehow leading to several breakthroughs in their cultivation in just over a month thereafter. Though the proportion isn't high considering the total number of the royal family, it still brought considerable joy to the Great Zhou imperial family. Meanwhile, people discovered that the most recent among the myriad wood carvings was from just a few months prior. What this meant, many people understood clearly. Hence, Emperor Shendi of Great Zhou issued a special decree, ordering an investigation in Jinzhou City to locate the carving master. In the face of such a situation, Liang Sheng had no choice but to fake his death again. Since the identity of the carver had been seen by quite a few people, and this was after all the Great Zhou royal family with whom he already had a karmic connection, why would he want to get involved again? Still, Liang Sheng had no intention of leaving Jinzhou City because there were still spiritual plants planted in the rarely frequented area outside the city, which he couldn't give up. In addition, he had been cultivating at a faster speed in Jinzhou City these years. He might not know the reason, but he certainly wouldn't leave without reason. Furthermore, who would have guessed the craftsman who seemed so old before would now look like a vibrant young man? Consequently, Liang Sheng's life became peaceful once again. The grand-scale search in Jinzhou City had nothing to do with him. Over the following years, Jinzhou City officials never stopped searching. This was a mission given by the emperor himself. Even if it seemed hopeless, who would give up? After all, if successful, they could shoot to fame. But how could they possibly find this mysterious carver? So, all they could do was leave behind the legend of a hidden master, which made the Great Zhou royal family wish they could have met him earlier. However, all of this was now irrelevant to Liang Sheng. He still lived leisurely, cultivating, drawing talismans, refining pills, and practicing the curse imprinting technique. Finally, in Shenzong's 49th year, Liang Sheng, who was already over 500 years old, was exhilarated and hurriedly ran into the deep mountain forest. Because he felt that the breakthrough was going to happen today, he was being so cautious. After all, causing a stir within the city might have drawn unnecessary trouble. Although he wasn't afraid, why flaunt it? Although he regretted not breaking through at the age of 500, he was still excited right now. How things would be after foundation establishment, he would know it today. Liang Sheng sat cross-legged in the deep mountain forest this time. After calming his excited mood, he took out the last mid-grade spiritual stone from the storage bag. In the past few years, he had almost exhausted his spiritual stones, leaving only one mid-grade spiritual stone for this moment. The next moment, a powerful spiritual energy inside the stone was injected into his body along his meridians. The upper pure immortal scripture revolved at a rapid rate, and when it reached its maximum speed, it felt like a tense thread suddenly broke. In an instant, a tremendous force was born within his body. The spiritual power circulated within his body was more than twice as powerful as before. However, when Liang Sheng opened his eyes, his face was extremely pale. He indeed had a breakthrough. But he hadn't established the foundation yet, he was still in the Qi condensation stage. Qi cultivation 10th layer. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 510. Talent, innocent foolishness, top grade. Techniques, upper pure immortal scripture, 10th layer, 20 life nurturing techniques, 18th layer, nailhead 7 arrows technique, curse. Realm, Qi cultivation 10th layer. Lifespan, 16,323. At this stage, Qi cultivation 10th layer made no progress, just as when he broke through the innate limit. Liang Sheng composed himself, feeling a bit helpless. He remembered the news that Zhou Hua and others had previously ventured into the cultivation world market to gather information. Even loose cultivators who had reached Qi cultivation 9th layer pledged to serve the sect. All because they wanted a foundation establishment pill. Some loose cultivators did possess the recipe for the foundation establishment pill, but after spending countless hours just to barely reach the Qi cultivation 9th layer, those without resources, how much time would they have left to refine the foundation establishment pill? Throughout the ages, countless Qi cultivation 9th layer loose cultivators have failed at this stage. Moreover, even if they had the foundation establishment pill, they only had a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Even sect disciples who took the foundation establishment pill might fail to achieve a breakthrough, and then fall into decline, like the market manager of the Huatian sex market once was. At this moment, Liang Sheng's face was gloomy. His plan to practice cultivation in the secular world was completely disrupted. If he couldn't break through to the foundation establishment stage, his method of protecting the Dao would become a paradox. After all, who could guarantee that there would be no accidents in the secular world? Even for those in the Qi refining realm, if they did not withdraw in time in the face of a powerful natural disaster, they might face the risk of death. Only real strength could ensure a long life. Liang Sheng was cautious, but he was also extremely resolute when necessary. It seemed that he would have to go to the cultivation world. Although his current Qi cultivation 10th layer strength was not an opponent for a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, the cultivation market usually only had one foundation establishment stage cultivator present. With his attribute panel concealment, they wouldn't be able to see his true cultivation level, so his safety was guaranteed. Even if something went wrong, as long as he didn't directly confront the foundation establishment expert, the nailhead 7 arrows technique would show them what a ruthless person was. Liang Sheng considered all the possibilities in his heart and took out the black iron command he had snatched from the 9 provinces tripod, his expression indescribable. He didn't expect that he would inevitably have to go to the cultivation realm after all, and he also needed a corresponding Dao protection for his long lifespan. Even with the Qi cultivation 10th layer, he might not have any chance of winning against a foundation establishment stage cultivator. The result could be deduced from his own breakthrough strength. Foundation establishment and Qi training, although only one step apart, were as different as heaven and earth. He should really go to the cultivation market. However, before leaving, he still needed to settle some cause and effect. After all, he had his own bottom line. Going to the cultivation world, he didn't know when he would return. Capital. Grand Temple. Shenzong was about to abdicate, and in the past few years, his visits to the Grand Temple became more frequent. From time to time, he spent a whole night in front of the ancestors' memorial tablets, recounting his journey and inner struggles along the way. But that day, he pushed open the main gate of the Grand Temple, and his face changed dramatically. That night, the imperial army mobilized, and the great Zhou royal clan's innate experts gathered in the imperial palace, but in the end, they found nothing. As for the Grand Temple, the few half-artifacts inside made the innate experts speechless and unable to describe the shock in their hearts. What's more, there were dozens of bottles of barrier-breaking pills around, which made Shenzong wonder about the purpose of this person. The commotion in the palace that night sparked various speculations. However, the capital remained extremely calm afterward. Shenzong carefully recorded the incident as an imperial secret. It was a pity that even until Shenzong abdicated, the great Zhou royal family never found any clues, and this could only become a mystery. Southwest. At this moment, Chu Chen had already achieved the innate realm after taking the barrier-breaking pills. The malicious woman who had almost killed him once was now buried alive in a cesspool by him. That day, in his study, he saw another bottle of barrier-breaking pills and an additional sword. When the sword was unsheathed, even Chu Chen, as an innate expert, was frightened. Zigu Pass. Outside the cave shrouded in thick fog, Liang Sheng hesitated for a short while before finally setting his face and walking into the fog with his black iron command and backpack. Everything around was silent, with only the dim light from the black iron command flickering, indicating the direction forward. Liang Sheng naturally didn't expose his storage bag, and he was still carrying a backpack on the surface as a disguise. Before entering the fog, Liang Sheng seemed hesitant, but once he stepped inside, he strode forward fearlessly. When the fog thinned, Liang Sheng took a deep breath, put the black iron command into his storage bag, gently clenched his fist, and then stepped forward. The view suddenly opened up before him. Outside the thick fog was an old, crumbling village, but the spiritual energy was abundant. At this moment, the spiritual power within Liang Sheng seemed to be cheering and jumping with joy. He remembered what Zhou Yun and others had said before and knew that this was the normal periphery of the market in the cultivation world. After all, the cultivation world was not only for cultivators but also ordinary people. He just didn't know which sect the current foundation establishment stage cultivator stationed in the market belonged to. At this time, the villagers noticed Liang Sheng, but they didn't dare to look up and take a closer look. They were just the workers in the market, hoping for an immortal destiny to become cultivators one day. The 9 levels of the postnatal realm martial artists could be seen everywhere, and the innate experts were not unusual. However, Liang Sheng didn't pay attention to them and walked straight through the village. The bluestone street in front of him was spotless, and even the air seemed to be fresher. There were people shouting and selling things on both sides of the street. Most people were carrying backpacks and didn't seem to possess the so-called leisure of cultivators. Not every cultivator had a storage bag. Apart from a few lucky ones, at least cultivators with the Qi training 7th realm cultivation level had the possibility of possessing a storage bag. This was a market overseen by the 3 sects and 6 orders. These loose cultivators struggled every day for cultivation resources. The suffering of the loose cultivators was hard to share. Only foundation establishment success would provide the only way to get rid of this predicament. At this moment, Liang Sheng had already concealed his cultivation level and was only at the Qi cultivation 3rd layer, which made him the least noticeable among the cultivators in the market. At this time, a Qi refining 5th layer cultivator with a naive face hadn't noticed Liang Sheng at first. But after seeing Liang Sheng's actions, he thought for a moment, and then approached Liang Sheng. Liang Sheng forcefully suppressed his urge to avoid him. He needed to blend into the market first, and as for the danger, as long as he didn't directly confront the foundation establishment expert, the other cultivators in this market were nothing but small fries. Deist friend, have you just left your family and are trying to make it on your own? Liang Sheng was astonished upon hearing this, and his expression made the naive loose cultivator's eyes flash with satisfaction, thinking that he had guessed correctly. Deist friend, don't be surprised. I'm not bragging, but I am familiar with almost every loose cultivator in this market, and you are a stranger. Moreover, your actions just now were exactly the same as mine back then. You too. Liang Sheng was already over 500 years old, and naturally went along with the flow. With a face full of regret, the honest middle-aged cultivator said, yes, back then, the family's cultivation resources were insufficient, and my luck was shallow. Naturally, I was abandoned by the family and had to come to the market to make a living on my own. As he said this, he seemed to fall into reminiscence, but quickly returned to normal. I don't know how to address my fellow deist. My name is Chen Mo. If my friends in the market don't mind, they call me Honest Chen. I am merely Zhou Sheng, and I have met deist Chen. Brother Zhou is truly straightforward. Let's go, I will take you to register at the market. When I first arrived, I didn't understand either. I was in a daze for 3 days and was not allowed to set up a stall. It turns out that only after registering do you become a member of the market built by the 3 sects and 6 factions. Liang Sheng hesitated slightly upon hearing this, then followed Chen Mo forward. He was not afraid of the other party's motives, as murderous acts would usually take place in secluded areas, and open fighting was expressly forbidden in the market. Fortunately, Chen Mo did not deceive him and took Liang Sheng to a 3-story building, which was already one of the best buildings Liang Sheng had seen in the market. Next to it were 9 similar 3-story buildings. Chen Mo introduced, those are the shops of the 3 sects and 6 schools. If you have good items, you can exchange them for spirit stones or equivalent resources there. At this moment, Chen Mo was extremely enthusiastic, and his honest face made people trust him a little more. Liang Sheng still had his guard up, but naturally expressed his gratitude on the surface. He pretended to be a newcomer who had just left his family and asked with an honest face, "Can anything be exchanged?" Of course, as long as it's of equal value, anything can be exchanged. However, the shops of the 3 sects and 6 schools usually offer a lower price to quality ratio than the nearby loose cultivators' stalls, but they are safer in comparison. Upon saying this, Chen Mo did not say more, but Liang Sheng naturally understood his meaning. Although he might get a higher return from the loose cultivators, it would also be more dangerous. What about the foundation establishment pill? Chen Mo was startled by the question and then patted Liang Sheng's shoulder as if he was reminiscing about the past. Liang Sheng endured the urge to dodge and let the other party pat his shoulder. "Brother Zhou, don't think too much. We should be down to earth. Look at me, I've been in the market for over 60 years and only reached the Qi cultivation 5-fold level. I don't know if I'll have the chance to reach the Qi cultivation 9th level in this lifetime. Every level in the realm of cultivation is harder than the previous one. Only the proud sons of the heavens with great fortune may not have to care about the bottleneck during the Qi condensation stage." After that, he felt as if his words had dampened the younger generation's spirits. He quickly took Liang Sheng to register inside the building. As soon as Liang Sheng entered, his nerves immediately tensed up. On the 3rd floor, there was a faint sense of pressure. If no accident, this should be the foundation establishment expert stationed in the market by the 3 sects and 6 schools. He restrained his thoughts, not daring to look around, and followed Chen Mo to the counter. Step by step, he registered his information. He only needed 1 jade tag, input his spiritual energy, and the registration would be successful. The cultivator attending to them on the 1st floor was neither enthusiastic nor perfunctory, simply going through the motions. Once this was done, he threw out a jade slip. "These are the rules of the market. You should read them thoroughly. Don't break the rules in the market. Registration fees, 3 low-grade spirit stones. As for the cave mansions in the market, you can choose them, but you'll have to pay with spirit stones." "Which cave mansion do you need?" Liang Sheng was stunned. Registration required spirit stones? Thinking about it, Liang Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. His spirit stones had long been exhausted. Had he known this, he would have saved some for the market. However, without consuming spirit stones, how could he possibly progress so quickly in the secular world? If he hadn't reached the Qi cultivation 10th layer and failed to make a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, why would he be in the market? Seeing his look, the other party naturally noticed, and couldn't help but suppress his anger. "Don't you have any spirit stones?" Chen Mo was also taken aback at this moment. Just what kind of cultivator did this person's family not care about? Not a single spirit stone was given to him when he left to fend for himself. However, in the next moment, Liang Sheng opened his backpack and took out more than a dozen Vajra talismans, heart-clearing talismans, and body purification talismans. Zhou Yun had previously mentioned the market price, which, when added together, should be exchangeable for some spirit stones, roughly equivalent to 4 low-grade spirit stones. "Sir, can these be used instead of spirit stones?" Both the manager and Chen Mo had strange expressions on their faces, staring at Liang Sheng, who felt a little uneasy. Had he done something wrong? "It's more than enough, but are you sure you want to use these to pay for the registration fees?" Chen Mo whispered discreetly in Liang Sheng's ear, and he couldn't help but feel taken aback upon hearing it. It turned out that the prices in the cultivation world could rise, too. The value of his talismans had more than doubled since Zhou Yun's time, worth almost 10 low-grade spirit stones. Who could have predicted this? Chapter 100, Befriending, Attack and Defense Talisman. Cultivation World, Market. After learning about the rising prices, Liang Sheng naturally could not continue doing business at a loss. First, he borrowed 3 low-grade spirit stones from Chen Mo and gave them to the registration clerk at the administration office, and then he went out to prepare to exchange spirit stones with talismans. With talismans at hand, Chen Mo naturally couldn't decline the loan. As for choosing a cave mansion, that would require many spirit stones, and Liang Sheng still had to think about it. However, he needed to gather some spirit stones first. Chen Mo followed Liang Sheng out, still somewhat bewildered. He thought of Liang Sheng opening his backpack earlier to reveal the vermilion brush, cinnabar and blank talisman paper, hesitated for a moment, and finally could not help but ask. So, Daoist friend Zhou is actually a talisman maker. Liang Sheng didn't refute upon hearing this. Chen Mo saw this and was silent for a short while before patting Liang Sheng's shoulder and said, "Brother Zhou, don't do this in the future. After all, wealth should not be flaunted." Then, without caring about Liang Sheng's reaction, he picked a random sect shop and went in with Liang Sheng, his heart feeling complicated. He initially thought that the other was also a loose cultivator and a mere fledgling who had just left his family. But he never expected that he would be such a low-profile tycoon. After all, which talisman maker isn't nourished by a host of resources? The taste in Chen Mo's heart at this moment was indescribable. But he was also puzzled. Why would the family allow such a treasure of a disciple to leave and fend for himself? Could it be? He didn't continue thinking about it. Accompanying Liang Sheng in quickly exchanging 10 spirit stones, he was taken aback when Liang Sheng handed him 4 spirit stones. "I must thank Brother Zhou for enlightening me this time, or else I might have lost out. I hope Brother Zhou will not refuse. Perhaps I will need your help again in the future." Hearing Liang Sheng saying this, Chen Mo hesitated for a moment before accepting the spirit stones from Liang Sheng. "This friend, Brother Zhou, I have made." The relationship between the two seemed to have grown closer. Liang Sheng then took the opportunity to start asking about how the cave mansions worked. These cave mansions are actually houses in the market. However, every cave mansion has an appropriate array, like the Gathering Spirit Array, Isolation Array. Of course, due to the different effects of the arrays, prices can vary. For example, a cave mansion with a common Gathering Spirit Array only requires 20 low-grade spirit stones a year. Chen Mo explained the situation with the cave mansions. It seemed that he himself had rented the cheapest mansion, which only needed 20 low-grade spirit stones a year. Liang Sheng had the attribute panel concealing property within himself, so keeping his secret wasn't a problem. But upon hearing about the Gathering Spirit Array, he couldn't help but feel eager to try it out. After explaining the cave mansion situation, Chen Mo prepared to take Liang Sheng to the administration office to rent a cave mansion which allowed for installment payments. After all, loose cultivators are poor. But at this moment, Liang Sheng turned back towards the shop. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Brother Zhou, you're going in the wrong direction. No, I have some more talismans that I can exchange for some spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was completely stunned. Immediately after, when Liang Sheng emerged from the shop, he already had a total of 36 low-grade spirit stones in his hand, including those from the previous exchange. Seeing this, Chen Mo sighed softly, "Brother Zhou, don't ever do this so easily in front of others in the future. After all, wealth should not be flaunted." This was the second time Chen Mo advised him. Liang Sheng laughed and said nothing. Although these spirit stones seemed plentiful, they were insignificant to a foundation establishment stage cultivator. In that case, Liang Sheng naturally wouldn't hesitate to exchange them for spirit stones. After all, should he have to scrimp and sleep rough outside in the slums? Moreover, this would also be a test for Chen Mo. If he had ideas he shouldn't have, they would probably not need to establish a deeper friendship. Fortunately, Chen Mo's eyes just flashed surprised, and then he brought Liang Sheng to rent a mansion for 20 low-grade spirit stones. The cave mansion was not far from Chen Mo's own residence. After a day's busy work, he input his own spiritual energy to recognize the master and moved into the cave mansion with a spare jade slip. The spare jade slip was prepared for when one would want someone else to be able to enter their cave mansion directly. Liang Sheng found it strange that people would be willing to let others in. However, Liang Sheng soon stopped caring. As the saying goes, hiding in plain sight. At this moment, befriending Chen Mo allowed him to better integrate into the market. Just after finishing the mansion paperwork, Liang Sheng entered another shop. When he came out, his spirit stones were almost depleted, but he had acquired a wolf hair brush, top-quality vermilion ink, and talisman paper. He could finally refine some better talismans. Chen Mo didn't find it strange. After all, Liang Sheng was a talisman maker, and his previous equipment seemed somewhat crude. It was understandable to change to better equipment. However, he still felt envious at that moment. After all, talisman makers also needed talent. Some people had a success rate of less than 5%, while others could reach 10%. With Liang Sheng in his current situation, at least he seemed to have a 10% rate of success. Wouldn't that mean he could exchange talismans at a low price in the future? From then on, Liang Sheng officially settled in the market. With the experienced Chen Mo around, he quickly got a grasp on the market. There was an unwritten rule among the market, not to leave it without special circumstances or tasks. After all, there were no shortage of people who died outside the market every year, but there were almost no dangers in the market itself. Using the name of the 3 sects and 6 orders was enough to deter small-time rogues from causing trouble. However, according to Chen Mo, in the past 100 years, there had been some friction between the Upper Pure sect and Hua Tian sect. For the scattered cultivators, however, this was indeed unimportant. After all, the sects were high above, and there was no need for them to worry about it. There were also female cultivators in the market, very few in number, but it was said that there were female cultivators who specialized in joyful Zen cultivation, although Liang Sheng had not encountered any. However, such female cultivators were probably not easy to mess with, and perhaps during a night of pleasure, their essence would be damaged, and it would be too late for regret. But these female cultivators were no different from the male ones, all running between cultivation resources, and for cultivation, there was only fate, not gender. As for becoming deist partners, only male cultivators above the Qi training 7th realm had such status. Otherwise, they were all low-level scattered cultivators, with not enough resources. When 2 people were together, they could nor achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2, which was simply a waste of time. After this, another quiet month passed. Chen Mo stayed in the mansion, and when there was a change in Qi within the cave mansion at this time, it was Chen Mo visiting outside the door, and Liang Sheng quickly got up, and opened the door. "Brother Zhou, let me tell you some good news. A team from the East Gate is going to kill the 100-year-old demonic wolf in the purple bamboo forest, which is an excellent material for making wolf hair brushes. Are you interested?" Loose cultivators gathering together to carry out missions can provide more guarantees. After all, the more the merrier. This way, they can also deal with stronger demonic beasts and acquire more resources. Liang Sheng, however, was not interested in this at all. He now just wanted to wait quietly in the market without causing any trouble, because in the shop, every once in a while, there would be trading opportunities for foundation establishment pills, only that the interval between them would be a bit long. According to the marker's saying, foundation establishment pills were chance encounters and not to be sought after. Sometimes, the 3 sects and 6 orders of shops would have a chance to release a foundation establishment pill in 100 years. So, at this rhyme, if Liang Sheng didn't save up spirit stones, when would he? Moreover, making talismans by himself could actually get him even more spirit stones, so why bother going out and wasting time? Didn't he understand the cost-effectiveness of producing talismans such as Vajra talismans with a 100% success rate? And if it weren't for keeping a low profile, perhaps with his 100% success rate of refining Qi refining pills, he could earn even more spirit stones at a faster rate. However, an alchemist is more high profile than a talisman maker, so the identity of an alchemist is not taken into consideration by Liang Sheng. Seeing Liang Sheng shaking his head, Chen Mo was speechless about this, as it seemed that he really didn't have the slightest bit of competitive spirit, and this was not a good thing for cultivators, especially loose cultivators. After all, without competition, how can one have a chance for survival? A good wolf hair brush can increase the success rate of a talisman maker, and going with him can get to know more partners and even get the wolf hair brush. Isn't this a win-win situation? Unfortunately, no matter how Chen Mo tried to persuade him, knowing that he would participate in the mission himself, and there would be no danger on this trip, Liang Sheng remained unmoved in the end. As a result, Chen Mo could only leave alone, and after Chen Mo left, for a period of time, apart from openly selling 1 or 2 talismans, Liang Sheng changed his appearance several times and privately sold many talismans. Of course, every time he sold talismans, he wouldn't sell too many. Selling small amounts each time wouldn't attract attention, and under such circumstances, another month went by, and by this time, there were more than 300 low-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. Every time he thought about the dozen or so mid-grade spirit stones left behind after the manager of Huatian sect fell, Liang Sheng couldn't help but feel pained. He actually used them for cultivation, which was really a waste of resources. In the following period, Liang Sheng's life was extremely regular, and the market gradually got used to the existence of a Qi cultivation 3rd-level talisman maker. Many loose cultivators had bought talismans from Liang Sheng, and in such a situation, Chen Mo finally returned to the market. "Brother Zhou, I'm telling you, it's a pity you didn't go. The East Gate team leader, Friend Wu, is a master of the 7th level of Qi refining, and with him there, the killing of the demonic wolf went smoothly. Even a small group of demonic wolves were eliminated, and this time I got so many." As Chen Mo spoke, he raised his hand, indicating that he had earned 40 low-grade spirit stones on this trip. Liang Sheng just listened quietly without saying much. Seeing Liang Sheng like this, Chen Mo could only feel helpless, and he had an idea in his heart that Brother Zhou might still be young and didn't know the importance of spirit stones. And so, Liang Sheng lived a low-key life in the cultivation market, cultivating discreetly, and without realizing it, a year had passed. Liang Sheng had a very enriching year. The curse techniques he had practiced in the secular world, which could be used in the Qi condensation stage, had made significant progress during this year, and he didn't know if it was because the market was more full of spiritual energy. Early in the morning, Liang Sheng went to the administration office to pay the rent for the next year's cave mansion. Liang Sheng returned to the cave mansion and couldn't help but sigh. A year had passed, and he still hadn't received any news about the foundation establishment fill. However, he had some gains this year, at least he had sold all the talismans he had made in the secular world. Apart from food, drink, and daily expenses, after exchanging a large amount of raw material resources, such as spiritual grass, talisman paper, and cinnabar, he now had almost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones on him. He had almost collected all the spiritual grasses mentioned in the pill formula he had obtained before, but unfortunately, it was not convenient to refine them in the market. Of course, this was only a year, so his cultivation level hadn't progressed much. Name, Liang Sheng. Age, 511. Talent, Innocent Foolishness, Extreme. Technique, Upper Pure Immortal Scripture, 10th layer, 20 Life Nurturing Techniques, 1 STH layer, Nailhead 7 Arrows Technique, Curse. Realm, Qi Cultivation 10th layer. Lifespan, 16,322. Although the market was peaceful throughout the year, the area outside was still chaotic, and even he, as an introvert, heard about the deaths of no less than 10 loose cultivators due to dangers. Therefore, cultivation was a high-risk profession, but ordinary people who served the market still flocked to it, eager to cultivate. After all, people are never satisfied, and isn't he the same? One day, Chen Mo visited again, with a smile on his face. "Brother Zhou, I want to exchange some Vajra talismans with you. This time it's a big deal, so I need more Vajra talismans to boost my confidence." A big deal usually meant greater danger, but a huge gain if one survived and returned. Seeing this, Liang Sheng didn't say much and exchanged talismans with Chen Mo at a 20% discount from the market's private trading price. Chen Mo was also relieved to have saved a few spirit stones this time. Over the year, he had saved at least 1 year's worth of cave mansion rental fees. Of course, there were better things in the market, but Chen Mo naturally wanted to make the most proper preparations with the least amount of spirit stones. However, after exchanging the talismans, he still planned to persuade Liang Sheng, because the price of talisman materials had been rising continuously in the past year, becoming increasingly unreasonable. In fact, this was Liang Sheng's own doing. Although he didn't supply many each time, he had been a little too frequent over the year, and as a result, he had exchanged a lot of talismans, causing a significant loss in income for the 3 sects and 6 orders shops. So, the 3 sects and 6 orders didn't just sit back, they controlled the price of talisman-making materials at the source, increasing the cost of making talismans while keeping the price of selling talismans in the shop the same. As a result, there were significantly fewer private talisman transactions. Liang Sheng shook his head upon hearing this. Deist Chen, you don't have to persuade me. I'm naturally timid, and I'm only at the Qi cultivation 3rd level, so I'm not in a hurry to go out. Safety first. The lower the cultivation realm, the easier it was to break through the bottleneck. It seemed that Liang Sheng really didn't need to rush at this moment, but Chen Mo said meaningfully, Brother Zhou, time flies, and we should cherish it, or else we will regret it later. But his words naturally couldn't persuade Liang Sheng, so he had no choice but to give up and let everyone make their own choices. After receiving the Vajra talismans, he turned and left. Liang Sheng watched Chen Mo leave, and then calmed down, picked up the wolf hair brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and began to draw talismans on the talisman paper. Liang Sheng's wolf hair brush moved like a dragon and snake, and in a short time, the talisman paper flashed with a faint light, and the talisman was successfully made. Vajra talisman. After that, he successively drew heart-clearing talismans and body purification talismans. All with a 100% success rate. The number he made was not many, as he still needed to be low-key when selling these talismans in the market. It was best not to attract attention from those with ulterior motives. He naturally had to be cautious and only exchange a similar amount of spirit stones. Next, Liang Sheng's expression became serious because he was about to draw a fireball talisman, a low-level talisman that he had never drawn before in the secular world. The fireball talisman could instantly release more than a dozen fireball techniques with considerable power. If used properly, it would give a cultivator at the Qi cultivation 5-fold a hard time and could even change the course of a battle. Compared to the Vajra talisman and others, the value of the fireball talisman was several times higher, as attack talismans were naturally more expensive than auxiliary and defensive talismans. One reason was due to its function, and the other was that the success rate of attack talismans was lower compared to auxiliary and defensive talismans of the same level. Over the past year, his success rate in refining fireball talismans had reached 10%. However, today, when he was drawing the final stroke, his qi was disrupted, and the talisman paper ignited without fire. Failure again. Liang Sheng didn't mind. He cleaned up his workspace, took out a new piece of talisman paper, concentrated on calming his qi, and began drawing the talisman again. When he was drawing the fireball talisman and felt impatient and agitated, Liang Sheng would draw other talismans. There were no obstacles to drawing qi refining stage talismans that he couldn't draw in the secular world at this moment. As for other spells and seals, Liang Sheng naturally did not slack off, as they were life-saving skills. How could he not practice diligently? In the absence of news about the Foundation establishment pill, he prepared to maintain this lifestyle, not attracting attention and quietly waiting. Unfortunately, wherever there were people, there was Jianghu. This time, Chen Mo encountered an accident after returning from his mission. When Chen Mo returned, Liang Sheng was startled, as Chen Mo's face was pale and his body's qi was unstable. However, no matter how Liang Sheng asked, Chen Mo remained silent and only said that he needed to rest and recuperate for a while and didn't need to go on missions to compete for resources. Seeing this, Liang Sheng naturally didn't ask any further questions. Still, looking at Chen Mo's condition, he took out a few body purification talismans to remove the hidden injuries in Chen Mo's body. The effect of the first talisman was not significant, but after Liang Sheng used 10 body purification talismans in a row, Chen Mo's qi gradually stabilized, and his face regained some color. Liang Sheng even used a heart-clearing talisman, which improved Chen Mo's mental state, and Chen Mo was naturally grateful for this. One day, a loose cultivator visited Liang Sheng's cave mansion to buy some talismans, and Liang Sheng naturally didn't decline. However, after collecting the spirit stones, he noticed that there were a few faint gazes on Chen Mo's cave mansion. Was someone watching Chen Mo? It seemed that Chen Mo's so-called big deal had attracted the attention of others, and now people were coming to his door. Still, this was the market, where Foundation establishment stage cultivators sent by the 3 sects and 6 orders were present, so no one dared to cause chaos in the market. But what if Chen Mo couldn't endure it? Once his body recovered and he went out to carry out missions and search for resources, anything could happen. However, Chen Mo was still recuperating at this time and shouldn't be going out of the market for a short period of time, so Liang Sheng acted as if he hadn't seen anything, better not to meddle in the matter. At this moment, the few people who had been staring at Chen Mo's cave mansion noticed Liang Sheng but didn't pay any more attention when they saw that he didn't care and returned to his cave. A few days later, those cultivators who had been watching disappeared, and Chen Mo only emerged after a few more days, immediately asking Liang Sheng to exchange some Vajra talismans when he saw him. "Are you sure you want to go out?" Hearing Liang Sheng's words, Chen Mo naturally sensed that Liang Sheng had detected something unusual, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded. "This time it really is a big deal. Even though it's dangerous, I have to give it a try. After all, if I get it, the resources I need to break through the 6th level of Qi training will be more than enough." Hearing this, Liang Sheng stopped trying to persuade the other party, as everyone had their own fate. However, at this moment, Liang Sheng handed Chen Mo 2 talismans. Chen Mo looked at them with surprise. High-quality fireball talisman,